Chapter 1. With secrets in hand, the world is mine. The sound of the wind from my descent still lingers in my ears, yet the sight before Xuan compels him to sit up straight. Blinding white light, a familiar lecture hall, the figure on the podium speaking at length, and the youthful faces of his classmates surrounding him. Isn't this the scene from the beginning of his university life? Hadn't he, after enduring years of online bullying that led to depression, despairingly leaped from the rooftop? Could it be rebirth? As this absurd thought emerged, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Detected host's intense unwillingness and resentment, meeting the binding requirements of the black material system. The host has been plagued by so-called black material throughout his life, and now he has acquired the black material system. The system has automatically bound to the host phone. Please use the black material app to photograph the target individual to obtain their hidden black material information. Please note, different black materials possess varying values. The higher the value, the greater the potential impact. Detected host's first binding. Would you like to activate the novice gift pack? The black material system, a novice gift pack? Xuan's heart raced. This was no hallucination. He had truly been reborn and, as in the novels, acquired a golden finger system. The frustrations, pains, and despair of his previous life surged within him like a tidal wave, momentarily dispersed by this sudden glimmer of hope. His fingers trembled slightly with excitement. Activate. Open it immediately, he silently urged, his voice barely concealing a hint of hoarseness. Novice gift pack activation successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a muscle-strengthening snack, a supreme beauty needle, and 2 black material exchange vouchers. A flurry of notifications dazzled Xuan. The supreme beauty needle, as the name suggests, should enhance one's appearance, a common trope in novels, which he understood well. The black material exchange vouchers likely allowed for the direct exchange of certain black materials. This was not hard to deduce. However, the muscle-strengthening snack? Why does that name sound so frivolous? It sounded like some peculiar snack, but given that it was from the system, it couldn't possibly be edible, could it? Regardless, he decided to use it. System, use the muscle-strengthening snack. Use the supreme beauty needle. Xuan impatiently commanded in his mind. As soon as the command was given, an indescribable warmth surged from his lower abdomen, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, rippling outward and quickly spreading through his entire being. Subsequently, a gentle heat concentrated on his face, as if countless warm hands were softly caressing and kneading him. This sensation was extraordinary. He instinctively clenched his fist, his previously feeble body now brimmed with explosive strength, as though every muscle had been reforged, compressed, and imbued with resilience and vitality. He could even distinctly feel the muscle lines beneath his shirt becoming smoother and more toned. When he glanced at the blurred reflection in the window, Xuan was taken aback. Was that truly him? His skin, once dulled by years of sleepless nights and depression, now appeared fair and delicate, subtly radiating a healthy glow. The contours of his features appeared remarkably more profound and three-dimensional, particularly his eyes, which had dispelled the shadows of the past, transforming into a clear and radiant gaze, imbued with an indescribable charm. He seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, evolving from a somewhat despondent, ordinary youth into a sun-kissed, charismatic figure brimming with vitality. At that moment, a translucent panel materialized before him, visible solely to his eyes. Host, Xuan Beauty, 7596 extraordinary charm physique, 4480 surpassing the ordinary backpack, black material exchange coupons too. His beauty skyrocketed to an astonishing 96. His physique nearly doubled, reaching an impressive 80. Xuan inhaled deeply, suppressing the elation surging within him, as he felt the power coursing through his veins and the confidence bestowed by his transformed appearance. A flame of vengeance ignited deep within his eyes. Heaven had granted him a second chance, accompanied by such a formidable system. If this could not compel those who had once trampled upon his dignity and shattered his life to face repercussions, then his rebirth would be in vain, a betrayal of the resolute leap he had taken in his past life. The memories of his previous life resurfaced vividly in his mind. It was in this very lecture hall, shortly after the semester began, that the class beauty, Zhang Yining, a woman with a pure exterior yet a venomous heart, falsely accused him of peeping into the female restroom, even meticulously capturing incriminating photographs from a cunning angle. At that time, he had just transitioned from a county town to the bustling metropolis, filled with curiosity yet tinged with trepidation about the new environment. The structure of the teaching building was labyrinthine, and the restroom on that floor had yet to be marked with gender signs. In his haste, he merely sought to confirm which was the men's restroom, innocently peering into the vacant sink area. This unintentional act was recorded by Zhang Yining on her phone, embellished, and posted on the campus forum. The sensational title read shock: "A freshman caught committing such acts in the women's restroom. Pictures as evidence." And then chaos ensued. The post was shared fervently, rapidly spreading beyond campus, infiltrating platforms like Douyin and Weibo. The label of Peeping Tom became an indelible mark upon his name, ushering in an unending nightmare. His girlfriend, with whom he was in love, ended their relationship, citing her inability to bear the scrutinizing glances of others. Far away, his parents at home faced whispers and pointed fingers from relatives and neighbors who claimed they had raised a pervert. He was ostracized and discriminated against in university, where he was incessantly the subject of hushed conversations and disdainful or curious stares. For 4 long years, it felt as though he was trapped in hell. Upon graduation, no reputable company would consider hiring him. His resume vanished into oblivion. He attempted to make a modest living through small ventures, yet there were always righteous passers-by who recognized him, capturing videos and posting them online, branding him as an unrepentant voyeur. To explain, he had attempted to clarify countless times, yet who would believe him? In the face of the damning pictures as evidence, his protests seemed feeble and ineffectual. Ultimately, after enduring endless despair and depression, he chose to end that suffocating existence. With this thought, Lu Xian's gaze turned cold and sharp. He slowly shifted his eyes, scanning the classroom. Soon he found himself seated by the window in the front row, where he spotted a familiar figure. Her striking pink hair unmistakably belonged to Zhang Yining. She donned a white camisole atop a pink and white pleated skirt. Even at the onset of the semester, she had been crowned the class flower, rivaling even the department's beauty. At that moment, she leaned slightly to the side, engaged in hushed conversation with a nearby girl, her face adorned with a sweet smile, seemingly sharing some delightful gossip. Entirely oblivious to the fact that she had become the primary target on someone's vengeance list, the podium, the instructor, Lu Hanyan, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit with an air of competence, held a microphone as she elucidated the subsequent procedures and important points for the new students. Her voice resonated through the classroom via the loudspeaker. Lu Xian discreetly lowered his head and retrieved his phone from his pocket. The screen illuminated, revealing a newly added icon among the multitude of apps simple in design, featuring a black background with white lettering, prominently displaying the word black. Could this be the Scandal app? He inhaled deeply, his fingers deftly tapping to open the application. The interface was exceedingly minimalist, showcasing merely a circular button resembling a camera shutter and an album icon. As a first-time user of the system, he pondered whom to select as his experiment target. His gaze flitted between Lu Hanyan at the podium and Zhang Yining in the front row before ultimately settling on that vivid hue of pink. As the instigator, Zhang Yining, "It was you who thrust me into the abyss thus. My retribution must commence with you." He adjusted his posture, subtly raising his phone, allowing the lens to appear casually directed at the crowd, yet it precisely aimed at Zhang Yining. "I must first take aim at you. Let you experience the bitterness of disgrace." His finger gently tapped the screen. A soft virtual shutter clicked, only audible to him. Photo captured successfully. The image froze, perfectly encapsulating Zhang Yining as she shared laughter with her companion. Her smile still sweet, yet in Lu Xian's eyes, it was rife with insincerity and malice, analyzing target information, generating scandal. Here it comes. Lu Xian's heartbeat quickened slightly, filled with anticipation for the splendid gift the system would bestow upon him. Chapter 2. Hello, class flower. I have your dark secrets. Immediately, the translucent panel refreshed with information regarding Zhang Yining. Name: Zhang Yining. Appearance score: 90. Control value: 0. Measurements: 82-62-90. Height: 165 centimeters. Weight: 54 kilograms. Lu Xian's gaze swiftly swept through these basic data, his heart undisturbed. No matter how exquisite the exterior, it could not conceal the filth within. His attention was entirely focused on the subsequent critical information. Dark Secret Generation complete. At the bottom of the screen, 2 redemption options appeared. 2,000 yuan redemption, 1 Dark Secret redemption coupon, the Dark Secret worth 2,000 yuan? Or perhaps a single redemption coupon. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. Having returned to life, his pockets were emptier than his visage, let alone 2,000. Even 200 would be a struggle. Use the Dark Secret redemption coupon, Lu Xian silently intoned. In an instant, the icon of the redemption coupon vanished from his inventory, replaced by a document icon marked with the words Dark Secret on the system interface. He focused his thoughts and opened the file. Dark Secret details. Forged college entrance examination results. Specific description. The target, Zhang Yining, scored 50 points below the admission threshold of Yanjing University. Her father, Zhang Jingguo, a deputy-level official in a certain city's education bureau, contacted Li, the then deputy director of the Yanjing University admissions office, through connections with classmates, and exploited his position to modify Zhang Yining's electronic and paper examination records, enabling her to meet the admission criteria. The document spanned over a dozen pages, complete with a detailed chain of evidence. This included, but was not limited to, summaries of key phone call records. Though lacking audio, they were time-stamped and noted for duration. Screenshots of suspicious large bank transfers, recipient accounts partially concealed, yet clearly indicative, and even a blurred scanned image of the original score report prior to alteration, alongside a textual description of the internal procedures for document forgery, with chillingly meticulous details. Lu Xian could not suppress the upward curve of his lips, forming a cold arc. What a gem! This system truly delivers. Exam fraud. This could obliterate a person's future and implicate a whole string of individuals. Once exposed, not only would Zhang Yining's dreams of university be shattered, but her official father and that admissions officer, Li, would also face ruin. One and all would be ensnared. The reputation of Yanjing University would suffer as well, prompting severe repercussions. He chuckled softly, a sound laced with long-suppressed delight. Zhang Yining, oh Zhang Yining, you meticulously plotted my downfall, yet little did you anticipate such a colossal bomb lying beneath you. However, he did not immediately intend to make this dark secret public. Revealing it directly would indeed plunge her into despair instantaneously, but that would be too merciful. The torment she inflicted upon him in his past life was a relentless cycle of suffering, day after day, year after year. Therefore, in this new life, he would ensure she tasted the anxiety of living in constant fear of exposure. This dark secret would hang over her like the sword of Damocles. He sought to first ensnare her, to make her a tool for his own purposes, allowing her to experience the profound helplessness of having one's fate manipulated. Once he grew weary of the game, or the timing was ripe, he would unceremoniously cast her into the abyss. What truly constitutes perversion? Lu Xian gazed at Zhang Yining, her pink hair swaying as she moved, his eyes shadowed with intent. His gaze resembled that of an adept hunter fixating on his prey, brimming with the confidence of absolute control. At that moment, the instructor Lu Hanyan set down the microphone, her crisp voice resonating. All right, students, that concludes today's lesson. Please pay heed to the points mentioned earlier, particularly concerning safety. Return to your dorms promptly after class and refrain from lingering outside for too long. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to visit my office or contact your counselor. As her words echoed, the previously tranquil lecture hall erupted into a cacophony. The sounds of chairs scraping, students rustling their books, and scattered conversations melded into a symphony of dismissal. Most students rose, surging towards the exit. However, Lu Xian remained unhurried, leisurely standing up while his gaze remained fixed on the front row, where Zhang Yining was engaged in merriment with a short-haired girl, seemingly deliberating their dinner plans for the evening. Straightening his collar and reveling in the surge of vitality and newfound confidence coursing through him, he took measured strides towards Zhang Yining. His tall stature, coupled with a striking appearance rated at 96, rendered him exceptionally conspicuous amid the throng. Several lingering female students found themselves inadvertently drawn to him, casting furtive glances at this remarkably handsome classmate. As Zhang Yining and her companion gathered their belongings in preparation to leave, a clear yet slightly magnetic voice called out from behind her. Zhang Yining. Instinctively halting, she and her friend turned to face the speaker. Upon recognizing the boy before them, both were momentarily taken aback. He was tall and strikingly handsome, with fair skin, bright eyes, and a hint of a smile gracing his lips, exuding a blend of sunny allure and subtle assertiveness. "Who are you? Is there something you need?" Zhang Yining blinked, her tone imbued with a trace of subtle scrutiny and curiosity. Though unfamiliar, his appearance was undeniably surprising. The short-haired girl beside her nudged Zhang Yining with her elbow, lowering her voice in excited gossip. "Wow. Ningning, who is this handsome guy? Is he from our class? I don't recall seeing him before. Could he possibly be here to confess to you? Surely he must be." Upon hearing her friend's words, a flicker of vanity ignited within Zhang Yining. Initially intending to dismiss him with a casual remark, she hesitated upon beholding Lu Xian's visage. His looks were undoubtedly of a caliber befitting the campus heartthrob, even surpassing those commonly acknowledged in the school. She delicately tucked a strand of pink hair behind her ear and donned a sweet smile once more. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" Lu Xian observed her pretentious demeanor, internally mocking her while maintaining a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, classmate. My name is Lu Xian, and we're in the same class. I do have a matter I'd like to discuss with you privately." "Oh, Lu Xian?" Zhang Yining searched her memory, but found no recollection of the name. Yet, that was of little consequence. She was more concerned with the purpose of his approach. "Is there something that cannot be said here?" she thought, glancing at the lingering students around them. If he truly intended to confess his feelings, being rejected in front of others would only serve to enhance her charm and purity. Perhaps she could even find someone to record the moment and share it on campus walls, garnering attention. As if perceiving her thoughts, Lu Xian took a step closer, leaning slightly forward and speaking in a hushed tone that only they could hear. "There are some things I fear might make you cry if spoken here, and that would not be a pretty sight." His voice, though soft, possessed an unusual penetrative quality that reached Zhang Yining's ears. The smile on her face faltered. Observing the sudden shift in her expression, Lu Xian's smile deepened as he continued in a whisper, "It's about your college entrance examination results." These words struck Zhang Yining like a bolt from the blue, hitting a concealed corner of her heart. Her complexion turned pale, and a flicker of disbelief and panic crossed her eyes. College entrance examination results? How could he possibly know? It was impossible. Only she, her father, and Director Li were privy to this matter. She abruptly raised her gaze to Lu Xian, her eyes filled with suspicion and wariness. The boy before her maintained his gentle smile, yet within the depths of his clear eyes, there seemed to be a chilling insight that could unveil everything. "All right then," Zhang Yining nearly stammered, her voice trembling slightly as she feigned composure and smiled at her companion nearby. "Let us find a quieter place to talk. It is indeed a bit noisy here." The short-haired girl, though puzzled, noticed Zhang Yining's insistence and refrained from further questioning, merely exchanging a knowing glance with the two before saying, "All right, I'll head to the cafeteria to secure a seat. Hurry over." With that, she walked away. Zhang Yining took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart as she turned to Lu Xian. "Follow me." The knowing smile on Lu Xian's lips to her now radiated an aura of danger. Chapter 3. Do you even have the right to bargain? Zhang Yining led Lu Xian through a series of twists and turns, eventually stopping at the corner of an abandoned staircase. The dim lighting, a thin layer of dust, and a heavy atmosphere suggested that very few would venture here. As soon as they halted, Zhang Yining pivoted, her previously maintained sweet smile vanishing without a trace, replaced by an expression that mingled panic with a semblance of bravado. Her voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, rose in pitch as she exclaimed, "What nonsense were you just spouting? Who told you my college entrance exam results were problematic? I warn you, one can eat recklessly, but words must not be spoken carelessly. Dare to spread rumors again, and I will report you for defamation." She clasped her hands across her chest, attempting to mask the turmoil within, Yet the pale knuckles and rapid breaths betrayed her. Lu Xian, however, appeared oblivious to her intimidation, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, even sporting a hint of playful amusement. He uttered not a word, but with his newly transformed, strikingly clear and luminous gaze, he regarded her with unwavering focus. His penetrating stare sent shivers down Zhang Yining's spine, a chill creeping up her back. Could he truly be aware of something? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. That matter was executed flawlessly. A soft chuckle escaped Lu Xian, shattering the oppressive silence. Zhang Yining, are you merely fabricating tales? Don't you have any awareness of your own situation? Or should I assist you in recollecting? He leisurely retrieved his phone, tapping the screen a few times before turning it towards her. Displayed was a blurred photograph of a report card, the name and identification number unmistakably hers, Zhang Yining. Yet the score was a full 50 points lower than what was recorded in her files. Zhang Yining's pupils constricted sharply, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, nearly leaping from her throat. Nevertheless, her remaining composure compelled her to feign calm. She even managed a stiff smile. What does this signify? A photograph of uncertain origin? With technology so advanced nowadays, who can discern its authenticity? Moreover, countless individuals share the same name. Why should this be me? She clung to her defiance, struggling against the inevitable. Oh, is that so? Lu Xian arched an eyebrow, seemingly anticipating her reaction. He withdrew his phone, tapping it again, and this time, the screen revealed a cover page with a bold title, Investigation Report on the Abnormalities in Zhang Yining's Examination Results. Rather than revealing the details immediately, he spoke slowly. Same name, you say? The name Zhang Jingguo isn't exactly common, is it? A deputy-level official at the Municipal Education Bureau, overseeing admissions. Does that suffice as specificity? The name Zhang Jingguo hit Zhang Yining like a sledgehammer, leaving her face ashen, devoid of any expression, save for sheer terror. Lu Xian reveled in her sudden pallor, the curvature of his lips deepening. This file contains far more than just a single photograph. Call logs, bank transaction screenshots, descriptions of internal procedures, dozens of pages of evidence. Sufficiently detailed, wouldn't you agree? Now, tell me, if I were to anonymously post this on the school forum, or perhaps leak it to those media outlets that thrive on sensational news, inviting the internet community to dissect it, what do you suppose would happen? His tone remained gentle, even laced with mirth, yet to Zhang Yining's ears, it was more chilling than the whispers of the devil. Each word felt like a cold blade, slicing through her nerves. She could scarcely fathom how this previously inconspicuous boy in class could possess such extensive knowledge. From where had he acquired these details? Even though she herself was not fully aware of, fear engulfed her like a relentless tide, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably, her teeth chattering slightly. As she reached the brink of utter collapse, her voice quivered with a sob, her gaze towards Lu Xian brimming with desperate pleading. Please don't, I implore you. Lu Xian regarded her with an air of calm amusement, patiently awaiting her next words. Zhang Yining bit her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. She was acutely aware that she was ensnared, completely at the mercy of this enigmatic young man. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling herself, she declared, How much do you want? Just don't speak of these matters, and return that to me. I will pay whatever you ask. 10,000, 20,000, or perhaps 50,000. She cautiously stated the limits of what she could afford, a flicker of hope glimmering in her eyes. To her, it was evident that his elaborate scheming must be motivated by greed. Lu Xian erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. 50,000? Zhang Yining, do you perhaps harbor a misguided perception of your future and your father's position? Do you truly believe this is worth merely 50,000? His laughter echoed ominously in the empty stairwell, sharpening the tension. Zhang Yining's complexion paled further. She realized he dismissed such a sum entirely. In her despair, a defiant fierceness emerged within her. Then what is it that you desire? Don't go too far. If you push me to the edge, I swear I'll take you down with me. Take me down with you? Lu Xian's smile gradually faded, his gaze turning frigid. It appears you have misjudged the situation. The fish will undoubtedly perish, completely and utterly. As for the net, he paused, advancing a step closer, towering over her. Do you honestly believe that the frayed net woven by your father's connections can protect him? When the time comes, he will be unable to safeguard himself, let alone come to your aid. Are you living in a dream? His words fell upon Zhang Yining like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in her heart. Indeed, once the truth was exposed, her father would be implicated, possibly even imprisoned. How could he retaliate then? Her resolve crumbled completely. Her eyes dimmed, and her shoulders slumped, resembling a flower battered by a torrential downpour. She murmured, "Then what is it that you truly want?" If it's not money suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Throughout her life, countless boys had courted her, drawn by her striking appearance, employing various tactics to capture her attention. Could it be that Xuan had orchestrated this elaborate scheme merely to a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and she instinctively straightened her posture, a hint of the class monitor's graceful reserve and complex emotions resurfacing in her gaze. She lifted her chin, her tone tinged with self-assured revelation. "Ah, I understand now. You've gone to such lengths simply to ask me to be your girlfriend?" She even playfully tucked a strand of pink hair behind her ear, striving to present herself as more alluring. "If you wish to pursue me, you could have just said so. Was there truly a need for all this intimidation? In light of your earnestness, I might consider." Before she could finish her thought, Xuan abruptly reached out, gripping her delicate chin with an assertive yet not overly forceful hand. The pressure was enough to render her subsequent words trapped within her throat. "Wretched woman." Lucien's voice was frigid and piercing, his gaze rife with unabashed disdain and mockery. "At this juncture, do you truly still regard yourself as a lofty goddess? To be my girlfriend? Do you believe yourself worthy?" Chapter 4. Allow me this indulgence, and I may spare you temporarily. His fingers tightened slightly, compelling Zhang Yining to lift her head and meet his icy stare. Now, here at this very moment, Xuan leaned closer, his heated breath nearly brushing against her face as he enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. "Allow me this indulgence. If you perform well, I might consider sparing you temporarily." "What?" Zhang Yining's eyes widened in disbelief, her complexion paling before flushing a deep crimson, as if she had suffered an immense affront. She could scarcely believe her ears. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is a school. There could be passers-by at any moment. Have you lost your mind?" She screamed, her voice sharp with fear and indignation. Although she had dabbled in flirtations with various boys for vanity and gain, she had steadfastly maintained her boundaries, rarely allowing even a touch, let alone engaging in such acts, especially not in a place like this. Observing her terror-stricken countenance, a wave of vindictive pleasure surged within Xuan. He released his grip on her chin, only to corner her further against the wall, nearly imprisoning her between himself and the cold surface. He deliberately misconstrued her words, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Oh? Are you suggesting that as long as it is not in school and fewer people are present, I may indulge myself just once? Get away from me. What utter nonsense!" Embarrassed and frightened, Zhang Yining attempted to push him away, but Lucian's body, fortified by enhancements, remained immovable, causing her to stumble and collide hard against the icy wall. "If you continue like this, I will call the police. Yes, I will report you." She clung desperately to this final thread of hope, her voice a mixture of bravado and fear. "Call the police?" Upon hearing this, Lucian was not deterred. Rather, he found amusement in the notion. He casually stepped back, hands in his pockets, even producing his phone to present to Zhang Yining, the screen lingering on a particular document. "Here, take the phone. Report me now." His tone was light, even tinged with encouragement. "I am quite curious to see, when the police arrive, whether you will accuse me of harassment first, or if I will present them with this delightful gift, simultaneously alerting the media. In such a scenario, who will face ruin more swiftly? You, or your father, who might find himself summoned for tea by the disciplinary committee?" Leaning against the opposite wall in a relaxed manner, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, severing Zhang Yining's final defenses. She looked at the phone within reach, then at Lucian's cold, commanding eyes, her hand trembling like a leaf in the autumn breeze. Call the police? How could she dare? Once the alarm is raised, the situation will escalate, plunging her into a chasm of humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold deeper than her current plight. Her body gradually softened, as if all strength had been siphoned away, her gaze vacant, her face a mere mask of despair and numbness. Lu Xian observed her disheveled state, aware that the moment was ripe. He withdrew his phone and spoke in a low voice, yet each word resonated clearly in Zhang Yining's ears. "Do you understand what you must do?" Zhang Yining met his eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through all FA-AIDS, her heart pounding tumultuously in her chest. "Call the police?" Those two words pierced her last vestige of defiance like a needle, shattering her courage in an instant. How could she dare? Once the authorities intervened, the scandal of examination malpractice would be irrevocably unveiled, leading her into an abyss from which there would be no return. It was not just her own fate at stake. Her father, a cadre of considerable rank, weighed heavily on her thoughts, and she could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. Fear coiled around her limbs like a chilling vine, rendering her weak and helpless. She gazed at the phone Lu Xian offered, the glaring headline on the screen mocking her naivety and folly. Trembling, she found herself devoid of the strength even to reach out. Witnessing her despondent demeanor, Lu Xian recognized that her final psychological defenses had crumbled entirely. He pocketed his phone, his expression impassive, regarding her as one might an exquisite yet fragile piece of art poised to shatter. "Now, do you comprehend what must be done?" His voice, though not raised, bore an undeniable weight of authority. Zhang Yining's lips quivered, tears welling in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. She surveyed the dimly lit stairwell, the distant laughter of her classmates echoing down the corridor, each sound a stark reminder of how perilous and humiliating her current predicament was. "This place is not suitable." Her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with desperation. "May we relocate?" She implored. Even if it meant enduring further humiliation, she wished for a more secluded setting, at least to preserve a semblance of dignity. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. "Ah, at this juncture, you still have a luxury of choice?" Clearly, the lesson has not yet been sufficiently learned. No, Zhang Yining exclaimed in fright, hastily shaking her head as tears finally cascaded down her cheeks. "I'm simply afraid, I beg you." Her tear-streaked visage, reminiscent of a weeping willow, would ordinarily soften the heart of any young man. Yet to Lu Xian, it appeared nothing more than a facade of hypocrisy. In her previous life, had she ever shown even a hint of compassion when she framed him? Nevertheless, he had no intention of creating a scene at this moment. The objective had been achieved. The process was inconsequential. What mattered was the outcome, complete dominion over her fear. "Fine." Lu Xian feigned nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders. "Consider yourself fortunate. Follow me." He turned, descending the staircase. Zhang Yining hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at his tall, menacing figure before surveying the vacant corner. Ultimately, she bit her lip and, like a soulless marionette, trailed behind him. As the new semester commenced, the university campus felt utterly unfamiliar to her, and she was oblivious to where Lu Xian intended to take her. Yet, she understood that she had no choice. Drawing upon the memories of his previous life, Lu Xian expertly guided her through several corridors until they arrived at a relatively secluded old classroom building. He pushed open a creaking door that was unlocked, revealing a room cluttered with discarded desks, chairs, and miscellaneous items. As she entered, Lu Xian stepped aside to allow her passage, then gently closed the door behind them without locking it, seemingly hinting that escape would be futile. Zhang Yining's heart tightened further as she surveyed the confining and oppressive environment. She leaned against the cold wall, her hands clutching the hem of her clothing, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 5. Despicable and Shameless. Taking without asking. "What do you want from me?" Her voice quivered as she made one last, futile attempt to resist. "You have something on me. Is it for?" She hesitated, wanted to say money, but recalled previous mockery. She considered emotions, yet his earlier taunt, "Do you even deserve it?" echoed in her mind. Lu Xian advanced step by step, cornering her against the wall, the distance between them so minimal that they could feel each other's breaths. He lowered his head, scrutinizing her pale and terrified face, his gaze imbued with a cruel amusement. What do I want? He chuckled lightly. Haven't I made myself abundantly clear? Before his words could fully dissipate, he suddenly leaned down, capturing her lips. Zhang Yining's eyes widened in shock and humiliation. Instinctively, she pushed against Lu Xian's chest, but his muscular frame, as solid as rock, remained unyielding. Her meager strength was utterly insignificant against Lu Xian, whose physical prowess was formidable. His kiss was marked by an undeniable aggression, domineering and coarse, devoid of any semblance of romance, merely an act of raw plunder and conquest. Minutes later, Lu Xian reluctantly released her, observing her gasping for breath. Her cheeks flushed with a feverish hue. Zhang Yining inhaled deeply, tears cascading down her face like a broken string of pearls. Bastard, this was my first kiss. Her voice was filled with indignation and despair, the accusation feeling so feeble in that moment. First kiss? Lu Xian's eyes glinted with mischief at her words. How fortunate for me. He deliberately elongated his tone. Ah, the first kiss. How does it feel? Is it more memorable than your fabricated report card? His words pierced Zhang Yining's heart like daggers. Enough with the nonsense. Lu Xian's patience appeared to have worn thin, his gaze turning frigid. Will you undress yourself? Or shall I assist you? His eyes fixed on her delicate white camisole, scrutinizing without pretense. Let me see what our class flower of the Chinese department is wearing today. A wave of humiliation engulfed Zhang Yining. She bit her lower lip tightly, almost drawing blood. She understood that resistance would be futile, inviting only harsher treatment. I'll undress, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling with despair. If you get what you want, will you delete that? She was still attempting to negotiate, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Lu Xian let out a cold sneer, as if hearing the most absurd joke. Zhang Yining, do you still not understand your situation? You have no right to negotiate any terms with me. He pulled out his phone again, threateningly poised to tap something. One more word, and I'll let the entire school, along with your father's colleagues, enjoy this little surprise of yours. No, Zhang Yining shrieked, her resistance crumbling. I'll do it. I'll take it off now. Please don't send it. Tears of humiliation streaked down her cheeks as she squeezed her eyes shut, trembling fingers fumbling with the straps of her dress. Obedience is your only choice now. Watching her submission, a twisted sense of satisfaction surged through Lu Xian. The humiliation and suffering he had endured in his past life seemed to find an outlet in this moment. Without another word, he stepped forward and swept her up by the waist. Caught off guard, Zhang Yining gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her body stiff as stone. Lu Xian deposited her onto a dusty, old desk, its cold surface sending another shiver through her. His fingers trailed upward, lifting the hem of her pink and white pleated skirt. Zhang Yining kept her head bowed, her long hair veiling her expression. Only her clenched fists and trembling shoulders betrayed her turmoil. Can you be gentle? She whispered, her voice barely audible. Time blurred, perhaps half an hour, perhaps longer. Target S psychological defenses have collapsed. Control value increased. Current control value, 3100. Reward, basic combat proficiency, novice. The System S notification chimed in Lu Xian's mind, accompanied by a flood of combat techniques assimilating into his instincts. Flexing his limbs, he felt his body move with newfound coordination and power. Straightening his clothes, he looked down at Zhang Yining, who lay slumped over the desk, shoulders quivering with silent sobs. Her crumpled dress lay discarded beside her, her skirt disheveled, revealing a stretch of pale thigh. Lu Xian, you bastard! Shameless! Pervert! Zhang Yining suddenly jerked her head up, her eyes swollen and red, tear tracks marring her face. A mix of humiliation, fury, and something inexplicably complex burned in her glare. Pervert? Lu Xian scoffed, stepping closer. He seized her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. This is just the beginning. Don't worry. Tonight, I have something far more twisted planned for you. What? Her face drained of color. Tonight? But you said, did I? He tilted his head, feigning innocence. Ah, I said I'd temporarily let you off. Not that I'd spare you entirely. Nor did I promise this would be the only time. Releasing her, He patted her cheek with mocking condescension. Did you really think forging your way into Yin University and ruining someone else's life would cost you so little? You liar. Zhang Yining trembled with rage, her voice cracking. You promised not to? Ah, yes. Lu Xian cut her off, grinning like a demon. I promised not to tell anyone. I never said I wouldn't post it on the school forum or our class group chat. See, I am indeed a person of my word. Zhang Yining gazed at his shameless face, nearly spitting blood in her fury. It dawned upon her that she had completely fallen into the clutches of this demon, who had no intention of letting her go easily. Enough with the tears. It's a waste of time, Lu Xian said impatiently, waving his hand as he produced his phone, displaying his WeChat QR code. Add me, and now transfer me 10,000 yuan as pocket money. What? Zhang Yining could scarcely believe her ears. You still want money? You just... Her words faltered in disbelief. How could someone be so utterly shameless? What is the matter? Not willing? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, sliding his finger across the phone screen, feigning to open the campus forum. It seems you prefer a more direct approach? Don't. Zhang Yining quickly interjected, fully aware of the threat he posed. Trembling, she took out her phone, reluctantly adding Lu Xian's WeChat account, gritting her teeth as she bore the immense humiliation of transferring the sum. That's more like it, Lu Xian said, observing the notification of the transaction with satisfaction as he stowed his phone away. Remember, book the hotel for tonight and send me the address. Should you dare to play tricks. You disgusting leech. Living off women. Zhang Yining couldn't restrain her scornful retort. Thank you for the compliment, Lu Xian replied nonchalantly, even smiling. It's my honor to enjoy the benefits from the class flower. See you tonight. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Stop! Zhang Yining suddenly cried out, her voice tinged with a frantic sharpness. Lu Xian, remember this. If a third party learns of today's events, I will not spare you. I swear. As Lu Xian reached the door, he paused, slowly turning back. His gaze turned icy, penetrating like eternal frost, causing Zhang Yining to involuntarily shiver. Huh! He smirked dangerously. Little wench, you think you can threaten me after I've given you a taste of reality? Do you even have the standing to threaten me? His voice was low yet laced with a chilling menace that shattered whatever feeble courage Zhang Yining held. She slumped against the desk, rendered speechless, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. Chapter 6. Roommate? Beast. Time to settle the score. This section serves as a setup. Eager readers may skip ahead. After Lu Xian's figure disappeared down the staircase, Zhang Yining took a moment to reclaim some semblance of strength. Supporting herself against the cold wall, she gradually straightened. Looking down, her eyes fell upon her cherished pink and white pleated skirt, now wrinkled and marred by a small, darkening stain of crimson. Humiliation, pain, fear, and a profound sense of utter destruction surged within her like a deluge, overwhelming the barriers she had desperately upheld. Unable to contain herself any longer, she crouched down, burying her face in her knees, muffled sobs echoing through the cluttered space. Why did it come to this? She was undeniably a favored daughter of heaven, the celebrated class beauty, a promising freshman at Yin University on the brink of a glorious life. How could it be that she suddenly found herself ensnared by a boy she had never noticed before, with a secret potent enough to obliterate everything? And subjected to such treatment? The boy named Lu Xian, with his piercing gaze, commanding words, and tyrannical demeanor, haunted her like a nightmare. Particularly that last chilling warning, filled with lethal intent, sent her plunging into an icy abyss. She had no doubt that if she dared to harbor any thoughts of resistance or threat, that demon would unhesitatingly cast her into hell. After weeping for quite some time, her throat slightly hoarse, Zhang Yining slowly lifted her head. She understood that this was not the time for tears. She must immediately escape this wretched place. She hastily wiped her face, donned a discarded strapless top in a flurry, and meticulously adjusted her skirt in a desperate attempt to conceal the glaring marks. Approaching the door, she opened it a crack, glancing nervously outside like a thief. The corridor lay empty, with only faint echoes of indistinct laughter drifting from afar. Confirming that no one was around for the moment, she took a deep breath, akin to a startled fawn, and darted out, head lowered, limping hastily toward the dormitory. She dared not look up, fearing an encounter with acquaintances, and more so, the sight of her own disheveled state. Yet, what she feared came pass. Just as she reached the path leading from the teaching building to the dormitory, she encountered a classmate. This girl, bright and perceptive, immediately noticed the tear-streaked remnants on Zhang Yining's face, her awkward gait, and the peculiar way she clutched her skirt. "Hey, Yining, what's wrong? Why are your eyes so red? You don't look well," the girl inquired with genuine concern, stepping closer. Zhang Yining's heart plummeted, nearly causing her spirit to flee. Instinctively, she wanted to hide, yet her feet felt as heavy as lead. Flustered, she shook her head. Nothing, just a bit of stomach discomfort. The girl glanced at the area Zhang Yining was covering and then revealed an understanding expression, tinged with sympathy. "Oh dear, did you just start? It looks like something's happened with your skirt." Zhang Yining's face flushed crimson before turning pale in an instant. She wished fervently to disappear into the ground. Don't worry, the girl said earnestly, promptly removing her lightweight jacket and offering it. "Here, wrap this around your waist to cover up. Hurry back to your dorm and change. You look like it might be a heavy flow. It's got on your skirt. Hasn't he it? Oh, being a girl is such a hassle." At that moment, Zhang Yining's mind went blank. She couldn't afford to explain or feel embarrassed. She hastily accepted the jacket, stammering a thank you, and quickly tied it around her waist to conceal the shameful marks. Without a backward glance, she sprinted toward the dormitory, her retreating figure frantic, as if fleeing from some monstrous beast. As Zhang Yining fled in disarray, the girl shook her head and murmured, "This girl, wearing a light-colored dress even after that, truly has a bold heart." Meanwhile, Xian strolled back to his dormitory at a leisurely pace. In stark contrast to Zhang Yining's anxiety, his mood was exceptionally buoyant, even elated. He had gained preliminary control over his first target for revenge, his body had been enhanced, and he had acquired an additional 10,000 yuan in pocket money. Although this sum held little significance for him, the sensation of obtaining it with ease filled him with a delightful mockery towards that once revered goddess from his past life. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, he was greeted by a familiar blend of scents, sweat, instant noodles, and a cheap air freshener. The dormitory remained unchanged, featuring 4 beds and 4 desks. With a few pairs of sneakers strewn across the floor and several pieces of clothing hanging on the balcony, still damp. In his previous life, this very dormitory had been a place filled with hopeful beginnings. Yet, following the exposure of false materials, it became a part of his humiliating memories. Aside from his distant parents, no one believed him, let alone offered assistance. His 3 roommates, who shared the same roof, not only refrained from offering consolation, but instead hastily distanced themselves, eagerly joining in to report him to the school and demanding his removal from the dormitory. The cold and hypocritical expressions on their faces remained vividly etched in his memory. His gaze swept across the room. In the position by the window, a figure wearing headphones was intensely focused on the computer screen, fingers striking the keyboard with fervor. It was Chun Min, the star of the Chinese department. The other 2 beds were vacant. Zhao Qin and Lu Ming had yet to return. Chun Min, with his handsome features, enjoyed considerable popularity in the department, while his sister, Chen Shui, was renowned as the Belle of the finance department, making the pair quite prominent on campus. In his previous life, it was Chun Min who spoke ill of him the most from behind, fervently inciting others to isolate him. Zhao Qin, a wealthy heir from a real estate development family, was ostentatious and enjoyed throwing money around, looking down upon impoverished students like Xian. He was also among the earliest to echo Chun Min's demands for Xian to vacate. Lu Ming, a frequent visitor to the gym, boasted a muscular physique, changed girlfriends more often than he changed clothes, and was rumored to lead a rather chaotic private life, often using his stature to bully others. Although Lu Ming seldom spoke, Xian remembered his disdainful and aloof gaze all too clearly. Excellent, they're all present. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Xian's mouth. Since he had been reborn, it was time to repay grievances, and these 3 so-called friends would not be spared. Thus, he decided to start with the one closest to him. Xian approached his seat, set down his backpack, and casually took out his phone, subtly capturing a shot of Chun Min engrossed in his game. Click. A virtual shutter sound echoed, audible only to him. Photo taken successfully. Analyzing target information. Generating blackmail material. Chapter 7. Blackmail, drugging, and threatening a teacher. Xuan navigated this familiar process with ease. He took a seat, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table, patiently awaiting the system to unveil the scandalous secrets of this campus heartthrob. Moments later, the panel refreshed. Name: Chun Min. Attractiveness: 92. Other basic data omitted. Scandal generation complete. 2 exchange options appeared at the bottom of the screen. Exchange for 1,500 yuan. Exchange coupon 1,500 yuan. 500 less than Zhang Yining. It seems the secrets of this heartthrob hold slightly less value. Xuan pondered, having just received a payment of 10,000. He was not short on cash at the moment. Moreover, such exchange coupons might prove invaluable in critical moments. His habitual inclination from gaming to retain some trump cards compelled him to reserve a few. He decided to use the 1,500 yuan for the exchange, silently affirming his choice. Exchange successful. Balance: 8,500 yuan. An icon representing the scandalous document appeared on the system interface. With a subtle thought, Xuan opened it. Scandal details: maintained a long-term, ambiguous relationship with a high school math tutor and suspected of poisoning and extortion. Specific description: subject Chun Min during high school. Exploited his good looks to seduce his math tutor. On one occasion during a tutoring session, Chun secretly purchased an unidentified substance online, suspected to be a narcotic, and discreetly added it to the tutor's drink, rendering them unconscious. Subsequently, Chun used this as leverage, having secretly recorded a video, coercing the tutor into maintaining a relationship while repeatedly demanding money. The document was extensive, comprising over a dozen pages, with an exceptionally complete chain of evidence. It included screenshots of conversations between the two, along with multiple records of substantial transfers, the recipient being Chun Min's account, and even several video stills. The angles of the screenshots were cunningly arranged, unmistakably indicating meticulous covert filming. The profile of the man in the images, with its distinct features, could only belong to Chun Min. What a revelation! Xuan marveled internally. This seemingly sunny and charming heartthrob was, in fact, a despicable predator, poisoning, filming, and extorting his own teacher. Despite coming from a well-off family, he resorted to threatening his tutor. What a perverse sense of humor. If this were to come to light, not only would he lose his reputation as a heartthrob, but he might also spend the rest of his life behind bars. The unfortunate math teacher was likely under his complete control, too frightened to report him, left to endure his whims. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Xuan lifted his gaze, observing Chun Min still engrossed in his gaming world, the smirk on his lips becoming increasingly pronounced. Just then, Chun Min seemed to finish a game, removed his headphones, stretched lazily, and finally noticed Xuan beside him. He swiveled his chair, immediately donning that self-assured smile, which he believed captivated countless girls, and naturally draped an arm around Xuan's shoulders, exuding a brotherly camaraderie. "Hey, Xuanzi, you're back. Nice going, kid." Chun Min playfully patted Xuan's shoulder, his tone laced with teasing and mischievous gossip. "I have heard that this afternoon you displayed quite the audacity, summoning our class's charming beauty, Zhang Yining, for a private conversation." He leaned in closer, arching his brows, lowering his voice. "Come on, tell me, what did you discuss? What progress have you made? That girl with her striking pink hair is undeniably captivating and wild. Have you already won her over?" Xuan's gaze turned icy, a sneer forming within. "Buddy, you think you're worthy of that title? During our last encounter, when you savored my misfortune, you were anything but cordial." A sharp crack echoed through the not-so-quiet dormitory as Xuan expressionlessly raised his hand, decisively slapping away the hand that had rested on his shoulder. The motion was brisk and unambiguous, devoid of hesitation. Chun Min's smile froze instantly, his outstretched arm hanging awkwardly in midair, soon shifting to rage. "What the hell? Xuan?" He seemed to grapple with the disbelief of the situation, his brows knitting together, his tone darkening. "What are you trying to prove by pushing me away?" "Old man, Lu Xian slowly rose to his full height, towering over Chun Min and meeting him with a gaze that sent an inexplicable chill down Chun Min's spine. Do you presume to address me as such? Before Chun Min could respond, Lu Xian struck with a speed that left his opponent no room for reaction. Bang! Chun Min felt an overwhelming force as Lu Xian's hand pressed him firmly against his cluttered desk, laden with snack wrappers and empty bottles. His cheek pressed against the cold, greasy surface, his nostrils filled with the nauseating scent of dust and food remnants. You dare to challenge me? Chun Min's surprise morphed into fury as he attempted to struggle, only to find Lu Xian's arm clamped around him like a vice, unyielding. When did this fellow become so strong? Lu Xian leaned closer, his frigid gaze fixated on Chun Min's contorted expression of anger and fear, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He spoke softly, yet each word pierced deeply. Do you recall Teacher Zhang? Chun Min's pupils dilated with shock. Lu Xian's voice seemed to weave a spell, continuing unhurriedly. The one who teaches mathematics, Teacher Zhang. Would you like me to assist you in refreshing your memory? At the mere mention of Teacher Zhang, Chun Min, who had been struggling, suddenly felt as though all strength had been sapped from his body, freezing in place. His movements halted, though his chest heaved violently in terror. He strained to turn his head, seeking to gauge Lu Xian's expression. His voice hoarse and trembling. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand. What teacher? I don't know any Teacher Zhang. His complexion paled visibly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his palms slick with perspiration. Despite his verbal denials, the panic in his eyes betrayed the fear festering within. Observing his cowardly demeanor, Lu Xian's internal mockery intensified. He released his grip on Chun Min's hand and leisurely straightened up, methodically retrieving his phone. His fingertips glided across the screen a few times, bringing forth the recently redeemed material, rather than thrusting it directly into Chun Min's face. He first scrolled through several coded screenshots of video clips. The familiar scenes and profiles were enough to send the subject into a state of sheer panic. Subsequently, he flipped through a few pages of chat record screenshots. Finally, with a gentle tap of his finger, a photograph of a middle-aged woman appeared on the screen. While not breathtakingly beautiful, her demeanor was gentle, unmistakably that of the unfortunate mathematics teacher. Lu Xian turned the screen toward the pallid Chun Min, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Tell me, does this face ring a bell? Still not recognizing her? Chapter 8. I heard your sister is the department's flower? Chun Min's gaze was fixated on the phone screen. Upon seeing the teacher's photo, his breath hitched abruptly, as if a vice had seized his throat. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes as he lunged forward, grasping for Lu Xian's phone as if it were a lifeline. Give it to me. Lu Xian had anticipated this move. With a deft twist of his wrist, he effortlessly evaded Chun Min's desperate grab, his body barely swaying. The enhanced reflexes and strength from the system were not something a game-obsessed student like Chun Min, whose body had been drained of vitality, could hope to rival. With a smirk, Lu Xian took a step back, sliding his phone into his pocket. Such a precious item could not be so easily relinquished. It was valuable information that he intended to safeguard. He paused, observing Chun Min's disheveled, near-collapsed state, and leisurely added, who knows, maybe one day, if I'm feeling particularly irritable or find life too mundane, I might just post this online, on campus forums, social media, or TikTok, for the vast online community to admire and deliberate. TSK, a high school student drugging and coercing a female teacher, even filming it for extortion. Doesn't that make for quite the sensational story? Do you think it'd trend on the hot search list? Chun Min's complexion had gone beyond pale. It was as white as a sheet. He trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down his temples, soaking his collar. His eyes bore into Lu Xian, his teeth clattering audibly. Lu Xian took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself, yet his voice remained tinged with uncontainable fear and tremor. Let's talk this through. What do you want? Just tell me your demands, and I will do my utmost to comply, as long as it is within my power. At this juncture, he was painfully aware that his darkest secret was firmly grasped by this roommate he had long looked down upon. He had no choice but to capitulate. He now fervently hoped that the other party was motivated by financial gain or some other desire. As long as he could trade a price to regain these incriminating pieces of evidence, preserving his reputation and future, he would be willing to concede anything. Lu Xian reveled in the sight of Chun Min's cowardice, his heart soaring with satisfaction. He strolled back to his chair with unhurried grace, seated himself with a relaxed posture, even crossing his legs, as if he were engaging in a casual conversation with an old friend. He lifted his gaze and cast a sidelong glance at Chun Min, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chun Min, I hear you have a sister? Chun Shui, is it? The Belle of the finance department? I've heard she is far more beautiful than you, the department's eyesore. Upon hearing this, Chun Min abruptly raised his head, his eyes suddenly bloodshot, the last vestiges of color draining from his face. It was as if he had stepped on the most sensitive part of his tail, and he nearly roared as he stood up. Damn it, Lu Xian, how dare you lay your eyes on my sister? I warn you. Yet to Lu Xian, his warning sounded painfully feeble. Lu Xian remained in his relaxed posture, not even lifting his eyelids, casually pulling out his phone and scrolling through the screen as if perusing some amusing news. TSK, why the excitement? Lu Xian's voice remained steady, even tinged with a hint of amusement. I was merely inquiring. However, let us entertain a thought. What if by mere accident I were to slip and post these things online? Perhaps tagging the official account of Yin University, along with your sister Chun Shui's account? He deliberately paused, relishing the frustrated expression on Chun Min's face, which seemed to oscillate between the desire to kill and sheer impotence. He continued leisurely, Tell me, would it be you, first facing public disgrace and a ruined future, perhaps even ending up in prison? Or would it be your pure and pristine Belle sister, who would be subjected to the scorn of faculty and students alike, forever marked by the knowledge that she has a brother as vile as a beast? Oh dear, what a difficult choice. I'll kill you. Chun Min was utterly incensed, his reason snapping like a frayed string. The instinct to protect his sister overpowered his fear, and he lunged at Lu Xian like a frenzied beast, arms outstretched as if to strangle him. However, what awaited him was not the scuffle he envisioned, but a swift and precise kick. Lu Xian barely altered his stance, casually raising his right foot for a perfectly executed front kick, striking Chun Min squarely in the abdomen. The sound of impact echoed. Chun Min felt an irresistible force surge through his midsection, a pain that coursed through him like an electric shock. He felt as though he had been hit by a speeding truck, his eyes widening in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets, his body bending backward uncontrollably, and then, like a kite with a severed string, he was sent flying backward. He landed heavily on the ground, curling up while clutching his stomach, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple. His mouth gaped open, yet no sound emerged, only pained gasps escaped him. Moments later, he turned onto his side, coughing violently, retching forth a nauseating bile that stained the floor beneath him. Lu Xian slowly retracted his foot, standing up and approaching the crumpled form of Chun Min, who lay twitching on the ground like a lifeless dog. He looked down at him, his gaze frigid, devoid of any trace of emotion. Trash. Spit. Lu Xian disdainfully spat on the ground, landing on the face that once prided itself on its handsomeness. Chun Min's body stiffened, a wave of humiliation coursing through him like an electric current, leaving him devoid of the courage even to raise his hand to wipe away the shame. The excruciating pain from the earlier blow had yet to fully dissipate, and his internal organs felt as if they had shifted, rendering his very breath a cautious endeavor. He had never anticipated that he would be treated in such a manner, particularly by Lu Xian, whom he had always regarded with disdain. Still contemplating a move? Lu Xian's voice dripped with mockery as he looked down upon him, akin to observing a mere insect crushed beneath his foot. You got quite a bit of strength, haven't you? Where's that frenzied energy from earlier? Show it to me again, if you dare. Chun Min's face fluctuated between red and white, a tumult of shame, anger, fear, and pain intertwining to the point where he felt he might faint. He understood that his fate was sealed. Lu Xian had uncovered his secret, a revelation potent enough to obliterate him entirely. Lu Xian leisurely retrieved his phone, unlocking the screen and casually swiping his fingers across it as if selecting an item from a marketplace. Tell me, Should I tag Yin University's account first, so they can witness the caliber of talent emerging from their institution? Or perhaps I should directly tag the Yin Jing City Bureau's account, so they can assess your sordid affairs and determine if they meet the threshold for a formal investigation? He deliberately tilted his phone screen slightly, allowing Chun Min to catch a glimpse of what was about to be posted. Or how about we simplify matters and upload the complete version, complete with video screenshots, to our school's confession wall and various major forums? I've even thought of a sensational title. Shocking. The esteemed Chun Min of the Chinese department and his high school mathematics teacher. Must-see revelations. What do you think? Will it be explosive enough? Each word pierced Chun Min's heart like a frigid dagger. His body trembled uncontrollably, sweat mingling with the grime on his face. He struggled to raise his head, attempting to rise from the ground, but the sharp pain in his abdomen sent him crashing back down. Please. Chun Min's voice was hoarse and parched, filled with desperation. Lu Xian, I was wrong. I truly was. We have no grievances from the past, no enmity in the present. Just let me go this once, please. He fought to prop himself up with his elbows, nearly kneeling on the ground, gazing up at Lu Xian. What is it that you want? Just say it. I will fulfill your demands. Money? Is that what you seek? I can get it to you. I'll transfer it immediately. Clinging to the last thread of hope, he spoke urgently. 50,000. No, 100,000. I'll give you 100,000. That should suffice for quite some time. Let us just consider it a gesture of friendship, shall we? Friendship? Lu Xian erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Observing Chun Min's abject demeanor, he reflected on how this man had once strutted around arrogantly, reveling in the misfortunes of others. The resentment within him surged forth like a torrent. 100,000? Lu Xian slowly shook his head, his disdain evident in his gaze. Chun Min, how can you still believe that money can resolve everything? Do you truly think that the repulsive deeds you've committed can be erased with a mere 100,000? He recalled how Zhang Yining had also attempted to dismiss him with money. Such self-important individuals always believed in the omnipotence of wealth. It seemed he had not learned his lesson. Lu Xian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Before he could finish his thought, he lifted his foot again, this time with even greater speed and force. Bang! A dull thud, accompanied by the faint crack of dislocated bones, echoed as Lu Xian's toe precisely struck Chun Min's chin, which he had attempted to raise. Ack! Chun Min let out a piercing scream, his body toppling backward, the back of his head striking the cold hard concrete with a heavy thud. Darkness enveloped his vision. An excruciating pain radiated from his jaw, and his mouth was instantly filled with a metallic taste of blood, several teeth feeling as though they were loosened. Lying on the ground, his body convulsed uncontrollably, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Lu Xian, fearing another blow that might utterly mar his once proud face. Damn it, it's too noisy. Lu Xian frowned, appearing somewhat impatient. Don't whimper like a woman. He leaned down, grasping Chun Min's meticulously groomed hair, now matted with blood and dirt, and forcefully lifted his head from the ground, compelling those fear-filled eyes to meet his own. Tonight, Lu Xian's voice was low yet carried an undeniable command. Have your precious sister, Chun Shui, come out to meet me. We shall dine together. Chun Min's pupils constricted sharply. The mention of his sister instinctively ignited a desire to resist, but the searing pain in his scalp and Lu Xian's frigid gaze extinguished all his courage. Furthermore, Lu Xian moved in closer, inhaling the smell of blood emanating from Chun Min's face, his tone laced with a hint of malicious amusement. Bring along those delightful items you used to incapacitate Teacher Zhang. Do you understand? Chun Min's body trembled violently. He gazed at Lu Xian's face, now so close, for the first time truly grasping the essence of fear and despair. He could not fathom why Lu Xian wanted those drugs. Did you hear me? Lu Xian applied more pressure, causing Chun Min to grimace in pain, tears nearly spilling forth. I heard you. Chun Min responded almost in a sob, nodding repeatedly, terrified that a moment's delay would bring another beating. At this moment, he dared not think of anything else, only wishing to preserve his own safety. Very well. Lu Xian released his grip, allowing Chun Min's head to crash back onto the ground. He straightened up, observing the crumpled figure of Chun Min, who resembled a puddle of mud on the floor, and lightly tapped his swollen, bleeding face with the back of his hand. Slap, slap. The sound was not loud. It was profoundly humiliating. If you comprehend, hasten to fulfill my demands. Secure a decent restaurant for our meal, nothing too shabby, and send me the address via WeChat. Prepare the drugs, and do not attempt to deceive me with fakes. Most importantly, ensure your sister arrives on time. Lu Xian leisurely issued his orders, each word resembling an ultimatum delivered to Chun Min. Having finished, he cast no further glance at the pitiful figure on the ground and turned astride toward his bed, effortlessly throwing himself onto it, retrieving his phone, and beginning to browse leisurely. Chun Min lay sprawled on the ground, struggling to recover from the impact. Waves of excruciating pain surged through his lower abdomen and chin, leading him to believe that death was imminent. With great difficulty, he turned his head slightly and caught a glimpse of Lu Xian, who appeared completely unfazed, reclining back on his bed. He even leisurely propped one leg up, resting one hand behind his head while the other held a phone, the screen's glow casting an unflattering light on what Chun Min now perceived as a visage of malevolence. That nonchalance, that composure, seemed to erase the memory of the same person who had just brutally kicked him like a discarded sack, striking him forcefully beneath the chin and threatening him by seizing his hair. An indescribable humiliation and a chilling fear gripped Chun Min's heart, far surpassing the physical agony, coiling around his soul like a venomous serpent. He was finished. This thought crystallized vividly in his mind. The items in Lu Xian's possession were enough to destroy his reputation and potentially lead him to a lifetime behind bars. His once proud lineage, appearance, and status as the campus idol would be rendered meaningless, transforming him into a figure of ridicule. As for resistance, the brutal kick he had just endured, along with Lu Xian's ruthless precision, shattered any lingering hopes of defiance. Lu Xian's strength and speed were beyond what someone like him could contend with. Not to mention, the unrestrained ferocity he exhibited suggested he was unafraid to act viciously. He had no doubt that if he failed to comply, Lu Xian would not hesitate to expose everything. Yet, the thought of his sister, Chun Shui, sent a wave of dread through him. Recalling Lu Xian's sinister smile and the taunting tone he had used when mentioning her made Chun Min feel as if an invisible hand was crushing his heart, nearly suffocating him. Chapter 10. A brother worse than Beast? No, he must not involve his sister. This thought emerged, only to be swiftly subdued by a more profound fear. What would Lu Xian do if he refused? Would he spare his sister? The words of that demon echoed in his ears. Tell me, when the time comes, will it be you who faces disgrace and ruin, possibly even imprisonment? Or will it be your pure and virtuous sister, the campus flower, who is subjected to the scorn of all her peers? Chun Min shivered. He understood the terrifying power of public opinion and knew that once his scandal broke, his sister, as his kin, would inevitably suffer as well. Those malicious rumors, those piercing gazes, had the potential to annihilate a young girl's pride and honor. In the face of two evils, he would choose the lesser one. A despicable thought began to take root within him, spreading like a vine. Yes, it was merely a dinner. What more could Lu Xian do? In a public setting, he surely wouldn't dare to act recklessly, would he? As long as he remained vigilant, everything should be fine. As for that drug, he could always find a way to dispose of it later. He began to concoct excuses, trying to convince himself. Throughout his life, his family had bestowed the best resources upon him, their only son, with high expectations resting on his shoulders. For the sake of his future and to avoid disappointing his parents, sacrificing a little of his sister's innocence, she would surely understand his predicament in the future. Given her kindness, she was so beautiful and so talented. Even if something unfortunate were to occur, she would surely find a good resolution. Once the idea emerged, it was akin to unsealing Pandora's box, rendering all moral boundaries utterly fragile in the face of fear for the future and extreme selfishness. He struggled, propping himself up with his elbows. With each movement, he was besieged by a searing pain in his chin and abdomen. Grasping the cold edge of the bed, he laboriously crawled up, his movements resembling those of a dog with a broken spine. He dare not glance at Lu Xian. instead lowering his head and stumbling back to his seat, pulling out the chair to sit. The tabletop still bore the remnants of the oil and food debris from when he had been toppled, emanating a nauseating odor. He clumsily wiped his face, which was streaked with sweat mingled with blood and grime, his gestures contorted by pain. Taking out his phone, he noticed the screen appeared somewhat blurred due to the smudges of blood. Taking a deep breath, his fingers trembled as he tapped on the green bubble, locating the familiar profile picture of his sister, Xuan, whose smile radiated like a flower in bloom. Gazing at his sister's sunlit smile, Chunmin felt a pang in his heart, swiftly eclipsed by a more profound sense of dread and resolve. Gritting his teeth, he began to type, striving to convey a tone that seemed light and casual. Brotherman, Xuan, are you busy? Xuan, not pair. Brother? What is up? Just got out of class. Adorable. Brotherman, nothing much, just checking in. By the way, are you free tonight? Let us go out for dinner. Xuan, not pair. Tonight? Is there something going on? I have plans with classmates to go to the library. Upon reading his sister's reply, Chunmin felt his heart leap into his throat. He hastily continued typing, his fingers stiff with anxiety. Brotherman, oh come on, when can't you go to the library? Tonight is a special occasion. One of my roommates is celebrating his birthday, and he is really eager to meet you, the stunning beauty. Please do me this favor, will you? Handsome guy. Winky deliberately included the term handsome guy, knowing that although his sister was innocent, she had a slight interest in good-looking boys. After a brief silence, it seemed she was contemplating. Each second of waiting felt like an eternity for Chunmin. He fixed his gaze on the screen, his palms slick with cold sweat. Finally, a new message appeared. Xuan, not pair. Your roommate? I don't know him. Won't it be awkward if I go? A glimmer of hope surged within Chunmin, and he quickly replied, Brotherman, hey, what's so awkward about it? You'll get used to it in no time. We're all from the same school. Just think of it as making a new friend. Plus, I'll be treating, so you just need to be your beautiful self. Come on, it's been ages since we've had a meal together. Pity after sending the message, he added a cute emoji. Another brief silence ensued. Xuan, not pair. All right, you've worn me down. What time? Where? But just so, I have to head back to the dorm early. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Chunmin slumped against the back of his chair, feeling utterly drained, his cold sweat soaking through his shirt. It was done. He closed his eyes, feeling the dull ache in his chin and abdomen, while his heart remained enveloped in a chilling numbness. Regaining his composure, he forced himself to summon the energy to respond to his sister. Mingu, no problem. How about 7 o'clock? I will send you the location shortly. Let us choose a nice place. Love you, dear sister. Kisses. After sending the message, he immediately switched to the food delivery app, searching for the highest-rated Western restaurant near the school. His fingers glided across the screen until he finally selected a trendy, lavishly decorated restaurant with a steep price. After securing a reservation, he copied the restaurant's address and time, then switched back to the chat, locating the avatar that filled him with dread. Trembling, he pasted the information and hit send. Once that task was complete, he felt as if all his strength had been sapped away. He stood up and walked to the edge of his bed, crouching down to rummage in a discreet corner beneath it. There lay a small locked box, his secret repository. With trembling hands, he unlocked the box and searched through its contents until he finally retrieved a small, unlabeled brown glass vial. The vial was petite yet heavy in his grasp. Gazing at it, his expression was a complex amalgam of fear, disgust, and a hint of barely discernible madness. This was the very item he had once employed against Teacher Xuan. He clutched the vial tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, and cautiously tucked it into his pocket as if it were a ticking time bomb. The dormitory was eerily quiet, save for the occasional rustle of Lu Xian shifting in his sleep and the faint sounds of voices drifting in from outside. Chunmin sat at the edge of his bed, staring at his blurred reflection in the opposite glass. His cheeks were swollen, his lips stained with blood, and his gaze was vacant, filled with fear and humiliation. Was this still the once proud and spirited Chunmin? He was uncertain. All he knew was that from this day forward, his life might never return to its former state. The architect of all this turmoil lay above him in the upper bunk, sprawled out like a lord, casually scrolling through his phone while occasionally emitting a light chuckle. as if he had encountered something amusing. To Chun Min, in this moment, that laughter was more grating than the whispers of a demon. Chapter 11. Sister Xuan. Drink this glass of red wine. He dared not entertain even a flicker of rebellion, lowering his head like a convicted prisoner awaiting judgment, approaching Lu Xian. Sweat mingled with the blood at the corner of his mouth, rendering his usually proud visage utterly disheveled. Xian Xiange, he spoke, his voice dry and laden with unmistakable fear, his hands trembling as he presented the small brown glass vial. I have already reserved a table at the revolving restaurant of Yanjing Hotel. I sent you the address on WeChat. This is the medicine you requested. Lu Xian didn't even bother to sit up. He lazily lifted his eyelids and reached out to take the vial. He held it before his eyes, tilting it toward the light, revealing some white powder inside. TSK, Lu Xian smirked mockingly. Is this it? Doesn't he look like much? Is it reliable? Don't tell me you concocted some laxative? I wouldn't dare, Chun Min exclaimed, his heart racing in terror as he quickly waved his hands in denial. This is something I acquired previously. It's very effective, I assure you, Xiange. He would gladly rip his heart out to prove his honesty. Ideally, it would be just so. Lu Xian toyed with a small bottle, his gaze coldly sweeping over Chun Min. If you dare to play tricks on this matter, or let your precious sister know anything in advance, I won't hesitate to make you experience what true social death feels like, and let your entire family gain notoriety alongside you. Do you understand? I understand. Chun Min nodded vigorously, cold sweat suddenly breaking out anew. He had no doubt that Lu Xian could follow through on his threats. At that moment, Lu Xian's phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhang Yining. Zhang Yining. The hotel is booked. Century Golden Source Hotel, luxurious suite 608. Is 8 o'clock tonight acceptable? However, I must return to the dormitory before 10. Otherwise, the dormitory supervisor will record it. Lu Xian scoffed upon reading the message. Still trying to haggle? Still clinging to her pitiful innocence? His fingers flew over the screen as he quickly replied, Nonsense. Spare me that. Return to the dormitory before 10? Do you think I'm taking you on a date? Be ready in the room by 11. Clean yourself up, 1 minute late, or dare to not show up, and you will face the consequences. To reinforce the impact, he casually sent the screenshot from the system, showing Zhang Yining's father transferring 500,000 to the admissions office's deputy director. Lu Xian, image just a reminder. Don't forget the lengths your parents went to for you to enter Yin University. After sending the message, there was a silence on the other end for over a minute before a trembling response came. Zhang Yining. Okay. Lu Xian, satisfied, tucked his phone away, a cold smile gracing his lips. Imagining Zhang Yining at that moment, pale and trembling before her phone screen, filled him with a sense of delight. In the few days since the start of school, this woman had relied on her looks, playing with many boys in class, including his former self, basking in the vanity of being the center of attention. And now, was she not like a dog, obediently following his commands? What a farce of class flower. Merely a worthless item that could be discarded at any time. Time swiftly passed to the evening. As night fell, the city lights began to twinkle. Lu Xian changed into a clean outfit and stepped out of the dormitory, feeling refreshed. Chun Min followed closely behind, his face still bearing the marks of ice treatment, with visible swelling and faint bruises at the corners of his mouth. He kept his head down, deliberately avoiding the gazes of other students, his timid demeanor a stark contrast to his usual confident self. Chun Min drove Lu Xian to Yanjing Restaurant. The revolving restaurant on the top floor offered a splendid view, showcasing a large portion of Yanjing's nightscape. The environment was elegant, the lighting soft, and soothing music flowed through the air. Chun Min had reserved a semi-open room by the window, providing decent privacy. Well done, Chun Min, Lu Xian remarked as he sat down, admiring the night view outside, his tone laced with mockery. You certainly know how to pick a place. It seems your family is indeed well off, unlike Zhao Qin, who only knows how to flaunt his father's buildings. Chun Min forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, too intimidated to respond. He was acutely aware that Lu Xian was deliberately humiliating him. In times past, had he not looked down upon impoverished students like Lu Xian? The wheel of fortune had turned, and now he found himself beneath the heel of another. The thought of having to push his sister into the abyss filled his heart with anguish akin to being pierced by a dagger, yet he felt utterly powerless. Xuan, observing the expression of despair on his face, felt a surge of satisfaction. He leisurely poured himself a glass of lemonade, contemplating his next move. This Chun-min, handsome and from a well-to-do family, with a sister who was the belle of the finance department. What a splendid resource. In his previous life, did you not delight in kicking someone when they were down, relishing my misfortunes? In this life, I shall ensure that you and the one you cherish most become nothing but mud beneath my feet. As he was lost in thought, the door to the private room was gently pushed open. A figure stood gracefully at the entrance, peering in with curiosity. The girl sported playful twin ponytails that swayed gently with her movements. Her delicate doll-like face, adorned with large, bright eyes that sparkled like the night sky, was complemented by her fair, translucent skin, radiating the youthful glow of collagen. Clad in a pure white dress that fluttered slightly as she moved, she wore a pair of pristine white canvas shoes, exuding an air of innocence, sweetness, and naivety. It was none other than Chun Shui, the belle of the finance department. Brother. Upon spotting Chun-min, Chun Shui's face lit up with a radiant smile as she trotted in, her tone laced with playful reproach. You really are something. I told you I had plans to study at the library tonight, yet you insisted on dragging me here for dinner. It's rather embarrassing. Her gaze fell upon Xuan, and she paused momentarily, taken aback. What a handsome guy. His tall stature, defined facial features, and deep-set eyes, coupled with a subtle smile, rendered him even more charming than in her brother's photographs. Xuan rose to his feet the moment she entered, wearing a sunny, cheerful smile as he extended his hand. Hello, Chun Shui, I presume? I am Xuan, your brother's roommate and his closest friend. He often speaks of you, claiming he has the most beautiful sister in the school, and I must say, he was not exaggerating. His voice was warm, imbued with just the right amount of flattery, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Chun Shui's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she shyly reached out her small hand to shake Xuan's. Hello, Senior Xuan. I'm Chun Shui, from Class 1 of the Finance Department. You flatter me. Their fingertips met, warm and soft. Xuan grasped her hand, sensing her slight nervousness, while his nefarious thoughts crystallized further. What an innocent little lamb, alas, burdened with a brother more beastly than man. Chun-min watched the handshake unfold, particularly pained by the blush that blossomed on his sister's cheeks in response to Xuan's compliment. His heart twisted in torment, and his face darkened further as he clenched his fists beneath the table. Yet, he dared not utter a word, nor reveal a hint of his discontent. Don't just stand there. Please take a seat, Xuan said, effortlessly releasing her hand as he pulled out the chair beside Chun Shui, gesturing for her to sit. He settled himself next to her, their movements fluid and natural, as if they were long-time acquaintances. Chun Shui held a remarkably favorable first impression of Xuan, perceiving him not only as handsome, but also as possessing a delightful personality, radiant, cheerful, and eloquent in speech. Sitting beside him, despite the proximity, she felt no discomfort. Rather, she found the senior to be quite amiable. Ah, you are Chun-min's sister, which means you will be my sister, Xuan, from now on, Xuan proclaimed, lifting the menu from the table and handing it to Chun Shui with a radiant smile. Please, do not hesitate. Order anything you desire. Today, I shall treat you on behalf of your brother. We shall be family from now on. The term family struck Chun-min like a sharp needle, causing his expression to darken further, his breath becoming strained. It seemed Xuan only then noticed his discomfort, feigning concern as he inquired, Hey, Chun-min, what's wrong? Your face looks dreadful. Are you feeling unwell? Chun-min, caught off guard by the question, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. No. It's just that my stomach hurts a bit. An old ailment. It's nothing, really. Stomach pain? Xuan raised an eyebrow, his tone exaggerated. Oh dear. You must hurry to the restroom. Don't hold it in. I'll keep Snow Air company, so don't worry. As he spoke, he casually poured a glass of red wine for Chun Shui, deftly slipping a barely perceptible powder into the glass, which immediately dissolved into the dark red liquid. Completing this act, he gently pushed the glass toward Chun Shui. Here, Snow Air, don't just chat. Have some red wine. All of this was witnessed clearly by Chun-min, who sat across from them. He watched in horror as Lu Xian added the nefarious substance to his sister's glass. His heart clenched violently, as if his very blood had thickened. He felt an overwhelming urge to scream, to intervene, to overturn the table. Yet Lu Xian's cold gaze acted as an invisible shackle, constricting his throat and rendering him speechless. A wave of terror and humiliation engulfed him. He realized he had no way out. That's no air. Chun Min abruptly rose, his voice trembling from the weight of suppressed emotions, avoiding his sister's gaze. I need to go to the restroom. My stomach really hurts. You two enjoy your meal. I will return shortly. Ah, brother, are you all right? Do you want me to accompany you? Concern etched on her face. Chun Shui set down the glass she had just picked up, ready to rise. No, no, Chun Min exclaimed, startled, as he pressed her shoulder down. It's just an old issue. I'll be fine after a quick visit to the restroom. You two eat. With that, he fled the room as if escaping a plague, his back reflecting his distress and disarray. He could no longer bear to stay, fearing that he might not be able to restrain himself and dreading what would transpire next. He could only retreat like a coward. Inside the private room, only Lu Xian and a visibly anxious Chun Shui remained, her gaze fixed on the door. Lu Xian observed Chun Min's hasty exit, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Then, he turned his head to glance at the innocent and bewildered girl beside him, his face once again adorned with that harmless, sunny smile. Do not worry. Your brother has likely eaten something bad for lunch. He picked up the glass of spiced red wine in front of Qin Shui and gently brought it to her lips. Here, dear sister Shui, take a sip of this red wine to calm your nerves. Chun Shui, clutching the hem of her dress, watched as her brother disappeared outside, her heart fluttering with unease. Lu Xian pushed the glass, shimmering with a ruby hue, towards her. Come, sister Shui, try this. It's orange juice for 1982, quite delightful. Chun Shui chuckled, accepting the glass and taking a delicate sip. The wine was slightly astringent, infused with a rich fruit aroma, indeed exquisite. She set down the glass. Thank you, brother Lu Xian. However, I'm still a bit worried about my brother. Perhaps I should— Oh, it's nothing, Lu Xian interrupted, picking up his knife and fork, leisurely slicing the sizzling steak before him. It's just his usual trouble. He probably ate something unsanitary for lunch. A quick trip to the restroom will suffice. Let's eat first. He speared a neatly cut piece of steak and naturally placed it on Chun Shui's plate. Try this. Their filet mignon is remarkably tender. His movements were graceful, his demeanor calm, as if he were merely caring for a close friend's sister. Meanwhile, in the restroom stall, Chun Min leaned against the cold door, sliding down to the floor. He raised his hand and slapped his face twice with a resounding smack, the sting sharp and painful. Covering his face, his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Sister Shui, I am truly sorry, but Lu Xian, that devil, will ruin me, ruin our entire family. The mirror reflected his swollen, pitiful visage, a portrait of despair. He murmured to his reflection, as if hypnotizing himself, Lu Xian is quite handsome, and his family seems wealthy. Sister Shui should not suffer too greatly by being with him. Brother has no choice. It is for the good of our family. Sister Shui is so understanding. In time, she will comprehend my hardships. His self-soothing words were feeble, yet they clung to him like a lifeline. In the private room, the atmosphere appeared harmonious. Lu Xian was quite the conversationalist, effortlessly transitioning from amusing anecdotes about school to popular films, always finding topics that piqued Qin Shui's interest. As their conversation flowed, Chun Shui began to feel a haze enveloping her, her head spinning as if she were intoxicated. The restaurant's rotating lights blurred into obscurity. She shook her head, feeling her body grow weak. Brother Lu Xian, I think I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Perhaps this red wine is too potent. She leaned against the table, attempting to rise. I should go find my brother. It's time for us to leave. Do not rush. Lu Xian stood up as well, naturally extending his hand to steady her swaying form. You can hardly stand. How will you find him? That guy is probably still battling it out in the restroom. Let's wait a moment longer. His palm rested on her arm, the warmth penetrating through the thin fabric. Although Qin Shui was innocent, she was not naive. The dizziness had come on too swiftly and forcefully, far from mere drunkenness. Alarm bells rang in her mind as she resolutely attempted to push Lu Xian's hand away. No, it's all right, brother Lu Xian. I really must leave. It is getting late. She insisted on moving towards the exit, yet her steps felt unsteady and weak. Lu Xian stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her shoulder in a seemingly supportive gesture. How can you walk like this? If it's too much, I will take you back to your dormitory. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Shui's vision darkened, and she completely lost consciousness, her body collapsing limply. Lu Xian, quick-witted and agile, extended his long arm and securely caught her in his embrace. The girl's form was light, her waist slender and supple, as though devoid of bones. He effortlessly lifted Chen Shui, his movements displaying no sign of strain. At that moment, Chen Min, who had been lurking at the door of the private room, finally saw Lu Xian carrying his unconscious sister out. His face drained of color. Unable to contain himself any longer, he rushed forward, his voice tinged with desperation. Xiange, Xuan Yi, I beg you, Spavak Suya, please, she's my only sister. I will bow to you. Lu Xian continued to hold Chen Shui, his pace unbroken, merely casting a cold glance at him. He then raised his foot, clad in casual shoes, and mercilessly kicked Chun Min in the stomach. Bang! Ugh! Chun Min curled up like a shrimp, writhing in pain on the ground, clutching his belly and unable to utter a cry. Trash! Lu Xian's voice was laced with ice. I recall that your family has more than one daughter, right? There's also an older sister. Should I summon her now for some lively entertainment? Chun Min trembled violently, the last vestige of color draining from his face, leaving only boundless terror. He prostrated on the ground, banging his head like pounding garlic. I was wrong. Xinge, I was wrong. I'm leaving. I'll leave right now. Lu Xian disregarded the trash on the ground, cradling the fragrant, delicate girl in his arms as he strode toward the elevator. At the entrance of the restaurant, he hailed a taxi, placing Chen Shui in the back seat and joining her. Century Golden Source Hotel, he instructed. The driver, catching a glimpse of the stunningly beautiful girl slumped in the back seat, and then glancing at the indifferent young man beside her, couldn't help but click his tongue. His tone suggestive. Hey buddy, nice one. Where did you find this girl? Spot on. Lu Xian's hand rested on the smooth thigh beneath the girl's dress, marveling at its astonishing elasticity. Upon hearing the driver's comment, he lifted his head, his gaze turning icy. Drive your car and shut your mouth. The chill in his stare caused the driver to retract his neck, promptly silencing himself as he started the car. The vehicle glided steadily through the night. Soon, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the Century Golden Source Hotel. Lu Xian carried Chen Shui out, heading directly to the front desk, where he provided Zhang Yining's phone number. After verifying the information, the front desk promptly handed him a room key. Lu Xian accepted the key, still holding the unconscious girl, and turned to the elevator. Chapter 13. The campus Belle's dark past. Intentional murder? Upon entering the room, Lu Xian locked the door behind him, severing all ties to the outside world. He casually placed the unconscious Chen Shui onto the plush bed, the soft mattress barely making a sound as her body gently bounced twice before falling still. Lu Xian walked over to the minibar, pouring himself a glass of ice water and drinking it down in one go. He turned around, gazing at the girl on the bed, who remained in a state of oblivion. The pure white dress accentuates the delicate curves of the young girl, while her exquisite doll-like face is now tinged with an unnatural flush due to the effects of medication. Her long eyelashes, resembling two small fans, gracefully drape over her eyelids, exuding an air of innocence and purity. As the belle of the finance department, she is the goddess of countless boys at Yinjing University who dream of her in the stillness of the night. Lu Xian's lips curled into a smile devoid of warmth. He approached her with a lack of gentleness, even exhibiting a hint of brutality, as his fingers caught the neckline of her dress, and with a sharp tug, he tore it. The white fabric fell carelessly upon the carpet, revealing the girl's porcelain-like body. Yet, Lu Xian's gaze remained remarkably calm, devoid of any flicker of desire, replaced instead by a clinical scrutiny. He retrieved his phone, the screen's light illuminating his indifferent profile. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen, aiming at the unconscious girl on the bed, capturing a photograph with a soft click. The image displayed her body's curves, starkly contrasting her innocent face. Xian stared at the photograph impassively, tapping the screen to bring forth a familiar system interface. Generate scandal, he silently commanded himself. He was determined to uncover the hidden depths of this seemingly harmless little rabbit. Every person harbors a darker side, secrets they wish to keep concealed. Moreover, she had a brother of such a twisted nature. Analyzing target information, name, Chun Shui appearance, 95 control value, 0 measurements, 7'9", height, 165 centimeters weight, 53 kilograms, generating scandal. The system's notification echoed in his mind as the progress bar ascended slowly. Xian's gaze was fixed on the screen, his eyes glimmering with an inexplicable light. Scandal generation complete. 5,000 yuan exchange. 1 scandal exchange voucher. Upon seeing the steep exchange price, Xian raised an eyebrow. 5,000 yuan? This was no trivial sum. He recalled having exchanged Chunmin scandal for merely 1,500 yuan. This indicated that Chun Shui's scandal was of higher value and more explosive. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him. What secrets could this seemingly innocent girl be hiding that warranted such a price? Without hesitation, he selected 5,000 yuan exchange. The system interface flickered, and a file icon marked with scandal appeared before him. Xian concentrated, opening the file. Exchange successful. A file icon detailing Chun Shui's scandal hovered quietly within the system interface. Xian focused intently, accessing the contents of the file. Scandal details. Target individual Chun Shui, suspected of intentional homicide and malicious framing of others. Specific description. During high school, driven by jealousy towards her classmate, Shen Ruxiu, who was both beautiful and academically exceptional, Chen Shui lured Shen Ruxiu to a secluded area by a lake during a summer camp activity. Taking advantage of her moment of unawareness, Chen Shui pushed her into the water, leading to Shen Ruxiu's drowning. Subsequently, Chen Shui, posing as a witness, provided false testimony, deliberately shifting the blame onto Wang Long, a male classmate who harbored a crush on Shen Ruxiu, claiming she witnessed Wang Long committing the act out of frustration from unrequited love. Ultimately, Wang Long was sentenced to 15 years of imprisonment, and he remains incarcerated to this day. Xian gazed at the words on the screen, his pupils suddenly contracting. He had anticipated revelations of school bullying, cheating, or illicit relations with a teacher, but never did he imagine it to be murder. Moreover, it was not merely murder. It involved framing another, unjustly sending an innocent male classmate to prison. Further down the screen were several pages containing screenshots of dialogues, wherein Chun Shui lured Shen Ruxiu to the lakeside. The chat records depicted Chun Shui inviting Shen Ruxiu to admire the scenery, her tone sweet and natural, devoid of any malice. The next page featured a blurry photograph, seemingly taken surreptitiously with a mobile phone, portraying a girl clad in summer camp attire, her back to the camera, extending her hand to push another girl into the water. Though the image lacked clarity, the posture, angle, and surrounding environment corresponded precisely with the textual description. The final page displayed a screenshot of the court trial records, prominently featuring testimony from Chun Shui as a witness, unequivocally identifying Wang Long as the murderer. Xian's heart raced violently, not out of fear, but from shock and an inexplicable thrill. Goodness, he couldn't suppress an expletive in his mind. What on earth was happening? The girl lying on the bed, seemingly naive and innocent like a delicate white flower, was a murderer? Not just any murderer, but one with such profound cunning and ruthless methods. Out of jealousy for a classmate's beauty, she pushed someone into the lake to drown? How twisted must her psyche be? Not only did she push her victim, but she also coldly framed another, consigning an innocent individual to 15 years in prison. This was no innocent lamb. She was a wolf in sheep's clothing. No, even a wolf could not be this cruel. Xian scrutinized the evidence on the screen, then cast a glance at the unconscious Chen Shui, feeling a wave of absurdity wash over him. The disparity was staggering. He had initially believed Chen Shui to be merely a pawn exploited by her brother, an innocent victim. He had even contemplated treating her with more kindness, given her seemingly pure demeanor. Now, it became evident that he was the fool who had nearly been deceived by appearances. Compared to her, Chun Min was nothing more than a kindergarten child. Chun Min could at most be classified as morally bankrupt, a coward who preyed on the weak. Yet Chen Shui was a bona fide murderer. Moreover, it was premeditated murder. One cannot judge a book by its cover, Lu Xian murmured, his gaze complex as he regarded Chen Shui. He had previously thought Chun Min cruel enough to willingly deliver his sister into his hands for his own ambitions. Now, it appeared that this brother-sister duo was a perfect match. One selfish and cowardly to the extreme, the other insidiously ruthless to the core. Images of Chun Min, desperate and pleading on his knees, flooded his mind, alongside his incessant claims of how understanding Shui was, assuring that she would one day comprehend his plight. A brother capable of sending his own sister into the abyss for the sake of his future, and a sister who could murder and frame another out of jealousy. This pair was indeed a perfect match. Lu Xian could not help but chuckle, the sound reverberating with an awkwardness in the stillness of the room. What a delightful surprise. Initially, he had merely intended to use Chen Shui to manipulate Chun Min while exacting revenge on the pair of siblings. However, it now appeared that Chen Shui herself was a veritable treasure trove of incriminating evidence, sufficient for him to completely seize control of the Chun family. The dirt on Chun Min would at most lead to his disgrace or even a lengthy prison sentence. Yet, the revelations concerning Chen Shui, once unveiled, could result in a death sentence. Even if that were not the case, a life sentence would be inevitable. Moreover, the Chun family would undoubtedly pay a hefty price to conceal this matter, potentially implicating even more individuals. Now, the entire Chun family would be firmly within his grasp. Lu Xian felt his blood boiling, a thrilling sensation of omnipotence coursing through him. He gazed at the unconscious Chun Shui on the bed, the initial indifference in his eyes replaced by a glimmer of amusement and calculation. He bent down, extending his hand to gently caress her smooth cheek. This visage, appearing so pure and innocent, concealed such dark secrets. "Oh, dear Sister Shui," Lu Xian murmured, his voice laced with a hint of wickedness. "You have truly provided me with a most splendid surprise." His original scheme had merely aimed to exact a severe retribution upon Chun Min, allowing him to taste the bitterness of disgrace. As for Chen Shui, he had never contemplated any harm towards her. At most, he intended to leverage her to threaten Chun Min. Yet now, the situation had shifted entirely. Here lay a murderer, a demon capable of coldly framing the innocent, ready to be manipulated at his will. The malevolent thoughts in his mind burgeoned like rampant weeds. Standing straight, Lu Xian approached the bedside, looking down upon Chen Shui. Chapter 14. Lu Xian, you scoundrel. Murder? Framing? 15 years in prison? Tisk. Truly one must not judge by appearances, nor measure the sea by mere pints. He had once believed that Chun Min, that cowardly wretch, was the epitome of human frailty, willing to sacrifice his sister for self-preservation, a new low indeed. Little did he anticipate that his seemingly pure sister, akin to a white lotus, was the true embodiment of ruthlessness and cunning, disguised beneath the most innocent facade. She engaged in the most unthinkable deeds while keeping everyone in the dark. How exhilarating! It was utterly thrilling. Lu Xian tucked away his phone, redirecting his gaze to the still unconscious girl on the bed. Under the lights, her delicate doll-like face bore an unhealthy flush, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, reminiscent of a startled butterfly. At this moment, her countenance exuded a strangely alluring and twisted charm. The juxtaposition of purity and malevolence, angel and devil, such contradictory traits harmoniously coalescing within a single individual. The fleeting sympathy he had once felt, believing her innocent and merely a victim of her monstrous brother, dissipated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. A gift delivered to his doorstep, to be taken without hesitation. Moreover, she was a concealed viper, a beauty blooming on the precipice of hell, a carnivorous flower. Lu Xian approached the bedside, scrutinizing her from his elevated position. He was far from being the stoic figure of a virtuous man, especially after uncovering the staggering secret of the other. A tumultuous blend of desire for conquest, vengeance, and an overwhelming urge to dominate surged within him like molten lava. He leaned down, his long fingers gently lifting the girl's delicate chin, his fingertips savoring the warmth of her skin, while his gaze remained as frigid as a blade steeped in poison. The act of shedding his clothing was swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. The pure, ethereal beauty who captivated countless males in the finance department. Now, she was merely a piece of meat on his chopping block, subject to his will. What he sought was never merely a fleeting dalliance, but a thorough subjugation that extended from the corporeal to the spiritual. He intended to make this selfish and malevolent brother-sister duo understand who would henceforth dictate their fate. An hour later, Xuan rose, barefoot, striding confidently toward the bathroom. Warm water cascaded from above, washing over his sculpted, powerful physique, yet it could not cleanse the almost perverse satisfaction that accompanied his newfound dominion. The system's notification resonated perfectly in his mind. Current control value, 10,100. Reward points, 50. Indeed, in a state of unconsciousness, the effectiveness had diminished significantly, resulting only in a modest increase in his instinctual control value. Nevertheless, this increment was merely an appetizer. The true spectacle was just beginning to unfold. Consciousness felt like it was submerged in murky, viscous depths, struggling to resurface. A pounding headache and eyelids heavy, as if laden with lead, made it difficult for Xuan to pry her eyes open even a fraction. Where was she? The opulent crystal chandelier above cast a mesmerizing glow, and an unfamiliar scent, characteristic of a hotel, wafted through the air. Fragments of memory began to chaotically piece themselves together. The dazzling night view from the revolving restaurant, her brother Chinmin's face, torn between words and filled with anguish, and the gentle, sun-kissed smile of Senior Xuan. And that glass of red wine. It seemed she had only taken a sip before dizziness engulfed her. And then what transpired? She could recall nothing. A wave of indescribable soreness coursed through her body, as if shards of glass had lodged themselves within her bones. And even the slightest movement sent piercing pain coursing through her. Instinctively, she shifted her legs, only to be met with a sharp, tearing agony that made her gasp in shock. The intense pain jolted her muddled thoughts into clarity. This was neither her dormitory nor a hospital. It was unmistakably a hotel room. At that moment, a soft click resonated as the bathroom door swung open. Through the haze of steam, a tall, striking figure emerged. He was bare-chested, a loosely draped white towel around his waist, droplets of water cascading down his well-defined chest and abdomen. The moisture enveloping him radiated a warmth, accompanied by an intensely aggressive aura of masculinity. It was Xuan. Xuan's pupils abruptly contracted, as if her mind had been instantaneously vacated, leaving behind void. She hastily lowered her head, catching sight of the disheveled silk sheets tangled around her, and beneath them, her bare body, marred with ambiguous marks, alongside a glaring dark red stain on the bedding, reminiscent of damning evidence. What had transpired was all too evident. The delicate mask of vulnerability and innocent sweetness she meticulously maintained shattered in an instant, revealing the raw terror and overwhelming rage beneath. Xuan, she screamed, her voice rendered hoarse and grating by the intensity of her fury and fear. What have you done to me, you bastard? Like a lioness whose territory had been violated, she seized the sheets, wrapping them tightly around her trembling form. Her once clear and bright eyes now burned crimson from anger, fixed defiantly on the man leisurely drying his wet hair. You beast! I will call the police. I will report you. I will tell my brother. He will not let you off the hook. Not for a moment. Xuan paused in his grooming, lifting his gaze to glance at her. His expression was calm, even tinged with a hint of mockery, as though he were observing a petulant jester. He sauntered over to a single sofa on the opposite side of the room, plopped down with nonchalance, and crossed his legs leisurely, a blatant smirk playing on his lips. Call the police? Inform Chinmin? He scoffed, the sound echoing harshly in the quiet room. Xuan, are you still asleep? Has alcohol fried your brain? Do you think I could have so effortlessly brought you here without your dear brother's consent? Impossible. Chun Shui retorted sharply, her face paling to a ghostly white, her body swaying dangerously as if she might tumble from the bed. You're talking nonsense. My brother would never treat me this way. It's absolutely impossible. In a frantic bid, she lifted a corner of the sheets, searching for her phone. She needed to contact her brother immediately to expose this devil's lies. Lu Xian watched her flail about the bed like a headless fly, finding it somewhat amusing. He retrieved his own phone from his pocket, casually swiping the screen, then raised it, tossing it onto the soft mattress with a soft thud. Here, stop searching. Use mine. You can call the police directly. Chapter 15. Chun Shui. You will henceforth be my dog. Chun Shui was momentarily taken aback by his sudden gesture, instinctively glancing down. The screen of the phone was still illuminated, but instead of a dialing interface, it displayed a photograph. The backdrop was the same disheveled bed, and the central figure was none other than herself, disheveled, her gaze dazed, and her cheeks flushed in an unnatural hue. This was clearly a clandestine snapshot taken while she was unconscious. You. Chun Shui trembled with rage, her fingers instinctively reaching for the delete button. Spare yourself the effort, Lu Xian's chilling voice interjected, laced with a teasing tone akin to a cat playing with its prey. I have at least 80 of such photographs backed up on my phone. You wish to delete them? Or perhaps smash the phone? Be my guest. The damage is on me. I have plenty of spare devices and backups. Chun Shui's fingers froze in midair, the seemingly light smartphone now feeling as heavy as lead, suffocating her. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to the man lounging on the sofa, the face that once radiated warmth and charm, even inducing a flicker of affection in her heart, now appeared cold and harsh, with a sinister glint in his eyes and a smile that was more terrifying than any denizen of hell. This man is a devil, utterly and completely a devil. What is the matter? Lost your words? Lu Xian observed her dazed expression, her face drained of color, feeling that the moment was still ripe for further torment. He rose leisurely, strolling to the bedside, looking down at the girl curled up under the covers, his eyes brimming with unmasked amusement and malice. Just a moment ago, she had been so spirited, threatening to call the police and summon her brother for support. Why not continue? The phone is right beside you. Go ahead and make the call. Chun Shui bit her lip fiercely, her delicate skin nearly breaking under the pressure of her teeth. She raised her head, glaring at Lu Xian with a gaze filled with profound hatred, deeper still with fear and despair. She understood that, with that photograph in existence, she would never dare to call the authorities. Should the matter come to light, she, the Belle of the finance department, the pure goddess in the eyes of many, would instantly become a pariah, her reputation shattered. Feeling aggrieved? Feeling enraged? Feeling betrayed by the world? Lu Xian seemed to see through her thoughts. He leaned closer, his face almost touching hers, his warm breath cascading over her icy skin. His voice, however, was low and laden with a chilling malice. Don't be in such a hurry, dear sister. I have something even more entertaining for you. Would you like to broaden your horizons? He picked up the phone that Chun Shui had tossed aside, his long fingers swiftly swiping across the screen, bringing forth another document. Then turning the screen back toward Chun Shui. This time, the display revealed not the shameful photograph, but a meticulously crafted file. The title, emblazoned in bold black letters, read Chun Shui's Dark Secrets. Chun Shui's heart lurched violently, a wave of ominous foreboding nearly choking her. Her gaze locked onto the screen, and upon seeing the name of another girl, familiar yet terrifying, Shun Rushua, her breath caught. Following this were words that sent a chill down her spine. Summer camp, lakeside, accidental drowning. Eyewitnesses, false testimony, Wang Long, intentional injury, 15 years in prison. These words, buried deep within her memory, often haunting her dreams at midnight, felt like red-hot brands searing her retina, scorching her very soul. No, this is impossible. It must be false. Where did you acquire this information? You fabricated it. Chun Shui screamed in a voice that shattered the silence, her complexion turning as pale as a sheet, the last vestiges of color draining away entirely. In a frenzy, she leaped from the bed, her trembling hand reaching out desperately to snatch the phone, intent on obliterating that damning evidence once and for all. However, her wrist was easily grasped by Lu Xian's iron-like fingers, rendering her immobile. False. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, his smile growing increasingly frigid, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if it could pierce through all her facades. Shen Ruxue, your classmate from the first year of high school, more beautiful than you, academically superior, and of a better lineage, overshadowing you at every turn. Thus, you harbored resentment, and, during the summer camp by the lake when no one was around, you pushed her in, did you not? Wang Long, that unfortunate soul who secretly adored Shen Ruxue and once penned you a love letter, merely happened to be nearby at that time. Your careless slip of the tongue, as the sole eyewitness, along with the evidence you inadvertently provided later, led him to be wrongfully accused as the murderer driven by jealousy, bearing the burden of your crime for 15 years. He still languishes in prison, subsisting on meager rations. Sister Chen Shui, your scheme of using another as a weapon to frame someone is truly masterful. Even I must commend you. Lu Xian's voice was not loud, even carrying a tone of casualness, yet it utterly shattered her final psychological defenses. She gazed at the screen of her phone, where a blurry yet discernible silhouette captured the moment she pushed Shen Ruxue into the water. She stared at the stark black and white text, documenting her perjury during the trial, each word a dagger to her heart. Her mind buzzed, blank, as if all her strength had been instantly siphoned away. It was over. Everything was over. This secret she had hidden for 3 long years, expending countless efforts to conceal, believing it would never be discovered. The secret that could cast her into the depths of hell had, astonishingly, come to Lu Xian's knowledge. How could he know? Chen Shui slumped onto the bed, her eyes vacant, all her struggles, anger, and resentment dissolving into nothingness in the face of this brutal truth, leaving only an overwhelming coldness and despair, like the darkest tide, completely submerging her. Lu Xian gazed at her, reveling in her shattered spirit, leisurely retracting his phone. Now, he looked down upon her, akin to an ant grasped by its 7 inches, entirely at his mercy. Do you still wish to call the police? Do you plan to seek out your dear brother, who would sell you out for his own ambitions? He reached out, once more gripping her smooth chin, forcing her to lift her head to meet his fathomless, calculating gaze, and then, articulating each word as if pronouncing a sentence, he declared, "Remember, from this moment forth, your life, your body, your reputation, everything you hold dear, including the secret of your murderous tendencies, lies entirely in my hands. I grant you life, and thus you may live. I decree your death, and you shall perish. I command you eastward, and you cannot venture westward. I compel you to kneel, and you shall not stand. Do you understand, my little murderer?" Chapter 16. A goddess on high, merely a dog. On Chen Shui's ashen face, her once pure and innocent eyes now glimmered with a chilling light, fiercely fixed upon Lu Xian. She inhaled deeply, her voice hoarse yet imbued with a resolute defiance. "Humph. Lu Xian, do not presume that you can manipulate me in this manner. I would rather see us both perish. I will call the police right now and accuse you of coercion. I am eager to see whether they believe you, the alleged perpetrator, or me, the victim." Her words were fierce, reminiscent of the determination she exhibited when framing Wang long years ago. Chen Shui understood that her only path to survival now might lie in turning the tables. She was not the naive little rabbit she appeared to be. The ruthless spirit within her, now cornered, had been ignited. Upon hearing her, Lu Xian displayed no hint of panic. Rather, he seemed to find her words amusing, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he shook his head lightly. Call the police? How intriguing. He strolled leisurely to the window, gazing at the city's neon lights, his tone as nonchalant as if discussing the pleasant weather. Chen Shui, have you perhaps forgotten that the evidence I presented earlier is far more compelling than your pretty face's accusations? He turned to face her, his gaze piercing as if he could see into her very soul. Consider this. Once your heinous secret of deliberate murder and framing is revealed, what will become of you? The Belle of the finance department at Yanjing University, once adored as the pure goddess in the hearts of countless male students? A pariah? or reviled femme fatale? Xian paused, relishing the momentary stiffness that overtook Chen Shui's expression, before continuing with deliberate calm. By then, not only will you lose your admirers, but I dare say your dormitory will be bombarded with rotten eggs and vegetable scraps. He added with a sinister chuckle, oh, and let us not forget the righteous keyboard warriors online. They will unearth your family's entire history, allowing you and your precious brother, Chun Min, to swim in a sea of public disdain. You speak nonsense. Chun Shui's voice quivered slightly, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She fought to maintain her composure, unwilling to show weakness before Xian. Nonsense? Xian scoffed, stepping closer to her, looking down from a position of superiority. Then enlighten me. Why did your dear brother, Chun Min, so generously deliver you to my room? Do you truly believe it was merely a stomachache? He witnessed me drugging your drink and didn't dare utter a word. Impossible. My brother, what about him? Xian interrupted, his tone tinged with pity yet laced with mockery. He would sacrifice even you, his own sister, without hesitation, to safeguard his future and conceal his little vices from the public eye. Do you think such a man will stand by you after you call the police? Or will he be the first to expose your murderous deeds, distancing himself from you, while simultaneously securing a favor from me? Chun Shui's complexion drained of color, as each of Xian's words struck her like a sharp blade, piercing her most vulnerable spots. She knew better than anyone the nature of her brother, Chun Min, selfish, cowardly, and willing to do anything for his own gain. And what your parents? Xian's voice slithered into her ears like a devil's whisper. They would offend me and ruin their only son, Chun Min, for the sake of a daughter who has committed murder and tarnished their family's reputation. Or would they choose to sacrifice you to preserve the Chun family and safeguard Chun Min's future? What do you truly desire? Chun Shui's voice finally quivered with tears. The fierce defiance that had just emerged crumbled rapidly under Xian's penetrating, heart-wrenching words. She understood that every word Xian uttered was a brutal reality. What do I desire? Xian raised an eyebrow, grasping her delicate chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. In the depths of his eyes flickered a cold, emotionless light. It is quite simple. 2 choices. First, a mutual destruction. You report me, and I will expose your dark secrets, dragging your brother down with you. In that case, your reputation will be shattered, the old case from 3 years ago will be reopened, and a prison sentence will await you. As for your brother, he will lose his job, his future obliterated, and perhaps he will join you behind bars. Your Chun family would be utterly ruined. He paused, observing the growing fear in Chun Shui's eyes, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he continued. Second, submit to me. From this moment onward, you will become my loyal dog. You will do as I command. Your murderous secret will remain safe with me, and I will handle matters regarding your brother with discretion. Perhaps the Chin family can survive yet. Will you choose imprisonment or submission? Have you made your decision, my criminal sister? Xian's tone was gentle, yet underscored by an undeniable sense of coercion. Chun Shui trembled violently, her teeth clattering. She glared at Xian, her beautiful eyes brimming with humiliation, anger, resentment, and undeniable fear. She yearned to resist, to scream, to tear apart the demon before her. Yet she dared not, observing the fierce struggle in her eyes. Xian knew the moment was ripe. He released her chin and leisurely untied the belt of his robe. Ah! Chun Shui instinctively screamed, hastily covering her eyes, retreating to the corner of the bed, resembling a startled fawn. What are you doing? Pervert! Xian approached the bed step by step, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Pervert? Ha! You were quite engrossed in your slumber earlier. Now that you are awake, let me have my fun once more. He left his statement unfinished, yet the implied threat was unmistakable. He leaned down, forcefully pulling away the hands that shielded her eyes, compelling her to look at him. There is much worse to come. An hour later, Xian's mind was interrupted by the system's notification chime once again. Detected the target's psychological defenses have collapsed. Control value increased. Current control value, 50,100. Reward, drone operation, beginning to grasp the basics. Reward points, 100. A satisfied smile graced Xian's lips. Excellent. He was one step closer to completely dominating this woman. He rose, casting a glance at Chen Shui, his gaze devoid of any compassion. Only cold calculation remained. He picked up his phone and snapped a few photos of Chen Shui, who appeared utterly disheveled at that moment. Only then did he leisurely stroll into the bathroom, the sound of running water echoing through the air. Chen Shui lay there, motionless, as if her soul had fled. Her dignity, her pride, everything she had painstakingly cultivated was ruthlessly shattered and trampled upon by Lu Xian that night, rendering it all worthless. From this moment onward, her life would be entirely under the control of this demon. She, Chen Shui, the Belle of Yanqing University, once a goddess perched high above, was now reduced to nothing more than Lu Xian's dog, a dog that wagged its tail in submission, entirely at the mercy of others. Humiliating tears silently streamed down her hollow eyes, soaking the pillowcase. Chapter 17. What has the Belle been reduced to? After his shower, Lu Xian glanced at the wall clock. Noting it was 10:30, Zhang Yining was likely to arrive soon. His gaze shifted to the bed, or more precisely, to the curled-up figure on the carpet beside it, whose shoulders trembled slightly. Chen Shui's dark hair lay in disarray against her sweat-dampened cheeks and neck. Her pitiful appearance would have evoked sympathy from anyone else. Unfortunately, Lu Xian was not just anyone. A playful smile tugged at his lips, a fleeting thought crossing his mind, akin to a child discovering a new toy. TSK. The floor is cold. I hope she doesn't catch a chill. Lu Xian strolled over leisurely, settling into the solitary armchair in the center of the room. He patted his thigh, his voice resonating clearly in Chen Shui's ears despite its softness. Sister Shuer, come here. Chen Shui's body stiffened, and she slowly lifted her head, her tear-swollen eyes brimming with confusion and lingering fear. Huh? Her voice was hoarse, laced with a nasal tone, clearly indicating her lack of understanding of Lu Xian's intent. Lu Xian reclined against the back of the sofa, gesturing to his lap before pointing at her, his smile taking on a deeper, more suggestive meaning. I said, come here and sit. Chen Shui's face flushed crimson, then paled again. She was not an innocent girl unaware of the world. How could she not comprehend the malicious glint in Lu Xian's eyes? Shame, anger, and humiliation surged within her, yet ultimately, they coalesced into a profound sense of helplessness. She understood she had no room for resistance. What? Do I need to ask you again? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, impatience creeping into his tone. Chen Shui bit her lower lip, her pearly teeth nearly breaking the skin. Struggling to rise from the carpet, every movement sent searing pain coursing through her body, causing her to gasp in distress. Leaning against the bed for support, she limped towards Lu Xian with heavy steps. Those few short strides felt like an eternity. At last, she stood before Lu Xian, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Lu Xian extended his hand, gently beckoning her, causing Chen Shui to gasp in surprise. Half an hour later, darling, she managed to utter, her voice faint as a whisper, tinged with tears and an unrecognized hint of dependence. The internet often claims that there are no overworked fields, only exhausted oxen, which is a deceptive notion. Upon saying this, she herself was taken aback. How could she utter such words at this moment? It resembled a blend of playful affection and subtle complaint. Lu Xian gazed down at her, his eyes glimmering with a hint of mockery and unabashed desire for dominance. He extended his foot, gently lifting Chen Shui's chin with his toes, as if teasing a pet. Oh, my foolish little one, it all depends on whose ox is plowing whose field. He chuckled softly. As long as you obediently comply, there are many more delightful surprises awaiting you. At his words, Chen Shui involuntarily shivered, yet managed to muster a pleasing smile, her voice wavering. I shall naturally listen to my husband. From now on, I will heed your every word. Under the eaves, one must bow their head, especially when her vulnerabilities were firmly grasped by this demon. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction, seemingly relishing her current state of humble submission. Suddenly, a thought struck him, laced with a hint of wicked amusement. Tell me, what do you think those boys from the finance department, who idolize you like a goddess, would express if they beheld you in this state? Chen Shui's heart tightened painfully, her face losing all color. They would probably drool for miles, he remarked, unabashedly revealing his malice. They could never imagine that the pure and pristine Chen Shui, whom they adored day and night, was merely my obedient little pet at this moment. Right? Oh, husband. Chen Shui lowered her head, mortified and furious, yet too timid to retort, opting instead for a tearful, playful protest to mask her embarrassment. You only know how to make fun of me. Lu Xian erupted into a hearty laugh, the sound echoing through the grand presidential suite. They had no idea that their goddess now only wags her tail for me. Chen Shui trembled slightly, and after a few seconds, she raised her head to meet Lu Xian's gaze, her eyes filled with complexity. You are right, husband. I will do as you say. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. I am whatever you declare me to be. All that I am belongs to you. Her gaze became entrancing, full of allure, as she looked at Lu Xian, fully submitting to whatever he dictated. He was her entire world. You are truly obedient, Lu Xian said, leaning down to pat her cheek, his tone laced with admiration, as though he were contemplating his own masterpiece. On just the first day, I have managed to mold the illustrious flower of the finance department into this. Even I am somewhat impressed with myself. At that moment, a series of notifications from the system rang in Lu Xian's mind. Psychological defenses of the target completely collapsed. Control value is maxed out. Current control value, 100-100. Congratulations, host, on your first perfect control of the target. Reward points, 399. Special skill acquired, gynecological master, beginner level. Host physical attributes slightly enhanced. Constitution 80-82. Damn. Lu Xian couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The control value has reached its peak, which was anticipated, as Chen Shui has been thoroughly exhausted by him. A reward of 200 points is rather commendable. To his surprise, his physical attributes have also increased by 2 points, which is indeed a pleasant surprise. However, what on earth is this gynecological expert? Is the system encouraging me to develop into a friend of women? Or does it believe I am so busy that I require some specialized skills to prevent any domestic troubles? Lu Xian's lips twitched, caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, skills are certainly better than none. Who knows, they may prove useful in the future. Where are points for? Lu Xian pondered, his consciousness delving into the system. Indeed, on the system panel, besides the pre-existing options for generating black materials and character profiles, 2 new icons appeared. One was labeled Skill Management, where he could see his current skills. Sansho, Initial Understanding, Drone Operation, Initial Understanding, and the newly acquired Gynecological Expert, Initial Understanding. The other icon resembled a sparkling shopping cart, labeled Points Mall. Lu Xian's eyes brightened with interest. Chapter 18. The Versatile Points Mall with a Thought. Lu Xian immersed himself in the system and clicked on the shimmering shopping cart icon, Points Mall. In the next moment, a dazzling array of products unfolded before him, nearly blinding his titanium alloy eyes. 105 Assault Gundam, a high-tech weapon for roaming space and dominating the universe. Value, 99, 999, 999 points. Lu Xian's lips twitched. An Assault Gundam? Is this meant for him to participate in the school sports meet or to unify the world? The points he just acquired are hardly enough to purchase even a single component. Shield-class God of War, nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, dominating the seas, a maritime overlord. Value, 99, 999, 999 points. Lu Xian nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. An aircraft carrier? Is the system serious? What does it expect him to do with this? Blow up fish in the school's swimming lake? Or perhaps, the next time Chun Min dares to flaunt himself, he could simply park it downstairs to let him experience what true grandeur feels like. Qinglong Yinyue knife, the sword of the revered Guan Yu, cutting through thorns and brambles, exuding the might of a martial saint. Value, 19, 999, 999 points. Now, this is somewhat intriguing, yet the price remains daunting. With his current points, he could hardly even grasp the tassel on the hilt. Digimon Transformation Device, the vessel of light's power, transforming into a giant of light to safeguard cosmic peace. Value 9, 999, 999, 999 points. Lu Xian silently shifted his gaze downward, bypassing these absurdly extravagant items. It seems the system's mall is filled with high-class and sophisticated goods. yet ones he cannot afford at present. Fortunately, there are still some more down-to-earth items below. Aston Martin's 77 sports car, a perfect blend of speed and aesthetics. Essential for wooing and travel. Value, 999 points. Now, this is promising. Lucien's eyes sparkled, although he currently possesses just over 400 points. With a bit of effort, it doesn't seem entirely out of reach. Driving this contraption around the campus undoubtedly turns heads. The Yinjing's second ring spacious apartment, a symbol of status, an essential for urban elites, valued at 2,999 points. A home. This is far more tangible. A golden nest or a silver nest pales in comparison to one's own humble abode, especially in the land where every inch is precious. Yinjing. The devil's collar. Wear it, and your target will exhibit absolute subservience, their life and death resting upon your whims, valued at 99,999 points. Upon seeing this, Lucien's gaze sharpened slightly. This item piqued his interest. However, as for the price, it is best to merely observe for now. The sprint potion. Unleash your potential for a vigorous dash at any time and place. For combat, escape, or whatever you might infer, valued at 199 points. Lucien emitted a cryptic chuckle. This potion has myriad applications. The muscle twists. Consuming it can enhance physical constitution slightly, valued at 1,999 points. A permanent enhancement of physique? This is excellent. Alas, it is too costly. The cost-effectiveness pales in comparison to directly boosting control values. The beauty water. Upon usage, it can slightly enhance one's attractiveness. Valued at 9,999 points. Lucien touched his face and thought, well, I do not need this for the time being. The youth essence. Locks the user's beauty at its peak for 10 years. Valued at 3,999 points. This could be used for a future partner, Lucien mused, envisioning several faces. Finally, he stumbled upon something simple yet striking. 10,000 yuan in cash, unadorned currency that addresses immediate needs. Valued at 1 point with a daily limit of 10. 1 point for 10,000 yuan. A daily exchange limit of 10 times amounts to 100,000. Without hesitation, Lucien redeemed the maximum. 10 transactions of 10,000 yuan have been successfully completed, consuming 10 points. Remaining points, 459. In an instant, Lucien's mobile banking received 10 notifications, each confirming a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Gazing at the string of zeros, he inhaled deeply. 100,000 yuan. For some second-generation wealthy individuals, this may merely be pocket money for a month, perhaps insufficient for a single handbag. Yet for Lucien, who has been reborn and whose pockets are emptier than his face, this is undoubtedly a windfall. He recalled his previous life, where he drifted aimlessly, achieving nothing, relying on others, ultimately meeting a tragic end by suicide. Every recollection stung his cheeks. He was indeed the epitome of failure. In this life, he swore to avoid repeating those mistakes. He aspired to rise above, to trample upon all those who once looked down upon him and belittled him. This 100,000 yuan is merely a beginning. Feeling the weighty balance in his bank account, the desire to control everything intensified within him. He yearned for wealth, power, and women. Just as Lucien envisioned his future, a chime echoed through the air. The doorbell rang. At such a late hour, who could it be? Perhaps hotel service? Lucien approached the door, peering through the peephole. A figure stood outside, wrapped tightly in a caramel-colored trench coat, revealing only his slightly pale face. It was none other than Zhang Yining. She appeared quite anxious, constantly glancing around, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Lucien's lips curved into a teasing smile as he leisurely opened the door. Guomin. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Yining visibly trembled, akin to a startled fawn, quickly raising her gaze to meet Lucien's for a fleeting moment before lowering her head again, almost darting inside. Fearful of being seen, with her head bowed, her long eyelashes quivered slightly due to her nervousness, and she dared not look into Lucien's eyes. He closed the door behind her and regarded her with a leisurely gaze. "Did you comply with my request?" he inquired nonchalantly. Zhang Yining's body stiffened once more, her head lowering even further, and she emitted a faint, almost inaudible affirmative, nodding slightly. The delicate lobes of her ears were flushed a deep crimson. "Did you show it to the front desk?" Lu Xian asked again, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Zhang Yining's cheeks instantly flushed bright red. She nodded. The motion so slight, it was nearly imperceptible. She could easily imagine the odd look from the receptionist and felt utterly humiliated. Observing her embarrassment, Lu Xian's amusement deepened. He sauntered to the sofa and sat down, crossing his legs, gesturing to the empty space before him. "Then demonstrate it again for me, if you please." Zhang Yining abruptly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with terror and pleading, her lips moving silently as she struggled to find her voice. "How can I do this in front of you?" Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, his tone growing colder. "Do you require my assistance?" Zhang Yining shivered, fully aware that refusal was not an option. She closed her eyes, as if resigning herself to her fate, trembling as she reached out her hand to slowly undo the belt of her trench coat. The caramel-colored coat slipped open like petals, revealing what lay beneath. A set of scanty, black, alluring lingerie clung tightly to her curvaceous form. The striking visual contrast between this provocative display and the tearful expression on her face was intensely electrifying. This, indeed, was what one would describe as lingerie. Chapter 19. Sweet duet. Lu Xian, brother. Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with a hint of sobbing. Lu Xian secured the door and locked it before approaching her at a deliberate pace, examining her from a superior vantage point. "Did you do as I instructed?" he asked with a calm demeanor, his gaze seemingly ensnaring every inch of her skin. Zhang Yining's body stiffened again, her head bowing even lower, nearly grazing her chest. And she emitted a barely audible yes, her small earlobes now nearly crimson. "Did you show it to the front desk?" Lu Xian inquired once more, his tone tinged with playful mockery. He could envision the receptionist's astonished expression when Zhang Yining, clad in this attire, approached her to announce her intent to visit his room. Zhang Yining's face blossomed into a deep shade of red, akin to a ripe apple, as she nodded erratically, the movement so subtle it was almost undetectable. She looked at me with such a strange gaze. Her voice brimmed with embarrassment and indignation. "Haha, well done, you are quite obedient." Lu Xian chuckled softly, thoroughly pleased with her compliance. At that moment, a slightly languid yet tinged with vigilance and possessiveness female voice emerged from the inner bedroom. "Darling, who is it? So late at night?" Zhang Yining jolted, her heart racing with terror and incredulity. "Darling, there's another woman in this room." Moreover, the voice seemed somewhat familiar. Instinctively, she reached for the door handle to escape, thinking Lu Xian was nothing short of a devil. What was he planning to do? However, Lu Xian seemed to read her thoughts, gripping her wrist firmly enough to render her unable to break free. With a mysterious smile playing on his lips, he led her toward the bedroom, saying, "You're already here, what is there to fear? Come with me, you might even recognize her." No, Lu Xuan. "I was wrong. I'll leave first. You two continue." Zhang Yining, terrified, struggled to pull her hand away, but Lu Xian's grip was like a vice. The bedroom door swung open, revealing Chen Shui, tightly wrapped in a silk blanket, peering cautiously at the entrance. When she discerned the panicked Zhang Yining, clad in revealing attire, being pulled in, her eyes widened in shock, and her face drained of color, overwhelmed by a mix of shame and fury as she buried her head in the blanket. How utterly mortifying! Why had Lu Xian brought another girl home? And to encounter her in such a state. As Zhang Yining recognized the woman on the bed, her mind went blank, a thunderclap of realization striking her. That face, how could she not know it? Chen Shui, the Belle of the finance department, one of the top 10 campus beauties at Yenjing University, the one who was revered like the sun among the stars on campus. In an effort to climb the ranks in a student-organized beauty contest, she had toiled to achieve a mere 35th place. A stark contrast to someone of Chen Shui's lofty status. Yet now, this exalted beauty was sprawled across Lu Xian's bed, referring to him as darling. Zhang Yining felt as if her entire worldview had shattered. With a stutter and a dreamy tone, she asked, Why you are Chun Shui? Oh, come now, don't be shy, Lu Xian remarked, relishing the awkwardness between the two girls. He strode over to the bedside and abruptly flung Chun Shui's blanket aside. We're all classmates here, though not in the same department. We'll be good sisters from now on. There's no need for all this secrecy. He grinned like a cat that had stolen the cream. Please no, darling, Chun Shui shrieked, desperately attempting to cover her body, tears of shame brimming in her eyes. Zhang Yining stood frozen, her cheeks ablaze, instinctively wanting to shield her eyes, yet unable to resist peeking through her fingers. Lu Xian's smile gradually faded, his voice growing colder. Am I giving you both face? Dilly-dallying, do you want to die? His gaze sharpened, his tone laced with an undeniable threat. Damn it. Do you want me to package up all the scandalous secrets of yours and send them to the school forum for the entire faculty and student body to enjoy? Upon hearing these words, both Chun Shui and Zhang Yining trembled as if doused with a bucket of icy water. All their embarrassment, anger, and resentment instantly transformed into chilling fear. They exchanged incredulous glances, each detecting a trace of shared horror in the other's eyes. She too had leverage in Lu Xian's hands? Chun Shui, having already been subjected to Lu Xian's manipulation, was somewhat resigned. Though her lips still protested, her body dared not exhibit any sign of defiance, merely casting a pleading look towards Lu Xian. Zhang Yining, on the other hand, was utterly stunned. She had thought herself the sole target of Lu Xian's control, only to discover that even a formidable figure like Chun Shui had her secrets tightly held by him. In that moment, the humiliation stemming from her coercion strangely dissipated, replaced by an absurd sense of camaraderie in their shared plight. Brother Lu Xian, I was wrong. I will do as you say, Zhang Yining conceded first, her voice tinged with a sob, yet laced with a resigned obedience. Chun Shui bit her lip and softly uttered, Husband, I will listen to you. Now, that's more like it, Lu Xian replied, satisfied, as the frost on his face melted away, replaced by a roguish grin. Come, Shuier, greet Sister Yining. Yining, don't be shy. We shall all be one family from now on. For hours later, the sky outside began to brighten with the first light of dawn, the morning rays filtering through the curtain's crevice. Lu Xian, feeling invigorated, leaned against the headboard, lighting a post-encounter cigarette. He had to admit, this chaotic experience was indeed a product worthy of the system. The system's notification chime sounded at an opportune moment, detected a significant shift in Zhang Yining's mindset. Deep dependency and fear towards the host have developed. Control value increased. Zhang Yining's control value, 100,100. Congratulations, host, for perfectly controlling the target Zhang Yining. Reward, 1 BMW 4 two-door coupe, Nürburgring Official Cooperation Limited Edition. The vehicle has been automatically registered in the host's name, parked in the hotel underground parking space 007, and the car key has been placed in the host's pocket. Reward points, 200. Detected that the host has consecutively and perfectly controlled 2 high-value targets in a short period, triggering a special cumulative reward. Special cumulative reward, 1,000 points. Current total points, 1,659 points. Wow. A limited edition BMW 4 from Nürburgring, plus an additional 1,200 points credited. Lu Xian inhaled deeply, relishing the pleasure brought by the nicotine and the immense delight from the system's rewards, his smile growing ever more exuberant. This feeling was indeed more exhilarating than that of being an emperor. Chapter 20. The ex-girlfriend scandal is also shocking. Following the system's guidance, Lu Xian spotted the gleaming BMW 4 two-door coupe parked in space 007 of the hotel underground parking lot, a true limited edition from the Nürburgring collaboration. The car's body gleamed in an audacious silver hue, reflecting a heart-stopping brilliance even under the dim lights of the parking lot. Reminiscent of a poised silver leopard ready to pounce, its sleek lines exuded an aura of power. With an expansive grille and sharp sporty kits that unmistakably showcased its pure racing lineage, Lu Xian couldn't help but mutter an expletive under his breath, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. In his previous life, he could scarcely have dreamed of a limited edition sports car of this caliber, let alone one bestowed upon him by the system. Rebirth was exhilarating, and having a system was an absolute thrill, with excitement coursing through him. Lu Xian rubbed his hands together, feeling a slight perspiration in his palms. He retrieved the weighty car, key adorned with the BMW emblem from his pocket, and pressed the unlock button. Beep! The sports car responded with a melodious chime, and the angel eye headlights illuminated, as if the vehicle had been imbued with a soul. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Xian opened the door, and an intoxicating blend of high-grade leather and the unique scent of a new car enveloped him. He sank into the exquisitely supportive racing seat, his hands eagerly caressing the sporty steering wheel. Closing his eyes, he repeatedly ran his fingers over it, savoring the exquisite texture as if he were handling a rare treasure. With a roar, he pressed the ignition button, and the twin-turbocharged engine emitted a deep, resonant growl, causing the entire car to tremble slightly, akin to a beast roused from slumber, declaring its awakening. A surge of adrenaline rushed from his feet to the crown of his head, every cell in his body vibrating with exhilaration. From this day forth, he would be the most dazzling figure at Yanqing University. He shifted into gear and gently pressed the accelerator. The silver BMW shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, the engine's roar echoing in the expansive underground parking lot, drawing the astonished gazes of several passers-by, their eyes filled with awe and envy. Speeding along, Lu Xian reveled in the attention from onlookers, his spirits soaring so high he felt compelled to hum a tune. The handling and power delivery of this were simply flawless. Each acceleration, in turn, provided him with unparalleled pleasure. Soon enough, the sports car came to a steady stop beneath the male dormitory at Yanqing University. This ostentatious silver four stood out amidst a sea of ordinary bicycles and a few modest sedans, instantly capturing the attention of every student passing by. Wow, a four! And it's a limited edition. Who is this? Such a rich person at our school. They murmured in disbelief. This must be worth millions. I'm so envious. As he listened to the waves of admiration and chatter surrounding him, the corners of Lu Xian's mouth curled upwards, basking in the exhilarating sensation of being the center of attention. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. Pulling out, he saw that the caller was Xuan Yahui, his ex-girlfriend from his past life. A slight frown creased his brow. He suddenly recalled that, according to the timeline, he had yet to break up with this woman. His memories of Xuan Yahui were far from pleasant. In his previous life, after being tarnished by the unfounded reputation of a voyeur, this woman was quick to sever ties with him, swiftly embracing another wealthy heir. Not only that, but she also embellished the story online, insinuating that Lu Xian harbored peculiar inclinations, thus indirectly affirming the accusations of his supposed deviance. Damn it, I haven't even sought retribution, yet you dare to call me? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lu Xian's eyes as he pressed the answer button. Lu Xian, how dare you betray me by sharing a hotel room with another woman? A sharp, piercing voice filled the line, brimming with anger and accusation. It was Xuan Yahui, whose voice he had not heard in years. My friend saw you at the Century Golden Source Hotel. You scoundrel, do you even have the decency to face me? So, Xuan Yahui's friends caught sight of him? What a coincidence. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling unsurprised. In a bustling place like the Century Golden Source, it was hardly unexpected. Xuan Yahui was a student at the Yanqing Institute of Technology, a third-rate vocational college, starkly inferior to Yanqing University. Previously, they had met roughly once a week, and in his past life, Lu Xian had pursued her with relentless fervor. Recalling Xuan Yahui's appearance, he mused that, in his current perspective, she was merely mediocre, barely scraping a passing score of 6 out of 10. Even when compared to Zhang Yining, she fell short, let alone when juxtaposed with someone of Chen Shui's caliber. Let us get to the point. If there is nothing significant, I'll hang up, Lu Xian stated with an indifferent tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as though conversing with a stranger. Xuan Yahui, on the other end of the line, seemed momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for his reaction. In the past, he had always been subservient, bending over backward to please her. What is your attitude, Lu Xian? You think you have a right to be self-righteous after cheating? I assure you this isn't over. You must give me an explanation. Otherwise, fool, Lu Xian interrupted, uninterested in further discourse, and decisively ended the call. Beep, beep, beep. In the girls' dormitory of Yinjing Institute of Technology, Shen Yahui held her disconnected phone in disbelief. Did he just hang up on me? Did he just insult me? Shen Yahui trembled with rage, her cheeks flushed crimson. Her roommates exchanged glances, bewildered. Yahui, what is going on with Lu Xian? Wasn't he always good to you? One roommate cautiously inquired. Go my foot, Shen Yahui screamed. He must be feeling guilty. That scoundrel. After all the effort I put into our relationship, he dares to fool around. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, promptly dialing his number again. Lu Xian, seeing the screen light up once more, unhesitatingly hung up again. This futile cycle continued several times until he ultimately added Shen Yahui's number to his blacklist. The world fell silent. A cold smile crept across his lips as he opened his phone's gallery, searching for a few photos of Shen Yahui. In the images, the girl wore heavy makeup, striking poses she deemed seductive, yet to Lu Xian, they exuded an air of cheapness. With a mere thought, he dragged Shen Yahui's photograph into the recesses of his mind. Accessing the clandestine system interface. Analyzing target information, a line of cold system prompt text materialized. Name, Shen Yahui. Appearance, 82, with makeup 75, barefaced. Control value, 20,100. Measurements, 906,689. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Target evaluation, a rather calculating individual. Adept at leveraging her physical attributes, primarily her figure, to extract benefits from men. She harbors a certain utilitarian mindset towards the host, exhibiting exceedingly low loyalty. Lu Xian scoffed at the chest measurement of 90. The only aspect Shen Yahui could take pride in was perhaps her voluptuousness. Unfortunately, her intellect seemed rather lacking. A mere 20 points in control value, after having bared his soul to her. This was all he received in return. Yet it mattered little now. Lu Xian hardly regarded her as significant. Generating black material. Please wait. Detected multiple records of the target's immoral behaviors. Filtering black material. Black material generation complete. 1,000 yuan exchange. 1 black material exchange coupon redeemed. Choosing to exchange for 1,000 yuan. Exchange complete. Black material. Engaging in improper romantic entanglements with multiple men. Simultaneously dating 3 boyfriends while demanding financial support, one of whom is a married, middle-aged man. As Lu Xian perused the system-generated list of scandals, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Simultaneously dating 3 boyfriends? Did that include him? Reflecting on his past misfortunes, he felt a pang of regret for his former self. It turned out that Shen Yahui had already donned the guise of betrayal before the scandal erupted. This Shen Yahui was far more depraved than he had anticipated. Excellent. Truly splendid. A cruel semblance of a smile crept across Lu Xian's lips. Shen Yahui, since you revel in chaos, let us see how it feels to be utterly disgraced. Chapter 21. The aloof Professor Gu Yunxi today marked the first day of the new semester at Yenjing University. The lingering grip of summer's heat remained, with sunlight glaring down almost blindingly. Lu Xian parked his ostentatious silver BMW 4 in a temporary parking spot not far from the main teaching building. Drawing the attention of students coming and going, their whispers and gasps echoing around him. As he locked the car, an exuberant voice broke through from nearby. Wow, Brother Xian, you've really outdone yourself. Turning towards the voice, Lu Xian beheld Lu Ming, his boisterous roommate from the dormitory, his eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment, pointing at him and then at the car. Goodness, is that a BMW 4? The Reborn limited edition? Lu Ming dashed over, circling the vehicle twice in awe. Well done, Lu Xian. You've been keeping your cards close to your chest. Just the other day, I saw you meticulously budgeting your meals in the dorm, and I thought you were just another struggling student. Turns out you're a prince in disguise. Lu Ming vividly recalled that just a few days ago, Lu Xian was still hesitating over a food delivery order with them, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was driving a luxury car worth millions. The transformation was astonishing, akin to a rocket launch. Perhaps he had struck it lucky with a lottery ticket. Lu Xian casually dismissed this with a remark. Patting Lu Ming on the shoulder, saying he would elaborate later but had to rush to class. One cannot afford to be late on the first day. In their dormitory, there were 4 individuals from various corners of the country, each pursuing different majors, thus not attending the same classes. Coincidentally, both Lu Xian and Lu Ming had classes today in the same building. "Wait, Brother Xian," Lu Ming exclaimed, grabbing his arm with a face full of sycophantic smiles. "From now on, we're brothers. If there's a chance to make money, you must take me along. Look at my appearance. How about I serve as your driver and bodyguard? I'll be efficient and unobtrusive." Lu Xian's lips twitched as he shook off Lu Ming's hand. "Get lost. Stop with the nonsense. I genuinely have matters to attend to." With that, he ignored Lu Ming, who was still making faces, and proceeded into the lecture hall. Lu Ming watched Lu Xian's retreating figure, stroking his chin while pondering. This guy has quite the air about him. But hey, I've definitely latched onto a solid opportunity. His eyes twinkled as he pulled out his phone and snapped several enthusiastic pictures of the luxurious car, ready to boast on social media about having a friend with a limited edition sports car. Upon entering the lecture hall, Lu Xian was enveloped in the distinctive excitement and restlessness of newcomers. He navigated confidently to his Chinese linguistics classroom, recalling the sweet duo of Chen Shui and Zhang Yining from the previous night. He imagined they were still sound asleep in the presidential suite of the Century Golden Source. Utterly exhausted, a faint smile crept onto Lu Xian's lips. He had to admit, the initial thrill of mastering the Dragon Mastery technique was intoxicating, granting him an unprecedented sense of conquest. Had it not been for the system rewarding him with the miraculous skill of a gynecological expert, he might have genuinely feared for his stamina after such a vigorous encounter. Now, he felt invigorated and brimming with energy, almost capable of slaying a bull. As he entered the tiered classroom, he noticed a considerable number of students had already taken their seats. Scanning the room, he settled in a corner towards the back. Today marked the commencement of the first professional class, focusing on ancient Chinese. The instructor's presence was etched in Lu Xian's memory. Before long, a middle-aged woman entered, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, her hair meticulously styled in an elegant updo. A small beauty mark at the corner of her mouth added an air of intellectual allure. This was Professor Gu Yunxi, a linguistics expert. Lu Xian's gaze grew icy as he regarded her figure at the podium. In his previous life, it was this very Gu Yunxi who, when he was subjected to a public vilification and labeled a perverted voyeur, had, in her capacity as his professor, given an interview to the media. In that interview, she offered not a single kind word on his behalf. Instead, she emphatically expressed her dismay, stating that while Lu Xian appeared refined, he was in reality of a duplicitous nature, thus solidifying the accusations against him. Ah, what a paragon of virtue and a model teacher. In his previous life, he took a leap from a great height, and within this institution, every individual who had crossed paths with him during his misfortunes, each and every one, can be deemed culpable. Not a single soul extended a hand in his time of need. Even those who were strangers felt compelled to trample upon Lu Xian, merely to bask in his fleeting glory. Many feasted upon the crimson bread he offered. At the podium, Gu Yunxi commenced her lecture, her voice ringing clear and articulate, peppered with references that exuded scholarly elegance. Yet, the occasional glance she cast toward her students bore an unconscious air of scrutiny and superiority. Today, our primary focus will be on the consonantal system of ancient phonetics, particularly the complexities surrounding compound consonants. Gu Yunxi's voice reverberated through the classroom. While Lu Xian found himself somewhat distracted, he discreetly retrieved his phone from his pocket, angling it to remain relatively concealed. Seizing the moment when Gu Yunxi turned to inscribe on the blackboard, he silently pressed the capture button, securing a clear photograph of her standing at the lectern. Excellent. A cold smile graced Lu Xian's lips as he mentally directed the image into the database of his clandestine system. Analyzing target individual information, a line of Stark system notifications materialized. Name, Gu Yunxi, attractiveness, 95, with charisma bonus, 88 without makeup, control value, 0-100, measurements, 886,590, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms, target evaluation, ostensibly virtuous, yet profoundly vain and obsessed with reputation, willing to go to any lengths for professional advancement. Harbors significant prejudice and malice towards the host. As Lu Xian scrutinized Gu Yunqi's data and the system's unflinching assessment, a flicker of derision crossed his eyes. "Oh, Professor Gu, you could hardly fathom that the student you deemed morally corrupt has undergone a profound transformation. Could you? Generating incriminating evidence. Please hold. Detecting multiple severe violations of conduct by the target individual. Filtering black materials." Lu Xian's gaze deepened, filled with anticipation. He was eager to witness what scandalous revelations might surface about this esteemed Professor Gu, who perpetually maintained an air of moral superiority. "In your last life, you took pleasure in judging my character. Now, it is time for the entire faculty and student body, even the online community, to appreciate the esteemed character of Professor Gu." Chapter 22. Reluctance to part with points cannot silence the shameless. Black material generation complete. The system's notification chimed efficiently in Lu Xian's mind, refreshing the interface to reveal two new exchange options. Option 1. Redeem complete black material, requiring 1,500 points. Option 2. Use 2 black material exchange vouchers. Lu Xian's pupils constricted suddenly. 1,500 points. He recalled vividly that the black material generated from dealing with Xuan Yahui only cost 1,000 points. The shocking evidence related to Chun Shue's involvement in murder was merely 5,000 points. However, now, the scandal regarding Professor Gu Yunqi has escalated to an astonishing 1,500 points. This equates to a staggering 15 million dragon coins. In monetary terms, it is an astounding 3,000 times that of Chun Shui, and 15,000 times that of Xuan Yahui. Lu Xian couldn't help but gasp in shock. This seemingly virtuous and ethereal professor Gu harbors such a monumental secret behind the scenes. How could it provoke the system to issue such a sky-high price? He glanced at his meager remaining 659 points, of which 200 were obtained through last night's dual operations involving Chen Shui and Zhang Yining, courtesy of the system's special cumulative rewards. Spending 500 points would nearly return him to square one. With only 1 black material exchange voucher left, he had no choice but to utilize his points. Yet, upon recalling Gu Yunqi's true colors from her past life, as well as her righteous condemnation of him during his misfortunes, Lu Xian's momentary hesitation evaporated entirely. One cannot catch a wolf without first parting with a child. One cannot wield points without sacrificing a bit of pride. Exchange. With a resolute thought, Lu Xian decisively selected the first option. Points 500. Remaining points 159. Details of the scandal are being generated. Scandal details. Secretly delivering crucial national-level ancient literature research materials and undisclosed artifact information to foreign powers. Specific description. Target individual Gu Yunqi. Since her promotion to associate professor 5 years ago, has exploited her position to repeatedly steal and replicate research achievements of ancient literature classified at the school and national levels. Unique scanned copies, as well as important undisclosed artifact information learned during archaeological projects. Selling them at high prices through encrypted channels to intelligence agencies and collection organizations of a certain Western power. A report, rich with images and text spanning several pages, unfurled on the system panel, resembling a detailed canvas of wrongdoing. It meticulously cataloged each transaction made by Gu Yunqi, the time, location, codename of the intermediary, summaries of the specific content of the transactions, artifact photographs, some featuring her in the background, along with the amounts paid and evidence chains of the transaction pathways, all presented with astonishing detail. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth involuntarily curled upward, forming a chilling and ruthless arc. Gu Yunqi, a paragon of virtue, yet engaged in treasonous acts for personal gain, you have truly sullied the noble title of teacher with a bold stroke of darkness. Let's see how you can maintain your elegance and nobility this time. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yunqi remained immersed in her academic realm on the podium. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze behind the lenses was cold and aloof, seemingly devoid of any worldly warmth. The somewhat rigid, dark professional suit she wore, however, exuded a unique charm, accentuating her slender waist, delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand, especially with that deep crimson pencil skirt, which perfectly outlined the curve of her pert posterior. Each time she turned to write on the board, it added an alluring touch of mature elegance to her demeanor. The delicate sheen of the glossy black stockings enveloped her flawlessly elongated legs, subtly glimmering under the lights, imbuing her with an alluring contradiction of chastity and sensuality. Most captivating were her slightly aloof phoenix eyes and the small, perfectly placed beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, which added an air of intellect and charm. Yet, at this moment, to Lu Xian, all of this became a splendid irony. He could almost envision how this esteemed Professor Gu would crumble when this revelation became public. Her typically scrutinizing and discerning gaze transforming into one of panic and despair. Leaning leisurely against the back of his chair, Lu Xian absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze playfully admiring the striking figure at the podium, already concocting plans on how to maximize the surprise impact of this grand revelation. The bell finally rang, signaling the end of class. Gu Yunxi appeared somewhat parched from her lecture. She set down the chalk, gathered her lesson plan and handbag, cleared her throat, and in her usual calm and unruffled tone stated that class was dismissed, preparing to turn and leave without a hint of hesitation. The students in the classroom, as if granted amnesty, began to pack their belongings, ready to disperse. "Professor Gu, please hold on." A voice, neither particularly loud nor soft, yet sufficiently clear, resonated from the back of the slightly chaotic classroom. Gu Yunxi paused mid-stride, her elegant brows furrowing slightly as she turned to discern the source of the voice. Upon spotting Lu Xian, who had risen with an air of nonchalance, a flicker of barely perceptible confusion and a hint of dismissiveness crossed her eyes. This student, she recalled vaguely, seemed somewhat inattentive in class, often appearing detached. "Is there something you did not understand during the lecture?" Gu Yunxi's tone retained its professional politeness, yet the sense of distance remained unaltered. Lu Xian ambled leisurely from his seat, weaving through the rows of desks until he stood before her. Towering above her by a considerable margin, he cast his gaze downwards, his face adorned with an enigmatic, subtle smile. "Indeed, Professor," Lu Xian nodded, his voice gentle. "I do have some academic inquiries I wish to delve into with you." Observing Lu Xian's composed demeanor, Gu Yunxi's brow furrowed even tighter. She typically disliked being encumbered by students after class, particularly those who seemed less earnest in their quest for knowledge, appearing more inclined towards idle chatter. She had an important academic seminar that afternoon, and time was of the essence. Yet, her professionalism compelled her to patiently inquire, "Well, what is your question? You may express it here. If it's straightforward, I can address it on the spot." Implicitly, she indicated that more complex matters could wait for another day, lest they consume her time. However, Lu Xian, upon hearing this, did not rush to respond. Instead, he meaningfully surveyed the few lingering students in the classroom before redirecting his gaze to Gu Yunxi, the smile at the corner of his lips deepening. "Professor, it's rather crowded here. The noise is quite distracting." He paused for a moment, lowering his voice slightly, infused with an air of mystery as he added, "Moreover, the question I wish to inquire about is perhaps not suitable for public discussion here." Chapter 23. How long will you remain defiant? Gu Yunxi's expression darkened indeed. What question could be so sensitive as to warrant such secrecy? She had little patience for students who feigned importance, as if they were of great significance. In her eyes, Lu Xian was merely an unremarkable student who had left little impression on her, most likely seeking an excuse to get closer or to ask trivial personal matters. "Classmate, this is an academic building. Any scholarly inquiries can be discussed openly," Gu Yunxi stated with an unmistakable coldness in her tone, as if to say, "Do not squander my time." She adjusted her glasses, her gaze emanating an air of unattainable aloofness. "If it is not an academic matter, then I shall take my leave. I hope you will focus during lectures and refrain from daydreaming." With that, Gu Yunxi turned away from Lu Xian and intended to stride out of the classroom. She moved with a lightness, as though everything behind her was of no consequence. However, at the very moment she turned, a hand reached out, precise and imbued with an irrefutable strength, gently resting upon her arm. Gu Yunqi's body tensed instantaneously. She whirled around, her expression tinged with offended anger, and coldly commanded, "Let go." She raised her chin, casting a frigid glance at Lu Xian, her eyes no longer indifferent but scrutinizing, warning. It was as if she sought to see through him. For an instant, Lu Xian felt a flash of icy menace in her gaze, an instinctive ferocity born from having crossed a line. Lu Xian did not relent. Instead, a smirk of amusement curled at the corners of his lips as he turned his phone screen towards Gu Yunqi. The display revealed a screenshot, featuring only a few lines of English and a handful of numbers. Yet the background faintly suggested it was from a secure messaging application. "Professor Gu, I recommend you accompany me." Lu Xian's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable sense of pressure, for the matter was of utmost importance. He regarded Gu Yunqi, his expression shifting from amusement to one of profound insight. "You see, this is a screenshot of ancient documents purchased by the United States 3 years ago. You must be quite familiar with it, yes?" The hand that Gu Yunqi had intended to push away withered mid-motion, her wrist muscles tensing as if caught in a vice. Her complexion paled rapidly, visibly draining of color, as though blood had abandoned her face in an instant. The fury that had once glimmered in her phoenix eyes was now replaced with disbelief and a barely contained panic. She quickly scanned their surroundings, ensuring that not many students were paying attention, and almost instinctively, she seized Lu Xian's arm, not to push him away but to pull him forcefully, hastening towards the exit of the classroom. Her movements were somewhat frantic, even appearing somewhat flustered. Lu Xian allowed her to lead him, maintaining that inscrutable smile, as if everything was entirely within his control. Gu Yunqi guided Lu Xian through the corridor, avoiding the throngs of students, ultimately halting in a relatively secluded corner. Here, with her back turned to the corridor, she was shielded from the gaze of passers-by. After halting her steps, Gu Yunqi took a deep breath, striving to calm her wildly racing heart. Truly, she was a person capable of betraying national secrets. After a brief moment of panic, she swiftly regained her composure. She looked back at Lu Xian, her eyes returning to a facade of tranquility, though a lingering trace of shock still resided within. "Classmate, what is your name?" Her voice, now devoid of its previous sharpness, bore an oppressive chill. "Where did you acquire these items?" She attempted to turn the tables, redirecting the conversation towards Lu Xian's illicit acquisition. "Do not be deceived, these are classified documents. If your screenshots are discovered, you could face imprisonment." Listening to Gu Yunqi's words, Lu Xian felt an overwhelming urge to applaud her. Her skill in fabricating lies and distorting the truth was unparalleled, befitting a professor. Had it been another student, they might have indeed been intimidated into compliance by her blend of coercion and persuasion, frightened into relinquishing the evidence. Alas, she was confronting Lu Xian. The smile on Lu Xian's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling mockery. "Professor Gu, have you been rendered foolish by fear?" He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a menacing whisper. "Are you threatening me?" He gazed intently at Gu Yunqi's mask of feigned calmness, articulating each word with precision. "These pieces of evidence, they substantiate your criminality, not mine." Gu Yunqi's expression darkened once more, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. She had not anticipated that this student would prove so troublesome, perceptive to the core, and utterly unyielding to intimidation. "Classmate, I do not know what you are speaking of." She attempted to persist in her denial, her tone firm. "These are state secrets. I hope you will refrain from presenting them in the future." Her initial intention had been to intimidate the student. After all, he was merely a young lad. Regardless of how he had obtained those photographs, she believed the university student could easily be misled, and with a touch of coercion and temptation, he would undoubtedly capitulate, handing over the evidence so she could later devise a plan to manage the aftermath. Yet, Lu Xian's demeanor defied her expectations. His gaze was piercing, sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of penetrating all her disguises. Lu Xian's expression turned steely, devoid of warmth. "Professor Gu, are you still pretending to be ignorant?" He cursed, his tone laced with impatience and pressure, demanding, "Do you want me to elaborate further?" He leaned in towards Gu Yunxi, nearly brushing against her ear, his voice a sinister whisper meant solely for her. March 25th, 2020, The Beautiful Nation, sale of crucial documents, ancient literary classic scans, $1,500,000. Gu Yunxi's body trembled violently, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on her forehead, trickling down her temples. The date, the content, the amount. Even the currency unit were all impeccably accurate. This is far from the mere information that a simple screenshot could reveal. Lu Xian observed her terrified reaction, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he intensified the pressure. "Do you remember? Your sports car, your villa. How'd they come to be?" He paused, watching Gu Yunxi tremble slightly from sheer terror, his tone growing colder. "You laundered all that black money into your parents' accounts through special channels, and suddenly, your father became an entrepreneur? That old classmate of yours who runs a company, didn't he assist you quite a bit?" Gu Yunxi's complexion shifted from pale to a sickly gray. She opened her mouth, but could utter not a single word, only managing to emit rapid gasps. The facade of calm she had desperately maintained crumbled under Lu Xian's precise descriptions. "What nonsense are you spouting?" She struggled to force out a few words, her voice trembling with tears, stripped of its previous aloofness. "I can't understand." Lu Xian smirked wickedly, relishing her imminent collapse. "Oh, you can't understand, can you?" Lu Xian remarked casually. "That's fine. I don't mind helping you jog your memory. Or perhaps we could discuss this loudly, allowing you to comprehend gradually." Chapter 24. Misogyny? "Very well. Let me remedy that today." Alternatively, Lu Xian's voice, laced with laughter, turned as cold as ice. "I could simply broadcast this online, inviting enthusiastic netizens to help you recollect. You see, we are in the information age. What spreads the fastest? Gossip, scandals, especially concerning a lofty university professor engaging in unspeakable deeds. Imagine the traffic. I'm worried for you." He extended his right hand, his fingertips playfully hooking under Gu Yunxi's chin, forcing her to lift her gaze and meet his. In those playful eyes, there was no warmth, only the chilling control of power. Gu Yunxi's body jolted, instinctively raising her hand to swat his away, her voice trembling. "Let go of me." Lu Xian's gaze sharpened instantly, the smile evaporating from his face. "You wretched woman. Are you still pretending?" He spat coldly, tearing away the facade entirely. He swiftly retrieved his phone, opening the Weibo interface with a decisive motion. His fingers poised to scroll the screen, his tone now bearing the weight of a final ultimatum. "Since the professor is so confident and believes this to be a slander, perhaps it is best to let the netizens judge the matter. They revel in discerning truth from falsehood." Gu Yunxi, witnessing him genuinely opening Weibo, fell into utter panic. Her previous bravado and denial crumbled in an instant before Lu Xian's unwavering actions. She grasped Lu Xian's arm tightly, her voice quivering with desperation. "No, please don't post it. I beg you." She endeavored to conjure a semblance of grievance, try to play the emotional card. "Classmate, listen to me. I am being framed. These things are all false. Some people are just envious and want to ruin me." She bit her lower lip, her eyes reddening, presenting a picture of someone who had suffered a great injustice. Her acting skills commendable. Lu Xian regarded her tearful, pitiful appearance with nothing but endless sarcasm in his heart. Truly, he embodies the essence of a professor. The swiftness of his change in demeanor and his remarkable acting prowess could easily earn him an Oscar. He is not one to be deceived by such clumsy performances. Lu Xian seized Gu Yunxi's elegantly styled hair, violently disheveling it, as a few strands cascaded down, adding an unexpected allure to her disarray. "You shameless wretch. Still attempting to act. Do you truly believe I am a fool?" Lu Xian's voice dripped with an undeniable chill, his tone brimming with ferocity. "I will share this online, exposing your hypocritical facade to the light of day." He poised to click send, his finger hovering over the screen. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yunxi, disregarding her image, let out a piercing scream and lunged forward, desperately attempting to snatch Lu Xian's phone. Her actions were purely instinctual. Her mind had gone blank. consumed solely by the need to thwart him. Lu Xian had anticipated her reaction, a trace of mockery flickering across his face. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across Gu Yunqi's face. The sound echoed crisply in the vacant space, causing her to turn her head, a vivid red mark instantly appearing on her cheek. The searing pain jolted her into clarity, making her acutely aware that this student was not someone she could handle with her usual tactics. "Vile creature, do you dare to resist?" Lu Xian's voice held an authoritative resonance, his gaze as cold as steel. Gu Yunqi gritted her teeth, a flicker of humiliation and despair flashing in her eyes. She glanced at Lu Xian, then at the phone in his grasp. Ultimately, all her resistance crumbled beneath the weight of overwhelming fear. Resolute, she bent down and removed her high-heeled shoes, revealing her slender ankles encased in glossy black stockings. Then, to Lu Xian's amusement, she suddenly knelt on the ground. The esteemed Professor Gu, now humbled, knelt before a student, her disheveled hair, flushed cheeks, and unshed tears painting a profoundly shocking tableau. "Please, classmate, do not post this online." Her voice trembled, thick with emotion, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom. She understood that if this were to be exposed, everything she held dear, her reputation, her status, even her freedom, would vanish in an instant. Lu Xian looked down at the kneeling Gu Yunqi, his eyes devoid of pity, filled instead with the thrill of wielding power over life and death. He grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his icy gaze. "Such beauty in Professor Gu, and a commendable figure as well," Lu Xian remarked, his eyes roving over her, his tone ambiguous, as if appraising a prized possession. "I wonder, are you married?" Gu Yunqi was taken aback by the abruptness of his inquiry. Her mind raced, and she quickly replied, I am not in a relationship. I am single." She emphasized her single status, attempting to soften Lu Xian's demeanor or to discern the motive behind his question. However, unbeknownst to Lu Xian, Gu Yunqi harbored a deep-seated aversion to men. This pathological aversion rendered her incapable of enduring any physical contact with men. Even proximity induced a visceral discomfort. The very thought of engaging with men, let alone merely glancing at them, filled her with annoyance, perceiving them as greasy and repugnant. The actions that Lu Xian had just performed, grasping her chin, tugging at her hair, and even that slap, were endured only through sheer willpower, suppressing her instinctive revulsion and physical reactions to avoid retching on the spot. At this moment, Lu Xian's fingers still gripped her chin, and the overwhelming loathing for male touch, compounded by immense fear and humiliation, obliterated her psychological defenses in an instant. Her stomach churned violently, and she could no longer contain herself, succumbing to dry heaves. Gu Yunqi covered her mouth, bending over and emitting painful retching sounds, tears mingling with involuntary physiological responses, creating a scene both pitiable and grotesque. Lu Xian's brow furrowed immediately. Observing Gu Yunqi kneeling and gagging, the playful amusement and mockery that had adorned his face vanished, replaced instead by a profound anger at being offended. "What does this mean? A mere touch from me makes you nauseous. Do you look down on yourself?" He abruptly released his grip on her chin, shifting to encircle her neck. Although he did not apply enough force to suffocate her, the pressure was sufficient for her to sense the threat and pain. "Val wench, what do you mean by this? Do you disdain me?" Lu Xian's voice was low and menacing, laden with an oppressive intensity. Gu Yunqi, grasped by the neck, found it difficult to breathe, her face reddening. She sensed Lu Xian's fury and understood that her earlier reaction had incited him. Suppressing her disgust and fear, she stammered an explanation. "No, it's not that. I have misandry. I cannot be touched by men." "Misandry?" Upon hearing this term, a flicker of understanding crossed Lu Xian's eyes, tinged with a hint of amusement. So that was it. No wonder the system had evaluated her as harboring severe prejudice and malice towards the host. This was the root cause. "Misandry? Cannot be touched by men?" Lu Xian gazed at Gu Yunqi, trembling on the ground from physiological disgust and fear, and a powerful urge to conquer surged within him. He relished the idea of shattering such taboos, of making the proud submit, of toying with one deemed untouchable. Miss Andre? Very well. Lucien's lips curled into a wicked smile, his gaze glinting with dangerous intent. Today, I shall cure you of this affliction. He leaned down and forcefully captured Gu Yunxi's lips in a kiss. This kiss was laden with punishment, possession, and a forceful declaration that from this day forth, Gu Yunxi would no longer be the aloof professor who despised men. Her body and soul would henceforth be under his dominion. Chapter 25. Gu Yunxi offers her loyalty. The feeling of revulsion surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming her as her stomach churned violently, threatening to expel her very insides. Desperately, she beat against Lucien's shoulders, emitting muffled whimpers. Those once proud and lofty phoenix-like eyes now brimmed with terror and entreaty, tears cascading uncontrollably, mingling with her smeared lipstick, rendering her utterly disheveled. Lucien appeared resolute in his intent to cure her aversion to men, his arms tightening around her like iron pincers, allowing her to struggle until, after a brief moment, he released his grip just enough. Gasping for freedom, Gu Yunxi could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing onto the ground. Clutching her chest as she retched violently, tears streamed down her face, obliterating any semblance of the composed, aloof professor she typically embodied. Is this truly unbearable? Lucien observed her from above, his lips curling into an increasingly cold and sinister smile. Professor Gu, it seems your affliction runs deep. But fear not. I possess an abundance of patience. Before his words could fully dissipate, he brutally seized Gu Yunxi's disheveled hair once more, forcing her to lift her tear-streaked visage, denying her any respite as he pressed his lips against hers again. This kiss bore a heavier weight of punishment, as if he sought to devour all her resistance and revulsion. The suffocating embrace persisted for several agonizing minutes. When he finally released her, Gu Yunxi's lips were a blurred mess, the corners even cracked and oozing with blood. She gasped for air, her chest heaving violently, her gaze vacant, consumed by primal fear and desperation. Please, stop, I beg you. I truly cannot bear this anymore. She wished to articulate her distress. Yet another wave of dry heaving overtook her. Release you? Lucien chuckled softly, a sound that resonated in Gu Yunxi's ears more terrifying than a devil's whisper. His eyes hardened, and without further ado, he yanked her hair, dragging her like a discarded doll toward the exit of the corner. Hey, let go. I can walk myself. Please stop pulling my hair, it hurts. Gu Yunxi cried out, desperately clawing at his hand, yet her feeble strength was no match for his. Lucien remained unyielding, his grip steadfast as he strode forward with purpose. Gu Yunxi was forced to hunch over, stumbling in his wake, her high heels lost somewhere along the way, now barefoot on the cold floor, amplifying her sense of despair. By now, it was nearly noon, and the students had long since vacated the teaching building, leaving only the two of them in the desolate corridor. With a forceful kick, Lucien burst through the door of the recently vacated lecture hall, finding it entirely empty. He swung his arm violently, sending Gu Yunxi crashing to the cold ground like discarded refuse. The back of her head striking the table leg with a muffled thud that sent stars dancing before her eyes. Crouched on the floor, she trembled uncontrollably, her disheveled hair clinging to her pale cheeks, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Looking up at the approaching Lucien, who resembled a vengeful spirit, her voice quavered. W, what do you want from me? She attempted a final act of defiance, her tone laced with desperation. How much do you want? Name a figure. I will give you everything I can. Money? Lucien scoffed, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. Professor Gu, do you truly believe I am in need of your filthy money? He slowly crouched down to meet Gu Yunxi's gaze, his eyes a blend of mockery and coldness. What I desire is you, as a person. Allow me to toy with you for a while, and your sordid affairs shall remain undisclosed, at least for now. How does that sound? This notion of playing once struck Gu Yunxi's heart like 3 poisoned daggers. Her complexion turned as pale as a sheet, the blood draining from her face, her pupils constricting in shock. No, no, she screamed, her voice tinged with the last remnants of stubbornness and the edge of despair. Classmate, I cannot acquiesce to your demands. Propose something else, anything at all. You have already stolen my first kiss. I would rather die than concede to such a thing. She believed that invoking her first kiss and her willingness to die would instill some hesitation in Xuan, yet she was unaware that to him, her words sounded utterly ludicrous. A woman capable of betraying her own country now speaks of chastity? Her first kiss? Xuan raised an eyebrow, his devilish smile widening, laced with a hint of cruel amusement. Professor Gu, you're delightfully naive. Want to die? That is hardly a challenge. But fret not. I shall not allow you to perish so easily. I will make you live, no, suffer. He leisurely retrieved his phone, and before Gu Yunxi's eyes, he pressed the digits for emergency services with deliberate slowness, activating the speakerphone. Beep, beep, beep. The monotonous and urgent dialing tone resonated through the silent classroom, each sound striking Gu Yunxi's heart like a hammer. The call was swiftly answered, a calm female voice emanating from the receiver. Hello. This is the Emergency Reporting Center of the Yanjing City Police Department. How may I assist you? Hello, police officer. Xuan's voice remained tranquil, devoid of any emotion, even carrying a hint of polite amusement. I have a significant matter to report regarding state secrets. What is it? Please proceed. The female officer's voice remained professional and composed. It's like this, no? Don't say it. Upon hearing the words state secrets, the last thread of Gu Yunxi's composure snapped. Her face turned ashen, and disregarding her pain and disheveled state, she crawled toward him, grasping his arm like a drowning person clutching at a lifeline, desperate to halt his words. Please, classmate, I beg you. Her cheeks were wet with tears and mucus, her voice hoarse, laced with a heavy nasal tone and a plea of despair. She whispered, I agree to your terms. I will comply with anything you ask. Wah! I will agree, just don't report me, I implore you. In the face of the terror of public disgrace and imprisonment, all notions of dignity and boundaries faded into insignificance. Observing her reduced to such a pitiful state, Xuan's lips curved into a triumphant smile. Addressing the phone once more, my apologies, police officer, it appears to be a misunderstanding. Everything is fine, I apologize for the disturbance. With that, he promptly hung up the call. Once again, the classroom fell into an oppressive silence, save for Gu Yunxi's stifled sobs. Xuan grasped Gu Yunxi's chin with a single hand, compelling her to raise her head and behold the visage distorted by tears and fear. His tone bore a hint of playful approval. Now you're behaving. Wouldn't it have been better to act this way from the start? Why insist on drinking the bitter wine after rejecting the sweet? He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Let me take a good look at our esteemed Professor Gu and see what she truly feels. Before his words could fully dissipate, Xuan yanked her from the ground and forcefully pressed her against the cold podium. Half an hour later, Xuan adjusted his collar. Psychological defenses of the target have completely collapsed. Signs of misandry are showing signs of loosening. Control value has significantly increased. Current control value, 50,100, rewards, professional racing driver skills, 1 blackmail exchange voucher. Reward points, 300. Professional racing driver skills? A faint smile graced Xuan's lips. This reward was indeed commendable, bolstering his confidence for future escapades. As for the blackmail voucher and 300 points, they were delightful surprises. He cast a glance at Gu Yunxi, lying on the ground like a lifeless fish, feeling not an ounce of pity, only a sense of vengeful delight and satisfaction in his control. Gu Yunxi, this is merely the beginning. The suffering you have inflicted upon me will be repaid tenfold. Chapter 26. Call me Master. Gu Yunxi lay, slumped beside the cold podium, as if her soul had been siphoned away, devoid of vitality. Her once meticulously tailored professional attire now hung in disarray upon her, with several parts torn, exposing her fair skin and amplifying her disheveled state. Strands of hair clung to her sweat-drenched cheeks. The face that once radiated pride and aloofness now bore only the tracks of tears, devoid of color. Her vacant gaze fixated on the ceiling, as if she had lost the ability to focus. What startled Xuan, and soon surged a more intense and twisted sense of conquest within him. Was the stark crimson staining the podium? She had indeed spoken the truth. This usually aloof professor, who maintained a distance from others, was unexpectedly vulnerable. Lu Xian's lips involuntarily curled upward, the tumult of cruelty and pleasure threatening to overflow. The sensation of dragging a once sacred figure from her pedestal and ruthlessly trampling upon her was utterly intoxicating. Gu Yunxi, your cherished pride, your unassailable demeanor, from this moment forth, have been utterly obliterated. Lu Xian stepped forward, bent down, and seized Gu Yunxi's disheveled hair, forcing her pale face upward to meet his gaze. He murmured, his nose nearly brushing against hers, his voice laced with mockery, yet chillingly devoid of warmth. Professor Gu, I never imagined you could be so pliable. Gu Yunxi's body trembled violently, her dazed eyes slowly regaining a spark of life. The once ingrained loathing and fear in her gaze now strangely mingled with a sense of bewilderment and resigned compliance. From this moment forth, I, Lu Xian, am your master. Do you hear me? He paused, relishing the tears that accumulated in her eyes and the profound sense of humiliation that enveloped her. If you dare to disobey or attempt any tricks, he elongated his words, leaning closer to her ear and whispering in a voice only they could hear, akin to a devil's murmur. I will ensure that your treasonous evidence surfaces in every conceivable place, and the consequences of that you must surely understand. The master, Gu Yunxi, trembled as she uttered those two words, seemingly exhausting her entire strength, her voice delicate as a whisper, tinged with a heavy nasal tone and an uncontrollable sob. Tears cascaded from her once proud phoenix eyes, falling like scattered pearls onto the cold floor. Everything she held dear was now trampled and shattered beneath this man's feet. Now that's more like it. Lu Xian smirked with satisfaction, leaning down to plant a symbolic kiss on her tear-streaked cheek before straightening up and retrieving his phone, meticulously adjusting the angle to capture the disheveled Gu Yunxi. Come now, Professor Gu, smile for the camera. His tone was as casual as if he were photographing a picturesque landscape. This marks the beginning of your new life. After all, we must capture a few meaningful and elegant photographs to honor your esteemed role as a teacher, don't you think? No, please don't take pictures. Gu Yunxi instinctively curled her body, her hands desperately attempting to shield herself, her voice laced with a hopeless plea. Yet, Lu Xian disregarded her protests entirely, capturing several close-up shots with gleeful persistence before contentedly stowing away his phone and striding out of the classroom without a backward glance. Inside the classroom, Gu Yunxi remained, akin to a forsaken, decrepit doll, trembling in silence. After what felt like an eternity, she seemed to awaken from a nightmare, shivering violently and hastily wiping away her tears. Frantically rearranging her clothing, she leaned against the wall, leaving the place that would forever haunt her, stumbling away as if fleeing from hell itself. Lu Xian walked back to his dormitory in high spirits, his phone vibrating with a message from Zhang Yining. Upon opening it, he discovered a photograph. Zhang Yining in a breezy camisole, cozily nestled beside the still-sleeping Chen Shui, a mischievous smile adorning her face as she made a peace sign for the camera. Chen Shui was deeply asleep, her fair cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. A playful smile tugged at Lu Xian's lips as he replied, "Very good. Yining is becoming increasingly perceptive. Keep it up, and there will be rewards." He then saved the photo with a flick of his hand. Upon arriving at the dormitory and pushing open the door, a wave of fried chicken aroma enveloped him. Zhao Qin lounged with his legs crossed, engrossed in short videos while munching on chicken nuggets. Spotting Lu Xian's return, he lifted his chin and mumbled, "Yo, Xuanzi's back. Come, I just ordered a bucket. Let us dig in together." Lu Xian cast him a sidelong glance, a cold smirk curling his lips. Zhao Qin, as usual, delights in showcasing his supposed generosity through trivial favors, concealing a deep-seated disdain for others. In my previous life, during my own misfortunes, he was not shy in voicing his derogatory remarks behind my back. "No need. Thank you. I just ate," Lu Xian replied nonchalantly, striding toward his bed. Meanwhile, Chen Min, who had been anxiously fidgeting, sprang up from his bed the moment Lu Xian entered. He hurried over, his pallor resembling that of a ghost, his lips quivering, eyes bloodshot and brimming with concern. Brother Xian, you're back. His voice trembled. Xuan, she is all right. Isn't she? You haven't harmed her, have you? He appeared on the verge of tears. Observing Chun Min's distraught demeanor, Lu Xian stifled a chuckle, yet maintained a relaxed expression. He placed a reassuring hand on Chun Min's shoulder, saying, "Oh, look at you. You don't need to worry when your brother is here. Rest assured, Xuan is perfectly fine. She just perhaps overexerted herself playing yesterday and needs some rest." Overexerted? Upon hearing this, Chun Min's complexion worsened, turning even paler, his body swaying as if he might faint at any moment. Nearby, Zhao Qin, munching on a chicken leg, perked up at the mention of Xuan, curiously leaning closer with greasy lips, inquiring, "Hey, Xuan, who is she? Sounds like a girl's name. Xian, when did you start dating? Why haven't you introduced her to your buddies?" At this moment, the other dormitory residents remained oblivious to the fact that Chun Shui was actually Chun Min's younger sister. Chapter 27. A filial son fond of stepmother literature. A setup chapter. May skip. This chapter serves to introduce new characters. Those in a hurry may bypass it. Lu Xian felt a wave of discomfort at Zhao Qin's greasy hand and self-satisfied camaraderie. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze suddenly frosty, his tone devoid of warmth. He swatted Zhao Qin's chicken-smeared hand away, his voice low yet laced with an undeniable chill. "Who the hell said we were brothers?" Zhao Qin's smile froze instantly. Akin to receiving a public slap, his feigned enthusiasm abruptly extinguished. Initially stunned, a surge of rage swiftly coursed through him, his face flushing crimson, reminiscent of a boiled crab. "Damn it! Lu Xian, do you have no shame?" He felt deeply insulted. Accustomed to wielding power in the dormitory, he had never encountered such disrespect. Anger igniting within him, he seized a half-eaten chicken leg, hurling it towards Lu Xian's face without a second thought. The chicken leg, slick with grease, whistled through the air. Lu Xian's eyes narrowed. Without even a blink, he shifted his body slightly, his right hand darting out with lightning speed, effortlessly swatting the greasy drumstick to the ground. Subsequently, he grounded himself and executed a swift, precise kick, landing cleanly on Zhao Qin's slightly protruding belly. Zhao Qin let out a wretched scream akin to that of slaughtered pig, his body contorting like a boiled shrimp, arching instinctively as anguish twisted his features grotesquely. Veins bulged on his forehead, and cold sweat erupted instantaneously. He felt a tempest raging within his abdomen, as if his internal organs were misaligned, the excruciating pain rendering him speechless. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before Zhao Qin could react, Lu Xian had already advanced, delivering another ruthless kick that mercilessly pressed Zhao Qin's pained visage against the frigid dormitory floor. With a disdainful gaze, Lu Xian looked down at Zhao Qin, who resembled a beaten dog, and spat derisively onto his face, his tone laced with utmost contempt and mockery. "With such a pathetic appearance, do you dare to call me brother?" He applied slight pressure, causing Zhao Qin's cheek to scrape against the ground, producing a sound that was painfully grating. "Call me daddy." Lu Xian's voice was chilling, devoid of any emotion. Zhao Qin lay on the floor, grimacing in agony, his face smeared with saliva and dust, utterly disheveled. He yearned to struggle, to resist, yet Lu Xian's foot weighed upon him like a mountain, rendering him immobile. Humiliation, fury, and a tinge of incredulous fear intertwined within him. "Lu Xian, are you insane? I have never wronged you," he howled, his voice cracking from the pain and rage. "Never wronged?" Lu Xian smirked coldly, his gaze unervingly profound. "Ah, that is merely your ignorance. In a previous life, this scoundrel had relied on his family's modest wealth, weaving tales behind Lu Xian's back, delighting in throwing him under the bus. Now, the tides had turned, and it was time for him to experience the sensation of being trampled upon. Disregarding Zhao Qin's wails, Lu Xian slowly turned his head, his eyes landing upon Chun Min, who had been trembling like a leaf, his complexion as pale as paper. Chun Min, petrified by Lu Xian's icy stare, nearly collapsed to his knees, his heart racing in terror as he witnessed the grim fate of Zhao Qin, too frightened to even breathe. "Get lost!" Lu Xian's voice remained steady, but carried an irresistible pressure, an eyesore. Why, yes, yes, yes. Brother Xian, I'll leave right now. Chen Min stammered, feeling as if he had received a reprieve, scrambling out of the dormitory with all haste, as if pursued by demons. He longed to distance himself from this harbinger of doom, indifferent to Zhao Qin's fate. In the dormitory, only Lu Xian and the groaning Zhao Qin remained. Lu Xian leisurely took out his phone and captured a close-up of Zhao Qin's disgraceful state. Ding! New analyzable target detected. Scanning photo information. Target, Zhao Qin. The system's cold notification echoed in Lu Xian's mind. Zhao Qin, male, 21 years old, a local of Yanjing. Hailing from a family that operates a small real estate company, a quintessential rich second generation, arrogant, hedonistic, and lacking intellect. Lu Xian contemplated the two presented options, the first being a redemption of 3,000 yuan and the second, a black material exchange voucher. The latter was a precious commodity, and using it on Zhao Qin would be a waste. Moreover, his current financial situation was sufficient. He did not mind parting with this sum. He chose the 3,000 yuan redemption, silently affirming his decision. Black material exchange successful. 3,000 yuan deducted from account balance. Details of the black material. Engaging in illicit conduct with his stepmother, who is of the same age. Specific description. The target, Zhao Qin, is the son of Zhao Qintian, a well-known real estate developer in Yanjing, notorious for his promiscuity, often keeping several young and beautiful mistresses. Zhao Qin has a peculiar preference for his father's lovers. Whenever Zhao Qintian acquires a new young wife, Zhao Qin finds ways to covertly engage with them, indulging in immoral acts. According to system statistics, Zhao Qin has successfully seduced 4 of his father's mistresses, all of whom are of similar age, with 2 even younger than him by a year or 2. Subsequently, a document exceeding 30 pages appeared on Lu Xian's phone screen. It was richly illustrated, meticulously documenting Zhao Qin's explicit conversations and intimate photographs with his 4 mistresses, including several lengthy videos that could potentially provoke a fatal stroke in Zhao Qintian. Each image and conversation pointed unmistakably to Zhao Qin's disgraceful actions. Lu Xian quickly perused the information, a smirk growing upon his lips, his eyes filled with amusement. "Ah, what audacity you possess, young lad. Your taste is indeed unique. Targeting your father's women, truly a filial son," he mused inwardly, chuckling at Zhao Qin's audacity. Zhao Qin, beneath him, seemed to sense something amiss. Straining against the pain, he lifted his head just in time to glimpse a familiar, shocking photograph flashing across Lu Xian's screen. Though it was but a fleeting image, he recognized it immediately. His complexion drained of color, cold sweat beading on his brow. He stammered, "What the hell are you talking about? Lu Xian, what is that on your phone? Don't say such things. People can die for this." Fear filled his eyes. The earlier bravado completely dissipated. Chapter 28. "I heard your mother is a beautiful deputy mayor?" Lu Xian admired the masterpiece on his phone, his smile broadening as if he were appraising a rare treasure or a succulent lamb destined for the banquet table. Meanwhile, Zhao Qin, despite the pain, could not tear his gaze from Lu Xian's phone. When the fleeting images of his father's newly acquired young mistress appeared on the screen, it felt as though his blood had turned to ice. Was that not the model he had just seduced last month? And that other one, wasn't she the university student his father had kept hidden away last year? The angles of these photographs reveal some are clearly taken surreptitiously, while others are unmistakably selfies. In pursuit of excitement, he captured quite a number. When he cried out that someone would die, his voice quivered, and the arrogance on his face was swiftly replaced by terror and despair. He knew his father, Zhao Qintian, all too well. Should he discover that his son dared to betray him, it would surely result in a broken leg and expulsion from the family home. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian ground his foot, looking down upon him with a gaze filled with mockery and coldness. "Oh, you're aware that someone could die? Doing me. Who exactly is it that faces death?" He paused, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, leisurely adding, "It must be you, right? Imagine if your father, Chairman Zhao Qintian, were to learn that his precious son not only adorned him with a series of vibrant green hats, but also captured his cherished literary materials featuring young mistresses. Do you think you could continue to strut before me, indulging in KFC, with your legs crossed, carefree as you are now? Zhao Qin was drenched in cold sweat. His hair matted on his forehead, his complexion as pale as parchment, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Perhaps. There was a hint of malicious temptation in Lu Xian's voice. I want to even trouble Chairman Zhao. I shall simply post these captivating moments online, allowing the enthusiastic netizens to join you and your youthful, beautiful mistresses in social death. I've even thought of a title, a unique filial piety of a Beijing rich second generation, My Affairs with My Mistresses. What do you think? A splendid suggestion. Wouldn't you agree? No, please no. Zhao Qin could no longer contain himself, letting out a heart-rending scream, disregarding the foot pressing on his head, clinging desperately to Lu Xian's leg, tears streaming down his face. Brother Xian, I was wrong. I truly was. Please spare me. Just this once. He abruptly lifted his head, no longer caring about the dirt and saliva on his face, banging his forehead against the cold ground, producing a dull thud. Brother Xian, you have a generous heart. How much do you want? 100,000? No, 200,000. I'll call my father immediately. No, 50,000. Brother Xian, if you could just show mercy, I'll transfer 50,000 to you right away. Lu Xian scoffed, lightly lifting Zhao Qin's chin with his toe, compelling him to meet his gaze. 50,000? Zhao Qin, do you truly believe that I, Lu Xian, lack your filthy money? Zhao Qin felt his heart plummet. He understood that resolving this matter today would not be so simple. Then what do you wish for, Brother Xian? Whatever I can do, I will gladly do. His voice trembled, dripping with humility. Lu Xian's smile grew increasingly sinister. It's quite simple. I want you to be my dog. From now on, when I command you to go east, you shall not venture west. When I instruct you to bite, you must not merely bark. Do you understand? Dog? Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback, then forced a smile that was more grotesque than weeping, his throat making a hoarse sound. In a state of overwhelming fear and humiliation, he actually barked woof, woof. As he barked, he pushed against the ground, attempting to mimic a dog's posture. As long as this secret is preserved, he would not hesitate to assume any role, even that of a dog or a grandson. Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction, removing his foot from Zhao Qin's head, and leisurely remarked, since you were to be a dog, shouldn't there be some display of loyalty? Zhao Qin quickly scrambled to his knees before Lu Xian, gazing up at him with eager anticipation, awaiting his command. Lu Xian looked down at him, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. By the way, Zhao Qin, I have heard that your mother is quite the beauty, renowned as the icy deputy mayor of Jina City, Mayor Xuan. Is that correct? At these words, Zhao Qin felt as if struck by lightning. His entire body trembled violently, his complexion paling to an even more ghastly hue, his lips drained of color. His mother, Xuan, represented the most profound taboo in his heart and was the only individual he held any semblance of respect for. Although Xuan had divorced his father long ago, her formidable presence and icy demeanor had cast a long shadow over him since childhood. Please, Brother Xian, do not jest about such matters, Zhao Qin stammered, his voice quavering uncontrollably. My mother, she has been divorced from my father for quite some time, and she would never meet you. Divorced? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. That may be true for your father, but she is still your mother. I have heard that she dotes on you quite affectionately. I think it would be reasonable to arrange a dinner with Mayor Su to foster familial ties, don't you think? And no, that cannot be. Zhao Qin nearly burst into tears. My mother is exceptionally busy, and her temper is rather fierce. I truly cannot arrange that. He would rather bow to his various stepmothers than provoke his icy mother. Oh, unable to arrange it? Lu Xian's gaze turned icy. Zhao Qin shuddered in fear and hastily replied, Brother Xian, please listen to me. I have recently started dating a new girlfriend, a campus beauty from the Beijing Arts Academy. She is truly lovely, graceful, and pure, still a maiden. I can arrange everything for you tonight. How does that sound? In a desperate bid to save his own skin, he was willing to sacrifice even his newly acquired girlfriend. With a swift motion, Lu Xian delivered a brutal kick to Zhao Qin's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Blood gushed from Zhao Qin's nose, and stars danced before his eyes as half of his cheek began to swell visibly. How dare you take my kindness for granted? Lu Xian's voice was cold as ice. Do you think you can bargain with me? I have no interest in your second-rate offerings or those superficial beauties. I demand to see your mother, Xuan. He crouched down, gripping Zhao Qin's hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. I am giving you 3 days. If you fail to make the necessary arrangements, I have no qualms about turning your romantic entanglements with your stepmothers into a trending bedtime story online. And let your father appreciate your son's filial piety and witness how the Zhao family's dignity has been utterly tarnished by you. Zhao Qin lay on the ground, his chest heaving in pain, his face smeared with blood and tears, the metallic scent of his own blood filling his nostrils. His eyes were vacant, overwhelmed by a chilling despair. He understood that Lu Xian was not jesting. This devil was capable of anything. Chapter 29, Grandfather. I am Lu Xian. Lu Xian gazed down at Zhao Qin, who was sobbing uncontrollably and swearing to be a loyal dog, his expression devoid of emotion, merely finding it somewhat tedious. However, the presence of his high-ranking, icy mother piqued his interest slightly. Return to your doghouse. Do not linger here, Lu Xian commanded, his tone indifferent as if dismissing a mere fly. Yes, thank you, Xinge. Thank you. Zhao Qin, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, disregarded the excruciating pain on his face and the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, scrambling to retreat to his own corner. He pulled the blanket over his head, his body still trembling from fear and anxiety, daring only to peek through the fabric to observe Lu Xian's movements, terrified that this harbinger of doom might find another reason to torment him. Lu Xian did not spare him another glance. With a look of disgust, he kicked aside the chicken bone stained with Zhao Qin's saliva and blood, made his way to his own bed, removed his shoes, and lazily flopped down, retrieving his phone to continue browsing. He resumed the train of thought that had been interrupted moments ago. He navigated to the official website of Yinjing University, effortlessly locating the faculty information section. A series of faces, some stern, some amiable, and others feigning profundity, flashed across the screen. Lu Xian's gaze remained calm and unruffled, his fingers gliding leisurely over the screen. When he passed over Gu Yunxi's identification photo, his finger hesitated momentarily. The woman in the picture, clad in a well-tailored professional outfit, her hair meticulously styled into an elegant updo, wore a knowing yet distant smile, her eyes icy, maintaining that air of superiority. How he wished to showcase to the entire faculty and student body her current state of groveling on the ground, tail between her legs. A cold smile curved his lips, and the exhilaration of having everything under his control surged within him once more. He clearly remembered the faces of those who had kicked him when he was down in his previous life, the teachers and professors who had bullied him under the guise of their status. One by one, he would take his time, methodically bringing down these once mighty figures, allowing them to experience the taste of falling into the dust, to be trampled upon. As Lu Xian was selecting his next fortunate target, the dormitory door was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash. A towering figure, at least 6 feet tall, muscular and imposing, blocked the entrance. Dressed in a faded basketball jersey, he displayed tattooed arms adorned with cheap dragon motifs, and a chain that looked like it could tether a dog hung around his neck. His face was thick with flesh, and his eyes were fierce, unmistakably belonging to a brute of simple mind and strong limbs. Who the hell is Lu Xian? Get out here! The burly man bellowed, his voice booming, spittle flying as he scanned the room with a savage glare. Zhao Qin, covered by his blanket, trembled in fear, nearly losing control of himself, mentally cursing this reckless fool. Another one seeking death. The brute's gaze quickly locked on a Lu Xian, the only one reclining leisurely on the bed, seemingly intrigued by his presence. You are Lu Xian? The burly man tilted his neck, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Xian, his tone exceedingly unfriendly. I've heard you're quite arrogant, huh? You've blocked Hui Wei, and you're messing around outside? Hui Wei? Shen Yahui? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, instantly comprehending the situation. After all this time, it turned out to be that gold-digging Shen Yahui who had summoned this sycophant. This fool must have seen him checking into a hotel yesterday and rushed to gossip in front of Shen Yahui, right? TSK, such intellect. Indeed a perfect match. Lu Xian had no interest in sitting up. He remained lazily reclined, adjusting to a more comfortable position, casting a casual glance at the man. I am Lu Xian. Speak your mind quickly and then leave. Do not delay my search for a consort. Hey, this little brat has some nerve. The burly man was thoroughly incensed by Lu Xian's disdainful demeanor, especially after boasting to Shun Yahweh that he would teach Lu Xian a lesson. His anger flared. Feeling his pride was at stake. You're asking for death. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Hui, so you'll understand why flowers are so red. With that, he bellowed and swung his massive fist, a forceful blow accompanied by a rushing wind, aimed directly at Lu Xian's face. Zhao Qin, frightened under the covers, tightly shut his eyes, as if already envisioning Lu Xian's battered visage. However, in the next moment, the anticipated cries of pain did not resonate. Lu Xian seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. Just as the fist was about to connect, he nimbly sprang up from the bed, akin to a cat, landing gracefully on the floor. Simultaneously, his right fist shot forward like lightning, meeting the burly man's incoming punch head-on without any embellishment. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed through the dormitory. The burly man emitted a thunderous cry of agony, clutching his deformed wrist. Writhing on the ground in pain, his facial muscles contorting grotesquely, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. His fist hung at a peculiar angle, clearly indicating a broken bone. But that was not the end. Lu Xian's gaze turned frigid, his movements unrelenting. He executed a swift, clean spin, his right leg snapping out like a steel whip, accompanied by a whooshing sound, brutally striking the man's lower back. Bang! The burly man's massive form was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, flipping midair before crashing heavily onto the dormitory floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, but his bones felt as if they had been shattered. A sweet taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of white foam, his eyelids fluttering as he convulsed. The entire ordeal transpired in mere seconds. A dizzying display of speed. Lu Xian dusted off his hands, brushing away non-existent dirt. He approached the unconscious burly man, towering above him, his eyes devoid of emotion. Only a chilling indifference. Useless, he uttered softly, then lifted his foot, pressing down lightly yet firmly on the dust-covered, foam-smeared face, as if extinguishing a cigarette. Return and inform Shin Yahweh that Lu Xian's voice is not loud. If he seeks trouble, she should come over herself. If such blind fools are sent again, next time, it will not merely be a hand that is broken. Having said that, he paid no further attention to the muscular man lying on the ground, turning back to his bed to pick up his phone. Zhao Qin, watching this scene from beneath the covers, felt an icy chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, his body covered in goosebumps. My goodness, is Lu Xian even human? He is nothing short of a devil. He had no doubt that if he had dared to resist even slightly, his fate would have been 100 times worse than that of the large man sprawled on the floor. Remembering how he had been forced to bark like a dog under this devil's foot, Zhao Qin felt a sudden warmth in his pants, as if he had truly wet himself. He quickly clutched the blanket tightly, terrified of being discovered by Lu Xian, breathing cautiously. At this moment, he held only one thought in his mind. Within 3 days, he must find a way to coax his icy mother out. Otherwise, he shuddered to imagine the consequences. Chapter 30. A kick to shatter your dreams. The muscular man on the ground convulsed for a while, before finally managing to crack open his eyelids. With a mouth foaming and words slurred, he still glared fiercely. I swear, if you don't kill me today, I'll kill you tomorrow. Lu Xian found this proclamation almost laughable. Even in such a dire state, he remained defiant. Truly, he was like a stubborn stone in a cesspit, both foul and hard. He leisurely rolled off his bed and strolled over to the muscular man, then casually circled behind him. A sense of foreboding surged within the muscular man, and just as he began to struggle, Lu Xian's foot was already in motion. With a sharp crack, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric and an indescribable noise akin to an egg being crushed, the muscular man's scream was abruptly cut short, his eyes rolling back as he foamed more profusely. His body flailed like a fish out of water before going completely limp, a faint odor beginning to permeate the air. At that moment, two heads poked in from outside the dormitory door. They were the muscular man's companions who had been waiting downstairs. After waiting for some time without seeing their leader emerge, they sensed something was amiss and stealthily crept up to check, only to witness Lu Xian's fierce kick and the scene of their brother's honorable demise. They were instantly paralyzed with fear, their faces turning pale, one of them nearly collapsing to the ground. "Hey, don't leave." Lu Xian's voice floated lightly, laced with a hint of amusement. "I haven't finished playing yet. Wake him up for me." Upon hearing this, the two men trembled as if they had heard the death knell, paralyzed with fear but too terrified to disobey, fearing they would meet the same fate as their fallen comrade. "Chu Ye, wake up, Zhouge." One of the underlings shakily pushed the muscular man, but there was no response. The other, slightly more clever, recalled some comedic scenes he had previously watched. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and, trembling, reached out to grasp the muscular man's unmentionable area ever so gently. The burly man sprang up from the ground as if resurrected, emitting a wail so piercing it seemed capable of penetrating the ceiling. He rolled on the floor, clutching his groin, his face smeared with tears and mucus. "Damn it! It hurts! I'm dying! My precious jewels!" Lu Xian frowned, clearly displeased by the cacophony. He delivered a precise kick to the man's abdomen, just enough to elicit a pained curl without allowing him to produce another loud outcry. "Be quiet. If you keep wailing, I'll rip out your tongue and feed it to the dogs." The burly man fell utterly silent, unsure whether to hold his belly or his groin. Ultimately, he clamped his mouth shut, his eyes wide as saucers, bloodshot and brimming with tears, while beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. He nodded frantically at Lu Xian, terrified of being too slow. "Go back and inform Shen Hui," Lu Xian said, looking down at him with an unruffled demeanor. "There's no need to rush. I will meticulously settle her accounts one by one. However, before I seek her out, it would be prudent for her to behave and refrain from sending ineffectual trash like you to bother me again. Otherwise, she will regret ever stepping foot in this world." He paused, then added, "Now leave. And remember to take this pile of trash with you. I do not want my space sullied." The burly man and his two lackeys felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Thank you, brother. We are forever grateful for your mercy." Clutching his groin, the man's voice trembled like a sieve as he limped away, aided by his companions. Crawling and stumbling out of the dormitory, Lu Xian observed their hasty retreat with a cold smile, then turned back to his bed, picked up his phone, and resumed browsing the faculty information on the campus website, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Zhao Qin, hidden beneath the covers, witnessed the entire scene unfold through a gap. He was no longer merely terrified. He felt as though he had already faced death. The crack of that kick resonated in his heart, causing a sharp pain in a certain part of his body. He clutched the blanket tightly, daring not to breathe, fearful that Lu Xian's next target might be him. This was no student. This was evidently a malevolent demon risen from the depths of hell. Just then, Lu Xian's phone rang. Zhao Qin jumped in fright, nearly tumbling off the bed. Lu Xian glanced at the caller ID. It was his mother. The icy fury in his gaze melted away considerably as he answered the call. "Hello, Mom." "Ah, Xianer," came a gentle and benevolent voice from the other end. "I have something to tell you. I managed to secure a scholarship for you through the village secretary. I filled out all the paperwork. All you need to do is get the school to stamp it, and then it will be finalized." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt a warm surge in his heart, followed by a bemused chuckle. With the system in place now, even though there was a daily limit of 100,000, money was no longer a concern. Yet, he quickly realized that he could not let his parents know about his sudden wealth. The elderly couple had spent their entire lives living frugally, so when they were suddenly informed that their offspring possessed an inexhaustible fortune, they could only assume he had lost his sanity or engaged in some illicit activity. This matter needed to be approached gradually, improving their home life bit by bit. Furthermore, the scholarship he had applied for in his previous life had ultimately fallen through due to limited availability and a lack of connections. In this life, however, His mother had successfully applied for the scholarship. I am aware. Mother, thank you for your hard work. Lu Xian's voice trembled slightly, barely concealing his emotion. To once again clearly hear his mother's voice and feel the warmth of family enveloping him ignited the flames of vengeance within his heart, burning ever more fiercely. Those who had once inflicted pain upon him and his family would not escape unscathed. Silly child, what are you being polite for? I sent the documents to you a couple of days ago. If you calculate the time, they should arrive today. I've sent the tracking number to you on Green Bubble. Do check it. Yes, all right, mother. Please take care of yourself and don't overexert, he replied. After exchanging a few more mundane pleasantries, Lu Xian ended the call. Taking a deep breath, he opened Green Bubble and indeed found the tracking number sent by his mother. It seemed the time had come to return to his long-absent hometown. However, before that, there were several long-standing matters at Peking University that required his attention. He redirected his gaze to the faculty list on his mobile screen, his expression turning cold and sharp once more. Chapter 31. Who do you call a simp? Regaining his composure, Lu Xian rose from his bed. Zhao Qin remained cocooned under the covers, occasionally twitching as if frightened beyond measure. Without sparing him a glance, Lu Xian strode out the door. The package station was located near the east district of the school, a mere 10-minute walk. As he made his way there, his mind was occupied with the plans ahead. Gu Yunxi was merely the beginning. There were numerous acquaintances at Peking University awaiting his visit. As for Zhao Qin's acquaintance, Vice Mayor Su Wanqing, that presented an intriguing opportunity. Upon arriving at the package station, he found, as his mother had mentioned, a considerable crowd, with a long line forming at the collection window. Lu Xian positioned himself at the end of the queue and casually browsed on his phone. However, as the line gradually progressed, a fashionably dressed girl with exquisite makeup brazenly pushed her way to the front, directly announcing her collection code at the window. She wore an expression of entitlement, as if queuing was beneath her. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. In his past life, he had often felt stifled, forced to endure for the sake of survival. But now, armed with a system and newfound power, he would not yield to anyone, nor tolerate anyone's foul temperament, especially not from someone so self-important. Excuse me, classmate, Lu Xian's voice, casual yet clear, reached the girl's ears. Did you not notice that everyone is waiting in line? The girl, waiting for the staff to retrieve her package, turned with an air of impatience, casting him a disdainful glance. Her expression radiated a condescending arrogance, as if Lu Xian were merely a bothersome fly. Who do you think you are? She rolled her eyes and retorted, Did I cut in front of you? What business is it of yours? With that, she glanced at the few silent students ahead, her tone becoming increasingly arrogant. The people in front haven't said anything. Who do you think you are? A dog meddling in a rat's affairs. The students in line around them either stared at their phones or averted their gazes. But none spoke up in support of Lu Xian, nor did anyone reprimand the girl for her queue jumping. They seemed to transform into invisible beings, indifferent to the unfolding drama. This numbness and indifference sent a chill through Lu Xian, yet it also solidified his resolve to no longer conceal his brilliance. Lu Xian smiled, a smile cold as ice. He slowly approached the girl, looking down at her from a towering height. The oppressive aura he exuded unsettled her, yet she maintained her composure, puffing out her chest and adopting a victim's posture. What? Are you trying to bully a girl in front of everyone? Everyone's watching. Bully you? Lu Xian chuckled lightly, raising his hand and spat directly onto her forehead. The saliva landed squarely on her smooth skin, trickling down between her brows. The girl was momentarily taken aback, her arrogance frozen in place, replaced by disbelief and humiliation. You little vixen, have you never been hit before? Lu Xian's voice was soft, yet it echoed sharply in the silent station. Before she could react, he raised his hand and, with a sharp crack, delivered a resounding slap to her face. The force of the blow sent her staggering, one side of her cheek swelling instantly, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. Will you queue up properly from now on? Lu Xian seized her hair, forcing her to look up at him with cold, piercing eyes. The sharp pain at her scalp shattered her resolve, tears streaming down her face as she begged, Please. I was wrong. Can you let go? It hurts. Now that you know pain, refrain from such shameless acts. Lu Xian delivered another slap, this time to her other cheek. The crisp sound reverberated once more throughout the station. The girl clasped her stinging cheeks, trembling, her lips quivering as she nodded repeatedly. I understand. I won't do it again. I truly won't. Releasing her hair, Lu Xian took out his phone and snapped a picture of her swollen, tear-streaked face. I will remember you, he said, his tone laced with warning. If you cut in line again, just see if I don't slap you. He pointed towards the back of the line. Now, knowing your mistake, go to the end of the queue. The girl, utterly cowed, dared not utter another word. She covered her face, crying as she scurried to the end of the line, her complexion resembling a monkey's backside, whether from pain or shame was uncertain. With her head lowered, she fumbled with her phone, trembling fingers opening a contact, and, in a wavering voice, sent a voice message. Brother phone, I've been beaten at the station. Hurry over. In the station, everyone stood as if watching a free movie. No one intervened, nor did they express discontent with Lu Xian's actions, not even those who might have condemned the girl for her queue jumping. They merely gazed silently, their expressions a tapestry of complexity, surprise, schadenfreude, and indifferent apathy all mingling within their eyes. Lu Xian paid no heed to these scrutinizing glances, presenting his collection code and successfully retrieving his package. As he weighed the envelope in his hands, thoughts of his mother softened his gaze. Upon stepping out of the courier station, he was met by a group of boys who loomed threateningly at the entrance. The leader, with bleached hair and tattoos adorning his arms, wore a menacing scowl. Behind them, a girl who had been slapped twice cowered, pointing at Lu Xian with eyes brimming with malice and satisfaction. That's him. Feng Ge, he's the one who hit me. She shrieked. The blonde boy stepped forward, sizing up Lu Xian, and upon noticing his less than imposing stature, a look of disdain immediately crossed his face. Kid, you're quite the bold one, aren't you? Dare to lay a hand on my phone, girl? You must truly be tired of living. Lu Xian regarded the belligerent group, then glanced at the girl hiding behind them, her expression one of petty triumph, a sardonic smile curving his lips. So you are the sycophant she summoned? His gaze swept over the blonde boy with a dispassionate calm, as if inquiring for directions. What? Do you wish to defend your master? Who are you calling a sycophant? The blonde boy, incensed by the insult, clenched his fists. I'm her boyfriend. Stop the nonsense and kneel, apologize, and hand over medical expenses and damages. And I might spare you today. Kneel? Apologize? Lu Xian chuckled at what he perceived as a ludicrous proposition, his derision deepening. You think you lot are worthy of such submission? He stepped forward, an air of authority emanating from him, akin to a predator poised to strike. Locking onto the group before him. You want to play? Today, I shall indulge you. Before the brash thugs could even prepare themselves, Lu Xian launched into action. He had no desire to engage in theatrics with such petty adversaries. His nascent skills in combat were far too formidable for these street ruffians. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, his speed leaving the blonde boy utterly unprepared. In an instant, he felt a blinding flash, followed by a tremendous force to his jaw, sending him reeling backward uncontrollably. His feet lifting off the ground as he soared over 2 meters before crashing to the earth with a thud, blood gushing from his nose and stars dancing in his vision. The remaining lackeys were taken aback, their expressions transforming to horror as they attempted to advance. But Lu Xian was quicker still. With a swift and precise spin, he unleashed a sweeping kick that sent the foremost 2 tumbling away, followed by a side kick that felled another who attempted to flank him, leaving him clutching his abdomen on the ground. The entire exchange was seamless, executed with such fluidity that in mere seconds, the tide of the confrontation had completely turned, leaving a cacophony of groans from the fallen miscreants strewn about. Moments ago, the previously boisterous group now writhed on the ground, clutching various parts of their bodies in agony. Their earlier bravado completely vanished. The entrance of the station fell silent, with onlooking students wide-eyed and mouths agape, clearly stunned by Lu Xian's swift and decisive prowess. No one anticipated that this handsome young man could possess such formidable fighting skills, nor that he would show no mercy in his actions. Lu Xian dusted off his hands and calmly surveyed the fallen individuals. His gaze ultimately settled on a girl cowering in the back, her complexion as pale as a sheet. Fear and disbelief were etched across her face, the arrogance she once exhibited now entirely extinguished. With deliberate steps, Xuan approached her, each stride seeming to tread upon her heart. "If you don't come any closer," she stammered, retreating in terror, her voice quivering with a hint of sobs. "If you come near me, I'll call the police. You're hitting people." Xuan let out a cold chuckle, his eyes glinting with iciness. "Call the police? By all means do so. It will be a perfect opportunity for the officers to scrutinize your sordid affairs." He halted, took out his phone, and accessed the incriminating photos he had previously captured. Ding! A new analyzable target has been detected. The system's frigid notification resonated solely within Xuan's mind. Scanning photo information. Target, Gao Yuanyuan. Gao Yuanyuan. Female, 22 years old, from Tianjin, daughter of theater directors, has lived a life of luxury, exuding an air of superiority. Generating blackmail material, please wait. Blackmail material generation complete. Option 1. Exchange for 1,000 yuan. Option 2. Exchange for a blackmail voucher. Choosing the 1,000 yuan exchange. Xuan thought to himself, as this trivial character's secrets could easily be traded for money. Exchange complete. Account balance deducted by 1,000 yuan. Blackmail details. Repeatedly stolen snacks from supermarkets and pilfered classmates' undergarments in the dormitory. Specific description. Target, Gao Yuanyuan hails from a well-off family, yet harbors a peculiar obsession with theft. Despite her financial stability, she revels in the thrill of stealing, having pilfered various items from different supermarkets within the school, and has also absconded with multiple articles of clothing, particularly female undergarments, from the dormitory. A document spanning 50 to 60 pages materialized on Xuan's phone screen. It contained not only photographs of her stealthily taking snacks and cosmetics from supermarkets, but also numerous images and videos of her clandestinely snatching clothes from the drying racks in the dormitory corridor, especially female lingerie. Each photograph vividly captured her expressions, ranging from exhilaration at her successful theft to the tension of the act, culminating in a pathological, indescribable sense of satisfaction. Xuan casually tapped on one of the photos, turning his phone screen towards Gao Yuanyuan. In the image, she was bent over, furtively yanking a pink lace bra from the drying line, her face contorted into a grotesque smile. "Look closely, little vixen. Who do you see in this photograph?" Xuan's voice was soft, yet to Gao Yuanyuan's ears, it sounded like thunder crashing. The moment Gao Yuanyuan laid eyes on the photograph, she was struck as though by lightning, the color draining from her face, rendering her even paler than when she had been struck moments before. Her lips trembled violently, her gaze filled with overwhelming fear and disbelief. "Where did you get this photo?" she shrieked, her voice piercing and shrill from terror. "You took it without my consent. You've invaded my privacy." Xuan, amused by her reaction, found it laughable that she had the audacity to turn the tables. Truly, her depravity ran deep. "Enough of your nonsense." Xuan's voice escalated, imbued with an undeniable authority. "This is evidence of you stealing a classmate's underwear. How dare you accuse me of taking clandestine photos?" The thief cries out, "Stop the thief. It's clear what kind of vile person you are." The atmosphere in the station, which had quieted due to the earlier altercation, erupted once more at Xuan's words. All eyes turned to Gao Yuanyuan, their expressions shifting from shock to disbelief, and finally settling into a hint of disdain. Stealing? Stealing a classmate's underwear? Such a proclivity was utterly chilling. "I did not," Gao Yuanyuan protested. Though her eyes began to evade contact, her body trembling involuntarily. Xuan smirked coldly, scrolling through his phone to reveal more shocking images and video clips that flashed before her eyes. There were images of her surreptitiously stuffing items in her bag at a supermarket, her furtive figure captured in various dormitory hallways, and more pictures of her grinning maniacally at the camera after her thefts. Not so. Xuan's tone turned even icy. "These were all captured on surveillance? Or have you forgotten? Do your parents, the leaders of the Tianjin drama troupe, know that their precious daughter at Yenjing University is a perverted thief?" "Shut up." Gao Yuan was utterly unraveling, no longer concerned with her appearance, as she covered her ears and screamed, "No, it's not me. You're lying." She lunged to snatch Lucien's phone, but he effortlessly evaded her grasp. "What, trying to destroy the evidence?" A glimmer of mockery flickered in Lucien's eyes. "It's too late. I've already synced this content to several locations. Should I choose, the entire school, even the whole internet, could witness your spectacular performance by tomorrow." He gestured towards the groaning yellow-haired man and his lackeys on the floor. "Did you bring these pathetic individuals here to resolve your issues? Or merely to showcase your unique hobbies?" Chapter 33. Call me the exposer of scandalous secrets. Upon hearing Lucien's words, the yellow-haired man, upon observing Gao Yunyuan's ashen face and flickering gaze, as well as the peculiar stares from the surrounding students, was overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. Though a ruffian, he found the act of theft, particularly that of underwear, to be beneath contempt. Moreover, reflecting on how he had nearly had his leg broken for such a woman filled him with both shame and anger. Whispers began to circulate among the students. "Goodness, she is such a person." They had always seen her dressed impeccably, unaware of her true nature. "No wonder our dormitory often loses items. Could be her doing?" The girls who had previously lost clothing, especially undergarments, cast furious and suspicious glances at Gao Yuanyuan. As Gao Yuanyuan listened to the murmurs surrounding her, she felt as if she had been stripped bare, exposed before the gaze of all. The profound shame and despair of being laid bare was far more unbearable than any physical pain. She collapsed to the ground, covering her face, her body curling into a tight ball, weeping inconsolably, devoid of any trace of her previous arrogance and pride. Now, she understood the gravity of her tears. Lucien looked down at her from a height, his tone eerily calm. "I gave you a chance to cue. You simply did not cherish it." With that, Lucien activated the pre-prepared sock puppet account, exposing black material little angel. He hardly wanted to glance at Gao Yuanyuan's pitiful, tear-streaked visage, swiftly operating his phone, selecting videos and photos, and pairing them with succinct yet explosive captions, sending them all at once to his exposing black material little angel account. On Douyin and other platforms, nothing was left out. He contemplated that this account would henceforth serve as his instrument of justice, dedicated to dealing with those who failed to recognize their worth. Gao Yuanyuan watched in horror as Lucien executed his plan. Fear almost took her soul. She crawled towards him, pleading, "Brother, please don't post it. I truly realize my mistakes. I won't dare again. I'll bow to you, serve you like a horse. Please, I beg you, don't release it." Her cries were heart-wrenching, akin to a chicken having its throat clutched. Lucien frowned, disgusted, and gave her a slight kick, enough to send her rolling aside. "You wretched girl, now you know to cry? It's too late." His voice was devoid of warmth. "You're not regretting. You're simply afraid. If you have grievances, go explain to the vast audience online and see if they believe your tale." With that, he turned and strode out of the express station, as if the farce behind him was of no concern to him. Inside the station, Gao Yuanyuan sat despondently on the ground, wailing in despair. Meanwhile, the surrounding students, like sharks scenting blood, raised their phones in unison. Click, click. The sounds of flashing lights and shutters echoed. "Goodness, what a headline. Yanda's female student. No, a kleptomaniac. Let us post it on Moments." One exclaimed, "I already have the title. Shock. A glamorous female college student harbors such sordid habits. Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? Hurry, record videos. This will definitely trend, and we can ride the wave of traffic." In an instant, photos and videos from various angles, embellished with sensationalized text, spread virally across campus forums, WeChat groups, and Weibo. No one offered solace to Gao Yuanyuan, nor did anyone care about her fate. In this era where traffic reigned supreme, she had transformed from a living being into mere fodder for entertainment, a source of clicks. Lucien, of course, was indifferent to her eventual fate. He was acutely aware that Gao Yuanyuan was finished. She would forever dwell in the shadow cast by this stain, pointed at wherever she went. The daughter of a Tianjin drama troupe's leader? Ha! Her parents would surely be left utterly humiliated by her actions. He held the document pouch sent by his mother, his mood unaffected, Rather, he felt a slight relief from having resolved a minor inconvenience. Reflecting on how his mother was still preoccupied with this trivial scholarship, he felt a warmth in his heart, tinged with a hint of helplessness. When the time is ripe, he must ensure that his parents enjoy a comfortable life. Soon, Xuan arrived at the administrative office building of the school. He had already inquired about the process. To have the scholarship form stamped, one must first visit the finance office and then the student aid management center. Both department seals were indispensable. Xuan decided to try his luck at the student aid management center, seeking the legendary director Chen Yubing. The office was on the third floor, marked as the director's office of the student aid management center. Xuan adjusted his collar and gently knocked on the door. "Please come in," a voice, somewhat cool yet exceedingly pleasant, came from within. Xuan opened the door and was instantly captivated by the figure behind the desk. It was a woman, engrossed in reviewing documents. She wore a fitted black lace-trimmed shirt that perfectly accentuated her slender waist and voluptuous curves, the neckline slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin and delicate collarbone. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, enhancing the snow-like quality of her complexion. Xuan was momentarily taken aback. This woman appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps only 25 or 26, yet she held the position of director, a role typically not occupied by just anyone. "Hello, Director Chun. I am Xuan from the School of Economics." He stepped forward with utmost courtesy. "I have a scholarship application form that requires your stamp." Upon hearing this, the woman slowly lifted her gaze. The moment she recognized Xuan, a fleeting glimpse of surprise flickered in her beautifully shaped phoenix eyes, as if she had not anticipated the arrival of such a handsome and upright young man. However, that moment of astonishment quickly vanished, and she resumed her professional demeanor. She extended her right hand, her nails neatly trimmed and painted in a subtle burgundy hue, appearing particularly alluring against her fair fingers. "Xuan, is it?" Director Chen Yubing's voice, like her appearance, carried a hint of measured detachment. "The stamp here requires you to first obtain one from Director Gu at the finance office before I can assist you." Her fingertips lightly tapped the smooth surface of the desk twice, producing a gentle sound as if to underscore her point. After speaking, she lowered her head and continued scrutinizing the documents, seemingly dismissing Xuan's presence. Internally cursing the bureaucracy, Xuan maintained a polite smile on his face. "All right, thank you. Director Chun, I understand." He turned and exited the office, gently closing the door behind him. TSK, this woman, while youthful and beautiful, certainly possesses a seasoned manner of conduct. First to the finance office, then he would go meet Director Gu. Xuan did not recall such convolutions during his previous application for financial aid. Chapter 34. Unjustly Targeted? Xuan soon found himself at the finance office. Unlike the tranquility of Director Chen Yubing's office, a lengthy queue had already formed at the entrance of the finance department. Students clutched various forms in their hands, their faces reflecting a spectrum of emotions, some anxious, some hopeful, and others seemingly numb. At the end of the line stood Xuan, contemplating the scholarship matter. Initially, he had considered abandoning the pursuit, as the daily allowance provided by the system was hardly worth his attention. Yet, the thought of his mother, who had gone to great lengths to secure this opportunity, weighed heavily on him. The profound love of a mother compelled him to ensure that this chapter must be stamped, not for the sake of money, but to bring some solace and joy to his mother's weary heart. The wait was invariably tedious. Xuan pulled out his phone, instinctively opening the account of the gossiping angel. As expected, Gao Yuanyuan's scandal had surged to the forefront of trending topics, with tags like the peculiar thief of Yin University and who gave her the audacity to steal, provoking heated discussions. The comments section was ablaze with outrage, moral judgments proliferating, and even self-proclaimed psychology enthusiasts began dissecting Gao Yuanyuan's childhood traumas. A faint smile tugged at Xuan's lips as he liked a comment, suggesting the university rigorously investigate and expel such detrimental influences from the campus before closing Douyin with a lack of enthusiasm. He had little interest in the fate that awaited Gao Yuanyuan. The queue inched forward at an excruciatingly slow pace. With patience, Xuan scanned the office, quickly identifying his target, a private office marked with the title of director of the finance department. by Yinchi. Yet another beautiful director. Lu Xian mused to himself, pondering whether the leadership at Yin University was selected based on beauty pageant standards. Bai, appearing more competent and formidable than Chun Yubing, donned a well-tailored professional suit. Her hair meticulously styled in an updo, and framed by a pair of rimless glasses that lent her a discerning gaze. At last, it was his turn. Lu Xian took a deep breath, wearing a polite smile as he approached Bai Yinchi's desk. "Good afternoon, Director Bai," he began, gently placing the scholarship application form on the table. "I am Lu Xian from the School of Economics. I just came from Director Chun at the Student Financial Aid Management Center, who informed me that this application requires your stamp before it can proceed." Bai Yinchi adjusted her glasses and swiftly reviewed the form, her brow slightly furrowing. She tapped a specific area on the document with her fair fingers before returning it to Lu Xian. "Student, have you perhaps made an error?" Her voice was cool, laced with an undeniable certainty. "Our finance department's protocol dictates that the Student Financial Aid Management Center must first review and stamp the application before it is brought here for financial processing. Director Chun, as the head of the Aid Center, would surely be aware of this procedure." Lu Xian's smile faltered momentarily, yet he remained composed as he explained, "Director Bai, I truly just came from Director Chen's office, and she explicitly told me that I needed to obtain your stamp first. Could there have been a recent adjustment to the process?" Bai Yinchi appeared to be growing somewhat impatient. She raised her hand to rub her brow, her tone becoming noticeably firmer. "All right, classmate, I am quite busy here and do not have the time to explain repeatedly. A procedure is a procedure, and there are no adjustments. Please go find Director Chun to get the stamp and then return to see me. Do not disrupt the other students. There's a queue behind you." As she spoke, her gaze had already drifted past Lu Xian, looking towards the students waiting behind him. Lu Xian turned to glance at the long line behind him and the eyes that were either anxious or impatient, a surge of unnameable anger igniting within him. He gritted his teeth, ultimately swallowing the words, "Are you two conspiring to toy with me?" He picked up the application form, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. "All right, Director Bai, I understand. I will confirm with Director Chen once more." What a ridiculous situation. The moment he stepped out of the finance office, Lu Xian could not restrain himself from muttering a curse. What were those two women truly up to? With a quickened pace, he took 2 steps at a time, stifling his fury as he stormed back into the office of the Director of Student Financial Aid Management. Knock, knock, knock. This time, the knock was markedly more urgent than before. "Come in." It was still that cool and melodious voice, yet at this moment, it sounded particularly grating to Lu Xian. He opened the door, striving to keep his tone as calm as possible. "Director Chun, I'm back. It's me, Lu Xian again." Chun Yubing, holding a steaming cup of tea, lifted her gaze upon hearing his voice. A fleeting, almost imperceptible surprise flickered in her beautiful phoenix-like eyes. But she quickly resumed her usual composed demeanor. "It is as follows, Director Chun," Lu Xian said, placing the application form before her once more, earnestly suppressing his emotions. "I just visited Director Bai in the finance office, and she insisted that this application form must first be stamped by you before she can proceed." Chun Yubing set down her teacup, lightly tapping her fingers on the smooth surface of a desk. Her gaze lingered between Lu Xian and the application form for a moment, her lips curving into a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious. "Lu Xian, I have made myself quite clear. Our Student Financial Aid Management Center must strictly adhere to the school's regulations. This stamp does indeed require the finance office's approval first. Otherwise, I cannot stamp it here. This is a matter of principle and procedure." The muscles in Lu Xian's face twitched slightly. These two women were truly treating him like a fool. One was passing the buck to the other, deftly kicking the ball back and forth. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising anger, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. "Director Chun, Director Bai insists that you must stamp it first, and you claim that she must stamp it first. So, can I get the stamp today or not? Or should I inquire with the principal regarding the actual regulations for the scholarship applications at Yenjing University?" His words carried a subtle undertone of threat. Chun Yubing's smile remained unchanged, yet a barely perceptible sharpness flickered in her eyes. She raised her teacup, took a delicate sip, and then spoke leisurely. "Lu Xian, threats will not resolve the issue. I reiterate my point. We must adhere to the established procedures. If you perceive a discrepancy between my explanation and that of Director Bai, perhaps it is due to your inadequate communication of the situation to her. You may wish to revisit the matter with Director Bai. I am confident that misunderstandings can always be resolved. Communication? Lu Xian chuckled in disbelief. This woman truly would not shed tears until faced with a coffin. He discerned that these two women were likely just seeking amusement at his expense. How delightful it is to follow the protocols. How commendable is the art of communication. With a sudden motion, Lu Xian grasped the application form from the table, his previously feigned politeness evaporating, replaced by a frigid mockery. Since both directors cherish communication so dearly, I shall indulge you in this dialogue. He turned to leave, but paused momentarily at the door, glancing back at Chen Yubing with a smile that inexplicably quickened her heartbeat. Ah, Director Chen. Lu Xian's voice floated lightly, yet it bore an undercurrent of mischief. The scenery in your office is rather pleasant. I wonder, aside from sipping tea and reviewing documents, do you indulge in any other hobbies? With that, he disregarded the sudden pallor that washed over Chen Yubing's face and strode away with purpose. Excellent. A refusal to partake in civility shall lead to consequences. As Lu Xian exited the office, the icy curve of his lips widened. Initially, he intended to follow the normal procedures, but since you have shown no respect, do not expect me to uphold the principles of decorum. He retrieved his phone and deftly accessed a familiar interface. Chapter 35. The scandal of the military district chief's daughter, Lu Xian scoffed, retrieving his phone. His fingers dancing swiftly across the screen as he seamlessly navigated to the internal website of Yenjing University. The administrative personnel's public information was readily accessible, and he quickly located the position details of the director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center, Chen Yubing. Name, position, office phone number, and even a 1-inch ID photo were all laid bare. In the photograph, Chen Yubing appeared with a cool demeanor, her lips pressed together in a businesslike manner, precisely mirroring the reality he had encountered in her office, albeit with an added layer of aloofness that suggested impenetrability. With a snap, Lu Xian captured a screenshot of the page containing this vital information, and then, with a flicker of thought, he cast the ID photo into the shadowy interface within his mind, glowing with an eerie light. Ding! New analyzable target detected. The cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, akin to a prelude to judgment. Analyzing target information, please hold. On the interface, the small ID photo began to emanate a pale blue data stream, as if undergoing a meticulous scan and analysis. Moments later, the data stabilized, revealing lines of clear text. Name, Chen Yubing, gender, female, age, 26, attractiveness, 96, control value, 0-100, measurements, 85, 65, 85, height, 166 centimeters, weight, 50 kilograms, target evaluation, externally frosty and distant, yet internally passionate and fervent, with an ardent desire for stimulation and release, particularly enamored by the exquisite pleasure derived from contrasts. Oh, upon reading the review, Lu Xian's lips curled into a playful smile. The facade of an icy beauty belied a fiery passion within, coupled with a penchant for contrast. How intriguing! It sounded remarkably akin to the fabled enigma of a reserved, yet dual-natured persona. He had presumed that Director Chen was an unyielding iron lady, yet to his astonishment, the review concealed such profound revelations. His initial irritation had dissipated significantly, replaced by a sense of mischievous anticipation, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. The notification for generating confidential information, please hold, chimed once again. This time, the wait seemed longer than during the previous encounter with Gao Yuanyuan, yet Lu Xian remained unperturbed. Leisurely leaning against the corridor wall, he absent-mindedly tapped his phone case, his mind already strategizing how best to engage in conversation with Director Chen. At last, the message arrived. Confidential information generation complete. Option 1, 3,000 renminbi to redeem the complete confidential package. Option 2, 1 confidential redemption voucher to redeem the complete package. Opting for convenience, Lu Xian silently resolved to use money, selecting the 3,000 renminbi exchange. Redemption complete. 3,000 renminbi deducted from account. In an instant, a torrent of complex and sensational information surged into Lu Xian's consciousness, materializing on his phone screen as an encrypted document. Core details of confidential information. Xuan Yubing, director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center at Yanjing University, is surprisingly anonymous and free on a renowned overseas social platform, the Little Blue Bird. Lu Xian's pupils dilated in astonishment. Free indeed. This director Chun was quite audacious. He stifled the tumult within and continued to peruse the details. Specific description. The subject, Xuan Yubing, hails from a prestigious military and political family in Tianjin. Her father serves as the chief of staff at a military district headquarters, holding the rank of senior colonel. Raised under the protective wing of her family and the envious gazes of others, her material conditions were exceedingly favorable, fostering a persona of aloofness and disdain for the mundane. However, prolonged repression and pretense instilled within her an intense yearning for rebellion and excitement. By chance, she encountered the platform and began to anonymously share her photos and videos. Initially, it was merely a quest for undisguised thrills, but as her likes and followers grew, she became increasingly enamored with the stark contrast of embodying entirely different roles in reality and online, relishing the pleasure of men who, in the real world, treated her with utmost reverence and even dared not meet her gaze, yet were utterly captivated by her online persona. She did not monetize this endeavor. It was purely to satiate her unique psychological needs. Lu Xian was left in awe, marveling at the extraordinary background and peculiarities. What a striking juxtaposition. The daughter of a military district chief, engaging in such activities online. Should this information come to light, it would not only shame her father, but also thrust her entire family into the limelight. Eagerly, he clicked on the accompanying document, which spanned dozens of pages. From the moment Xuan Yubing registered her first account, indeed, she has donned several aliases, all of which were promptly unearthed by the system. Every tweet she published, every meticulously captured photograph, and every brief or lengthy video segment have been diligently collected and organized by the system. The timeline is clear, and the evidence is irrefutable. Lu Xian casually clicked on several photographs. Most of the images, as described, do not directly reveal her face. The angles are exceptionally cunning, showcasing only her alluring collarbone, her slender waist, or her long, elegant legs. Yet, the true strength lies in the meticulous analysis of details, through which the system identified distinctive physical features, such as a small, light brown beauty mark just below her collarbone on the left shoulder and the occasionally leaked, unmistakably cool voice in the videos, confirming beyond doubt that the protagonist in the photographs and videos is indeed Xuan Yubing herself. The content of the images and videos is nothing short of exhilarating, presenting a plethora of pajama styles and every conceivable outfit imaginable. Lu Xian found himself captivated, realizing that this director Chun, who appeared so composed and aloof in the office, indulges in such extravagant and liberated pleasures in private. Truly, one should never judge by appearances, nor should one measure the sea with a mere cup. Even more sensational, as the video progressed towards its conclusion, certain snippets revealed Xuan Yubing alone, and he could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue should those admirers of hers, who idolize her as the ice goddess, ever lay eyes on these photographs and videos. It would undoubtedly lead to a cataclysmic collapse of faith. Some might even lose their minds on the spot. Oh, Director Chun. Lu Xian's lips curled into a mischievous smile, his eyes glinting with the predatory gleam of a hunter fixating on its prey. I wonder if you can maintain that lofty, icy demeanor upon discovering these surprises. He tucked away his phone, the brilliance of his smile growing ever more radiant, albeit tinged with a chilling undertone. Straightening his collar as if nothing had transpired, he strode with nonchalance toward the office at the end of the third floor, marked with the sign of the director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center. This time, he could hardly be bothered to knock. Chapter 36. Director Chun. That beauty mark looks remarkably familiar. Lu Xian pushed open the office door, only to find, by sheer coincidence, that Xuan Yubing was engrossed in her phone, seemingly perusing some important information, completely oblivious to his entrance. It was only when Lu Xian's shadow fell across her phone screen that she abruptly looked up, her exquisite phoenix eyes locking onto his. Her brows knitted together instantly, as if her tranquil dreams had been disturbed, radiating clear displeasure. "Classmate, do you need something? Also, why did you come in without knocking?" Her voice retained its characteristic coolness. Yet upon closer inspection, it appeared to possess a subtle hint of irritation. Lu Xian wore a smile as warm as a spring breeze, unabashedly walking over to the chair opposite her desk and sitting down as if it were his own living room. "Director Chun, it seems that the esteemed often forget. Have you already forgotten me since I left your office not long ago?" He crossed his legs, adopting a relaxed demeanor with a hint of mockery. Chen Yubing's expression darkened further. She certainly remembered Lu Xian, the young man who inexplicably irked her. She disliked the way he looked at her. His gaze was calm and devoid of the typical admiration or desire that other men exhibited, making her feel as though the allure she took pride in was rendered ineffective in his presence. "I know you, Lu Xian, correct?" She endeavored to maintain the authority befitting her position as office director, yet her tone inadvertently hardened. "I have made it abundantly clear. Your scholarship application must first be stamped by director behind the finance office before I can approve it here. This is the school's protocol. Do you not understand?" She emphasized the last phrase, attempting to regain some semblance of control. However, Lu Xian appeared oblivious to her impatience. Instead, he raised his hand in a gesture for her to pause, his smile remaining bright. "Hold on, Director Chun, please do not rush to dismiss me. I have come not merely for a stamp, but to discuss something of greater importance." As he spoke, he leisurely retrieved his phone from his pocket, tapped the screen a few times, and then turned the phone towards Chen Yubing, revealing a photograph. Though the image did not show a clear face, the body parts depicted and the exposure level of the attire were sufficient to quicken the heartbeat of any onlooker. "Director, given your busy schedule, could you assist me by identifying whether this photograph seems familiar to you?" Lu Xian's tone was as casual as if he were discussing the weather. The moment Chen Yubing's gaze fell upon the photograph, her pupils constricted sharply. The face, usually marked by a cool and aloof demeanor, turned pale in an instant, followed by an uncontrollable flush spreading from her neck to her ears. Her breathing became noticeably rapid, and her hands, resting on the desk, instinctively clenched. She abruptly raised her hand to cover her eyes, as though this act could deny the reality before her. With a barely perceptible tremor in her voice, she stammered, "WH, what are you doing, classmate? What does it mean for you to show me such a photo?" She sprang to her feet, the abrupt motion causing her chair to scrape against the floor with a piercing sound. "Get out, immediately, or I will call the police." At that moment, any semblance of the composed ice queen she usually embodied vanished, revealing a woman akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Observing her flustered reaction, Lu Xian's smile widened. Instead of exiting, he leisurely stood up, walked to the office door, and with a click, locked it from the inside. In that instant, the air within the office seemed to solidify. Chen Yubing's complexion changed dramatically as she nearly shouted, "What are you doing? Lu Xian, what do you intend to do? Do you realize where this is?" Her voice, elevated by fear and anger, even cracked slightly. For the first time, panic flickered in her beautiful eyes. "Director Chun, please remain calm. Agitation is detrimental to one's health." Lu Xian turned around, leisurely leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, wearing an expression of amused anticipation. "I express my concern out of goodwill, fearing that your secret might inadvertently be revealed to others. Just imagine, if this secret were to reach your colleagues and students who admire you, how would you face them with such a delicate visage? The daughter of a military district chief? Goodness, what a resounding title." With each word he uttered, Chen Yubing's complexion grew even paler. Beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead, dampening a few strands of hair. She forced herself to regain composure, inhaling deeply several times in an attempt to restore her usual calmness. Yet her slightly trembling body betrayed her inner terror. "Lu Xian, I'm unaware of what nonsense you are speaking." She endeavored to make her voice sound steady, but the end of her words betrayed a slight tremor. "What secret? I did not comprehend." At that moment, her mind was in turmoil. How did this student come by such knowledge? She had meticulously managed those photographs and videos, ensuring her face was never visible and altering her voice. How could he recognize her? No, she absolutely could not admit it. To do so would mean the complete ruin of her life. Her reputation, future, and family's honor would all be irrevocably shattered. Classmate, I have no idea where you obtained these absurd photographs. Chen Yubing's eyes darted as she resolved to take the initiative. She could no longer remain passive. You are so young, yet your thoughts are so depraved. It is one thing to view such material in private, but to present it to others, especially to your female teacher, is utterly reprehensible. Your actions transcend mere pranks. They are perverse. This is harassment. She attempted to regain control by employing stern language and moral high ground against Xuan. Xuan, listening to her retaliatory remarks, nearly laughed in disbelief. This woman still wished to maintain her bravado at such a juncture. He slowly approached the desk, not stopping but instead circling around, closing the distance between them to less than half a meter. Chen Yubing instinctively leaned back against her chair, her displeasure and wariness almost overflowing. Classmate, do not overstep your bounds. What do you intend to do? She could distinctly smell the faint, refreshing scent of masculinity emanating from Xuan, and the proximity filled her with a palpable sense of pressure. Xuan leaned down, looking down at her from above, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He raised his phone once more, this time not extending it towards her, but rather opening a video right before her eyes. As the video played, unsightly images began to flicker across the small screen. Although the woman in the video remained faceless, the familiar backdrop of the room was unmistakable. The lace nightgown she had recently donned during a fateful midnight, along with the muffled yet discernible sounds that accompanied her movements, caused Chen Yubing's complexion to shift from crimson to pallor, and then to a shade of greenish hue, ultimately settling into a lifeless gray. Her lips trembled violently, nearly drawing blood. Each frame of the video revealed, as time elapsed, the gradual removal of the individual's garments, becoming increasingly explicit and lascivious. Chen Yubing could no longer endure the excruciating humiliation and dread. She lunged to snatch Xuan's phone, intent on obliterating this nefarious evidence. However, Xuan was prepared, deftly evading her grasp with a flick of his wrist, leaving her to grasp at thin air. TSK, Director Chun. Do try to contain your excitement. It would be unfortunate if the phone were to break, Xuan remarked, holding the device at a distance, relishing her disarray with a hint of amusement. Take a closer look. Although the person in this video remains faceless, does that voice not strike you as familiar? It seems I've heard it not long ago, right here in this office. Moreover, he paused, deliberately allowing his gaze to linger momentarily below her left collarbone. There lay a minuscule beauty mark, pale in hue, typically concealed by fabric and easily overlooked. Notably, there appeared to be an identical mark in the very same spot beneath the collarbone. Director Chun, would you not find this coincidence rather uncanny? Xuan's voice, though low, whispered like that of a devil, shattering the defenses within Chen Yubing's heart. Chapter 37. Chen Yubing, I wish to witness your talents. The flush of anger and embarrassment that had suffused Chen Yubing's face drained away, leaving her pallid as a specter. Beads of cold sweat emerged uncontrollably from her forehead, swiftly dampening the strands of hair that clung to her smooth skin. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her collarbone, but she realized this action would be as futile as attempting to hide a treasure in plain sight. Her usually cold and distant eyes now bore into Xuan's, a turbulent mix of fear, shame, and a desperate, dying struggle against resentment. Her lips quivered as she attempted to utter a retort, but found her throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her incapable of forming a coherent statement. Classmate, I warn you, Chen Yubing finally managed to articulate, her voice betraying an unrecognized tremor. You are speaking nonsense. This is slander. If you continue, I shall report you immediately, and the school will have you apprehended. Disseminating such vile material will certainly result in disciplinary action, jeopardizing your graduation. You are destroying your own future. She exhaled her tirade in one breath, her chest heaving violently like a frightened, ruffled cat. in an effort to intimidate Lu Xian with her words. She resorted to the authoritative demeanor she had long maintained as a director. Alas, in the face of irrefutable evidence, her threats appeared utterly feeble and powerless. Upon hearing the words, Lu Xian initially scoffed as if he had just encountered the most ludicrous joke imaginable. His derisive laughter grew louder, ultimately erupting into unabashed guffaws. Ha ha! Cough, I say, Director Chun, are you engaging in a solo comedy act? Calling the police? Disciplining me? The laughter abruptly ceased, and Lu Xian's expression shifted like the capricious June sky, transforming in an instant. He swiftly suppressed his mirth, his gaze turning icy and profound, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. Fixating intently on Chun Yubing as he enunciated each word with deliberate venom. You wretched woman, even now, you still wish to put on a show? Do you truly think I am easily intimidated? He advanced a step, an invisible pressure compelling Chun Yubing to involuntarily retreat. So you wish to call the police? Lu Xian retrieved his phone from his pocket, slamming it onto the desk before Chun Yubing with a resounding thud that made her shoulders tremble. Here. The phone is right here. Report it now. I am eager to see whether the police will find you more troublesome or me. He gazed down at her, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Tell me, do you impertinent fools lack a single coherent thought? When trouble arises, instead of seeking to amend or reflect, your first impulse is to threaten with the police? Do you genuinely believe the law serves as a shield for your ilk? Chun Yubing flushed crimson from his words, her fingers gripping the edge of the desk tightly, knuckles turning pale from exertion. She stared at the phone, paralyzed with trepidation, too fearful to touch it. Lu Xian let out a cold snort, offering her no reprieve as he suddenly reached out, his hand lightning quick as it grasped her collar. Ah! Chun Yubing screamed, instinctively attempting to evade, but she could not outpace Lu Xian. With a swift motion, he yanked down the neckline of her black lace-trimmed fitted shirt, exposing the alabaster skin beneath her left collarbone, along with a small, light brown beauty mark, now fully revealed to the air and to Lu Xian's gaze. That mark was identical to one captured in a particular angle of a video screenshot. The evidence was irrefutable. A cold chuckle echoed in Lu Xian's mind. The system's output never disappoints. What are you doing? Let me go. Chun Yubing completely lost her composure, desperately covering her chest with her hands in an effort to shield the exposed skin. Her voice, tinged with extreme shame and fear, became shrill and piercing. Lu Xian, this is a crime. You are behaving like a rogue. I warn you, leave this instant, or what? Lu Xian released his grip, leisurely observing her disheveled state, his mocking smile deepening. Director Chun, at this point, do you still wish to maintain your bravado? Are you not aware that the artistic photos and personal documentaries you took are teetering on the edge of illegality? Especially given your position. Disseminating such material has exceedingly detrimental effects, enough to warrant a decade or more of reflection behind bars. A decade or more. She contemplated her future, the reputation of her family, and her father, who held a high position in the military and valued his dignity above life itself. Lu Xian seemed to perceive her thoughts and leisurely added a cutting remark. Oh, by the way, your father's the chief of staff at the Tianjin military district. A senior colonel, right? Just imagine if he were to discover that his pride and joy, his precious daughter, is secretly a multi-talented courtesan. Would he not be so enraged that he might suffer a stroke? At that moment, the entire Tianjin, no, the entire military sphere, would surely bring shame upon the Chun family. Ha ha ha. Lu Xian's laughter was unrestrained. Please stop. I beg you, don't say any more. Chun Yubing could no longer endure the relentless blows. Her mental defenses had completely crumbled. Despairing, she covered her ears with her hands and curled up in the oversized office chair, trembling uncontrollably as tears streamed down her face, mingling with sweat and leaving traces of disgrace on her pallid complexion. Gone was the pride and aloofness she usually maintained. Only endless fear and despair remained. Please don't send it out, she choked, her voice barely a whisper. What do you want? As long as you don't release those things, I will agree to any conditions I can fulfill. Ultimately, she succumbed. Lu Xian regarded her pitiable appearance with no hint of compassion. instead flashing a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He leaned closer to Chun Yubing's tear-streaked face, close enough to feel the warmth of her breath, tinged with sobs. "Oh." He elongated his tone, a hint of mockery lacing his words. "So, you're admitting those things are yours now? No longer putting up a facade? I thought Director Chun intended to resist me to the bitter end, putting on a performance of an unyielding virtuous woman." Chun Yubing trembled at his flippant tone, humiliation washing over her like a tide. She abruptly lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Lu Xian, and through clenched teeth, she forced out a few words. "Stop the nonsense. State your terms." Her voice was cold and harsh, as if drawn from the depths of an ice cellar. Yet the uncontrollable tremor betrayed her inner fragility. "My demands, you ask?" Lu Xian straightened up, stroking his chin, a knowing smile playing on his lips, one that Chun Yubing found more terrifying than that of a devil. "It's quite simple." He paused, relishing the sight of her extreme tension before slowly revealing the latter part of his proposition. "Since Director Chun possesses such an array of remarkable talents, why not perform for me live? Let me witness your skills. What do you say?" Chapter 38. The Star Contrast was fulfilled. Chun Yubing's complexion could no longer be described as pale. It was a near-transparent manifestation of utter despair, devoid of any color. The pride and dignity she had meticulously maintained shattered into irreparable fragments in that moment. "Classmate," she stammered, her lips trembling, her voice delicate, as if it might snap at any moment. "Can you make another request? I beg you." It was as if she had clutched the last straw of salvation, a flicker of morbid hope flashing in her eyes. "I shall stamp this for you right now." "No, it is more than just a stamp. I will give you money, a substantial amount. Indeed, far more than the meager scholarship you applied for. With such wealth, who needs a scholarship?" She spoke in a disjointed manner, attempting to extricate herself from the dire predicament before her using her most familiar and confident approach. Money and power, those once infallible assets, had now become her sole hope. However, the coldness in Lu Xian's gaze showed no signs of thawing. Rather, her words only intensified his overt disdain and contempt. "You people," he said, shaking his head gently, his tone reminiscent of a sigh, yet laced with sarcasm. "Is everything in your eyes merely a matter of money? Do you believe that all affairs in this world can be measured and settled with wealth?" He stepped closer, towering over Chun Yubing, who was slumped in her chair. Though his voice was not loud, each word pierced deeply. "Today, I intend to make you understand that there are things that cannot be purchased with money. Some debts cannot simply be erased through affluence." As he spoke, Lu Xian leisurely retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and deftly activated the recording function. He then picked up an aged Celadon pen holder from the corner of the desk, adjusted its angle, and securely positioned the phone at the edge of the table. The camera aimed squarely at the disheveled Chun Yubing. "Come, Director Chun." Lu Xian's lips curled into a mocking smile, reminiscent of an artist on the verge of creation. "Since you are so talented, let us collaborate on some artistic endeavors today, shall we?" He deliberately emphasized the words talented and artistic creations. "Do you not enjoy filming? I have observed that your previous works are largely solo performances, lacking in creativity. Today, let us explore a different style, something more interactive." Upon hearing the term interactive, Chun Yubing felt as though the last vestiges of her strength had been siphoned away. She fully comprehended Lu Xian's intentions. Her face transformed from a pale hue to ashen, and even her wide, fear-stricken eyes lost their luster, leaving only an abyss of emptiness. "And no, classmate, I implore you, spare me. Alter your request. I will acquiesce to anything within my power." She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes igniting with a final flicker of desperation, her voice sharp with urgency. "My father. Yes, my father. He can assist you. I can arrange for him to bring you on board. You could gain access to the military command, a place where countless individuals strive to enter. Just give a nod, and I promise to pave your path to success. Boundless opportunities await." She fixated on Lu Xian, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expression. She could not fathom that such overwhelming wealth and a chance to ascend could fail to stir this young student. This was the most potent bargaining chip she could muster. Yet, Lu Xian merely cast her a fleeting glance, his expression akin to that of one observing a mere jester. Director Chun, have you not yet awakened? With a scoff, laced with unabashed mockery, I wonder if you have perhaps reversed the order of things. Once our artistic endeavor is complete, you shall undoubtedly have ample opportunities to assist me, will you not? Lu Xian offered her no further chance to respond. A flicker of impatience crossing his gaze. Suddenly, he extended his hand, grasping the torn neckline of her black lace blouse with force, pulling it downwards. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Chun Yubing let out a piercing scream, instinctively attempting to shield herself with her hands, her cries resonating with despair. No, please, I beg you, Lu Xian, you devil. Yet, Lu Xian's actions were swifter and his strength far greater. Her feeble struggles were as insignificant as a mantis attempting to block a chariot. He regarded her futile efforts with a cold detachment, devoid of any compassion. A devil? He chuckled lightly, considering how his methods paled in comparison to the hypocritical pretenders who maintained a facade of virtue while harboring duplicity. An hour later, it was now the lunch break, and the entire administrative building lay in hushed silence, nearly devoid of movement. The office of the director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center had returned to its usual tranquility. Target's psychological defenses have completely collapsed, and the internal contrast has been intensely satisfied, resulting in a significant increase in control value. Current control value, 80,100. Reward, 2 black material exchange vouchers. Reward points, 500. Random drop reward obtained. 1 black material upgrade fragment. 10 fragments are required to upgrade black material. Black material upgrade fragments? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, pleasantly surprised by this unforeseen boon. The prospect of enhancing this advanced technology intrigued him. He wondered what remarkable and astonishing functions might emerge post-upgrade. Overall, this reward was quite generous. Meanwhile, seated in the expansive office chair, Chun Yubing had long since cried herself dry. Her disheveled hair clung to her sweaty cheeks and forehead, her gaze hollow as she stared blankly at the ceiling, as though her very soul had been extracted from her body. Beneath the veil of silence, however, there simmered a plethora of conflicting emotions, an amalgamation of profound humiliation, fear, despair, and an unexpected sense of submission. As Lu Xian rose to examine her phone, which contained records of her most humiliating moments, Chun Yubing instinctively followed his movements with her eyes. The expression that once radiated cold aloofness had transformed. It was no longer marked by fear or resentment, but rather imbued with a tender gaze directed at Lu Xian, reflecting an unrecognized submission to strength. She simply watched him, this young man who had shattered all her pride. Chapter 39. From now on, I shall be yours. Lu Xian gazed at the artistic images displayed on the phone screen. Their clarity and angles nothing short of perfect, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. Turning to Chun Yubing, who was struggling to rise and adjust her torn blouse, he could not help but notice her disheveled state. Director Chun, may I now have your stamp of approval? Lu Xian inquired leisurely, his tone exuding the composure of a victor. Chun Yubing's cheeks still bore a lingering blush, yet her gaze had transformed from terror and despair to an unexpectedly alluring charm. She raised her hand to tousle her disheveled bangs, exuding a grace that was utterly absent in her usual demeanor. Call me Sister Bing. Referring to me as director feels rather distant, she whispered, her tone imbued with an inexplicable intimacy that starkly contrasted with her earlier coldness. Of course, I will comply. From now on, I shall heed your every command. If you direct me east, I shall never venture west. Lu Xian, taken aback by her sudden shift in address and the saccharine tone, could not suppress a shiver, his skin crawling. This stark contrast was even more exhilarating than the videos he had just witnessed. Enough with the pleasantries. Please stamp the document swiftly, he urged, struggling to mask his discomfort. All right, Xian, Chun Yubing replied softly, swiftly retrieving the scholarship application from her desk. With deft movements, she located her seal and pressed it down with a decisive thud. Upon completing the stamping, she unexpectedly softened, struggling to rise, and, almost instinctively, entwined her arm with Lu Xian's. Xian, Could you enlighten me on where you acquired those photos and videos? How did you ascertain it was me? Leaning against him, her voice was tender and laced with curiosity, tinged with a hint of probing. Xuan tousled her hair casually, as if he had performed this gesture countless times before. Little vixen, still hoping to extract my secrets? He chuckled, his tone a blend of fondness and caution. Some matters are best left unexamined. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the office chair, where a dark crimson stain had already dried. You ought to clean that up quickly. You wouldn't want it to be discovered, he advised, following his line of sight. Chen Yubing's cheeks flushed anew. She hurriedly retrieved a wet wipe from her drawer, flustered as she attempted to clean the chair. The wipe soon became a shocking shade of red. Once she had finished, she returned to clasp Xuan's arm again, drawing closer. Xian, I belong to you now. You must share with me, she said, her voice a blend of coaxing and stubbornness. Some inquiries are best left unasked. I have my methods, Xuan replied, sidestepping a direct answer. Then, as if struck by a thought, he looked at her. By the way, I am curious. Why are you making things difficult for me? I don't believe I have wronged you in the past. Upon hearing this question, a hint of bashfulness graced Chen Yubing's features as she instinctively toyed with her hair, a gesture that rendered her somewhat coy, a stark contrast to her previous icy demeanor. I'm not targeting you. She paused, seemingly choosing her words carefully. It's directed at by Yinshi from the finance office. We were once the best of friends. Our families are well acquainted. Her father is a military district leader and currently serves as a deputy political commissar. Xuan rolled his eyes at this revelation. Goodness, yet another military offspring, and a deputy political commissar's daughter at that. It appears that Yanjing University is indeed a treasure trove of hidden talents. One merely needs to pluck an administrative director to uncover ties to high-ranking military officials. However, Bai Yinshi has always been inclined to seize my belongings. Chen Yubing's voice suddenly rose a pitch, tinged with a hint of grievance and indignation. During our middle school years, she came to my home and took away my most cherished doll. Xuan remarked, is it truly worth such an uproar over a mere doll? Did this woman suffer a blow to the head as a child? From that moment onward, we became as distant as strangers. Chen Yubing grew increasingly animated, claiming that she sought opportunities to retaliate against her. To my astonishment, upon entering the workforce, she unexpectedly joined the same department at Yen University, a department intrinsically linked to mine, constantly obstructing my progress. She inhaled deeply, her tone laced with a blend of resignation and complaint. Thus our fates often collided, and this encounter was merely unfortunate. Listening to her heartfelt revelation, Xuan nearly burst into laughter, incredulous at the absurdity of it all. After exerting such effort, threats, and recording videos, only to find that the discord between these two women stemmed from a doll. He felt utterly innocent, caught in the crossfire. Amused yet bemused, he grasped Chen Yubing's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, his voice laced with jest and reprimand. You little troublemaker. You truly know how to stir up chaos. Chen Yubing, her chin held firmly, felt a slight flush creep across her cheeks, her eyes shimmering with an alluring charm, almost as if they were on the verge of spilling over with emotion. She seemed to revel in the sensation of being under his control and the gentle rebuke, pouting slightly as she responded softly, Darling, you're absolutely right. I am indeed a little troublemaker. Xuan observed her transformation, the stark contrast igniting a thrill within him. One moment, she was the lofty and unapproachable Ice Queen. The next, she morphed into a submissive, beguiling woman beneath him, almost relishing the chastisement. This exquisite juxtaposition stirred an irresistible allure. He leaned down to kiss Chen Yubing, the kiss both commanding and profound, imbued with a touch of punishment. Moments later, he released her, noting her slightly swollen lips, a testament to the intensity of their kiss, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Since you are mine now, shall I assist you in exacting some vengeance? Xuan suddenly proposed, his tone enticing. I will help you deal with Bai Yinshi. He calculated within himself. Since he would eventually confront Bai Yinshi, he might as well indulge Chen Yubing's desires, effectively utilizing her connections. Upon hearing Xuan's willingness to assist her in retaliating against Bai Yinshi, Chen Yubing's eyes widened in disbelief, sparkling with surprise, incredulity, and a sense of submission and anticipation stemming from her complete conquest by him. Is it possible? Can you really do that? Her voice trembled, laced with cautious inquiry. Chapter 40. Who else to exploit, if not a close friend? Lu Xian turned Chen Yubing's expectant and excited face toward him, gripping her chin gently. You are now my woman. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable air of authority, making it clear that dealing with her adversary was well within his capabilities. Tell me, how would you like to handle her? Chen Yubing's eyes glimmered with mischief and malice as she pondered her response. Suddenly, an ingenious idea seemed to strike her, and her eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance as she excitedly exclaimed, I've got it. Darling, could you possibly arrange for her to join us in filming a video? Even Lu Xian, who prided himself on his worldly knowledge, was momentarily taken aback by Chen Yubing's astonishing suggestion. This woman, indeed, had a mind that diverged from the ordinary. Collaborating on a video? How thrilling! Lu Xian couldn't help but admire her creativity. What whimsical thoughts resided in that little head of hers? He had never considered such a notion before. Truly, what a supportive best friend she was. She was certainly setting her friend up for a wild adventure. Lu Xian couldn't resist the urge to click his tongue in amazement, reaching out to pinch her delicate face. You certainly know how to have fun, don't you? But I like it. This proposal struck a chord with Lu Xian, serving a dual purpose. It would allow him to gain further control over Chen Yubing while simultaneously winning over that fair Yanxi, all the while indulging in a more exhilarating artistic endeavor. What's not to love? I'm glad you like it, darling. I enjoy it when you treat me this way, Chen Yubing said, unperturbed by his playful pinch. Instead, she gazed at him with sultry eyes, wrapping her soft arms around Lu Xian's neck and pressing her voluptuous body against him, exhaling like a fragrant orchid. The genuine allure emanating from her stirred a warmth within Lu Xian. He lowered his head, firmly grasped the back of Chen Yubing's head, and kissed her passionately, as if claiming territory, reveling in the intimacy. Chen Yubing responded fervently, as if she wished to meld into his very being. Just as the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly flirtatious and the temperature soared, a sudden, untimely knock on the door echoed, akin to cold water splashed into hot oil. Startled, Chen Yubing trembled like a frightened deer and instinctively nudged Lu Xian gently. Lu Xian frowned slightly, feeling the unpleasant interruption. However, he understood that this was, after all, an office, and during the day, being caught in such a compromising situation would lead to considerable trouble. While he himself was indifferent, Chen Yubing's reputation at Yin University would be irreparably tarnished. Reluctantly, he released her sweet lips, planting a soft peck on her swollen mouth as a temporary fix. Quickly, Lu Xian retreated, hastening back to the guest chair at his desk, crossing his legs to assume a nonchalant and relaxed demeanor. Meanwhile, Chen Yubing hurriedly arranged her slightly disheveled hair and frantically adjusted the black lace camisole that Lu Xian had partially torn. She swiftly grabbed the jacket draped over the chair and donned it to conceal her exposed décolletage and disordered attire. Taking a few deep breaths, she endeavored to calm her rapid breathing and the thunderous beating of her heart, quickly smoothing her lips in front of a small mirror, wiping away the moisture at the corners. In a mere handful of seconds, the allure and flush on her face faded significantly, replaced by her customary coolness and authority. Clearing her throat, her voice regained its icy tone, as if the passionate woman from moments before had merely been a figment of imagination. Come in, she called. The office door swung open, revealing a boy wearing black-framed glasses, appearing somewhat earnest and awkward as he entered with his head bowed, clutching a document that made him seem noticeably uneasy. Director Chun, hello. I have a scholarship review application that requires your stamp, he stammered, his voice tinged with nervousness as he lowered his gaze even further, too timid to meet Chen Yubing's eyes. It was evident that her reputation as the formidable iceberg director had instilled a sense of dread in ordinary students, rendering them nearly breathless in her presence. The boy cautiously placed the application on the desk, pushing it forward. Lu Xian, seated across from him, leisurely scrutinized the boy, then turned his attention to the seemingly serious Chen Yubing, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How amusing, indeed. At that moment, Lu Xian deliberately cleared his throat with exaggerated vigor. Ahem! The boy jumped at the unexpected sound, his shoulders jolting as he nearly dropped his pen. He lifted his head in confusion, only then realizing another person occupied the office. Chen Yubing, startled by Lu Xian's cough, shot him an irritated glare, her eyes seemingly conveying a silent warning. Behave yourself. She was well aware of Lu Xian's penchant for mischief, relishing the thrill of pushing boundaries. Turning her attention back to the bewildered boy, she spoke in a calm tone. Student, I have reviewed the materials for your application. There are no issues. However, I am currently processing the student's application. She gestured toward the already stamped form on Lu Xian's desk. Please wait outside for a moment. It will be ready shortly. Huh? Oh, all right. Thank you, Director, the boy stammered, relief washing over him as he nodded fervently, hastily exiting the office while gently closing the door behind him. As soon as the door clicked shut, Chen Yubing's icy facade crumbled. She let out a long sigh, patting her chest. The earlier encounter had left her quite anxious, fearing the student might sense something amiss. Lu Xian, finding amusement in her flustered state, rose from his chair and sauntered over to her. Chen Yubing stood as well. But before she could utter a word, Lu Xian plopped down into her spacious, comfortable office chair, playfully slapping his thigh. Chen Yubing's cheeks flushed, and she shot him an indignant glance. Yet her body betrayed her as she gracefully settled onto his lap, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. The once frigid director, resembling a block of ancient ice, had transformed into a figure of alluring charm, radiating warmth and tenderness. Should the earlier boy have witnessed this scene, his eyes would surely widen in disbelief, and his worldview would shatter. Humph, you rascal, always teasing me, Chen Yubing playfully chided, lightly tapping Lu Xian's chest with her delicate fist, the gesture akin to a gentle tickle. Lu Xian found himself inflamed by her enticing demeanor, especially recalling her previously aloof and commanding presence. The stark contrast to her current demeanor, which invites indulgence, stirred a tumultuous sensation within him. Chapter 41. The daughter of the Deputy Political Commissar of the Military Region. This overwhelming sense of conquest, akin to the ultimate tenderness that follows the melting of an iceberg, was truly exhilarating. My dear, Chen Yubing languidly nestled in his embrace, exhaling softly, her voice laced with a hint of lazy flirtation. That student is still waiting outside. Can we hurry up a bit? Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her gaze slightly dazed, evidently stirred by her emotions. Why the hurry? He murmured, lowering his head to breathe warm air against her ear, his voice laced with temptation. Just think, that foolish boy is waiting right outside, likely still imagining your earlier aloof demeanor, perhaps even secretly fantasizing. If he were to find out that the revered Director Chun, whom he holds in such high regard, is currently seated on my lap. Stop it. Chen Yubing's face turned crimson, her heart racing. After a considerable half-hour, the office door finally swung open once more. Lu Xian returned to the chair he had previously occupied, refreshed, leisurely sipping water, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Chen Yubing felt her legs weaken. She leaned against the desk, steadying herself as she tidied her disheveled hair and touched up her slightly smudged makeup. She donned her coat again, meticulously adjusting the collar to ensure no inappropriate traces were revealed. Taking several deep breaths to calm her inner tumult, she cleared her throat, her expression swiftly transitioning back to the stern demeanor of the ice-cold director. Come in, student, she called, her voice still frosty, though if one listened closely, a subtle rasp and fatigue had crept in. Upon hearing her summons, the male student immediately pushed the door open and entered, his expression tinged with trepidation. Chen Yubing picked up the application he had left on the desk, glanced at it briefly, then decisively stamped it with the seal. All done. Your application has been approved, she said, passing it to him with an unruffled tone. The boy accepted the document, visibly relieved, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Director Chun. Thank you, Director Chun. He exited the office as though liberated from a great burden, not daring to glance back, as if Chen Yubing were a formidable beast. Indeed, given Chen Yubing's usual commanding presence, Any ordinary student facing her would be lucky to maintain their composure without trembling. Lu Xian rose gracefully, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he glanced at Chun Yubing, who stood behind the desk, her cheeks still aglow, yet her eyes striving to regain their former icy clarity. "All right, I shall now seek retribution on your behalf," he declared, his voice low. "I'm off to the finance office to confront your dear friend, Bai Yinchi." Upon hearing this, the frostiness on Chun Yubing's face melted away, replaced by joy that sparkled in her eyes, her demeanor transforming as she stepped forward, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Thank you, my love. You are the best of me." With that, she rose on her tiptoes and swiftly planted a kiss on Lu Xian's cheek. While Lu Xian felt the soft touch and the deliberately left moistness on his cheek, and a wave of amusement washed over him. This woman exhibited a stark contrast in demeanor, yet he found it appealing. He smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to leave the office of the director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center. The corridor was desolate, as it was lunchtime and most individuals were still resting. Lu Xian leisurely made his way to the floor housing the finance department. As he walked, he retrieved his phone and adeptly connected to the campus intranet. He accessed the faculty information query system, entering keywords such as finance department and Bai Yinchi. Soon, a passport photo appeared on the screen. In the photograph, Bai Yinchi bore a resemblance to Chun Yubing, both possessing delicate features and an aura of coolness. However, unlike the deliberately crafted Ice Queen persona of Chun Yubing, Bai Yinchi exuded a certain spirited vigor, her sharp gaze and serious demeanor suggesting an ability to see through to the core of one's being. Even in a simple identification photo, one could sense her distinct aura, akin to that of a seasoned soldier. TSK, another formidable opponent, Lu Xian mused. He casually took a screenshot of the photo, saved it, and exited the campus network to open the familiar, slightly sinister black icon of the information system. The interface remained minimalist as he imported the recently saved identification photo of Bai Yinchi. Ding! New analyzable target detected. The system's alert echoed in his mind. Cold and mechanical. Scanning photo information, please wait. A small progress bar appeared beneath Bai Yinchi's photo on the screen, advancing steadily. Lu Xian waited, feeling a twinge of anticipation. What unknown secrets lay hidden within the friend of Chun Yubing, who had a penchant for stealing her belongings since childhood? Moments later. The scan completed. Target, Bai Yinchi, information analysis complete. A cascade of data unfolded before Lu Xian. Name, Bai Yinchi attractiveness. 97 control value. 0-100 measurements. 82-55-80, surprisingly similar to Chun Yubing's, though likely more toned. Height, 172 centimeters. At this height, she could easily be a model. Weight, 54 kilograms, a standard healthy physique. Lu Xian's attention focused particularly on the final entry. Target evaluation, competitive, with a strong admiration for the powerful. Upon reading this assessment, Lu Xian nearly chuckled. Instantly, he envisioned Chun Yubing, puffed up in indignation, recounting how Bai Yinchi had snatched her doll. It made sense. Even a doll was fair game. Such behavior was evidently innate. He stroked his chin, understanding now that her competitive nature and admiration for strength were intriguing indeed. This disposition could potentially be more straightforward to navigate than that of Chun Yubing. The system's notifications continued. Generating information, please wait. This waiting period seemed slightly longer than usual, as the loading icon in the center of the screen spun leisurely, tantalizingly building anticipation. Lu Xian's fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the screen of his mobile phone, his gaze profound. Bai Yinchi, the daughter of the deputy political commissar of the military region, possessed exceptional beauty, physique, and demeanor, coupled with a strong and ambitious character. What could her scandalous secrets be? At last, the notification appeared. Scandal generation complete. Option 1. Exchange 2,000 points for the complete scandal package. Option 2. Exchange 2 scandal coupons for the complete scandal package. 2,000 points. Lu Xian's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He distinctly recalled that the scandal package for Gu Yunxi had only required 1,500 points for redemption. This Bai Yinchi's package was a staggering 500 points more. How sinister and explosive could this scandal be to warrant such a high valuation by the system. Lu Xian couldn't help but lick his lips. His desire to explore the unknown thoroughly ignited. He currently had 959 points, still far from the required 2,000. It seemed he would have to resort to using the coupons. Lu Xian pondered himself. The last time he dealt with Chun Yubing, he was rewarded with 2 scandal coupons, which were perfect for this situation. Although it pained him somewhat, for coupons were rare commodities. The thought of the scandal content worth 2,000 points made him feel that this investment was worthwhile. Without hesitation, he silently declared, "Redeem." Chapter 42. For the sake of her uncle, stealing military secrets? Redemption complete. 2 scandal coupons deducted. The system's notification echoed in Lu Xian's mind, devoid of emotion. Immediately, a stream of information that left him somewhat astounded flooded in. Core scandal details. By Yinshi, director of the finance department at Yinjin University, harbors affection for her own uncle and, in a bid to save his life, stole critical military secrets from the military region. Lu Xian's pupils constricted suddenly. This revelation was indeed explosive. To be infatuated with her own uncle? That was already a challenge to societal ethics. And it was further entangled with the theft of military secrets? By Yinshi's audacity surpassed his imagination. She was practically tangoing with danger. He suppressed the tumultuous waves within him, took a deep breath, and continued to read the astonishing details. Specific description. The protagonist by Yinshi hails from a distinguished military and political family in Tianjin. Her father serving as the deputy political commissar of a military region with the rank of senior colonel. Raised under her father's strict and often harsh guidance, her aim was to become an exemplary soldier, inheriting the family's glory. However, fate seemed to delight in abrupt twists at crucial moments. She fell in love with her own uncle, a man revered in the military as a warrior king, the captain of the most formidable special forces unit, the Wolf Brigade. During a perilous covert mission abroad, her uncle was captured while protecting his comrades. In a desperate bid to rescue her idolized uncle, by Yinshi, under duress and temptation from the enemy, ultimately acquiesced to their demands, exploiting her position and family background to steal vital military deployment maps and numerous critical military documents. My goodness! Lu Xian couldn't help but click his tongue. This was no mere scandal. It was treason. Once exposed, not only would Bai Yinshi herself face utter ruin, but the entire Bai family would plummet from the heights of prosperity into the abyss, never to rise again. He eagerly clicked open the file accompanying the system, and the evidence contained within was as indomitable as iron chains, each link intricately connected, presenting over 100 pieces of documentation. The first item that caught his eye was a scanned copy of Bai Yinshi's private diary. The elegant handwriting bore an undercurrent of suppressed madness. The bulk of the entries depicted an almost pathological obsession with her uncle, filled with fervent declarations of love. The explicit nature of the text sent shivers down Lu Xian's spine. Phrases such as "You are the only light in my life, and for you, I would stand against the world" were enough to make one recoil in astonishment. When an artistic young woman loses her composure, even the divine finds it challenging to intervene. Following this were photographs and scanned documents of files pilfered by Bai Yinshi, including troop deployment maps, reports on the latest strategic developments, and even several encrypted communication algorithms. Each document bore the stark red stamp of utmost secrecy, sending a chill through any who dared to gaze upon them. Even more alarming were the screenshots from surveillance video capturing her in the act of stealing documents from the military district's archive, though the images were somewhat blurred. Her silhouette and profile were undeniably hers. Additionally, there were photographs and short videos of her clandestine meetings with suspected enemy spies, whose prominent hooked noses and piercing blue eyes made their identities unmistakable. The chat logs meticulously detailed the specifics of their transactions, including times and locations, leaving no room for doubt. Lu Xian held his phone, feeling that this treasure trove of evidence was more precarious than a hot potato, yet it invigorated him. Bai Yinshi had unwittingly delivered a grand gift right to his doorstep. He tucked away his phone, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he strode briskly toward the office of the finance director. Sunlight streamed through the corridor's windows, casting dappled shadows upon him, as if heralding the onset of a dramatic spectacle. At this moment, the finance office was bustling with activity. Students and faculty members queued for reimbursements and signatures, the air thick with impatience. Yet Xuan did not even lift his eyelids, moving directly through the throng, disregarding the astonished and displeased gazes, and advancing to the front of the line. Under the astonished stares of the crowd, he pushed open the door to the office, a symbol of authority and dignity. Inside, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the commotion outside, enveloped in an eerie silence. A faint aroma of high-end perfume wafted through the air. Bayanchi was focused, her head bowed as she meticulously signed and stamped a document. Clad in a tailored dark professional suit, her long hair neatly coiled at the back of her head, revealing her smooth forehead and refined profile. Her entire demeanor resembled that of a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding sharpness and the unique decisiveness and authority of a military figure. Bayanchi's office operated under an unspoken rule, perhaps a strict decree set by her own hand. Those who enter to sign and stamp must do so one at a time, maintaining silence. A printed notice on the door read, "Please queue and remain quiet. Entry is one at a time. Violations will not be processed, and consequences shall be borne by the individual." Every line exudes an undeniable aura of authority. Upon hearing the doors creak and witnessing an unannounced intrusion, Bayanchi's hand momentarily halted with her pen, her exquisite brow instantly furrowing tightly, her gaze sharp as a blade, directed at Xuan. "Did you not notice the notice affixed at the entrance?" Her voice was frosty, imbued with unmistakable displeasure and a hint of irritation at being disrupted. "Leave and form an orderly queue." The powerful presence, characteristic of someone accustomed to commanding from a position of authority, erupted with an intensity that seemed to render the very air in the office almost palpable. The classmate, who was anxiously awaiting Bayanchi's attention to her documents, was so intimidated by this overwhelming aura that she dared not breathe, her complexion paling as she wished to vanish on the spot. Chapter 43. Unyielding and composed, Xuan's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze sweeping across the office before finally settling on the trembling classmate. His tone was as gentle as that of a friendly older brother. "Have you had your application stamped?" The classmate, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, nodded vigorously, as if fearing that a mere glance from Bayanchi might freeze her in place. Grabbing the documents from the desk, she hurriedly fled the office, forgetting even to express her gratitude. Xuan approached the door, and with a click, he locked it from the inside. This action completely extinguished the hopes of those waiting outside while shielding them from prying eyes. He sauntered over to the desk, unceremoniously pulling out the chair opposite Bayanchi and lounging back as if he were in the comfort of his own living room. "Director Bai, there is no need for such ire. It should be my turn now, shouldn't it?" Xuan spoke with a cheerful demeanor, yet his tone carried an unmistakable provocation that resonated harshly in Bayanchi's ears. "Have you queued?" Bayanchi's voice remained icily detached, her eyes piercing enough to penetrate one's very soul. "I have my own regulations here. Leave and form an orderly queue." Each word was enunciated with weight, the unyielding force behind them capable of unnerving any ordinary student. Yet, Xuan seemed impervious to her pressing intensity, reclining leisurely against the back of his chair as he spoke in a languid manner. "Director Bai, why must you distance yourself so? I did not come merely for a stamp today. I have brought something rather intriguing that I wish for you to appraise." As he leaned slightly forward, feigning to retrieve his phone from his pocket, Bayanchi's reflexes were swift. Almost instinctively, she thrust her office chair back, creating a distance of nearly half a meter between them, her eyes filled with vigilance and disdain. This subtle gesture, however, only served to amplify Xuan's sense of control, deepening the smile that played upon his lips. He relished this game of cat and mouse, particularly enjoying the gradual unmasking of those women who typically held positions of superiority, revealing their most genuine panic beneath their FAAs. "This classmate, irrespective of your identity or what you wish to show me," Bayanchi's voice grew colder, tinged with impatience. "There are countless individuals seeking my favor daily, all eager to present something of value. Yet here, I adhere strictly to the rules. Now at once get out. The last two words were nearly forced out between clenched teeth. TSK. Xuan shook his head, a knowing smile gracing his face. Director Bai's temper truly resembled a stone in a latrine, foul and unyielding. However, I assure you, the item I have brought today will not only prevent your anger, but might even lead you to plead with me. He leisurely pulled out his phone, gently tapping the screen, revealing a photograph. It was a scanned page of a diary, the elegant handwriting filled with an almost pathological adoration and obsession. Director Bai, does this handwriting look familiar to you? Xuan turned the phone screen towards Bai Yinchi, his tone laced with mockery. The moment Bai Yinchi's gaze met the screen, her pupils constricted sharply. That familiar handwriting, those deeply buried secrets, were yanked into the light by an invisible hand. You. She instinctively reached out to snatch Xuan's phone, her movements frantic and tinged with a hint of desperation. Xuan had anticipated this, deftly evading her grab, and chuckled in astonishment. Director Bai, your reflexes are remarkably swift, just like those of a few friends I've encountered before, who also prefer to snatch phones first. Luckily, I'm quite agile. Otherwise, this phone would be lost. Bai Yinchi's chest heaved violently as she bit down on her lower lip, struggling to suppress the tumultuous waves of emotion within her. Taking a deep breath, her gaze turned cold and sharp, as if she sought to pierce through Xuan. Where did you obtain these photographs? Did you secretly take pictures of my diary? Her voice trembled slightly with anger, yet she feigned calmness. I warn you, this constitutes an invasion of privacy, and I can immediately report you to the authorities. Just this alone could land you in prison for several years. Attempting to intimidate Xuan with legal threats was her usual tactic, effective against oblivious students. However, Xuan found her words amusing, chuckling softly. Report me? Excellent, Director Bai. I wholeheartedly support your decision. However, before the police arrive, perhaps you should consider whether the contents of this diary being made public would have a greater impact on you than my imprisonment. He paused, his gaze playfully scrutinizing Bai Yinchi's face, which twisted slightly in anger, and leisurely added, after all, the stories within this diary are far more thrilling than any evening soap opera. Phrases like you are the only light in my life, and for you, I would battle the world. Tut tut. Director Bai, I did not realize you possessed such a poetic side. Bai Yinchi's complexion turned ashen, yet she maintained her composure, scoffing lightly. Whom I choose to love or admire is my freedom. Even if the entire world knows, what of it? Is it a crime to love someone? Oh. Xuan raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Director Bai truly is a person of strong sentiments. I am impressed. It seems that you are quite unapologetic about your affection for your uncle. This statement struck Bai Yinchi like a bolt from the blue, shattering her fade of composure. The color drained from her face, leaving behind a pallid expression of despair. She had assumed that Xuan had merely acquired her diary. But little did she know that he was fully aware of its most guarded secret. What nonsense are you spouting? Her voice trembled, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of panic. Nonsense? Xuan's smile grew ever more radiant. Director Bai, would you care for me to read aloud some of the more explicit passages from your diary? For instance, your fantasies about your military uncle's silence. Bai Yinchi slammed her hand on the table, her voice sharp and commanding, attempting to interrupt Xuan's words. Yet her eyes betrayed the turmoil within her. Xuan shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested he had struck a nerve. He recognized that Bai Yinchi's psychological defenses were beginning to falter. With measured ease, he scrolled through his phone, retrieving several images. This time, they were not excerpts from her diary, but rather screenshots from surveillance footage and photographs of documents. Director Bai, since you deem the contents of her diary innocuous, how do you explain these? Xuan pushed his phone forward once more, revealing military defense maps, classified documents, and photographs and videos of her engaged in intimate conversation with a blue-eyed foreigner on the street. Bai Yinchi's gaze was riveted to the screen. Upon recognizing the content of the images, she swayed violently, nearly toppling from her chair. The pallor of her face transcended mere whiteness, embodying a near-transparent despair devoid of color. Her lips quivered as she struggled to articulate a defense, yet she found her throat constricted, rendering her utterly speechless. Each photograph was akin to a sharp dagger, ruthlessly piercing her heart. The action she believed to be impeccably concealed, the secret she thought would remain forever undisclosed, now lay bare before a stranger. Well, what is this? I can't comprehend. Bayinshi's voice was hoarse and dry as she endeavored to muster a semblance of calmness. But the terror and desperation in her eyes were unmistakable. Her mind raced with a singular thought. How could this evidence, potent enough to condemn her irreparably, end up in the hands of an obscure university student? This was impossible. It had to be fake. A forgery. Yes, that was it. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure, a glimmer of icy resolve igniting in her gaze. Fixing her eyes on Xuan, she enunciated each word with deliberate precision. Do not attempt to instill fear with your fabrications. These items are all your forgeries. You think to extort me with them? Let me tell you, you have miscalculated. Forged? Xuan replied, far from perturbed. Instead, he seemed to find her accusation immensely amusing, his smile widening further. He reclined leisurely against the chair's backrest, his fingers gliding gently across the smooth surface of his smartphone, as if he were meticulously selecting something. Director Bai, stubbornness is not a commendable trait. Xuan's voice remained unhurried, imbued with a calmness that suggested an intimate understanding of all that transpired. Since you assert these are fabricated, why not present something more authentic, shall we? With a flourish akin to a magician's, he revealed several photographs, this time not mere document screenshots, but vivid scenes. Director Bai, March 15th, 2021, at the Yinjing Bay, CF, table 15 by the window. Xuan's gaze swept over Bayinshi's face briefly. His tone is flat, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. The afternoon was pleasantly sunny, and you ordered a cup of Blue Mountain coffee, without sugar, correct? Bayinshi's pupils dilated sharply, the frost that had taken her considerable effort to cultivate on her face fracturing instantly. The Bay CAF, table 15, was one of the clandestine locations where she exchanged intelligence with that person. How could he know such precise details? Xuan, seemingly dissatisfied with the impact of his revelation, leisurely continued. Oh, and on April 1st, 2021, on that fateful April Fool's Day, at the Senua Park in the western suburbs of Yinjing, at the pavilion on the man-made lake, the weather was quite gloomy, and you wore a cream-colored trench coat, did you not? Each date was precise, each location unmistakable. The psychological defenses she had painstakingly constructed began to crumble inch by inch in the face of these irrefutable facts. Beneath her desk, her hands, which had merely been clenched, now exhibited pronounced veins, her knuckles whitening from excessive tension. She felt as though her very breath was becoming labored. Who are you? Bayinshi's voice was hoarse and dry, trembling with a hint of fear she had not even realized was present. She could not fathom how these secrets, known only to her parents, had fallen into the grasp of such an ostensibly ordinary student. Xuan disregarded her inquiry, merely pivoting the phone's screen back towards her, revealing a screenshot from surveillance footage. Though the image was somewhat blurred, it was still unmistakably clear that the female figure in the video was none other than Bayinshi herself, engaged in conversation with a foreign man possessing a hawk-like nose and blue eyes. Director Bai, would you like me to remind you of some even more intriguing details? Xuan's smile held a demonic mockery. For instance, what treasures were stored in that black disk you exchanged with this international acquaintance? Enough, Bayinshi suddenly roared, resembling a beast on the brink of collapse. She bit down hard on her lower lip, her once stunningly beautiful face now drained of all color, her eyes filled with despair and terror. After a prolonged silence, as if all strength had been siphoned from her, she slumped against the chair's back, slowly closing her eyes. When she opened them again, though her gaze remained icy, it bore a hint of resigned desolation. Speak, what are your demands? Her voice was chillingly calm, as if the person who had just lost her composure was someone entirely different. I find it hard to believe that you have gone to such lengths merely to jest with me. Is it money? Or do you seek to leverage our connection to the Bai family for your own advancement? Perhaps you aspire to enter the military district? She had relinquished any futile resistance. The evidence at hand was sufficient to bring her to utter ruin, potentially dragging the entire Bai family down with her. Now, all she wished to ascertain was her opponent's trump card. Director Bai truly is a sagacious individual. Conversing with an astute mind is indeed effortless. The smile on Lu Xian's face grew increasingly radiant, yet also sent a chill deep into one's heart. Money? Power? Those are trifles, should I desire them. I possess myriad means to acquire them. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Bai Yanqi, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. My request is quite simple. I wish to savor the essence of the ice mountain snow lotus. What did you say? Bai Yanqi's eyes widened in shock. Her previously ashen cheeks flushed crimson in an intense display of indignation and disbelief. She had never anticipated that the proposition put forth would be so vile and shameless. Change the terms. She nearly ground her teeth to utter those words, asserting that aside from this, she was open to negotiation on any other matters. Oh, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his features as he leisurely inquired, Director Bai, this presents quite a conundrum. However, I am curious. You treasure this snow lotus so dearly. Could it be that our uncle has already partaken of its delights? You. Bai Yanqi sprang from her chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, slamming her hands onto the desk with a resounding thud. Her chest heaved with pent-up fury, her eyes ablaze with wrath. Silence. I will not allow you to insult him. Our relationship is pure. I merely harbor unreciprocated admiration for him. Her voice, tinged with hysteria, turned sharp, reflecting the sanctity of her innermost sanctuary, which she deemed untainted by any foulness. Oh, what a dramatic reaction. Observing this, Lu Xian felt a surge of delight. He relished the sight of these lofty women losing their composure. So, it seems he has not yet claimed the prize? He stroked his chin, feigning enlightenment, and exclaimed, Ah, how splendid. I do adore the original, untainted ice mountain snow lotus. What a pity it would be if someone else had sullied it in advance. Wouldn't you agree? Bai Yanqi trembled with rage, her glare fixed on Lu Xian, as if she wished to devour him whole. This man was not only despicable and shameless, but his every word pierced her heart. Lu Xian, was it? She inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within her, her voice chillingly cold. What do you truly desire? Spare me your vile words. Should you continue this nonsense, beware of my wrath. Coming from a military family, she was steeped in a spirit of resilience and tenacity. Uncivil, Lu Xian erupted into laughter, rising abruptly, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap toward Bai Yanqi's frost-laden visage. You insolent woman! Do you dare to lay a hand on me? In the blink of an eye, Bai Yanqi instinctively raised her arm, adeptly blocking Lu Xian's sudden slap with a sharp sound. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Xian's eyes, quickly transforming into a deeper chill. This woman, unexpectedly formidable? Yet, what of it? Ha! She dares to retaliate, to defend herself? With a cold chuckle, Lu Xian accelerated the speed and force of his strikes, denying Bai Yanqi any chance to react. A resounding slap connected firmly with her face, the sharp sound echoing conspicuously in the quiet office. A vivid, crimson five-finger imprint swiftly appeared on her fair cheek, the searing pain radiating instantly. Bai Yanqi stumbled back, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her hair disheveled, presenting a pitiful sight. She covered her face, her eyes brimming with humiliation and fury, glaring at Lu Xian with the intensity of a wounded she-wolf. If you dare strike me down, gritting her teeth, she spoke through quivering lips, each word laden with pain and indignation. If I so much as furrow my brow or utter a negative word, I shall no longer bear the surname Bai. Oh, such a stubborn spirit. Lu Xian found amusement in her defiant demeanor, relishing the challenge of taming such a thorny rose. Very well, since you possess such fortitude, I shan't hesitate to allow more spectators to witness your plight. He leisurely retrieved his phone, methodically beginning to compose a message before her. Let us proceed. I shall first share your deeply moving diary entries and those captivating video snapshots on Douyin. Let the nation judge how the esteemed director Bai of Yinjing University has passionately fallen for her own uncle, and how, in the name of love, She recklessly embraced her role as a traitor to her country. Lu Xian's movements were deliberate, yet each click resonated like a hammer, striking hard against Bai Yanqi's heart. As he edited, he recited with feigned seriousness, "Ah, I've already thought of a title. The Forbidden Romance of the Deputy Political Commissar's Daughter, falling for the elite soldier, willing to betray the nation to save her lover. What do you think of this title? Is it explosive enough? The click-through rate will surely skyrocket." In an instant, Bai Yanqi's face drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet. If the previous evidence had instilled despair, Lu Xian's current actions sought to firmly affix her to the pillar of shame, ensuring her eternal downfall. "No," her voice, tinged with a sob, echoed with helplessness and dread. Chapter 45. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Bai. Lu Xian paid no heed to her noble yet futile attempts at integrity. He was there to teach this audacious woman a lesson, to enlighten her on the reasons behind the blooming of flowers. His fingers danced rapidly across the screen. While the title remained unchanged, he deliberately withheld some content, only selecting a few diary snapshots, reserving the more incriminating military secrets and meeting photographs for a later time. Done. It has already been sent. Lu Xian waved his phone screen in front of Bai Yanqi, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you happy now, you wretched creature? Did you really think I wouldn't dare to act against you?" Bai Yanqi's gaze was riveted on the phone screen as she realized that Lu Xian had indeed made those disgraceful diary entries public. Although he referred to someone indirectly, the familiar, elegant handwriting and the pathological affection within left no doubt that the protagonist was her. Others might not recognize her, but she could identify herself at a glance. Her parents might also see through it. In an instant, her heart plummeted to the depths, and her blood felt as if it had frozen. Yet, she swiftly noted that Lu Xian had only released the diary entries and not the damning evidence that could ruin her and her entire family beyond redemption. This realization allowed her heart, which had nearly leapt in her throat, to descend slightly. It was akin to glimpsing a faint glimmer of light in an endless darkness, albeit one that might be a trap. Lu Xian had temporarily granted her a sliver of hope. Fear receded like a tide, but it was accompanied by a deeper sense of humiliation and helplessness. She understood that she had utterly fallen, ensnared by this young man whose methods were ruthlessly formidable. This time, she dared not exhibit even a hint of arrogance or defiance. Bai Yanqi bit her lower lip tightly, her delicate teeth nearly drawing blood from her tender lips. She slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting shallow shadows in the light, concealing all the emotions hidden in her gaze. When she opened them again, the once sharpness of her phoenix-like eyes had been replaced by an eerie stillness. "Lu Xian," she forced these words through gritted teeth, her voice hoarse and strained. I promise you, I was wrong. Please, spare me, spare the Bai family." A low, ambiguous laugh escaped Lu Xian's lips, reverberating harshly in the quiet office. "Now you realize your mistakes? Well, it's not too late." His gaze fell upon Bai Yanqi's legs, which trembled slightly from anger and humiliation. As he delivered his command in an unyielding tone, "Kneel." Those two simple words struck Bai Yanqi's heart like heavy blows. She shot her head up, incredulity written across her face as she stared at Lu Xian. To make the daughter of the director of the finance department at Yanjing University and the deputy political commissar of the military region kneel before a student? That would be more excruciating than death. "What? Are you deaf?" Lu Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice chilling further. "I said kneel." Bai Yanqi's body began to tremble violently, her nails digging deep into her palms, causing sharp pain to surge through her. She gritted her teeth, the veins on her forehead bulging as her inner pride clashed fiercely with the reality of her predicament. Seconds ticked by. The air in the office felt as though it had solidified, suffocating her. Finally, under Lu Xian's icy gaze, Bai Yanqi's taut body slowly relaxed. She lowered the once proud head, like a defeated peacock folding its magnificent feathers. Step by step, she moved laboriously towards Lu Xian, each step feeling like walking on the edge of a blade. Then, her knees buckled, and with a resounding thud, she sank slowly and humiliatingly to the cold floor. Bai Yanqi let her hands drop helplessly by her sides, but then, as if recalling something, she propped herself up on the ground, bowing her head deeply. Her inky black hair cascading down to obscure her expression. Xian gazed upon this scene, a powerful surge of conquest swelling within him. He gradually bent down, extending his fingers to gently lift Bai Yinshi's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. The once stunningly beautiful visage was now marred by a blush of humiliation and unshed tears, yet her eyes still held a glimmer of defiance and an indelible hatred. "Look at me." Xian's voice was deep and magnetic, laced with an undertone of danger. Bai Yinshi was compelled to lock eyes with him, the animosity in her gaze palpable enough to be felt. "I find your expression rather displeasing." Xian's fingertip caressed her smooth jawline tenderly, his tone gentle, yet each word struck like a dagger. "From this day forth, you shall be my dog, Bai Yinshi. Do you understand?" Bai Yinshi's complexion drained to a ghostly white, her body trembling uncontrollably. "A dog?" He dared to liken her to a dog. "Did you hear me? I shall ask you again." Xian's voice suddenly grew sharp. "Yes, I heard." Bai Yinshi's voice was barely a whisper, thick with nasal tones, each word forced through her throat, brimming with humiliation and despair. "Excellent." Xian nodded in satisfaction, a more sinister smile creeping across his lips. "Since you're to be a dog, you must have a name. From now on, I shall call you Little Bai." The name evoked memories of a gentle white puppy she had owned as a child, submissive, obedient, wagging its tail and yearning. "Little Bai." Xian's voice bore a hint of mockery. "Go and inform those students waiting outside for their stamps to leave. They need not linger here foolishly." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Bai Yinshi's curvaceous figure, adding with suggestive implication, "Shortly, there may be some inappropriate occurrences within these walls. It would not bode well for either of us if they eavesdrop, particularly for your reputation." At his words, a chill coursed through Bai Yinshi, rising from her feet to the crown of her head. She instinctively wiped the cold sweat from her brow, her heart swelling with fear and unease. She understood what Xian intended to do next, the weight of humiliation threatening to shatter her composure. She had contemplated resistance, even the notion of a desperate escape. But she did not dare. This man, Xian, was nothing short of a devil. He was capable of anything. Should the evidence regarding military secrets be exposed, the Bai family would face utter ruin. Her father's lifelong honor and efforts would be obliterated in an instant. From childhood, her father's teachings had emphasized the importance of family, that the family's honor superseded all else. For the sake of her family, she had no choice but to sacrifice herself. Bai Yinshi struggled to rise from the ground, her legs weak from prolonged kneeling and overwhelming psychological pressure, her body swaying perilously, nearly toppling once more. She steadied herself against the frigid wall, moving step by step toward the office door like a mere shell of a person. Trembling, she extended her hand and grasped the cold doorknob. With a click, the lock was released. Outside, the corridor buzzed with animated voices as students gathered in small groups, anxiously awaiting news. Upon seeing the office door swing open, all eyes turned toward her. The moment they beheld Bai Yinshi's pallid complexion and disheveled hair, a collective pause ensued, an unspoken awareness of something amiss permeating the air. Bai Yinshi took a deep breath, conjuring a smile that was more painful than tears, her voice raspy as she spoke. "Dear students, please return for now. There are some unforeseen issues at the financial office today, and we cannot process any business for the moment. Kindly come back tomorrow." Her words were soft, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Upon hearing her, the students erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, their discontent palpable. "What's going on? We've waited so long." "Indeed, I've been here for over an hour. Director Bai looks unwell. Is she ill?" Though their frustrations bubbled forth, they dared not voice their grievances too loudly, for Bai Yinshi's formidable presence was well ingrained in their minds. Gradually, they dispersed in small clusters, and the corridor soon fell into an eerie silence. Bai Yinshi gazed at the emptiness of the corridor, despair flooding her heart. She slowly closed the office door, the heavy barrier shutting out the world and seemingly extinguishing all her hopes. A crystalline tear finally escaped her control, trailing down her pale cheek, splattering onto the cold floor, shattering into a myriad of droplets. Chapter 46. Conquering the proud. Bai Yinshi. The students in the corridor gradually scattered, Before long, silence enveloped the space once more. Bai Yinqi leaned against the door, her body subtly trembling. She understood that in the face of Lu Xian's threats, there was no escape, no refuge. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, gathering what little courage remained, resignedly awaiting her fate. However, the anticipated action did not manifest immediately. Lu Xian remained seated in her earlier position, neither rising nor approaching. He simply spoke in a languid manner, his voice imbued with an enchanting allure. "Will Bai, come here?" With a beckoning gesture, he summoned her as if calling a compliant puppy. Bai Yinqi's complexion shifted from the earlier pallor to a deep crimson, only to quickly fade again, leaving her nearly translucent. The term little Bai and his casual demeanor were far more tormenting than any direct insult could ever be. She bit down on her lower lip, her nails digging deep in her palm. Opening her eyes, she beheld Lu Xian's face adorned with a wicked smile. With heavy footsteps, each step feeling like lead, she unsteadily approached him. Once renowned as the Mulan of the military command, Bai Yinqi excelled in martial arts, often finding few capable of besting her, even among her father's elite guards. Yet now, she resembled a docile and timid pup, lowering her proud head before Lu Xian. If those who once admired and revered her were to witness this scene, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Lu Xian patted his thigh, his smile unwavering. "Come, Xiao Bai. Sit here." Bai Yinqi's body stiffened momentarily, yet she gritted her teeth and, in humiliation, seated herself upon Lu Xian's lap. At the moment of contact, a wave of shame engulfed her. Her complexion turned ashen, tears welled in her eyes, yet she valiantly withheld them from falling. Lu Xian encircled her waist, feeling the rigidity of her body, his smile growing more satisfied. He did not rush into the next step. Instead, he spoke in a tone that bordered on whisper. "Do you know, Director Bai, that a woman as beautiful as you, had I not discovered your secret today, I might never have had the chance to speak with you in this lifetime?" His fingers gently brushed against the strands of hair that cascaded by her ear, slowly gliding down to graze the delicate skin of her neck. "You are like a snow lotus blooming atop a snowy mountain, proud and sacred, evoking awe in all who gaze upon you." There was a hint of mischief in Lu Xian's voice, yet this only intensified the desire to ascend and pluck the flower, to behold what this snow lotus would reveal once removed from its perch. Bai Yinqi's entire being tensed, resembling a stone, paralyzed with fear. She could feel the warmth of his fingers, the rhythm of his breath, each sensation overwhelming her with extreme discomfort and humiliation. But she dared not resist. She could not afford to. The evidence against her hung above her like the sword of Damocles, instilling a paralyzing fear of any movement. Lu Xian's fingers trailed along her neck, gradually advancing toward her collar. He toyed with the buttons of her blouse. "Please don't do this," Bai Yinqi's voice trembled, laced with despair and pleading. Lu Xian halted his actions, gazing down at her. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Bai Yinqi bit her lip tightly, unable to hold back the tears that finally streamed down her cheeks. She understood that begging was futile and resistance would lead to her own demise. All she could do was close her eyes and let the silent, humiliating tears flow. As Lu Xian observed her enduring pain, the thrill of conquest surged to its zenith. He no longer hesitated. Approximately an hour later, Bai Yinqi stared blankly at the ceiling, detected total collapse of the target's psychological defenses, her pride and self-esteem shattered, gaining substantial control points. Current control points, 100,100. Reward, a 100 square meter apartment near Yinjing University in Baijingyuan. Reward points, 500. Random drop reward. Introductory eloquence skills. Lu Xian beamed at the system notification, his heart swelling with joy. Initially, he had planned to rent an apartment elsewhere, as he could no longer tolerate the loathsome individuals in his dormitory. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him, delivering a complete apartment right into his hands. Situated in Baijingyuan near Yinjing University, a military district with excellent security and environment. Even more surprisingly, he had acquired a skill. This was a remarkable boon. In the future, charming those young women would surely become a breeze. Gazing at Bai Yinqi, whose control value had reached its zenith in his embrace, Lu Xian felt an immense satisfaction. Bai Yinxi and Chun Yubing, the daughter of a deputy political commissar from the military region and the daughter of a military leader respectively, were invaluable assets to retain. With a wicked smile, he gently patted Bai Yinxi's cheek. "Little Bai, be good." Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly turned to face him, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment, yet devoid of the previous coldness and defiance. "I'm rather thirsty. Please fetch me a glass of water," Lu Xian commanded. "Yes, master," Bai Yinxi responded almost instinctively, her voice imbued with an unprecedented softness. Rising from Lu Xian's lap, she adjusted her somewhat disheveled attire and, with slightly weak legs, made her way to the water dispenser. She poured a glass of water, cradling it with both hands as she presented it to Lu Xian, resembling a dutiful and obedient maid. Lu Xian accepted the glass, taking a sip and nodding in satisfaction. The sensation of having complete control was indeed unparalleled. It was as if he could command anything with unwavering authority. "Now, little Bai," he said, placing the glass on the table and pointing to the documents before him, which included several student reimbursement applications. "Please affix this seal for me." "Yes, master," Bai Yinxi obediently replied once more, then picked up the documents to begin stamping. Her movements retained the military's characteristic efficiency, yet her expression had transformed entirely. The earlier air of authority and impatience had vanished, replaced by a demeanor of submission. After finishing the stamping, Bai Yinxi unexpectedly knelt before Lu Xian with a thud, bowing her head and her voice trembling slightly. "Master, I acknowledge my previous wrongs. I have troubled you, and I am truly sorry." Her appearance was one of utter fear, as if she dreaded that Lu Xian might be angered by her earlier attitude. Observing Bai Yinxi kneeling before him, a stronger sense of conquest surged within Lu Xian. He gently raised her chin with his hand, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Oh, it's quite all right," Lu Xian replied in a relaxed tone. "Consider the stamp as my forgiveness." He paused, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. "Moreover, you must get along well with Director Chun Yubing. You shall be good friends once more." Upon hearing Chun Yubing's name, Bai Yinxi trembled imperceptibly. She wished to refuse, to inquire why, yet inexplicably, as she locked eyes with Lu Xian's profound gaze, her intended words seemed to be obstructed by an invisible force. She could only nod in acquiescence, as if accepting an order that could not be disobeyed. Chapter 47. An Unexpected Encounter with the Campus Belle. Luo Shaoran, Lu Xian smiled faintly, inwardly marveling at how, once Bai Yinxi's proud exterior was thoroughly shattered. The core that emerged was astonishingly obedient and compliant, more docile than a domesticated kitten. The previous chill and sharpness that repelled others had vanished, replaced by a cautious eagerness to please. "Little Bai," Lu Xian's voice carried a hint of jest as he gently patted her head, akin to soothing a frightened little creature. "In the future, you must cultivate a harmonious relationship with Director Chun Yubing, avoiding the previous confrontations that resembled a celestial collision." He paused, adding with significant intent, "There are certain matters you ought to comprehend. Oh, by the way, I nearly forgot to mention that Chun Yubing, like you, now adheres to my every word, exhibiting remarkable obedience." Upon hearing this, Bai Yinxi's phoenix eyes, which had just regained a hint of their former brilliance, swiftly reflected an expression of incredulity. She parted her lips slightly, seemingly seeking confirmation. "Is that truly the case, master? Chun Yubing, that woman, my former closest friend, has she also succumbed to this man before me?" Lu Xian observed her astonished demeanor with amusement, akin to admiring a finely crafted artwork of his own creation. He extended his hand, gently caressing Bai Yinxi's silky hair, an action imbued with an undeniable authority. "Indeed, it is true. When have I ever deceived you? She, like you, is my obedient little kitten." Bai Yinxi submissively tilted her head, her gaze meeting Lu Xian's profound eyes, filled with curiosity and a subtle hint of reverence. "Master, I am quite curious. Why have you chosen both of us? Have we inadvertently offended you in some way?" Lu Xian chuckled lightly, his smile tinged with a playful nonchalance. "You see, if it weren't for your reckless attempts to keep me occupied as though I were a pet, I might not have considered taking action against you at all. Ultimately, this predicament is of your own making, and you cannot blame anyone else. He flicked his fingers as if brushing away inconsequential dust. Now, let us refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Lu Xian stood, adjusting his sleeves, his tone reverting to neutrality. The paperwork is complete. Expedite the processing of the scholarship funds to ensure the money is swiftly transferred to my account. As for you, he glanced at Bai Yinxi, a devilish smirk curling his lips. Do not rush. There are more thrilling developments ahead. When we are outside, remember to address me by my name. Do not refer to me as master, lest others suspect we harbor unspeakable secrets. Bai Yinxi promptly lowered her head, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, and obediently nodded. Her voice barely audible. Yes, master. No, Lu Xian, I will remember. Lu Xian expressed his satisfaction with a hum, saying no more, and turned to exit the office. With all matters resolved, he intended to inspect the newly awarded residence situated in Baijingyuan. This location is renowned for its proximity to Yanjing University. Characterized by a prestigious military compound, exceptional security, and an unparalleled environment, having a personal sanctuary will greatly facilitate future endeavors. Whether for receiving reports from Chun Yubing and Gu Yunxi or seeking solitude. As he stepped out of the office building, a warm breeze heralding the early summer brushed against him. Lu Xian squinted, preparing to summon a vehicle, when he caught sight of a minor incident unfolding along the tree-lined path nearby. A tall, slender young woman found herself in an unfortunate predicament. Having just tumbled to the ground, her scattered papers and books strewn about her. She wore a pristine white chiffon blouse, its neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small expanse of fair skin. Below, she donned a pair of form-fitting light blue jeans that perfectly accentuated her long legs, making it difficult to overlook her enviable figure, even in her fallen state. Lu Xian was not typically one to meddle in the affairs of others, yet today, for reasons unknown, he felt an unusual lightness in his heart. Coupled with the undeniable beauty of the young woman, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her, and he stepped forward towards her direction. As he approached, Lu Xian gained a clearer view of her features. She was frowning, one hand pressed against the ground while the other clutched her right ankle, beads of sweat forming on her smooth forehead, her expression betraying significant distress. Her face was a perfect oval, with features so exquisitely defined they seemed almost painted. Particularly striking were her large, glistening eyes, now clouded with pain, rendering her utterly pitiable. A name flashed through Lu Xian's mind, Luo Xiaoran. Indeed, it was she, the acknowledged beauty of the drama department in her freshman year. She had secured her goddess status among the new students at Yanjing University with her stunning looks, physique, and an awe-inspiring classical dance performed at the welcome gala. In his previous life, as an inconspicuous student, Lu Xian had admired Luo Xiaoran from afar, often gazing at her allure on school forums and various beauty rankings. At that time, he could only silently admire her from behind a screen, lacking the courage to speak to her. Little did he expect that in this new life, he would encounter her in such a manner. Was this not a twist of fate? An opportunity presented before him. How could he let it slip away? A smile crept into Lu Xian's heart as he quickened his pace, allowing a concerned expression to grace his face. Are you all right? He inquired gently as he reached Luo Xiaoran, naturally extending his hand to assist her. His touch was warm and smooth, a delicate sensation that stirred something within him. Luo Xiaoran, clearly taken aback by the sudden offer of help, instinctively looked up at Lu Xian. Upon seeing his handsome and refined face, she momentarily froze, only to wince in pain as her ankle throbbed, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Her voice quivered with a hint of distress. I think I might have twisted my ankle. It hurts so much I can't move. Biting her lip, her expression was one of pure vulnerability, enough to evoke sympathy from any man. Could you help me up? I have an important form that needs to be submitted to the academic office right away, or I'll miss the deadline. She gestured towards the papers scattered around her, urgency lacing her tone. Only then did Lu Xian notice the documents beside her, one of which appeared to be a crucial application form. A thought sparked in his mind. Fortune indeed favored him. As he had been pondering how to initiate a conversation with this mesmerizing beauty, he hastily withdrew his hand, which had inadvertently brushed against her arm, and donned a serious expression. Of course, assisting others is a commendable tradition among contemporary university students. Please do not rush. First, let us assess the severity of your injury. With that, he crouched down, his gaze settling on Luo Xiaoran's slender ankle. Chapter 48. The flower of the department who turns cold faster than the turning of pages. Lu Xian's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile as he politely inquired, "Classmate, may I assist you in standing up?" Luo Xiaoran paused for a moment, her large, doe-like eyes blinking as they turned toward Lu Xian. A thin veil of mist quickly formed in her eyes, as if tears were on the brink of spilling forth. Her voice quivering with a touch of vulnerability. I'm fine, thank you so much." Her delicate, fragile demeanor evoked a deep sense of compassion in anyone who beheld her. With a gentle smile, he extended his hand, lightly resting it on her arm. With a slight exertion, he helped her rise from the ground. His touch was soft and delicate, truly a pleasant sensation. Oh, just as Luo Xiaoran steadied herself, a soft gasp escaped her lips, as if an unbearable pain surged from her ankle. She tentatively took a small step, her body swaying dramatically as she nearly toppled over again, hissing in sharp breaths, "It hurts so much." Tears cascaded down her exquisite cheeks, resembling dewdrops on a pear blossom, stirring a heartwarming sympathy. She looked at Lu Xian helplessly. "Classmate, I seem unable to walk." Noticing her distress, Lu Xian's expression shifted to one of genuine concern as he steadied her once again. Speaking softly, "Classmate, it appears your injury is quite serious. You should visit the school clinic without delay." No, Luo Xiaoran exclaimed anxiously, shaking her head as she pointed to the scattered papers on the ground. "I have an important form here that must be submitted to the Academic Affairs Office immediately. Otherwise, I may miss out on the scholarship evaluation." Her lips pressed together, her eyes filled with helplessness and pleading, as if the loss of this form would cast a shadow over her entire life. "How about this, classmate?" she proposed, as if summoning great resolve, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks, her voice barely above a whisper. "Could you carry me and take me to the Academic Affairs Office, please?" Her tear-brimmed eyes gazed timidly at Lu Xian, resembling a startled rabbit awaiting rescue. Lu Xian readily agreed. "No problem. Helping others is indeed a fine tradition among us contemporary university students." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he nimbly bent down, his left hand securely cradling the bend of Luo Xiaoran's leg, while his right arm encircled her slender waist. In a flawless princess carry, he lifted her effortlessly. Her body, soft and fragrant, bore a subtle stiffness. However, just as Lu Xian prepared to take a step, Luo Xiaoran erupted in protest. Classmate, what are you doing? Let me go." Her sharp cry pierced the air, loud enough to reverberate across half the campus. Her previously pitiful expression transformed into one of sheer terror, as if Lu Xian were some kind of monstrous threat. "Calm down, classmate. This is illegal. You're being inappropriate. This is a crime." She pressed her hands against Lu Xian's chest, appearing to push him away with force, yet the strength behind her actions was feather-light, resembling a caress that was more about desire than rejection. However, her facial expression was exaggerated, her eyes wide with humiliation and anger. Suddenly, a more dramatic scene unfolded. Luo Xiaoran's tears burst forth like a dam breaking, her cries desperate and hoarse. "Classmate, I beg you, spare me. How can you do this in broad daylight? I only asked you to take me to the Academic Affairs Office. How could you treat me like this?" The swift and unexpected turn of events even caused Lu Xian to raise an eyebrow slightly. He halted, looking down at Luo Xiaoran, who was wholly immersed in her performance, and felt a twinge of amusement in his heart. This little girl certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Was she attempting to play the victim against someone like him? "Classmate," Lu Xian's voice remained calm, even tinged with a hint of amusement. "What do you mean? Wasn't it you who asked me to carry you? What do you mean? Carry me?" Luo Xiaoran seemed to perceive the greatest slander, her voice suddenly rising, tinged with tears yet articulated clearly. "Classmate, even if you are attracted to my beauty, you cannot resort to such despicable means to coerce me. I'm not that kind of girl. I implore you, let me go. Otherwise, I shall call for help. A smirk crept across Lu Xian's lips as he decided not to engage further, gently placing her back on the ground. The moment her feet touched the earth, her previously injured ankle miraculously regained its strength, allowing her to stand confidently, showing no signs of having just twisted it. She instinctively adjusted her posture, anxious that others might not perceive her resilience in the face of humiliation. But that was not the end. Luo Xiaoran's subsequent actions would have warranted an Oscar in Lu Xian's eyes. She took a deep breath, her face a mask of tragic indignation, and then grasped the collar of her chiffon blouse. With a sharp rip, the sound of fabric tearing resonated. To his astonishment, Luo Xiaoran tore open her blouse, exposing the edge of her light-colored undergarment and a larger expanse of her fair skin. Her decisive action and poignant expression suggested that she had indeed suffered some inhumane treatment, as if she was prepared to sacrifice herself to expose the atrocity. After this, she staggered back 2 steps, one hand clutching her torn collar while the other trembled as she pointed at Lu Xian, her voice piercing. "You beast! Scoundrel!" On the side of the shaded path, a few passing students had already been drawn to the commotion, curiously peering in. Chapter 49. Does the department flower enjoy exploiting others? A mere refund? Lu Xian observed the dramatic spectacle before him, his lips twitching in amusement. Did this girl truly consider herself clever? Or did she believe that all men should bow before her, allowing her to manipulate them at will? This was indeed a fresh approach to victimhood. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lu Xian had seen countless absurdities. Yet, such a crude attempt at manipulation occurring with the department flower of Yenjing University was almost laughable. "Classmate, the ground is cold. Don't you think your performance has reached its conclusion?" Lu Xian stood with his arms crossed, observing her with an air of nonchalance, his tone laced with unabashed mockery. Luo Xiaoran seemed taken aback by Lu Xian's reaction. Her sobs abruptly ceased, and the expression of profound anguish on her face froze. She then, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shrieked, "What nonsense are you spouting? You dare not acknowledge what you have done to me? Everyone come quickly. This rogue has assaulted me." Her piercing cry drew the attention of the nearby students, who were already curious and now swarmed around like cats catching a whiff of fish, pointing and whispering among themselves. "Isn't that Luo Xiaoran from the drama department? What happened? Look at that guy. He seems decent, but Luo Xiaoran is crying so heartbreakingly. Her collar is torn. She must have encountered a rogue." Lu Xian remained unfazed by the surrounding chatter. He leisurely took out his phone and, with deliberate slowness, captured a photo of Luo Xiaoran's tear-streaked face and the deliberately displayed evidence of her torn collar. Luo Xiaoran was momentarily stunned by his sudden action and then became even more indignant, exclaiming, "You dare to take a photo? Are you trying to intimidate me? I assure you, I am not afraid of you." "Hold your horses, my dear campus Belle," Lu Xian said, shaking his phone with a knowing smile on his lips. "I am a man who prefers to let facts speak for themselves. Rest assured, shortly, you will be most pleased to clarify what has transpired." He had no desire to engage in further conversation with a woman of her caliber. Delegating the matter to the system was the most prudent course of action. Once the dirt was exposed, he was confident she would spill the beans. As expected, the system's prompt resounded in his mind. Ding! New analyzable target detected. Scanning photo information. Target: Luo Xiaoran. Immediately, a series of data materialized in Lu Xian's consciousness. Name: Luo Xiaoran. Appearance score: 94. Control value: 0 measurements. 786.277 height. 160 centimeters weight. 48 kilograms. Raising an eyebrow. Lu Xian mused that a score of 94 indeed justified her status as the campus belle. However, those measurements and that weight, goodness, she was rather thin, practically a paper doll, as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. How much effort must she exert to achieve such a figure? It was rather uninteresting. Target evaluation: comes from a well-off family but has a penchant for petty gains, deriving pleasure from such acts, and possesses a strong sense of pride and self-esteem. A penchant for petty gains? Lu Xian stroked his chin, piecing together her earlier performance, and began to form a clearer picture. It appeared this campus belle was not as innocent as she seemed. Blackmail material generated. Option 1. 3,000 renminbi for a complete blackmail package. Option 2. 1 blackmail voucher for a complete package. Only 3,000 renminbi for blackmail material? Lucian scoffed. Based on past experiences, the potency of such material was likely to be mediocre at best, incapable of stirring much commotion. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Bringing this drama student to her knees would be worth the price. 3,000 renminbi exchanged, Lucian silently affirmed. Exchange completed. The account balance was deducted by 3,000 yuan. As soon as the words left his lips, a familiar torrent of information surged into Lucian's mind, complex yet remarkably coherent. Simultaneously, on his phone's encrypted interface, a brand new document quietly materialized. With great effort, Lucian stifled a smile and opened the summary. Core details of the scandal. Luo Xiaoran. The first-year Belle of the performance department at Yenjing University has been relentlessly exploiting e-commerce platforms, merely seeking refunds. Despite Lucian's remarkable composure, he nearly burst into laughter upon reading those lines. Exploiting? Merely seeking refunds? The shift in narrative was bewilderingly swift. A glamorous and stylish young lady, adorned in designer brands, exuding the aura of a wealthy heiress, was secretly a fervent offender, relentlessly seeking petty gains through refunds on various shopping platforms. The sheer contrast was utterly delightful. Lucian suddenly felt that this 3,000 yuan was exceedingly well spent. This was no longer merely scandalous information. It was, in fact, a fountain of joy for the day. Suppressing his amusement, he continued reading. Specific description. The subject, Luo Xiaoran, hails from a privileged background. Her father, Luo Jinxiong, is the deputy governor of Sichuan province and the director of the Public Security Bureau, while her mother, Lu Qin, serves as the warden of the first women's prison in Yangzhou City. Luo Xiaoran was raised by her grandmother due to her parents' demanding careers, resulting in a lack of parental affection, which is manifested in her excessive materialism and a penchant for deriving psychological satisfaction from small gains. Although she returned to her parents' home after middle school, her ingrained habits of seeking petty advantages proved difficult to alter. For years, she has engaged in malicious exploitation of several online shopping platforms, including but not limited to utilizing loopholes, conducting fraudulent returns, and employing deceptive promotions to obtain illicit benefits, with refund-only practices occurring particularly frequently. Each transaction amounts to between 10 and 1,000 yuan, and preliminary estimates indicate that her illicit gains have soared to over 1.5 million yuan. Upon finishing this detailed account, the expression on Lucian's face was nothing short of spectacular. He had previously thought that Bai Yanxi and Chun Yubing's backgrounds were impressive enough, with one being the daughter of a military district deputy political commissar and the other the daughter of a military district leader. Little did he anticipate that this Luo Xiaoran was even more formidable, with a father who held a deputy ministerial position and wielded significant power, and a mother who was also a prison warden at the provincial level. How could such a privileged young woman, born into a prestigious family, engage in such disreputable acts? Moreover, the scale of her transgressions was staggering, exceeding 1.5 million. If this were to come to light, not only would Luo Xiaoran be unable to remain at Yenjing University, but her parents would also face dire consequences. What a vast and peculiar world we inhabit. Lucian felt as though his eyes had been opened today. This was no mere penchant for petty gains. It was a profound distortion of character, a psychological aberration. Eagerly, he opened the reportedly lengthy document, ready to relish the illustrious deeds of this Belle, curious to uncover what other surprises lay within. The surrounding murmur remained tumultuous, as Luo Xiaoran continued to play the victim, her sobs lacking the strength and conviction one would expect. Lucian lifted his gaze, observing the tear-streaked visage of Luo Xiaoran, and suddenly thought it a grave injustice that this campus Belle had not yet secured an Oscar statuette for her performance. In Chapter 50, the competition between them escalated to a point where the stakes were life and death. As Lucian witnessed this epic scene of deceit unfold before him, the fleeting joy he had derived from Bai Yanxi's presence was swiftly diluted. Truly, this performing arts queen exhibited acting prowess that rivaled seasoned veterans, despite being merely a freshman. With a flick of his finger, Xuan scrolled through the pages of a lengthy document, and to his astonishment, he was met with a shocking revelation. The document was densely packed with various online shopping accounts registered under Xuan using different phone numbers. Platforms like a certain treasure, a certain east, a certain evening, and a certain fish were all dominated by her. A rough count revealed at least 10 phone numbers, each linked to dozens of shopping accounts. It meticulously detailed each of her illustrious exploits, orders from which she had extracted every possible benefit, her audacious refunds without returns, and the sheer volume of her misdeeds was staggering. Even more shocking were the screenshots of her cordial negotiations with various merchants, juxtaposed with the blatant threats she issued when amicable discussions failed. The arrogance that permeated her messages stood in stark contrast to her current pitiful demeanor. Moreover, this campus Belle was a seasoned member of several groups dedicated to exploiting refunds, where she shared an abundance of practical tutorials on how to achieve 100% success with refund claims. As Xuan flipped through the pages, he felt a sense of unease wash over him. This Xuan was a formidable force on the path of manipulation. Her actions transcended mere penny pinching. She was ruthlessly exploiting businesses. Xuan could easily envision the plight of small business owners who must have been driven to despair by individuals like Xuan, potentially leading to their ruin. At that moment, a crowd of curious students had gathered along the shaded path, craning their necks and whispering amongst themselves. Isn't that Xuan from the Performing Arts Department? Why is she crying so distressingly? Who is that boy beside her? He seems rather refined. Could he be the cause of this commotion? Look at Xuan's collar. It's torn. My goodness, she must have encountered a rogue. This boy is utterly brazen. Indeed, in broad daylight, such behavior was utterly unconscionable. As Xuan listened to the increasingly biased discussion surrounding him, he maintained an outward calm, though inwardly he was drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for the system at his disposal, he might have found himself in an irretrievable situation today. One was a privileged Belle basking in glamour, while the other was a nameless, ordinary student from a modest background. It was evident whom the crowd would believe. Why would a campus beauty target a poor boy? Was it due to his youth, or perhaps his lack of personal hygiene? There exists a saying on the internet: beauty is justice. With such exquisite looks, everything you say must be correct. In due course, one would undoubtedly find themselves plastered on the campus walls, subjected to the scorn of faculty and students alike, eagerly awaiting a lavishly upgraded new wave of online harassment. The more Xuan contemplated, the more apprehensive he became, despite exercising utmost caution to avoid the pitfall that was Zhang Yining. How had he inadvertently stumbled into the quagmire that was Xuan? Was it destined that he would forever be entangled with such slanderous individuals? Was there an unseen force preparing him for an impending storm of vitriol? Realizing he could no longer postpone action, Xuan understood that once such matters began to ferment online, the rumors would amplify. Even if he produced irrefutable evidence, it would hardly quell the incessant chatter of the masses. His gaze towards Xuan transformed from that of a mere spectator to one imbued with a chilling intensity. His eyes, sharp as a blade forged in ice, bore down upon her with an almost palpable pressure. Xuan, engrossed in her own tragic performance, was fervently squeezing out tears, preparing to further accuse Xuan of his alleged transgressions, when an unexpected chill washed over her. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze and met Xuan's frigid stare. That look was all too familiar, a gaze reminiscent of a sovereign surveying mere insects, imbued with an undeniable authority and a hint of impatient menace. Such a demeanor she had only experienced on rare occasions when her father, truly enraged, directed it towards his high-ranking colleagues. How could it manifest in an ordinary student? A shiver coursed through Xuan's body. Her act of wiping away tears arrested mid-motion. Her sobs abruptly stifled as if a hand had been clamped around her throat. The atmosphere itself seemed to thicken with tension. Xuan advanced steadily, each step weighing heavier on her heart. Classmate Xuan, Xuan's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable chill. Have you not yet exhausted your Oscar-worthy performance? He paused, infusing his words with a hint of derision. Let it be sufficient. It is time to cease. I have little time to squander on this trivial discourse. It was evident that Lucien's patience had run thin. I cannot fathom why you would meticulously concoct this charade against me, or rather, to defame me. Yet, such matters are of little consequence now. As he spoke, Lucien abruptly raised his phone, directing the screen towards Luo Xiaoran, revealing a page that clearly displayed a particular account of hers along with a remarkable record of refund transactions. Luo Xiaoran, take a good look. Lucien's icy gaze fixed upon her. What is this? Do not feign ignorance. His expression shifted to one of fierce determination. If you utter one more superfluous word, I shall post this entire several hundred-page document online, unaltered, across all major forums and campus walls. Every single one. Do you not relish the art performance? Are you not intent on maligning me? Lucien's lips curled into a chilling arc as he spoke each word deliberately. Let us see who will perish first. Chapter 51. The anonymous figure behind the color drained from Luo Xiaoran's face like receding tides, swiftly shifting from crimson to a ghastly pallor, ultimately transforming into a near-transparent ash. Her large eyes, previously brimming with tears of grievance, now reflected sheer horror and disbelief, as if she had beheld something more terrifying than a specter. The victim persona she had meticulously crafted shattered in an instant, her cries abruptly silenced, akin to a chick whose neck had been grasped, leaving only faint, uncontrolled sobs. She extended her trembling hand toward Lucien's phone, her lips quivering, yet not a single word escaped her mouth. What? You no longer recognize me? Lucien casually waved his phone, the shocking record displayed on the screen glaring under the sunlight. Luo Daxiua, which of these accounts is not yours? Which of your illustrious achievements requires my recollection? With a gentle swipe of his finger, he switched to another page, revealing a fierce dispute between Luo Xiaoran and a small vendor over a mere refund. The chat records showcased her arrogant rhetoric and domineering attitude, so starkly contrasting with the fragile figure before him. No, this isn't me. Luo Xiaoran's voice was as faint as a whisper, laced with desperate struggle, yet her pale defense seemed utterly powerless against the irrefutable evidence. She watched helplessly as Lucien continued to scroll, each page striking her heart like a heavy hammer. Those actions she believed were unnoticed. The clever tactics she took pride in, and the victories she flaunted within her circle were now laid bare by this man in the glaring light of day. Where did you acquire this? Luo Xiaoran could no longer maintain her composure. The accumulated fear surged forth like a breached dam, overwhelming her entirely. She abandoned all semblance of dignity and the halo of the campus belle, bursting into tears that tore at her very soul, her face smeared with snot and tears. Her cries transformed from a feigned display of sorrow to an authentic expression of fear and despair. Please, could you delete this? I beg you. Otherwise, I am finished. I am truly done for. She pleaded incoherently, her hands gripping Lucien's clothing as if it were her last lifeline. The students around, once filled with righteous indignation and pointing fingers at Lucien, now stood dumbfounded. What a swift turn of events. Just moments ago, she was a pitiful victim bullied by a rogue. How could she now be clinging to him, begging for mercy? What is happening? What has happened to Luo Xiaoran? What did that man show her to frighten her so? Could it be that Luo Xiaoran was merely acting? The murmurs gradually shifted, transforming from sympathy for Luo Xiaoran to an inquisitive bewilderment regarding the scene unfolding before them. Lucien gently shook off her grasp, his expression devoid of any compassion. Now you realize it's over? What happened to that bravado from before? He looked down at Luo Xiaoran, who was slumped on the ground, his gaze entirely lacking in pity. For individuals intent on digging their own graves, they certainly do not deserve any kindness. Speak up. Lucien's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable weight of authority. Why have you come to trouble me? What benefit do you gain from slandering me? Luo Xiaoran, sobbing uncontrollably, managed to stammer through her tears. Last night, someone contacted me through Douyin, claiming to be my fan, offering to gift me 100 carnivals, urging me to wait for you at this time. and then threatened to accuse you of misconduct, recording a video to tarnish your reputation. As she wept, fearful that Lu Xian would doubt her, she hastily retrieved her phone from her designer handbag, her fingers trembling as she opened Douyin and pulled up the chat history for Lu Xian to see. Lu Xian took the phone and quickly scanned through it. Indeed, it was an anonymous user with a default avatar and username. The chat records corroborated Luo Xiaoran's account, with the other party using 100 carnivals as bait to execute this plan. No one knew Luo Xiaoran's true identity or her family circumstances, so offering 100 carnivals seemed plausible. Lu Xian pondered, yet something felt amiss. He lifted his gaze to Luo Xiaoran, his eyes sharp. Are you not aware of your own family standing? Your father is Luo Jinxiong. Your mother is Lu Qin. Would you truly lack the means for 100 carnivals? Each carnival costs 3,000, totaling 300,000. For an ordinary person, that is a substantial sum, but for someone of Luo Xiaoran's status, it would merely be pocket change. Upon having her parents' names and identities revealed by Lu Xian, Luo Xiaoran's complexion paled further, her pupils dilating with fear. She had not anticipated that Lu Xian would have thoroughly investigated her background. I am not doing this for the carnivals. Luo Xiaoran's voice dwindled to a whisper, her head lowered even more. After a stammering pause, she almost inaudibly confessed, I just thought it would be amusing to frame you. What nonsense is this? Lu Xian nearly thought he had misheard, cupping his ear. What did you say? Amusing? He was utterly astounded by the absurdity of her reasoning. Just because it seemed fun, just for the thrill, she nearly ruined another person's life? What kind of twisted logic is this? I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Lu Xian, please, you are magnanimous. Forgive me this once. I promise I will never dare again. Luo Xiaoran, witnessing Lu Xian's increasingly grim expression, prostrated herself repeatedly, tears streaming down her face without restraint. Lu Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to slap her. Now was not the time for anger. He needed to manage the mess before him. He glanced at the growing crowd of onlookers, then at the weeping Luo Xiaoran, and coldly commanded, Enough! Stop wailing. Since this is slander, there must be accomplices nearby filming you, right? Bring them out. We need to devise a narrative to smooth this over. Otherwise, today, I will truly be ruined by your foolishness. Lu Xian's voice was laced with suppressed fury. He is now more curious about the person who spent money to have Luo Xiaoran deal with his anonymous user. Who could it be? Is it Zhang Yining, still harboring ulterior motives, or someone else entirely? It seems that since his rebirth, troubles have been incessantly piling up, leaving no respite. Chapter 52, Resolving the Crisis. Lu Xian's mind was racing. Zhang Yining? It couldn't possibly be her. That woman had suffered greatly, and unless she had lost her senses, she would never dare to provoke him again. Moreover, she lacked the capability to precisely anticipate his presence here today, down to the exact timing. His parents? Even less likely. Their enemies? That too seemed implausible. Who would expend a fortune on such a scheme against him? Yet, the orchestrator behind this was evidently aware that he would come to this building for the scholarship documents, calculating the timing with remarkable accuracy. The more he pondered, the tighter his brow furrowed. There was something sinister about this. How could a mere insignificant figure from a remote village warrant such elaborate scheming? As he was lost in thought, Luo Xiaoran, her voice trembling with emotion, called out to a nearby thicket, Xiao Mei Yu, come out. As soon as her words fell, the bushes rustled, and a girl wearing a baseball cap, of modest height yet ample figure, peeked out. She held a seemingly professional DSLR camera. The lens pointed in their direction. Ah, Xiaoran, is it finally over? The girl sprinted over, her face flushed with excitement and her eyes sparkling. You two acted so convincingly. It was simply amazing, especially you, Xiaoran. Those tears came so easily. I almost believed they were real. As she spoke, she eagerly raised her camera to show Luo Xiaoran, exclaiming, look at this angle, this lighting, it's perfect. This will surely go viral on Douyin. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, observing the sudden appearance of his friend with a composed demeanor. Luo Xiaoran's face shifted between shades of pale and flushed, embarrassed to the point of wishing to sink into the ground. Desperately seeking help, she glanced at Lu Xian and upon seeing his indifference, steeled herself to explain to the girl in a voice barely above a whisper, "Ah, well, Mimi, let me introduce you. This is Xuan. We were just rehearsing a short skit for the school's short video competition." As she spoke, her voice dwindled and her head drooped lower, resembling a student awaiting reprimand for a misdeed. The script is his. He plays a somewhat obsessive suitor who has taken a liking to me. And then, oh, so that is how it is, Mimi exclaimed, a look of enlightenment crossing her face. She clapped her hands and turned to Xuan, her eyes now filled with admiration. "Hello, handsome. I'm Mimi, Shaoran's roommate and best friend." She boldly extended her hand. "Your acting was superb. That fierce gaze earlier, I felt it from afar. So much intensity." Xuan regarded her outstretched hand, gently shaking it while displaying a warm smile, as if the earlier cold demeanor had never belonged to him. "Hello, classmate Mimi. It is all thanks to the exceptional script penned by Xuan. I merely followed her lead in performance." He seamlessly took over the conversation, addressing the still-gathered onlookers with a resonant voice. "Dear classmates, allow me to clarify. We were filming a public service announcement regarding campus safety and harassment prevention. This is Luo Xiaoran from the Performing Arts Department. I am her partner, Xuan, and that is our camerawoman, Mimi. I sincerely apologize for any alarm we may have caused." His articulate and earnest explanation, coupled with his naturally attractive demeanor radiating positivity, swiftly dispelled most of the skeptical gazes. "Oh, so it was just a video shoot," someone remarked. "I thought Luo was engaged in a public altercation." The young man indeed possessed a striking appearance, and his portrayal of a villain had an unexpected charm. A public service announcement is excellent. There is certainly a need for heightened awareness on this topic within our campuses. Gradually, the murmurs subsided, and the crowd began to disperse in small groups. After all, genuine conflicts are far more captivating than stage performances. Observing the situation, Xuan felt a sense of relief. He turned to Mimi, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "Mimi, how did the video turn out? Could you show me the footage so we can adjust accordingly?" Of course. Mimi, already favorably impressed by Xuan, was further delighted by his magnetic voice as she readily handed over the camera, sweetly calling out, "Xuan, feel free to have a look. My skills are quite reliable." Xuan took the camera and operated it with ease. The video was remarkably clear, capturing every detail from Luo Xiaoran's fall to his approach, the dramatic princess Carrie, and her vigorous resistance along with her passionate outcry. Notably, Mimi seemed to possess a keen understanding of visual appeal, with several shots focusing on Luo Xiaoran's tear-streaked, pitiful face and her torn collar. Xuan felt a surge of alarm. If this footage were to be misinterpreted and shared online, no amount of explanation could rectify the situation. Maintaining his composure, he discreetly checked the memory card. Then, in front of Mimi, selected the video file and pressed the delete button. "Wait, Xuan," Mimi exclaimed, taken aback. "Oh, I just checked and noticed a few shots had poor lighting, which detracted from the overall quality." Xuan fabricated, his expression unflinching. Moreover, Sharon's emotions seemed a bit off during the shoot. "We plan to find a better-lit location shortly and reshoot a few scenes. Such matters require a pursuit of perfection. Don't you agree, Xiaoran?" He glanced meaningfully at Luo Xiaoran. Daring not to disagree, Luo Xiaoran fervently nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, Xuan is absolutely right. We must reshoot. I was too nervous earlier, and my expression management was lacking." At this moment, her only wish was for Xuan to show mercy and refrain from exposing her embarrassing moments. Although Mimi felt a tinge of regret, she found it difficult to insist further, merely murmuring, "All right then, best of luck." "Indeed, brother Xiaoran, your script is quite intriguing. Should such an opportunity arise again, do not hesitate to reach out. I would gladly serve as your photographer without charge." Xuan smiled softly. Certainly. Thank you for your hard work today, Mei. Xiaoran and I still have some script details to discuss, so I shall not take up more of your time. Another day, I shall treat you and Xiaoran to a meal to express my gratitude." "Really? That's wonderful." Mei's eyes sparkled. Then she wore a knowing expression, playfully winking at Luo Xiaoran. "All right, I want to be a third wheel." Xiaoran, Be sure to communicate well with brother Xian. Good luck. With that, she gestured encouragingly to Luo Xiaoran and hummed a little tune, contentedly turning to leave. As Luo Xiaoran watched Mei Mei's retreating figure, her desire for assistance stuck in her throat. The smile forced upon her face appeared more sorrowful than a cry. It was only when Mei Mei's silhouette disappeared at the end of the shaded path that the smile on Lu Xian's face receded like the tide, replaced by a chilling coldness. He turned his gaze back to Luo Xiaoran, his deep eyes locking onto her with a sharpness akin to a blade, as if he sought to dissect her very essence. The air seemed to thicken in that moment, the summer cicadas chorus subdued by an invisible pressure. Luo Xiaoran felt an unsettling chill run down her spine under his scrutinizing gaze, and she shivered involuntarily, tears that had just been restrained now threatening to spill forth. Chapter 53. The obedient Luo Xiaoran's pale visage resembled a wilted eggplant, drooping and devoid of the earlier bravado and grievance. She trembled, her eyes averted, too fearful to meet Lu Xian's penetrating gaze. Lu Xian, I was wrong, truly wrong. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared and Mei Mei has left, may I take my leave? Her voice was barely above a whisper, laden with a nasal tone, as she began to retreat in small, hesitant steps, poised to flee at any moment. Leave? Lu Xian's lips curled into a smile that appeared more sinister than that of a devil. Lu da Shihua. Your ability to turn your back is swifter than the turning of a page. What happened to that fervor to see me disgraced and imprisoned? He took a deliberate step forward, causing Luo Xiaoran to recoil as if startled, like a frightened rabbit. What do you intend to do? Her voice quivered with a hint of desperation, tears welling in her eyes once more. I warn you, do not act recklessly. My father is Luo Zhenxiong. Oh, Luo Zhenxiong? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with amusement. The vice governor and director of the Public Security Bureau, such authority you wield. Tell me, what do you suppose would be his reaction if he were to discover that his cherished daughter is not only a habitual offender at Yenjing University, but also a business prodigy adept at exploiting opportunities to the extent of penning a tome about it? No, please no, Luo Xiaoran screamed, her hands pressing tightly against her ears, as if this simple act could shield her from the terrifying words he was about to utter. She trembled uncontrollably, her complexion as pale as parchment. Please, Lu Xian, I beg you, do not speak of this, under any circumstances. I will do anything you ask, just do not expose those things. Anything? Lu Xian's smile deepened, though it did not reach his eyes, which instead gleamed with a chilling coldness. He surveyed their surroundings. It was the lunch break, and this secluded tree-lined path had become even quieter after the crowd had dispersed. This place, indeed, was tranquil. Lu Xian chuckled softly as he advanced step by step, while Luo Xiaoran retreated, until her back pressed against the sturdy trunk of a sycamore tree, leaving her with no escape. What do you want, Lu Xian? Her voice quivered with despair, and she could distinctly feel the undeniable pressure emanating from him, akin to a hunter fixating on its prey, sending shivers down her spine. What do I want? Lu Xian reached out, gently lifting Luo Xiaoran's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, his profound eyes glinting with a frosty light. Did you not seem quite engrossed just now? Crying, tearing your clothes, and shouting for help. Tell me, if I were to actually do something to you now, and then disseminate this evidence online, paired with a video of your splendid performance, who would the public believe? Luo Xiaoran's pupils dilated in terror, a wave of fear engulfing her. She longed to scream, to cry for help, but her throat felt as if it were being constricted by an invisible hand, unable to produce a sound. She had no doubt that if she cried out, Lu Xian would follow through on his threats. In that moment, not only would her reputation be irreparably tarnished, but her family and parents would also be dragged into this abyss of despair. And no, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string as she incoherently pleaded, Lu Xian, no, brother Lu Xian, I implore you, spare me this once. I will never dare again. I will serve you like a beast of burden. Oh, serve like a beast? Lu Xian scoffed, his fingers lightly caressing her smooth chin, the icy touch causing her body to tremble even more. What can someone as delicate as you do as a beast of burden? He paused, his gaze suddenly sharp. Luo Xiaoran, do you not enjoy acting? Do you not relish taking advantage of others? Do you not find it amusing to engage in petty schemes? With each word he uttered, her heart sank further. Now, I will let you play to your heart's content. Lu Xian's tone was chilling. He seized Luo Xiaoran's arm, disregarding her tear-stained face and unsteady steps, and pulled her deeper into the woods. Approximately half an hour later, sparse pedestrians began to reappear on the forest path. In her mind, the system's notification chimed in at an opportune moment. Ding! Detected that the target's psychological defenses have completely collapsed and self-esteem has been utterly shattered. Control value has significantly increased. Current control value, 80,100. Reward, 1 fragment of black material upgrade. Random drop, a high-tech micro-nano drone equipped with a 4K quality camera featuring intercom, recording, and photography functions. Lu Xian felt a stir in his heart. He opened his palm, and a delicate little box materialized in his hand. Upon opening the box, he discovered a pair of glasses that appeared indistinguishable from ordinary black-framed eyewear. As he donned the glasses, a pale blue interface immediately emerged in his field of vision, while a subtle corner highlighted a red box indicating the drone's position nestled within the compartment of the glasses case. Following the system's prompt, Lu Xian effortlessly manipulated the device with his thoughts, causing a notification to appear on the lenses, indicating the drone was connected to his phone. He retrieved his phone and indeed found an unfamiliar icon had appeared. Armed with his previously acquired professional drone piloting skills, he maneuvered the tiny device with ease, as if it were an extension of his own body. This miniature drone, no larger than a grain of rice, flew silently, without careful observation. It was nearly impossible to detect. The 4K camera provided crystal-clear images, and the intercom functionality proved exceptionally practical. Lu Xian tested each feature, nodding in satisfaction before cautiously placing the drone back into the compartment of the glasses case. What a remarkable item! A smile crept onto Lu Xian's lips, realizing its immense potential for future use. He turned and glanced at Luo Xiaoran, who was leaning against a tree trunk, her eyes red and swollen, her expression vacant. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to the class flower. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes wrinkled, and fresh tear streaks marred her face. Hearing Lu Xian's footsteps, Luo Xiaoran's body jolted, her head snapping up like a startled fawn, her eyes filled with fear. She hurriedly wiped away her tears, her voice hoarse with a noticeable nasal tone, yet now tinged with a cautious submission. Lu Xian, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. I have a professional class this afternoon. Observing her demeanor, the frustration stemming from feeling manipulated dissipated, replaced by a sense of control over everything. He smiled faintly, his tone leaving no room for argument. All right, if you continue to be as obedient and sensible as you are now, you'll be a model student. He shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. There's one more task for you. When you return, find a way to draw out the mastermind behind this charade. Tell him the video is ready and ask when the transaction will take place. You can choose the location. Luo Xiaoran stiffened at his words, but this time, she showed no hesitation, nodding vigorously, her voice trembling slightly. I understand, Lu Xian. I will definitely handle it well. Satisfied with her compliant demeanor, Lu Xian nodded in approval. He was eager to discover the identity of the shadowy figure lurking in the dark. Chapter 54. Farewell. Zhao Mingqi, as Lu Xian settled into the car and started the engine, his brow remained furrowed. The sensation of being secretly watched and manipulated felt like an invisible net, rendering him uneasy. Who could it be, going to such lengths to orchestrate events behind the scenes? Was it the same person in the previous life who, through Zhang Yining's hand, pushed himself into the abyss? In this life, after numerous twists and turns, Zhang Yining has become a person close to him, showing a degree of submission. Could it be that the shadowy manipulator, having observed the shift in the relationship between Zhang Yining and himself, chose to abandon her in favor of the more beautiful Luo Xiaoran? Contemplating this, Lu Xian took up his phone and sent a succinct message to Zhang Yining, inquiring whether she had recently been contacted by any strangers online presumably seeking information about him. Within moments, Zhang Yining's reply arrived, accompanied by a screenshot of a chat log. Lu Xiange, now that you mention it, a few days ago, a rather peculiar individual added me and asked if I knew you. I replied, "What does this person want with Lu Xiange?" And then the individual fell silent. Lu Xian opened the screenshot. The profile picture of the other party was a dull gray, and the username appeared as a jumbled string of characters, clearly an account designed to conceal its identity. Moreover, this account was not the same as the one that had previously contacted Luo Xiaoran. How cautious! A smirk curled at the corners of Lu Xian's lips as his fingertips lightly tapped the steering wheel. This hidden figure was not only meticulous, but seemed to possess ample resources, capable of simultaneously managing different aliases. He could not help but recall the tribulations of his past life. Zhang Yining had promptly disseminated those so-called evidence photos across the campus network, igniting a tumultuous uproar. At that time, he had been overwhelmed and immediately thought of the university's Network Information Center, seeking out Director Zhao Mengqi in hopes of deleting the post to clarify the truth. However, Zhao Mengqi had deflected him with various pretentious excuses, claiming she had no authority to interfere with students' freedom of speech, that it required multiple layers of approval, and that it was technically challenging. Ultimately, the rumors spread like wildfire throughout the campus, escalating uncontrollably. Soon, the entire school was aware, and every student could attest, becoming the final straw that broke him, nailing him to the pillar of shame as a perverse voyeur, a fate from which he could never recover. In this life, given the meticulous scheming of this shadowy manipulator, capable of inciting someone like Luo Xiaoran, it was inevitable that the realm of the internet would also be a target of their machinations. Zhao Mengqi. A glimmer of insight flickered in Lu Xian's eyes. Perhaps he could uncover some breakthrough through this woman. Even if she chose to remain prudent, he could still sense unusual undertones from her reactions. Resolute in his decision, Lu Xian no longer hesitated, and, guided by the vague memories of his previous life, drove towards the first teaching building of the Computer Science Department at Yanjing University. The Network Information Center was located on the third floor of that building. The afternoon sun filtered through the dense leaves of the parasol trees, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The teaching building of the Computer Science Department bore a more solemn and tranquil air compared to the Performing Arts Department. Lu Xian parked his car and walked straight inside. Occasionally, students hurried by in the corridor, clutching laptops. On the third floor, the Network Information Center waited. Lu Xian took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and knocked on the door. "Please enter." A voice, tinged with the soft intonations of Wu dialect, emerged from within the room, gentle and delicate, akin to spring rain nourishing the heart. Lu Xian pushed the door open and entered. The office, though modest in size, was elegantly arranged. The most striking feature was by the window, where a woman clad in a deep green qipao stood with her back to the entrance, diligently watering several pots of lush orchids on the sill. Her figure was slender and graceful, the qipao accentuating her soft curves. Her raven black hair was simply styled with a single hairpin, revealing a delicate neck of porcelain white. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a gentle halo around her, reminiscent of an ethereal Jiangnan ink wash painting. Adding to the atmosphere of antiquity, a dark-hued pipa hung on the office wall, as if ready to serenade with melodious tunes at any moment. "Student, do you require assistance?" The woman did not turn around, her voice steady and unhurried, imbued with the characteristic gentleness of Jiangnan women. Lu Xian steadied himself, shifting his gaze from the orchids to the woman's silhouette. If not for the haunting memories that lingered in his mind, he might have genuinely believed that this director Zhao Mengqi was a kind-hearted and unassuming educator. However, in a previous life, beneath that seemingly gentle visage lay an indifference and impatience, punctuated by barbed and sarcastic remarks that remained vivid in his recollection. "Hello, Teacher Zhao," Lu Xian began, his voice calm and composed. "I am Lu Xian from the Department of Chinese Literature, and I wish to consult you about a few matters." Upon hearing his name, the once leisurely figure by the window noticeably paused. The hand holding the small watering can halted mid-air, droplets falling from the spout, splashing softly onto the orchid leaves. After a few seconds, Zhao Mengqi slowly turned to face him. She was indeed a woman of remarkable grace, perhaps in her early 30s, with fair skin and features that resembled a painting, exuding a serene scholarly aura. Yet, at that moment, when her gaze met Lu Xian's, a fleeting glint of sharpness and scrutiny flickered in her gentle eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a perfectly measured warmth. "Lu Xian, is it? Greetings," she said, placing the watering can down and gracefully taking her seat behind the desk. "Please have a seat. What matters would you like to discuss?" Her voice remained soft, as if the momentary shift in demeanor had merely been a figment of Lu Xian's imagination. Internally, Lu Xian scoffed, though his exterior remained impassive as he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Teacher Zhao, it is as follows. Recently, there have been some unfavorable comments circulating on the school forum concerning the privacy of certain students. I would like to understand if there exists an effective mechanism within the school's Network Information Center to address such situations, or if it is possible to assist in tracing the malicious, anonymous sources of these rumors." His words, though diplomatically phrased, directly targeted the crux of the issue. He was eager to see what kind of response Director Zhao would conjure to handle his inquiry this time. Chapter 55. The same evasion and indifference. Zhao Mengqi smiled slightly, her smile akin to the orchid she tended to, elegant yet imbued with a hint of aloofness. She lifted the delicate celadon teacup from the table and took a gentle sip, her movements unhurried, her voice still resonating with the soft cadence of Wu dialect. "Classmate Lu Xian, you have stated that these remarks touch upon the privacy of our peers. Our Information Technology Center is primarily responsible for the technical maintenance of the school's network and information security. To be frank, our authority and technical means to investigate anonymity are exceedingly limited. Moreover, the school has always championed freedom of speech. Unless it becomes excessive, we generally refrain from excessive intervention." Her words seemed meticulously crafted, conveying both an inability to assist and positioning herself on a moral high ground of adherence to regulations. Lu Xian felt a cold laugh stir within him. Her rhetoric echoed that of a previous life, a mere rephrasing of the same old excuse. Could it be that Director Zhao was the hidden hand manipulating events from the shadows? Yet, he had no prior acquaintance with her, no grievances to bear. Why would she harbor such intent against him? The logic eluded him, unless his gaze fell upon Zhao Mengqi's well-preserved visage, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes unfurling gracefully when she smiled, adding an air of maturity to her demeanor. "Ms. Zhao," Lu Xian leaned slightly forward, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable, piercing intensity. "May I be so bold as to inquire whether someone has offered you some incentive to turn a blind eye to certain matters, or even to provide some conveniences?" As the last syllable left his lips, the atmosphere in the office seemed to thicken. Zhao Mengqi's hand, which held the teacup, trembled ever so slightly, a drop of tea spilling over the rim and staining her dark green qipao, rapidly expanding into a darkened splotch. Her smile faltered at the corners. Though merely a fleeting moment, a flicker of panic and irritation flashed through her previously amiable eyes. However, being seasoned in such encounters, she swiftly suppressed the anomaly, replacing it with a veneer of offended indignation. "Classmate Lu Xian." Zhao Mengqi's voice suddenly rose in pitch, straining to maintain its previous steadiness. Yet the gentle warmth characteristic of a Jiangnan woman had dissipated, replaced by a sharp edge. "I do not know what nonsense you are spouting. As the director of the Information Technology Center, I have always acted with integrity. How could I possibly engage in the sort of behavior you suggest?" She slammed the teacup onto the table with a dull thud. "I have already answered your question clearly. If you have no further matters, I must ask you to leave. I have much work to attend to, and I cannot entertain you any longer." Her dismissal was unequivocal. Yet, Lu Xian appeared unaffected, a knowing smile gracing his face. Success. He feared her silence more than anything. The more she rushed to distance herself from the matter, the more it indicated her guilt. It seemed that the shadowy puppet master had indeed orchestrated everything in advance, merely awaiting the evidence from Luo Xiaoran. Why must Ms. Zhao be so agitated? Lu Xian reclined leisurely in his chair, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I was merely inquiring. After all, it is no small feat to persuade a young lady like Luo Xiaoran to willingly partake in a charade of deception. One can only imagine the considerable effort and connections exerted by the puppeteer behind the scenes. Zhao Mingqi's expression grew increasingly grim, her chest rising and falling with barely contained fury. She had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man would be so impervious to reasoning, wielding words so sharp that each one struck directly at the heart of the matter. Despite her lengthy attempts to articulate her thoughts, not a single coherent sentence emerged from her lips. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Lu Xian decided to cease his idle chatter. If she refused to speak, he would take matters into his own hands. He leisurely retrieved his phone and, with a click, captured a photo of Zhao Mingqi, whose face was contorted with anger. The flash illuminated the dimly lit office, casting an almost blinding light. Lu Xian, what are you doing? Zhao Mingqi sprang from her chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice sharp and demanding. On what grounds do you take my picture? Delete it at once. She attempted to snatch the phone from him, but upon meeting Lu Xian's half-smiling gaze and noting his robust physique, she hesitated, halting her advance and resorting to a hollow display of authority. Lu Xian paid no heed to her outburst, engrossed in the screen of his phone. Almost instantaneously after the photograph was taken, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! New analyzable target detected. Scanning photo information. Target. Zhao Mingqi. Analyzing target information. Please wait. Moments later, the screen refreshed with new details. Name. Zhao Mingqi. Gender. Female. Age. 33. Attractiveness. 95. Control level. 0-100. Measurements. 79-62-76. Height. 167 centimeters. Weight. 53 kilograms. Target evaluation. Externally gentle and understanding. Internally narrow-minded and vengeful. Adept at disguise. Presents herself as a compassionate elder sister, yet harbors deep-seated schemes and a strong desire for control. Like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, she awaits any slight to exact her revenge. As Lu Xian absorbed the system's appraisal, a twitch of amusement crossed his lips. Goodness, another contender worthy of an award for her performance. While she projected the image of a refined and gentle Jiangnan beauty, beneath that facade lay a narrow-minded and vindictive shrew. This stark contrast was far more thrilling than the simple-minded Luo Xiaoran, especially the description of her as a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. It was a perfect touch. Lu Xian, I demand that you delete that photo. Do you hear me? Zhao Mingqi, seeing Lu Xian engrossed in his phone and ignoring her, felt her anger surge. Her emerald green chi pao stretching taut against her form, accentuating her mature curves. Lu Xian lifted his gaze, tucking his phone back into his pocket, and adorned his face with an expression of innocent charm. Teacher Zhao, please do not be upset. I simply found your chi pao today to be exceptionally graceful and could not resist capturing a keepsake. Rest assured, I shall not share this photo indiscriminately. Zhao Mingqi was nearly suffocated with rage at the sight of him, her finger trembling as she pointed at Lu Xian. You shameless cad, your praise overwhelms me. Teacher Zhao. Lu Xian replied with a slight smile, rising from his seat. Since you are so engrossed in your duties, I shall take my leave. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. Some murky waters are best left undisturbed. Otherwise, should you find yourself submerged, the consequences may be unseemly. Having said that, he turned away from Zhao Mingqi's pale face and elegantly exited the office. It was only when Lu Xian's footsteps had completely faded down the corridor that Zhao Mingqi, as if drained of all strength, slumped back into her chair. She grasped the teacup on her desk, intending to calm her nerves with a sip, but her trembling hands caused tea to spill across the table. That scoundrel! That little wretch! Zhao Mingqi muttered under her breath, her gaze darkening. The gentleness of earlier now replaced with a fierce intensity. She retrieved her phone, her fingers flying across the screen, initiating a voice call. Hello, something feels amiss. She spoke in a low voice, laced with a barely perceptible hint of panic and malice. Chapter 56. Hit and run. Lu Xian did not leave immediately. Instead, he resembled a seasoned hunter, patiently lurking outside the door. The creation of scandal requires time, and this moment was perfect for validating certain suspicions that lingered in his mind. A faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips as his ears, attuned like radar, detected even the slightest sound from within the office. As anticipated, no sooner had he departed than subtle noises emerged from the office. Zhao Mengqi's vigilance was even lower than he had imagined. Or perhaps she was simply in a state of disarray, eager for guidance. Click! The door lock made a soft sound. Lu Xian swiftly concealed himself, akin to a shadow, in the darkness at the entrance of an adjacent vacant office, revealing only his keen eyes fixed on the door to Zhao Mengqi's office. The door to her office opened just a crack, and her well-maintained countenance peered out, scanning the surroundings with caution. Satisfied that the corridor was deserted, she visibly relaxed, quickly withdrew her head, and with a resounding thud, slammed the door shut, locking it from the inside. Ah, the crafty old fox is finally reaching out to her superior, Lu Xian thought with a cold smirk, his movements light as a cat as he stealthily returned to the door of Zhao Mengqi's office, pressing his ear against the cool door. Unfortunately, the soundproofing of the door was unexpectedly effective. Her voice was muffled, intermittent, making it impossible to discern her words. It seems I will need to enlist my drone, Lu Xian mused, his thoughts aligning as he retrieved a tiny, high-tech nano-drone from a discreet compartment within his unassuming glasses case. This device was nothing short of a marvel for eavesdropping. The drone transformed into a nearly invisible glimmer, silently slipping through the minuscule gap beneath the door and swiftly ascended to conceal itself beneath the leaves of a potted plant in the office. Its camera precisely aimed at Zhao Mengqi near the window. At this moment, Zhao Mengqi stood before the window, her back turned to the entrance. One hand pressed the phone tightly to her ear while the other nervously covered the microphone, her voice lowered yet tinged with agitation and anxiety, discernible through the faint audio transmitted by the drone. He actually found me. Yes, it's him. Zhao Mengqi's tone carried a barely perceptible tremor of panic. And it's already afternoon. Where is that Luo Shaoran you mentioned? Where's she? It seemed that the person on the other end of the line said something, prompting Zhao Mengqi to quicken her pace of speech. I have already deployed the trending keywords in the back end. As soon as Luo Shaoran posts, I can ensure she tops the campus hot search. Everyone will see it. She paused, seemingly listening to instructions from the other side. Then her tone grew displeased. What you said is irrelevant to me. I have done everything within my capacity. When Lu Xian came earlier, I can guarantee I didn't reveal anything. I brush him off with just a few words. He certainly didn't suspect a thing. At this juncture, her tone shifted, revealing an urgent greed. When will you transfer the remaining payment to me? Moreover, you promised me that my mother would be the first to undergo surgery at the Central Hospital tonight. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. However, it appeared that the voice on the other end delivered news she found intolerable, causing Zhao Mengqi's voice to rise sharply. What? What did you say? We must wait for results before proceeding? That is not what you said. You only mentioned that I needed to follow your instructions. You didn't say anything about needing results. Her voice trembled with anger and disbelief. You are being untrustworthy. Do you believe I want to expose everything to Lu Xian right now? Let him come and trouble you. The response was merely a cold, busy signal. The other party had hung up. Zhao Mengqi let out a scream, stifled to the utmost, her usually serene and gentle face contorted in fury, unable to maintain the carefully crafted facade of composure. She abruptly turned and swept the pot of orchids, which she usually tended to with great care, off the windowsill. Crash! The precious purple clay pot shattered, scattering verdant orchid leaves and moist soil across the floor, creating a scene of utter chaos. Dare to deceive me. You all dare to deceive me. Zhao Mengqi trembled with rage, her emerald green qipao accentuating her exquisite curves, now rising and falling with her intense breaths. She collapsed into a chair, her eyes filled with resentment and a hint of despair. Lu Xian observed everything clearly through the drone, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. So, she has broken? The real show is yet to come. At that moment, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Black material generation complete. Option 1. Exchange 200 points for a complete black material package. Option 2. Use one black material voucher to exchange for a complete black material package. 200 points. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, pondering silently. It seems this director Zhao's affair is quite substantial. However, in comparison to the scandalous revelations concerning Bai Yinxi, which could easily fetch thousands of points, this was but a mere drizzle. Points, after all, are meant to be utilized. Only through expenditure can one better accrue more rewards. Redemption. Without hesitation, Lu Xian selected option 1. Redemption complete. 200 points deducted from account balance, remaining 1259 points. Almost instantaneously, a torrent of chaotic yet explosive information surged into Lu Xian's mind like a flood breaching its dam, materializing on his phone screen as an encrypted document. Lu Xian opened the document and swiftly scanned its contents. Core details of the scandal. Zhao Mengqi, director of the Cyber Information Center at Yenjing University, a seasoned road menace. Involved in 2 hit-and-run incidents, was financially supported during her university years. Lu Xian's pupils dilated in shock. He nearly exclaimed aloud, "A road menace?" And she had committed hit-and-run offenses not once, but twice? Chapter 57. The Demon Among Us. No wonder that this woman always emanated an inexplicable aura of hostility. It appears the root of it lies here. He continued to read. Supported during her university years. Tut tut tut. Lu Xian stroked his chin, a playful smile gracing his face. Truly, one must not judge by appearances, for the seas cannot be measured by mere pints. On the surface, she presents herself as an elegant and ethereal orchid fairy. Yet behind the scenes, she ascended through the ranks as a socialite reliant on her wealthy benefactor. It is no surprise that she has attained the position of director of the Cyber Information Center at such a young age. It seems she has taken a rather dubious path. Each piece of this scandal could easily lead to Zhao Mengqi's utter disgrace. Lu Xian silently retrieved the nano-drone that had returned to him and placed it back in the compartment of his glasses case, a subtle smirk of dominion gracing his features. Director Zhao, I have firmly grasped your incriminating evidence. Now, it is time for you to pay the price for your actions. Specific description: the target, Zhao Mengqi, hails from a poverty-stricken mountainous region in northwest China, with both parents toiling as farmers. She is the second of 5 siblings, with an elder sister, 2 younger sisters, and a brother who is the focus of great hopes. Her original name, quite reflective of the era, was Zhao Zhaodi, while her beloved brother is named Zhao Yaozu. Lu Xian murmured these 2 names, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This combination of names epitomizes the prevailing patriarchal mindset of that era. It appears that director Zhao has endured an unhappy familial environment from a young age. Zhao Mengqi exhibited remarkable intelligence and beauty from an early age, consistently outperforming her peers academically. However, her impoverished background nearly forced her to drop out of elementary school. Fortunately, her elementary school teacher, recognizing her talent, generously provided financial support to ensure she completed her primary education. Subsequently, through the teacher's connections, a benevolent benefactor named Li Yuan began to support her long-term, allowing her to successfully gain admission to university and escape the confines of the mountains that had trapped her for over a decade. Upon reaching this point, Lu Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Logically speaking, one ought to repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. Director Zhao's early life could be regarded as an inspiring example. However, her journey took a dark turn. Initially believing that through her own diligence and the benevolence of others, she could completely transform her fate, she was met with an unexpected twist of destiny. During her pursuit of a graduate degree, her benefactor, Li Yuan, who had quietly supported her, faced bankruptcy due to business failures and had to cease his financial assistance. Astonishingly, rather than expressing gratitude, Zhao Mengqi harbored resentment towards Li Yuan, blaming him for obstructing her promising future. To sustain her studies and maintain a glamorous lifestyle, she resorted to engaging with an affluent older businessman online, embarking on a life of being financially supported. Lu Xian could not help but mutter in disbelief. This sudden reversal was both shocking and, in retrospect, entirely predictable. A person consumed by selfishness will often abandon gratitude when their self-interest is threatened. After graduating, Zhao Mingqi was acutely aware that if her past were to be revealed, it would spell catastrophic consequences. Thus, she meticulously devised a series of plans to cleanse her reputation. The first step involved changing her name from the unrefined Zhao Zhaodi to the more poetic Zhao Mingqi. Subsequently, she underwent various cosmetic enhancements and rigorous fitness regimens, striving to transform herself into an elegant and beautiful Jiangnan talent. She even painstakingly relocated her household registration to the city where Xuan University is situated, thereby reinventing herself as a true local. Lu Xian watched in astonishment. Her cunning and resourcefulness exceeded even the most dramatic characters in soap operas. To conceal her origins, she went to extreme lengths. However, the most appalling revelation was that to completely eradicate her unsavory past and leave no loose ends, she orchestrated two fatal accidents. The first involved luring her wealthy patron, Lu Feiyu, to a remote mountainous area, creating the illusion of a vehicular mishap that resulted in his brutal death. Due to the isolated location lacking surveillance and his family's disinterest in probing further, the incident was ultimately classified as an accident. The second incident targeted Li Yuan, her former benefactor who had once aided her education. Upon learning of his downfall, she feigned concern and similarly lured him to an isolated area, employing the same method to ensure his demise. Both cases, marked by their concealed execution and remote settings, remain unresolved to this day. At this point, Lu Xian felt an icy chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. Was this truly human? He inhaled sharply, having previously thought that the schemes of Luo Xiaoran were reprehensible. In comparison, Zhao Mingqi was in a league of her own. This was not merely moral decay. It was a manifestation of a profoundly antisocial personality, a demon cloaked in human guise. The depths of hell are empty, and the devils walk among us, he murmured softly, his gaze turning icy. What he had once suspected as mere benefit acceptance now revealed itself as blood on her hands. 2 lives taken, one of whom had been her benefactor. In a desperate attempt to conceal her origins from the mountains and to fabricate a facade of an esteemed literary lineage, could Jiangnan's woman character truly drive her benefactor to death? What kind of heart must one possess, so dark and unyielding? Suddenly, Lu Xian recalled the footage captured by drone, where Zhao Mingqi was seen bargaining with the unseen puppeteer for her mother's surgery. In retrospect, that facade of a dutiful daughter was likely nothing more than a meticulously crafted performance. How profound could the affection of someone who could so readily obliterate a benefactor be? Most likely, it was merely to cultivate her image as a paragon of filial piety. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and continued to peruse the subsequent content, which was even more shocking. The evidence sprawled across more than 200 pages. It meticulously detailed receipts for tuition fees paid by her elementary school homeroom teacher, the bank transfer records of every scholarship granted by that benevolent soul, and even the transfer receipts for daily living expenses, all of which were clear and traceable. Furthermore, there were comprehensive records of substantial transfers during the period when a wealthy businessman was financially supporting Zhao Mingqi, including luxury purchases and hotel stay records at various 5-star establishments, complete with specific dates and room numbers. The most critical piece of evidence was the scanned copy of Zhao Mingqi's household registration under her original name, Zhao Zhaodi, alongside the official documentation detailing her step-by-step name changes, relocations, and identity forgeries. Ultimately, the final straw was 2 video recordings, one captured by a reconnaissance satellite, showcasing a clear image from years ago in a nondescript corner, depicted Zhao Mingqi driving a vehicle that sent another careening off a cliff along a winding mountain road. The second video mirrored the first in technique, differing only in location and victim. The system is indeed remarkable. Lu Xian silently commended the system within his mind. In a long-standing cold case in a remote area with scant surveillance, without the system's extensive capabilities, these 2 lives might have been lost to obscurity forever. All the evidence intertwined seamlessly, forming a complete chain robust enough to secure her imprisonment for life. Exhaling a long, deep breath, Lu Xian felt a lingering shock within him that was difficult to quell. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. While Zhao Mingqi certainly deserved punishment, the time to confront her had not yet arrived. She was merely a pawn. The true mastermind, lurking in the shadows and orchestrating all of this, was the one to be revealed. Director Zhao, with your plethora of dark secrets, you have unwittingly provided me with a splendid gift. A wicked smile crept upon Lu Xian's lips as he envisioned using her to lure out the significant fish behind it all. This should not prove too challenging, right? He tucked away his phone, his eyes glinting with calculative intent. When the time comes, both old and new accounts shall be settled. None shall escape. Chapter 58. The frantic Zhao Mengqi this time. Lu Xian did not even bother to knock. With a resounding crash, he kicked open the wooden door of the office, which had been weathered by time. The lock shattered, was splintered, and the unfortunate door panel collided against the wall, only to weakly rebound and hang there, swaying gently. Within the confines of her office, Zhao Mengqi, still reeling from the abrupt termination of a phone call, had just sent her orchid pot crashing to the floor in a fit of frustration. She clutched her chest, struggling to catch her breath and quell the surge of indignation and anxiety about the future that had seized her. The sudden cacophony startled her, nearly propelling her from her chair. With a reflexive gasp, she covered her ears and tightly shut her eyes, resembling a frightened hare. Upon entering, Lu Xian surveyed the scattered shards of porcelain and earth, ultimately resting his gaze on the still trembling Zhao Mengqi, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Director Zhao, he remarked, feigning surprise, surely this little commotion isn't enough to frighten you so? His voice, though soft, bore an air of nonchalance. As he continued at a leisurely pace, given your past experiences, I would have thought your courage was extraordinary, your heart as steadfast as a rock. Yet here you are, resembling a startled bird. Recognizing Lu Xian's voice, Zhao Mengqi gradually regained her composure, slowly opening her eyes and lowering her hands. However, upon confirming that it was indeed Lu Xian who had intruded in such a manner, her face, previously contorted with anger and alarm, instantly clouded over with frost. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising panic, she endeavored to uphold the authority befitting her position as the director of the information center. Her tone sharp as she addressed him. Lu Xian, what do you think you are doing? Are you aware of the nature of your actions? She abruptly rose from her chair, pointing at the damaged door with a voice that sharpened further. You have willfully damaged school property. You will be held liable for compensation. Furthermore, she continued, I shall immediately report your behavior to your counselor, and the school will undoubtedly impose severe penalties upon you. As she spoke, she advanced toward Lu Xian, attempting to dominate him with her presence. The emerald green qipao she wore swayed slightly with her hurried movements, yet at that moment, it could no longer convey the gentility and grace she typically exuded. Lu Xian regarded her bluster with an amused detachment, as though witnessing a poorly executed one-man show, and the devilish grin on his face deepened. He appeared entirely unfazed by Zhao Mengqi's threats, leisurely extracting his phone from his pocket and toying with it between his fingers. Compensation? Punishment? With a light chuckle, he shook his head and said, Director Zhao, let us discuss something else for now. Perhaps an old acquaintance? He paused, locking his gaze onto Zhao Mengqi's eyes and articulating each word with deliberate precision. Director Zhao, do you recall the name Li Yuan? The color drained from her face in an instant, her pupils constricting sharply, her body imperceptibly swaying. The eyes that had just sought to project anger and authority now betrayed an unmistakable horror and trepidation. She opened her mouth, but her throat felt as if constricted by an invisible hand, rendering her voiceless. After several agonizing seconds, she forced a smile that was more grotesque than tearful, her gaze darting about, too fearful to meet Lu Xian's. I do not recognize anyone by the name of Li Yuan, she stammered, her voice hoarse and trembling with evident fear. Lu Xian, considering your youth, and this being your first offense, I shall overlook it this time. You may leave now. I assure you that I will not divulge today's events to your counselor. She is eager to see Lu Xian depart and does not even intend to pursue the matter of the damaged door. You need not compensate for it, and I shall refrain from reporting you to the school. You should leave at once. Oh, you don't recognize me? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, a more playful smile adorning his face. He stepped closer, the distance between them diminishing, allowing him to discern the fine beads of sweat forming at Zhao Mengqi's temple and the unmistakable fear lurking deep within her eyes. He lowered his voice, akin to a lover's whisper, yet laced with a chilling undertone. Since Li Yuan is unfamiliar to you, you must have some recollection of Zhao Zhaodi. That name? Surely? The name Zhao Zhaodi struck like a thunderclap in Zhao Mengqi's mind, shattering her composure. If Li Yuan merely hinted at a lethal threat, the name Zhao Zhaodi, entombed within the deepest recesses of her memory, enshrouded by countless lies and disguises, obliterated all her psychological defenses. No, no, Zhao Mengqi stumbled back, her back colliding heavily with the cold wall, producing a dull thud. She looked at Lu Xian in sheer terror, as if confronting a demon risen from the depths of hell. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Zhaodi, I do not know her. I do not know her at all. She screamed hysterically, flailing her arms in a desperate attempt to ward off the nightmare before her. Get out. Immediately leave. I have much work to attend to. So you must vacate at once. In that moment, the grace and elegance of the refined Jiangnan beauty she once embodied had vanished entirely. Her hair was disheveled. The collar of her cheongsam askew from her frantic movements, her face streaked with tears, her expression contorted in a grotesque display of madness. Lu Xian watched her in this disheveled state, a morbid satisfaction swelling within him. He advanced 2 steps closer, nearly pressing his face against hers, his deep-set eyes gleaming with a cold and cruel light. Alas, what a pity! Lu Xian shook his head, his tone dripping with unabashed mockery. Since you do not even recognize the name bestowed upon you by the very parents who nurtured you, Zhao Zhaodi, then surely you recall Lu Feiyu, the one who elevated you to a life of luxury, do you not? Lu Xian's expression was nothing short of exquisite, his demeanor reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey, his all-knowing gaze akin to the sharpest blade, stripping Zhao Mengqi of her last vestiges of dignity and pretense. This left her feeling utterly humiliated and plunged into despair. No, I do not know, I know nothing. Zhao Mengqi collapsed into complete disarray, her hands pressed firmly against her ears, shaking her head violently as if to expel those dreadful names and memories from her mind. Her meticulously arranged hair had become a wild tangle, strands damp with perspiration clinging to her pale cheeks, amplifying her current state of disarray and madness. I do not understand what you are saying. I cannot hear you. I hear nothing at all. She screamed incoherently, her voice becoming hoarse and shrill from sheer terror. Get out. Get out of my office. Go away. Just go. Chapter 59. Which one is the real you? Zhao Mengqi resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, or a drowning person clinging desperately to a last straw as she shook her head wildly. I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone. Who is Zhao Zhaodi? I am not Zhao Zhaodi. Her gaze was that of a frightened beast, darting around the office until it finally landed on the shiny silver scissors on the windowsill, typically used for pruning orchid branches. Those scissors, once a tool for crafting elegance in her hands, had now become her sole weapon in desperation. You force my hand. A glimmer of frenzied determination flashed in Zhao Mengqi's eyes as she suddenly turned, seizing the scissors and pointing the sharp tip directly at Lu Xian. Her once well-maintained face twisted in extreme anger and fear, devoid of any gentility, now a mask of savagery. Since you know about Zhao Zhaodi and Lu Feiyu, you shall not live. You can die with them. Before her words could fully escape, she charged at Lu Xian like a frenzied lioness, scissors in hand. Heedless of the consequences, the sharp scissors traced a cold arc under the light, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Lu Xian observed her quietly, his gaze as calm as an unfathomable ancient well, devoid of any ripples. Just as the scissors were about to make contact with his chest, he moved. His motion was as swift as lightning, arriving before her. A resounding slap echoed through the room, sharper and clearer than any before. Zhao Mengqi felt an overwhelming force strike her cheek as if she had been hit by a speeding truck, her head spinning, her body uncontrollably toppling to one side. The scissors slipped from her grasp, bouncing on the floor before finally settling in a corner. Thud! She fell clumsily to the ground, knocking over a low table beside her, scattering the documents atop it. At that moment, Zhao Mengqi bore no semblance of the director of the Network Information Center, nor the graceful beauty reminiscent of a Jiangnan classical maiden from their first meeting. Her hair was disheveled like a bird's nest, a few strands clinging messily to her sweaty forehead. A trickle of bright red blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, while one side of her face swelled visibly, resembling a steam bun. The once expressive eyes, filled with tenderness and brilliance, were now bloodshot, glaring at Lu Xian with an intensity that seemed ready to ignite flames. Lu Xian approached leisurely, looking down upon the crumpled Zhao Mengqi, as if admiring a piece of art he had shattered with his own hands. He slowly crouched down, extending 2 fingers to playfully pinch her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. A slight smile crept across his face, a smile that Zhao Mengqi found more terrifying than that of a devil. Ah, Director Zhao, your heart is more malicious than I had imagined. To resort to murder and silencing at the slightest disagreement, this decisiveness truly impresses me. Spitting, Zhao Mengqi suddenly opened her mouth, attempting to bite Lu Xian's fingers. Lu Xian had anticipated this moment. With a deft twist of his wrist, he skillfully evaded her assault, delivering a sharp slap to the other side of her face. The sound echoed, perfectly symmetrical. Zhao Mengqi was left utterly stunned, her cheeks ablaze with pain, her ears ringing, and her vision beginning to blur. Yet, the deep-seated hatred coursing through her veins sustained her. With all her strength, she glared fiercely at Lu Xian, her voice hoarse and piercing. Come on. If you have the courage, kill me. Kill me. Otherwise, I will haunt you even in death. I will certainly kill you, she screamed in hysteria, as if this was the only way to release the terror and despair within her. Do you think this trivial matter can intimidate me? Let me assure you, I am not afraid. For years, I have lived in constant fear, neither fully alive nor dead, and I have had enough. I fear nothing anymore. If it comes to it, we can die together. As her shouts echoed, the fierce bravado she had conjured began to deflate like a punctured balloon. Zhao Mengqi's shoulders slumped, and the pent-up fears, grievances, and resentments that had accumulated over the years surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. She could no longer contain herself. Covering her face with her hands, releasing a muffled, desperate sob, her body trembling violently, Lu Xian observed her transformation from madness to collapse, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his lips. The more she displayed her insanity, the more it revealed her deep-seated fear of losing everything. How could she bear to relinquish what she had painstakingly built over the years? Her initial instinct had been to eliminate herself to silence any potential threats, rather than choosing mutual destruction, which underscored how dearly she cherished her current circumstances and how unwilling she was to let go. Her readiness to commit another murder to conceal her past secrets was sufficient proof of how much she valued her present life above all else. This was precisely what Lu Xian wished to witness. If Zhao Mengqi truly chose to abandon all hope and embrace destruction, it would become rather troublesome. After all, whether Zhao Mengqi was apprehended or not was of little consequence to him. What truly mattered was ensuring that the clues leading to the enigmatic figure behind her remained intact. Lu Xian slowly rose to his feet, symbolically brushing off non-existent dust from his hands as he stepped back to create some distance. He spoke leisurely, his voice low yet distinctly reaching Zhao Mengqi's ears. Director Zhao, it would be prudent to keep your cries to a minimum. The soundproofing in this office leaves much to be desired. Should anyone outside hear you and come to investigate, it could lead to genuine complications. Indeed, Zhao Mengqi's sobbing abruptly ceased. Although she continued to stifle her cries, it was evident she was making a concerted effort to control her volume. Through her swollen, tear-filled eyes, she cast a fearful glance at the damaged office door. Observing her reaction, Lu Xian's smile deepened, and he leisurely retrieved his phone from his pocket. Pretending to dial, Director Zhao, since you have voiced your concerns, I shall also act as a law-abiding citizen, in the name of social justice. To seek retribution for the tragically deceased Li Yuan and that Lu Feiyu, I will report this matter to the police, allowing them to deal with you, the venomous beauty. His fingers glided slowly over the screen, each movement in Zhao Mengqi's eyes akin to the stroke of a judge's pen, capable of determining her fate. With her head bowed, disheveled strands of hair obscured her face, concealing her expression from view. The sound of weeping gradually faded, leaving only the sound of her ragged breaths echoing in the office. Her mind raced, weighing the pros and cons, contemplating an escape strategy. Lu Xian did not truly press the dial button. He was merely observing Zhao Mengqi's reaction. Had he been able to glimpse the gaze hidden beneath her hair, he would have discovered a peculiar glimmer in her eyes, a resolute determination born from desperation, willing to seize the last glimmer of hope at any cost, reminiscent of the fierce flames of vengeance he had felt upon his rebirth. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Mengqi finally stirred. She took a deep breath, her voice hoarse from tears, yet surprisingly calm, even laced with a hint of the practiced tenderness she often feigned. Speak. What is it that you desire? What must you have for this secret to remain buried forever? Gradually, she rose from the ground, her movements somewhat stiff, yet she endeavored to uphold her dignity. She raised a hand to hastily tuck her unruly hair behind her ear, revealing a face marred by swelling and streaked with tears. Was it money she sought? She looked up at Lu Xian, her gaze a tumult of fear, resentment, and a touch of desperate resolve. Or was it me she truly wanted? She straightened her back, despite her dark green qipao appearing disheveled from her earlier struggles and her makeup having run. Yet she still sought to reclaim a semblance of the composure befitting the director of the information center. Speak, what are your terms? As long as I can comply. Everything is negotiable. Her voice was soft, almost ethereal, as if the frenzied woman from moments ago was but a figment. At this moment, she was unsettlingly calm. Chapter 60. But I do not trust you. Lu Xian regarded the woman before him, marveling at the rapid transformation from hysteria to a facade of composure in her negotiation stance. Her swollen, tear-streaked face juxtaposed with her affected tranquility, even with a hint of allure in her gaze, created a disconcerting dissonance. How intriguing, he thought with a quiet chuckle. Zhao Mengqi was indeed a born actress, transitioning from despair to a calculated attempt to seize control with astonishing speed. Alas, she had chosen the wrong adversary. He even mused that her desperate, somewhat distorted zeal for survival, if channeled towards righteousness, might have led her to remarkable achievements. Yet now, if properly tamed, her madness could serve as a finely honed weapon, capable of piercing the hearts of hidden adversaries. A subtle smile played at the corners of Lu Xian's lips, though his eyes held no warmth. He surveyed the disheveled office, a testament to his earlier outburst, glancing at the scattered shards of porcelain and dirt on the floor, before finally resting his gaze on Zhao Mengqi. He sauntered leisurely to the relatively intact guest sofa nearby, as if in the comfort of his own home, casually sweeping aside a few scattered documents atop it before settling down, even crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. With a soft click, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shook one out, and placed it between his lips, then produced a lighter to ignite it. Wisps of pale blue smoke curled upwards, obscuring his expression while simultaneously enhancing his air of composure and dominance. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled the smoke slowly towards the ceiling, finally redirecting his gaze to Zhao Mengqi, who stood a short distance away, her body still slightly trembling. Director Zhao, he began, his voice not loud, yet imbued with an undeniable penetrating quality, each word seeming to bear a hook that could easily evoke the deepest fears within one's heart. You asked me earlier whether I desired money or you as a person. He paused as if recalling something amusing, the curve of his lips deepening. As for money, I must admit I am not particularly sensitive to figures. Too much of it makes me fear I might lose count. And regarding you as a person, Lu Xian's gaze brazenly roamed over her, from her disheveled hair to the slightly askew dark green Chong Sim, ultimately resting on her face, which appeared somewhat absurd at that moment. Director Zhao, do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? Or perhaps you hold some unrealistic fantasy about yourself. He chuckled softly, his tone laced with unabashed sarcasm. Others might be deceived by your carefully crafted facade of a young and talented woman and a confidant, but I see through it far more clearly than they do. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, his eyes suddenly sharp. Beneath that glossy exterior, your core has long since rotted, hasn't it? A shell filled with desires and lies. To be frank, I find it utterly uninteresting. So, do put away your self-righteous theatrics. You think you can negotiate with me using this decaying flesh? Director Zhao, you may be overestimating yourself and underestimating me. Lu Xian. Zhao Mingqi was left utterly exposed by Lu Xian's words. The color drained from her face instantaneously, only to be replaced by a fierce flush. As if she had been struck hard across the face. She bit down hard on her lower lip, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palm. The anger and humiliation she had managed to suppress surged forth once more. In her daily life at school, amidst her admirers, she had never endured such disgrace. She was the esteemed director of the Network Information Center, the epitome of perfection in many people's eyes. Yet now, before this boy, a decade her junior, all her pretenses lay in tatters. The sordid past she most wished to conceal was laid bare under the sunlight, leaving her with nowhere to hide. He was right. She herself felt filthy and detested the Zhao Zhaodi who would stop at nothing to ascend the ranks. Loathed the self that had succumbed to the lure of money and desire. To erase those shameful memories, she would go to any lengths. To preserve everything she currently possessed. She was willing to do anything. Zhao Mingqi took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She raised her hand, awkwardly wiping away the traces of tears from her face, and hastily tucked the disheveled strands of hair behind her ears, attempting to restore a semblance of composure and regain a fragment of her usual poise. Lu Xian, is it? She began, her voice still hoarse yet laced with a deliberate coldness. Do not presume that by holding something against me, you can insult me with such impunity. You merely wish to discover the identity of the person who contacted me, don't you? She straightened her posture, though her chi-pao appeared somewhat ill-fitting due to her earlier struggles. Nonetheless, she endeavored to present an air of fearless defiance. I can divulge that information, but I have a condition. You must agree to my terms, otherwise, I shall reveal nothing. At her words, Lu Xian erupted in laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. He extinguished his cigarette but against the edge of a broken flower pot, his gaze calm and unyielding as it settled upon Zhao Mingqi, imbued with a hint of pity, as if regarding a reckless clown oblivious to danger. Zhao Mingqi, do you still not comprehend the gravity of your situation? Lu Xian's tone turned frigid. You, with 2 lives stained upon your hands, a woman who ascended through the sale of her body, what right do you possess to negotiate with me? He rose to his feet and approached her with deliberate strides, each step feeling as though it crushed her very heart. Do you think I am negotiating with you? Lu Xian halted before her, looking down with an icy demeanor. I possess 100 methods to extract the truth from you. Believe me, each one will be far more excruciating than you can currently fathom. Do you still wish to bargain with me? I harbor no interest in your sordid past. You are nothing but a wretched creature, utterly inconsequential to someone of my standing. Had it not been for the individual behind you who set their sights on me, you think I would have spared you a second glance? He advanced closer, nearly pressing against Zhao Mingqi, lowering his voice to a whisper, enunciating each word with chilling precision. Now, immediately, tell me who it is that has urged you to act. Upon uttering the final word, he declared he would leave at once. Otherwise, Zhao Mingqi felt suffocated by the formidable aura he exuded, instinctively retreating a step, only to find her back pressed against the cold wall, with nowhere left to flee. Fear engulfed her like a surging tide, yet amid this profound terror, a frenzied thought began to take root in her mind. She abruptly lifted her gaze to meet Lu Xian's frigid stare, her bloodshot eyes glimmering with a newfound resolve. I do not trust you, she stammered, her voice trembling yet imbued with an unusual conviction. What if, after all is said and done, you reveal my secret? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow imperceptibly, observing her intently, curious to discern what trickery she intended. Zhao Mingqi inhaled deeply, her her face contorting into a peculiar smile, which appeared particularly distorted against her swollen features. Xuan, did you not claim to be uninterested in me? Her voice took on a syrupy quality, tinged with intentional provocation. Yet now, I find myself quite intrigued by you. As her words hung in the air, she extended her slightly trembling hand, and to Xuan's astonished gaze, she slowly began to unfasten the exquisite buttons of her dark green qipao at the collar, one by one. Chapter 61. So you think I'm cheap? Let me fulfill your expectations. Xuan could scarcely fathom that he would find himself outmaneuvered in such a manner. He sat there, believing he had everything under control, waiting for Zhao Mengqi to obediently reveal the mastermind behind it all. Who could have anticipated that this woman would resort to such tactics? He had come to subdue her, and yet she, in a turn of events, seemed intent on ensnaring him in her web. His eyes flickered momentarily, and he forced himself to regain composure. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered a woman who so boldly offered herself, exuding a frantic desperation akin to a drowning fish. To claim he was completely unfazed would be a mere boast. After all, when one set aside her venomous heart, Zhao Mengqi's appearance and figure were indeed exceptional. In the halls of Yin University, she was the goddess of countless male professors and students. A mere glance from her could send those infatuated souls into a frenzy. Now, this very goddess was unveiling her second button with an air of reckless abandon, revealing more of her delicate skin and exquisite collarbone. Clearing his throat, Xuan shattered the eerie silence, his tone laced with an undeniable chill. Director Zhao, I believe we should refrain from this. Are you attempting to silence me in such a manner? Or perhaps you wish for us to share the same fate? His eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Rest assured, your little secrets are not intriguing enough for me to broadcast. If you divulge the identity of your puppeteer, I guarantee your secrets will remain buried within me. However, Xuan's tone shifted abruptly, becoming icy. Should you continue down this path of folly, I shall take it upon myself to disseminate your illustrious deeds along with this hospitality of yours on the internet. Or better yet, I could notify the authorities, allowing them to engage you in a thorough discussion about life and the untimely demise of those 2 unfortunate souls. As he spoke, Xuan feigned reaching for his phone. Unlocking the screen, his finger poised to dial. Stop! Zhao Mengqi cried out, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, as she suddenly lunged towards him. Xuan, anticipating her attempt to seize the phone, instinctively sidestepped, only to realize that her target was not the device but him. With a resounding thud, he was caught off guard as she pounced, sending him crashing onto the sofa behind him. The soft cushions emitted a muffled sound, and Xuan found himself momentarily bemused. This woman had truly lost her mind. Zhao Mengqi braced herself on either side of his body, her disheveled hair cascading down, a few strands brushing against his cheek, mingling with the complex scent of orchids and sweat that clung to her. Her expression was somewhat contorted, embodying both a reckless desperation and an inexplicable tenderness lurking in her gaze. Xuan, listen to me. Her voice was hoarse, tinged with a sob, yet resolutely firm. I haven't acted so recklessly in years. Today, consider this our exchange. I know you look down on me, deem me filthy, regard me as worthless. However, today you must acquiesce. Only in this manner can I find solace. She seemed to believe that by dragging Xuan down with her, corrupting him as well, they could become true accomplices, ensuring the safety of her secrets. What a profoundly twisted and pathological logic this is. Xuan was utterly amused by her bizarre maneuvering and reasoning. Gazing at the tear-streaked face before him, which bore a touch of madness, he sighed helplessly. Zhao Mengqi, are you out of your mind? You're practically begging for it, aren't you? Do you think this will give you leverage over me? You are nothing but a complete fool. He raised his voice sharply, dripping with disdain. I see you don't wish to keep this under wraps. You are simply addicted to being beaten, aren't you? Fine. Since you relish being mistreated so much, I shall oblige. With that, Xuan delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Mengqi's left cheek. Ah! Zhao Mengqi screamed, the tide of power shifting. Xuan looked down at her from his elevated position. his gaze icy and devoid of warmth. Director Zhao, allow me to remind you that the door to this office is still wide open. You'd best keep your noise to a minimum. Provoked by his frigid words, Zhao Mengqi dared not scream again, merely biting her lip in silence. Lu Xian snorted coldly, rapidly browsing through the points store in his mind. Ding! Would you like to consume 1 point to redeem a hyaluronic acid umbrella? Redeem. Safety first. He had no desire to stumble into a trap. He raised his hand toward her other unblemished cheek. Smack! Another crisp slap echoed. Good, now it's symmetrical. Lu Xian's voice remained calm and unruffled, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Zhao Mengqi was thoroughly dazed by the sudden blows, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. An hour later, her head hung low, disheveled hair obscuring her swollen face. Lu Xian sat leisurely on a single sofa across from her, methodically adjusting his sleeves. Ding! Detecting a profound shift in the psychological state of target Zhao Mengqi, leading to deep reliance and submission towards the host. The target harbors extreme admiration for the host. Current control value, 100,100. Congratulations, host. You have achieved complete control over target Zhao Mengqi. Reward, Black Material Version Upgrade. Current version, 101. Black Material Version 101 features. Activated black material is bound to the host soul, allowing seamless migration and activation across different mobile devices without concerns of data loss or leakage. Reward points, 500. Special random reward. Activation of latent musical cells within the host's body, endowing the host with high-level musical talent, including but not limited to rapid mastery of instruments such as piano, guitar, and violin. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. The control value is maxed out? This woman is indeed a natural-born servant. Unless thoroughly subdued, she would never understand why the flowers bloom so red. This upgrade is beneficial. He had previously harbored concerns about potential loss or damage to his phone and whether the black material system would encounter issues as a result. Now, with the soul binding feature, one can change bindings at any moment, significantly enhancing the safety factor. As for the 500 points, it can be considered a delightful windfall. Lu Xian stroked his chin, reminiscing about his past life's utter lack of musical talent, where his singing could send people away. A faint twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. This reward seems to compensate for one of his major shortcomings. Perhaps in the future, he might even flaunt it in certain situations. After all, having more skills is never a burden. Chapter 62, Your God is My Dog. Lu Xian leisurely observed Zhao Mengqi, his gaze akin to that of someone appraising a newly tamed pet, tinged with scrutiny and amusement. Now, may I inquire, who is the shadow lurking behind you, orchestrating these unsavory tasks? His voice was not loud, yet it bore the weight of an invisible vice, tightening around Zhao Mengqi's throat. Lu Xian was indeed growing impatient. From initially discovering Luo Xiaoran's scheming to unearthing Zhao Mengqi as a significant player, he felt he was merely a breath away from unveiling the true puppeteer behind it all. At this moment, Zhao Mengqi appeared utterly disheveled. 2 clasps of her chi pao were loosened. Her face was still swollen and bruised, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, and her hair was a chaotic mess clinging to her sweaty forehead and cheeks. She slowly raised her hand, attempting to tuck a few stray strands behind her ear with considerable effort, her movements sluggish and stiff. Her gaze flitted about, too fearful to meet Lu Xian's penetrating eyes. Her voice barely a whisper, laced with nasal tones and a tremor of despair. I truly do not know who that person is. Lu Xian's brow furrowed instantly, his expression turning icy. He had been lounging on the sofa, but suddenly sat up straight, an intangible pressure enveloping the entire office. What did you say? His voice rose sharply, infused with incredulous anger. Are you toying with me? After this prolonged charade of sorrow and seduction, you dare tell me you do not know who it is? He abruptly stood, striding towards Zhao Mengqi, towering over her with a gaze that seemed ready to ignite. Are you trying to deceive me here? Zhao Mengqi trembled under the violent aura radiating from him, instinctively wanting to retreat, only to find herself pressed against the cold wall, with no escape. And no, Lu Xian, Please let me explain. She waved her hands in a panic. Her voice tinged with a sob. I truly do not know. He only contacted me through a hidden account. Explain? I am listening to your nonsense. Lu Xian's fury turned to a bitter laugh as he raised his hand, poised to reprimand her once more. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed through the room. The office door, already teetering from Lu Xian's earlier kick, was forcefully kicked open from the outside, crashing to the ground with a loud thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. A tall, robust figure stormed in, dark-skinned and clearly irregular at the gym, radiating anger. He was clad in athletic attire, his muscles taut and glistening with beads of sweat on his forehead, evidently having rushed over in haste. Chi-Chi, are you all right? As he entered, his gaze was immediately drawn to the scene within the office. Upon noticing the swelling on Zhao Mengqi's face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, as well as Lu Xian, who stood before her, seemingly poised to strike, his eyes instantly welled with emotion. Who the hell are you to touch Chi-Chi? I'll kill you. The athletic student bellowed, akin to an enraged bull, as he lunged forward, spreading his arms to shield Zhao Mengqi behind him. He glared at Lu Xian, his finger nearly poking Lu Xian's nose. What department are you from? Which class? What is your name? Dare to lay a hand on a teacher at Yin University? You must be tired of living. I'll call the police right now and ensure you face the consequences. With that, the athlete retrieved his phone from his pocket. Poised to dial 110, Lu Xian regarded this unexpected champion with bemusement, momentarily taken aback before comprehension dawned. Ah, another one of Zhao Mengqi's sycophants, it seemed. Judging by his demeanor, he was likely a well-meaning but dim-witted fool. Lu Xian couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance, instead casting an impatient look towards Zhao Mengqi, his eyes conveying an unmistakable message. Get rid of this pesky fly at once. Zhao Mengqi, under the weight of Lu Xian's icy gaze, felt a jolt of anxiety and dared not hesitate any longer. She quickly maneuvered out from behind Chunzhe, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Her tone resolute and tinged with a hint of the distance and annoyance she often displayed towards her admirers. Chunzhe, what are you doing here? I'm fine. You should go back. This doesn't concern you. Chunzhe, brimming with righteous indignation and ready to confront the aggressor on behalf of his goddess, froze in mid-action, his phone suspended in the air. He turned to Zhao Mengqi in shock, as if he were meeting a stranger. Huh, Chi-Chi, he was just hitting you. I saw it with my own eyes. Your face is swollen. He pointed at Lu Xian and then back at Zhao Mengqi's face. Desperation evident as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Zhao Mengqi's patience had clearly run thin. All she wished for was to dismiss this fool quickly to avoid further provoking Lu Xian. She furrowed her brow, her tone sharpening with palpable annoyance. I've told you. Me fine. This has nothing to do with you. Do you not understand? She paused, observing Chunzhe's incredulous and hurt expression. A fleeting sense of satisfaction crossed her mind, quickly overshadowed by her growing impatience. She decided to be more blunt. How I feel is my own choice. Just leave. You're being a nuisance and hindering me from handling this situation. I'm a nuisance? Chunzhe felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Rendered utterly dumbfounded, his mind blank. He had pursued Zhao Mengqi for 3 solid years. From a moment she began her tenure at Yin University's Information Center, he had been captivated by her gentle grace and the delicate charm she exuded. Dressed in a pure white qipao, her every gesture echoed the classical elegance of Jiangnan, embodying the perfect vision of his dream goddess, the future wife he had longed for night and day. He was acutely aware that Zhao Mengqi was surrounded by numerous admirers, among whom were not only affluent heirs flaunting their luxury cars and extravagant lifestyles, but also some promising young educators. However, he noticed that Zhao Mengqi appeared to maintain a certain distance from these suitors, often with a hint of disdain. This observation filled him with a sense of hope. Although Chunzhe was not a wealthy heir, he was a key player on the school basketball team, reasonably attractive, and came from a decent family. He firmly believed that sincerity would eventually yield results. Thus, for 3 years, come rain or shine, he delivered a warm cup of imported milk to Zhao Mengqi's desk every morning without fail. Every Monday, he ensured a carefully selected bouquet of the freshest flowers arrived punctually, chosen specifically to complement her grace. Each month, he prepared a thoughtful gift, whether a handcrafted item or a trinket he learned she liked from other female teachers, delivered right on time. Concern for her well-being became second nature. From reminding her to adjust her attire with changing weather to offering various supplements whenever she displayed signs of fatigue. He fancied that his efforts were noted by the goddess he revered, convinced that even if she had not yet accepted him, it was merely a matter of time. She was simply testing his resolve. But today, at this very moment, what did he witness? An insolent boy, appearing from nowhere, had the audacity to confront his goddess, and rather than resist, Zhao Mengqi, whom he regarded as pure and unattainable, actually expressed her willingness, even suggesting that he was an eyesore. Moreover, as he rushed in, he caught a fleeting glimpse of her expression, which, albeit startled, seemed to carry a trace of enjoyment. No, this cannot be. At that instant, Chunzhe felt his worldview shatter, disintegrating into irreparable fragments. The goddess he held in the highest esteem, the dream girl he feared to disturb with his voice, was behaving like a submissive puppy before someone else. What on earth was happening? Dazed and disheartened, Chunzhe stood frozen, his phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the ground, the screen shattering into countless pieces, much like his heart at that moment. Lu Xian observed this farce with keen interest, a mocking smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Ah, yet another innocent young man's dreams were dashed. However, it seemed that Zhao Mengqi was proving to be even more pliable than he had anticipated. He cast a glance at the pale and trembling Chunzhe before shifting his gaze to Zhao Mengqi, silently urging her to continue. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Zhao Mengqi forced a sycophantic smile before turning to Chunzhe, her voice cold and commanding as she urged, "Chunzhe, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and leave. Do not disturb me and this classmate while we discuss important matters." Important matters? Chunzhe looked at the uncharacteristic smile on Zhao Mengqi's face, then at the flicker of fear and submission in her eyes as she regarded the young man. He felt as if an invisible hand had clenched around his heart, causing him unbearable pain. It dawned upon him that the true fool in this scenario was none other than himself. Chapter 63. A Hacker? Chunzhe felt a chilling sensation surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His meager pride and determination shattered into fragments under Zhao Mengqi's cold and merciless words. He stumbled slightly, his complexion as pale as paper, and, in a daze, he turned to flee from this place that constricted his heart with pain, escaping this nightmare that had obliterated all his beautiful fantasies. Stop! Just as Chunzhe was about to step forward, nearly crossing the shattered threshold, a languid voice emerged from behind him. Lu Xian had straightened up, brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeves, a smirk playing on his lips. With a casual extension of his right arm, he blocked Chunzhe's path with precision. "I told you to leave, yet you insisted on playing the gallant protector." Lu Xian tilted his head, a hint of mockery in his gaze. "What? Now that the show is over, do you wish to depart?" Chunzhe abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with Lu Xian's fathomless gaze. A wave of inexplicable fear gripping him. He attempted to articulate a response, yet his throat felt constricted. Lu Xian did not grant him the opportunity to speak. His expression suddenly turned severe, and without affording Chunzhe a moment to react, a swift and decisive kick surged forth, slicing through the air. Bang! A dull thud reverberated, accompanied by a sickening crack that made one's teeth ache. Chunzhe's once proud physique, honed through years of training, felt as fragile as paper before Lu Xian. An irresistible force surged from his right knee, engulfing him in excruciating pain. He was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing against a wall with a resounding thud before collapsing to the floor. My leg is broken." Clutching his right leg, Chunzhe emitted a piercing scream, beads of cold sweat instantly dotting his forehead as he curled up on the ground, convulsing violently, utterly stripped of his earlier bravado. Lu Xian strolled leisurely to stand over him, gazing down with an air of superiority, his tone unyielding yet devoid of emotion. "Kid, let this be a lesson for you. Mind your own business when it's not your affair, and refrain from observing those who are not your concern. With that, he grasped Xuan Zhe's sportswear collar as if lifting a chick, effortlessly hoisting him up before flinging him aside. Bang! Another heavy thud echoed, accompanied by Xuan Zhe's muffled groan of agony. In the office, Zhao Mengqi stood to the side, her face growing even paler as she observed Lu Xian's decisive actions. She opened her mouth, her voice barely audible. Will Lu Xian be all right? Should we call for an ambulance? Lu Xian turned his icy gaze toward her, a mocking smile curving his lips. What is wrong, Director Zhao? Are you afraid of death? The blood on your hands is hardly less than his. Zhao Mengqi trembled at his words, instantly silenced, too afraid to even breathe. Lu Xian let out a cold snort, his tone frostbitten. Director Zhao, my patience has its limits. Since you possess little value, I see no reason to keep your secrets. It will be best for you to explain to the police how Li Yuan and Lu Feiyu met their untimely demise. With that, Lu Xian once again picked up his phone, poised to make a call. No, Zhao Mengqi screamed, her spirit shattered, casting aside all notions of dignity and decorum. With a thud, she fell to her knees before Lu Xian, clinging desperately to his calves. Lu Xian, no, master, I beg you, please don't call the police. Her cheeks pressed tightly against his pant leg, tears and snot smeared across her face, her voice punctuated by despair. I am of use. I truly am. Master, please believe me. Lu Xian lowered his gaze to the pitiful, tear-streaked woman at his feet, feeling not an ounce of compassion. Instead, a perverse satisfaction surged within him. Such is human nature. Tears only flow when faced with the inevitable. Oh, he raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with amusement. What use do you still possess? Pray tell. If you cannot articulate your worth, I have no time to waste on you. Zhao Mengqi, as if grasping at the last glimmer of hope, lifted her head abruptly, her swollen, tear-filled eyes sparkling with a flicker of optimism. Master, I'm a hacker, though I do not know the exact identity of that person. He has been communicating with me through an encrypted, anonymous account. I could trace his address. I will surely find him. She fervently proclaimed her value, fearful that Lu Xian would change his mind at any moment. At her words, Lu Xian's expression shifted slightly, his fingers clutching the phone momentarily pausing. He slowly bent down, extending 2 fingers to flirtatiously pinch Zhao Mengqi's damp chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. A mocking smile curled upon his lips. You wretched creature. Must you be pushed to this extent before speaking the truth? With a sharp slap, he delivered 2 resounding blows to Zhao Mengqi's already swollen cheeks. The impact left her seeing stars, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, yet she dared not entertain the thought of evasion. Instead, with a hint of sickly submission, she choked out, Master, you are right to strike. It is my fault. I am wretched. I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. Master, please strike me a few more times to vent your anger. Just do not cast me aside. She even took the initiative to grasp Lu Xian's hand, pressing it against her own face. Enough. Lu Xian, exasperated, withdrew his hand and shook it as if it had touched something vile. Regretting now? Where was your sense before? He stood up, glancing at the wall clock. The lunch break is nearly over, and more people will be around outside. If you do not wish to be paraded before the entire school, get up and clarify this matter at once. Yes. Thank you, Master. Thank you for your mercy. Zhao Mengqi felt as if a great weight had been lifted, scrambling to her feet, hastily wiping away the traces of tears and blood from her face, and frantically adjusting her disheveled hair and crooked collar. Despite her cheeks still being swollen and her appearance disheveled, her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, filled with the relief of survival and a fervent adoration and dependence on Lu Xian. Master, please follow me. Zhao Mengqi's voice carried a hint of anxious eagerness as she hurried to her desk, pulling out her chair and gesturing towards the high-end computer. Master, my ascent to the director of this Network Information Center is not merely due to my appearance or connections. My proficiency in computer science is renowned, both at Yin University and across the nation. They call me the keyboard goddess. Should that scoundrel dare to scheme against you, I shall uncover every trace of his lineage. As she spoke, she swiftly powered on the machine, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with remarkable speed. The screen erupted with a flurry of intricate codes and windows, her focus and confidence starkly contrasting with her earlier, humble demeanor. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, moving behind her to observe the dazzling array of characters on the screen, silently acknowledging Zhao Mengqi's undeniable skill. It seemed this visit would not be in vain after all. Chapter 64. The Hidden Culprit at Home? In that moment, Zhao Mengqi transformed entirely. The earlier image of her humble, tearful self vanished, replaced by an almost fervent concentration. Her still swollen eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, as if she had discovered the singular path to validate her worth. Rest assured, Master, as long as he dares to contact me through that encrypted channel, I will surely unearth him. While speaking, her fingers flew across the keyboard, producing a mesmerizing stream of code. The screen displayed a cascade of windows and data streams that refreshed at an astonishing rate, likely overwhelming to an ordinary observer. Lu Xian stood behind her, arms crossed, watching with keen interest. This woman possessed genuine prowess in the realm of computing. The confidence and professionalism she exhibited formed a stark contrast to her earlier submissive demeanor, exuding a somewhat unhealthy allure. Keyboard goddess? Lu Xian mused, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. His voice, though low, was distinctly audible to Zhao Mengqi. I hope you, this goddess, do not let me down. Zhao Mengqi's body quivered slightly, yet her fingers moved even more swiftly. She recognized that this was her singular opportunity, her ultimate redemption. The adversary was cunning, employing multiple layers of obfuscation, and it appeared the source lay abroad. Beads of perspiration gathered at her temples as she intently scrutinized the ever-shifting data on the screen. However, if he dared to contact her, he would surely leave behind traces. As the seconds ticked away, the office was filled solely with the crisp sound of the keyboard and Zhao Mengqi's slightly hurried breaths. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she struck the enter key with fervor. "Eureka!" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with barely contained excitement and a hint of triumph. "Master, I have intercepted the last instance of his access through the covert proxy to my reserved backdoor. Although he employed multiple layers of encryption, I managed to trace him back." On the screen, a progress bar rapidly loaded, ultimately freezing. "I've found it. Master, look." Zhao Mengqi pointed eagerly at the final deciphered address on the screen, her voice trembling with exhilaration. Lu Xian bent down to take a closer look, and as he recognized the familiar name of his hometown, his pupils constricted sharply, and his expression darkened profoundly. Ningxiu Province, Xuan City. That was his birthplace. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, and he felt as though the very blood in his veins was turning to ice. Since his rebirth, all his enemies and schemes had concentrated in Yanjing. He had never imagined that the mastermind behind it all would be so far away, in his homeland no less. Xuan City was home to his relatives, Zhao Mengqi. Lu Xian's voice turned as frigid as the air around him. "Can we obtain a more precise address? Which street? Which neighborhood?" Zhao Mengqi trembled at the sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from him, hastily shaking her head, her voice tinged with fear. "I apologize, Master. The adversary's counter-tracking technology is exceptionally advanced, likely the work of a top hacker. My ability to trace them to Xuan City is already the limit. Each time they contact me, it is through layers of anonymous foreign servers. This time, I was fortunate to catch a clue when they hastily reached out to me." She paused, cautiously adding, "However, I can assure you that this ultimate mastermind, or at least one of their significant strongholds, must be located in Xuan City." Lu Xian's expression darkened further. Who could this be in Xuan City? In his previous life, his family had been shattered, his parents long deceased. They had lived in poverty, without power or influence. What could possibly warrant such relentless pursuit? Was it possible that the tragedy of his past was rooted in Xuan? A torrent of questions swirled chaotically in his mind. It seemed imperative that he return to Xuan at the earliest opportunity. Certain matters required his personal investigation to unveil the truth. Lu Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, his gaze sharpening to a cold, piercing intensity as he glanced at Zhao Mengqi. "You still have some value. Remember, This is your final opportunity. If you dare to play tricks again or conceal even the slightest detail. He did not finish his sentence. Yet the warning in his eyes sent a chill through Zhao Mengqi, as if she had plunged into an ice cavern. I wouldn't he dare. Absolutely not. In an instant, Zhao Mengqi fell from her keyboard goddess facade to that of a humble servant, suddenly turning to kneel before Lu Xian, her forehead pressed against the cold floor, her voice trembling with a deep-seated fear. Master, I was wrong. I will never entertain any ulterior motives again. I swear from this day forth I, Zhao Mengqi, shall be your most loyal servant. You direct me east, I shall not go west. You bid me to bite, I shall not hesitate. Observing her demeanor, Lu Xian felt a surge of satisfaction in his control over everything. He relished the sensation of completely subjugating his once lofty prey. Enough. Rise. Lu Xian spoke coolly. Remember what you said today. And outside, refrain from calling me master so openly. If others overhear, I find it bothersome, even if you do not care for your own dignity. Yes. Yes. Classmate Lu Xian, Zhao Mengqi, as if granted a reprieve, quickly scrambled to her feet, though her face still bore a sycophantic smile, which appeared particularly eerie against her swollen cheeks and the blood at the corners of her mouth. Clean this place up, leaving no trace behind. Lu Xian surveyed the disheveled office and glanced at the clock on the wall. The lunch break was nearing its end. He reminded himself to portray the gentle and graceful director Zhao of the network center convincingly, without revealing any flaws. Yes, rest assured, Lu Xian. Zhao Mengqi nodded eagerly. Adopting a subservient posture, Lu Xian chose not to linger on words and turned to leave. His decision to spare Zhao Mengqi's life was not born from a sudden surge of compassion. Firstly, she possessed undeniable utility. A top-tier hacker could prove invaluable in numerous situations. Secondly, he was still vulnerable and in the deep waters of Yanjing. Having an easily manipulated pawn was preferable to solitary struggle. Zhao Mengqi had operated within Yanjing University for years, and her position as the director of the Network Information Center could provide him with considerable advantages. As for her past indiscretions, Lu Xian remained indifferent. As long as she obeyed and served his purposes, she was a fine weapon. Should she defy him? A cold smile crept onto Lu Xian's lips. He would not hesitate to break this weapon and send her to where she truly belonged. Xuan City. He could not fathom who sought to harm his family. Chapter 65. An ex-girlfriend seeking death. Stepping out of Zhao Mengqi's office, steeped in humiliation and subservience, Lu Xian inhaled the air tinged with the scent of grass on campus, feeling some of the pent-up frustration dissipate. Xuan City. In his past life, he had lost everything. His parents gone too soon. Was the root of all this truly lurking in the very place where he had grown up? He shook his head, momentarily suppressing the tumult of thoughts. An afternoon class awaited, focusing on classical Chinese literature. A cold, sharp smile graced Lu Xian's lips. He sensed that within the confines of Yanjing University, those who had betrayed him during his lowest moments could easily form an elite squad. Those so-called mentors and classmates had shown him the harsh realities of human nature at his darkest hour, teaching him the bitter lesson of how cruel and treacherous the world could be. In his previous life, his incident had been magnified beyond measure, ultimately transforming into a nationally recognized scandal. Headlines, trending topics, and an avalanche of discussions across various media platforms ensued, with countless internet celebrities embellishing the story for clout, eager to tarnish his reputation further. The overwhelming tide of public opinion almost drowned him for over 6 months. It was precisely due to that wretched notoriety that unscrupulous media and busybodies exposed him. His home address was revealed, leaving his parents harassed incessantly by those pesky reporters and internet personalities, never finding peace. Consequently, both acquaintances and strangers alike rushed forth to trample on him, as if such behavior was necessary to stay relevant in the era, to ride the wave of sensationalism. The betrayal of 3 roommates and the treachery of his ex-girlfriend were merely the tip of the iceberg. Most repugnant to him were those so-called teachers, some of whom had taught him, and others who had not. One by one, they took the stage, feigning sorrow and calls for reflection, while in reality, they treated him merely as a means to garner attention. As long as the title includes the name Lu Xian, one can effortlessly fabricate some dubious insider information, embellishing it with malicious intent, leading to video views easily surpassing 1 million. For instance, Lu Xian's mentor so-and-so, Lu Xian's teacher so-and-so, Lu Xian's friend so-and-so. The possibilities are endless. Reflecting upon it now, it is evident that an unseen hand was orchestrating events from the shadows. Otherwise, how could an ordinary campus incident escalate to such proportions? The instructor of the classical Chinese literature course, Jiang Shui, was among the earliest educators to take the stage back then. Lu Xian vividly recalls how this usually gentle and intellectually poised teacher, who shunned conflict, sorrowfully reminisced about him as a problematic student before the camera. She adeptly crafted an image of a devoted teacher, striving to guide, yet seemingly powerless to effect change, subtly alluding to shortcomings in school management, which garnered her widespread admiration from netizens and resulted in a surge of followers overnight. This bears a striking similarity to Gu Yunqi's maneuvers. The role of the mentor? Today, let her experience firsthand what it means to face the consequences of one's actions. Lu Xian parked his vehicle steadily beneath the teaching building. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the familiar face of Lu Ming, who was accompanied by another figure. Though a distance separated them, Lu Xian recognized her instantly as Xuan Yahui. Upon spotting Lu Xian, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached with an overconfident grin plastered across his face, exclaiming, "Xian Ge, you finally made it. Your girlfriend was looking for you, and I thought you must be here for class, so I brought her along." His expression was reminiscent of a dog wagging its tail in anticipation of a reward, practically begging for praise. Lu Xian's eyelids twitched, and he inwardly cursed, nearly restraining himself from delivering a swift kick. Was Lu Ming lacking in common sense? Why bring this troublesome woman at such a moment? Just as Lu Xian was about to unleash his frustration, Lu Ming wore a bewildered expression, seemingly perplexed as to why his well-meaning gesture was met with ire. Before Lu Xian could articulate his thoughts, Xuan Yahui charged forward like a cannonball, her sharp voice slicing through the surrounding tranquility. "Lu Xian, you scoundrel! You cavort with other women in hotels and have the audacity to call me a whore? Are you even a man?" As she spoke, Xuan Yahui lunged at him, her fingers adorned with bright red nail polish, glinting ominously as they aimed for Lu Xian's face. Resembling a shrewish woman embroiled in a market brawl, Lu Xian furrowed his brow, advancing rather than retreating. With a casual lift of his left hand, he deftly blocked Xuan Yahui's wrist, pushing her back, causing her to stagger several steps, nearly losing her balance. Students passing by had begun to take notice of the commotion, casting curious glances their way. Lu Xian had no desire to air Xuan Yahui's unsavory secrets in such a public setting. Wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting to being cuckolded? Lu Xian, could not afford to lose face. Though he bore no fault for the betrayal, the situation was utterly distasteful. At that moment, Xuan Yahue was bound to suffer a catastrophic downfall, and he too would be sullied, becoming the laughingstock of the entire school. This predicament was indeed quite challenging to navigate. Initially, he contemplated a subtle approach, intending to find an opportune moment to clarify their breakup, and when the time was ripe, to unveil her illustrious misdeeds online, allowing her to experience the bitterness of social demise. Little did he expect that this woman would act so impulsively and storm into the school. Lu Xian took a deep breath, realizing that this was, aside from confronting the manic Zhao Mengqi, the most formidable challenge he had faced since his rebirth. If not handled properly, it could very well drag him down into the mire, leaving him irreparably tainted. His mind raced, various thoughts flickering through. Should he confront her directly? No, that would yield disastrous repercussions, fulfilling the desires of certain individuals. Publicly exposing her? No, that would be a case of mutually assured destruction. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. It may not be a foolproof plan, but at this moment, it seemed to be the only way to muddle through. He cleared his throat, instantly adopting an expression of shock mixed with a hint of hurt as he gazed at Xuan Yahui, his tone becoming complex, oscillating between disbelief and a tinge of unjust grievance. Chapter 66. You are nothing but a fallen woman. At this moment, Lu Xian took a deep breath, understanding that today's performance needed to be flawless. Otherwise, he would find himself entangled in the same disgraceful quagmire as Shen Yahui, nailed to the pillar of shame at Yin University. His peripheral vision caught the growing crowd of onlookers, and while he smirked inwardly, his face morphed into a mask of profound sorrow and despondency. Shen Yahui, Lu Xian's voice was tinged with a perfectly calibrated rasp, as if something had lodged in his throat, struggling to suppress immense grief. Are we truly destined to reach this point? He tilted his head slightly, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, embodying the image of a heartbroken soul, cruelly wounded by a beloved one. Shen Yahui was momentarily taken aback by his sudden transformation, momentarily forgetting her intention to create a scene, staring at him in bewilderment. Lu Xian, what trickery are you attempting now? Lu Xian offered a sorrowful smile, shaking his head, his voice laden with exhaustion and disappointment. Trickery? In your eyes, is all my kindness, all my forbearance merely a ruse? I reflect on our time together. You are well aware of how I treated you. After our breakup, I wished for your well-being. Yet why must you pursue me to school and destroy me in this manner? What have I done to incite such hatred from you, compelling you to drive me to the brink? This barrage of heartfelt and aggrieved inquiries detonated like powerful bombs among the onlookers. What's happening here? From the sound of it, this man was dumped, and the woman has come to cause a scene at school? No way. I just heard her accusing him of cheating. Interesting, there's a story here. Quick, bring out the snacks and drinks. Lu Ming stood beside them, utterly dumbfounded. He glanced at Lu Xian's heartbroken visage, and then at Shen Yahui's astonished expression, his mind completely unable to comprehend the situation. Xian, have you been betrayed by this woman, only to be accused in return? Shen Yahui finally realized the situation, her body trembling with rage as she pointed at Lu Xian and screamed, Lu Xian, do not invert right and wrong here. It is clearly you, entangled with another woman. How dare you say that I ruined you? We have been broken up for so long. Lu Xian's voice rose sharply, infused with a hint of despair pushed to its limits. Why can't you just let me be? Do you think I am truly oblivious to everything? He took a deep breath, as if resolved to confront a truth, his gaze sorrowfully sweeping over Shen Yahui. I have long known about your infidelity. Initially, I thought, having once loved, we could part amicably, allowing you to retain some dignity. Yet here you are, coming to my school, publicly humiliating me in front of so many. You are nothing but a disgrace. What? Infidelity? Wait, it has reversed? She is the one who cheated? Gasps rippled through the crowd. I knew it. This man looks too handsome to be that kind of person. The murmurs intensified, eyes darting between Lu Xian and Shen Yahui like searchlights, filled with curiosity, gossip, and even a tinge of schadenfreude. At that moment, Shen Yahui's complexion transitioned from crimson to pallor, then to an eerie green, a performance rivaling a Sichuan opera face change. She could hardly believe that Lu Xian would retaliate so fiercely and with such heartfelt conviction. I know all about your affairs. Lu Xian's voice suddenly turned frigid, laced with suppressed fury. Your betrayal was one thing, but to juggle 3 relationships? That greasy old man must be old enough to be your father. Shen Yahui, do you truly wish to degrade yourself and our past love? Now you come here, throwing your filth upon me. Do you think I am an easy target? Or do you believe the world is full of fools? The crowd erupted, juggling 3 relationships. Good heavens! And an older man? That is quite a heavy preference. What would you possibly see in him? His age? His lack of hygiene? Laughter erupted from a boy who could no longer contain himself, igniting a chorus of chuckles around him. No wonder she is causing a scene after the breakup. It's like a master of fish pond management. And now that one fish has escaped, she is unwilling to let it go. Shen Yahui was utterly shattered by Lu Xian's revelations and the surrounding mockery. Her head buzzed, the world around her darkening. She could not fathom how Lu Xian had discovered her secrets she believed she had concealed flawlessly. Her face was as pale as parchment, her lips quivering as she struggled to explain, but found her throat constricted, unable to utter a word, only gasping for breath in a desperate attempt to regain her composure. Why you're slandering me? She finally managed to stammer, her voice dry and hoarse, filled with powerless pallor. What evidence do you have? You are defaming me. When did we break up? We never even broke up. Xian seemed to have anticipated her response. A mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the students around him, who were now entirely swayed by his words. Casting disdainful glances at Xuan Yahui. How long has it been since our separation? Surely, you must know in your heart. Xian let out a cold laugh, stating, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Xuan Yahui, do you truly believe your trivial matters can be concealed from anyone? Your so-called best friend has long grown weary of your antics and has divulged every detail to me. It was this that solidified my resolve to end our relationship. Best friend? Xuan Yahui's mind raced with names, and her eyes grew increasingly frantic. Just then, a powerful roar emerged from the crowd outside. Hui, which blind fool dares to bully you? I'm here to avenge you. Before the words had even settled, a burly young man, clad in a tight shirt with a dragon tattoo snaking across his arm and a gold chain hanging around his neck, forcefully parted the crowd and stormed in. His face was set with a menacing expression, and beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, indicating he had rushed over. The young man spotted Xuan Yahui, surrounded by onlookers, her complexion pale and trembling, and Xian, standing opposite her, filled with indignation. Hui, why didn't you wait for me? Running off so quickly. He swaggered over to Xuan Yahui, asking in a gruff voice, then turned his fierce gaze toward Xian. So you're the scoundrel named Xian, daring to bully our Hui? You must be tired of living. Today, I will teach you why the flowers bloom so vividly. As he spoke, he began cracking his knuckles, exuding an aura of imminent violence. Upon seeing her savior arrive, Xuan Yahui felt as if she had found a lifeline and was about to speak when Xian interjected. Xian regarded the tattooed young man with a knowing yet sympathetic expression, letting out a gentle sigh. Ah, here comes another one. My good sir, you too have been deceived by her, haven't you? Xian recognized this man as one of the three others, named Chun Kuei, a fitness instructor. Chun Kuei was taken aback, his bewildered face betraying his confusion as he bellowed. What are you talking about? Who has been deceived? His small eyes darted between Xian and Xuan Yahui, clearly struggling to comprehend the implications of Xian's words. Noticing his confusion, Xuan Yahui's heart sank, fearing that this naive brute might be ensnared by Xian's insinuations. She swiftly grasped Chun Kuei's robust arm, tugging him back with urgency, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Brother Kuei, aren't you supposed to be at the gym for your class? There's nothing to worry about here. You should head back and not delay your important work. As she spoke, she desperately signaled to Chun Kuei, her anxious demeanor akin to a frantic ant on a hot pan. Hey, Hui, I'm not in a rush. Let us deal with this punk first. Ten Kui, misinterpreting her anxiety as concern for his safety, thumped his chest proudly, exuding a bravado that promised protection. Watching Xuan Yahui's frantic attempts to distance herself, a deeper smirk appeared on Xian's lips as he leisurely added, My good sir, you possess a commendable sense of loyalty, yet your judgment seems lacking. Some women may appear radiant on the surface while engaging in all manner of deceit behind closed doors. You must sharpen your discernment lest you be used as a pawn and unwittingly fund their misdeeds. Who the hell are you talking about? Chun Kuei finally realized that Xian was insinuating about Xuan Yahui, and he was immediately consumed by rage, pointing a finger at Xian, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. Xuan Yahui, terrified, clung tightly to Chun Kuei's arm, her voice sharp with urgency. Kuei, don't listen to his nonsense. He is just a madman. Let us go, ignore him. She nearly dragged Chun Kuei through the crowd, her strength surprising him. Hey, why are you pulling me? He protested. Just then, someone from the onlookers could no longer remain silent. A bespectacled young man, seemingly mild-mannered, adjusted his glasses and called out, Hey, buddy, you seem like a straightforward guy. Don't be deceived by this woman. She is just a seductress, juggling multiple relationships. Exactly. Others chimed in enthusiastically, their voices brimming with excitement as they added, This girl has been unfaithful to an extraordinary degree. She was just dumped by Xian, and now she brings a new beau to stir up trouble at school. What is her game? trying to showcase her allure and that she's not lacking in men. I heard she was caught cheating by Lu Xian, and that's why they broke up. Now she's playing the victim and slandering him. The crowd's murmurs crashed over Shen Yahui like a tidal wave, each word striking her face like a slap. Ten Kui, absorbing the surrounding commentary, felt his anger morph into confusion, then shock. He gazed incredulously at the pale and trembling Shen Yahui in his embrace, then glanced at the indignant students around them, struggling to comprehend the situation. Hui, is what they're saying true? Shen Kuei's voice was parched. Shen Yahui felt the world spinning around her, gripping Shen Kuei's arm as if it were her last lifeline. With a quivering voice tinged with desperation, she stammered, Kuei Ge, don't believe them. They're all spouting lies. They're all hired by Lu Xian. They're jealous of me, jealous of our relationship. So they're deliberately framing me. We must go quickly. Oh, trying to turn the tables, are we? Sneered a tall boy in basketball attire. With so many of us here, we're all actors? Do you think this is a movie? And what exactly do you think we're jealous of? Your thick skin or your extensive dating pool? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Shen Yahui, stung by their merciless derision, felt as if she might go mad. She abruptly released Shen Kuei's arm, pointing at the surrounding people and shrieking, Shut up. What evidence do you have to accuse me of infidelity? Huh? If you can't produce evidence, stop slandering me. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to find a point of counterattack, turning her venomous gaze toward Lu Xian. Lu Xian, you yourself admitted that we've broken up. Since we're no longer together, who I associate with is none of your business. What right do you have to dictate my actions? Her agitation grew, her voice escalating in pitch. I came to confront you today because you deceived my good friend. You're a scoundrel, toying with emotions, and I'm here to seek justice. Stop twisting the truth and playing the victim. We have all parted ways. And I am openly dating Brother Kuei. What business is it of yours? Shen Yahui turned to Chen Kuei, attempting to win him over. Brother Kuei, don't let them deceive you. They're merely a bunch of envious fools, bitter because they cannot have what they desire. What on earth? Is this woman out of her mind? Insulting others? One voice chimed in. Fools? She should take a good look in the mirror at her own shortcomings. If it weren't for Lu Xian's blind eye, would he even have noticed her? Exactly. I mean, look at Lu Xian, handsome and charming. She must have been the one relentlessly pursuing him. Now that she has been dumped, she's throwing a tantrum. The crowd's fury was ignited, and a barrage of unkind words rained down on Shen Yahui like daggers. She was drenched in insults, trembling with rage, and pointed at Lu Xian, yelling hysterically, Lu Xian, you say something. Present your evidence. You claim I cheated. Where's the proof? Now that we've broken up, whom I choose to date is my own affair. It's none of your concern. She believed she had cornered Lu Xian, thinking that as long as he could not produce substantial evidence, the day's drama would conclude with a typical breakup narrative, the woman moving on, while the man irrationally protested. Lu Xian regarded her with a cold, mocking smile, fully aware that he had been waiting for this moment. His expression shifted from feigned sorrow to resolute determination, as if he had been driven to a precipice. In a pained voice, he declared, Shen Yahui, you are the one forcing my hand. I had intended to leave you with a shred of dignity. But since you insist on tearing the facade down, do not blame me for being unkind. He slowly raised his phone, addressing the crowd. I possess ample evidence on my device. Shalog, photo, video. Today, I shall reveal to everyone the true nature of Shen Yahui. As soon as he finished speaking, a boy clad in a checkered shirt and glasses, a quintessential tech enthusiast, excitedly stepped forward, exclaiming, Bro, don't bother passing it around. I can help you project your phone onto that big screen at the entrance of the teaching building. Let the whole school witness the true colors of this woman. He eagerly pointed to the enormous display screen situated above the entrance of the teaching building. Chapter 68, The Confrontation. A faint smile played on Lu Xian's lips as he calmly retrieved the carefully prepared material regarding Shen Yahui. He handed his phone to the eager boy in the checkered shirt, who accepted it with trembling fingers as if he had received a sacred artifact. His face flushed with excitement, feeling honored to partake in this monumental revelation. Stay steady, don't fumble. "This is high definition," Xian said, patting the boy's shoulder with a casual tone, as though sharing an amusing anecdote. The boy nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking a grain. "Rest assured, boss. I will ensure every pixel vividly showcases her true self." With swift precision, he connected the phone to the enormous screen at the entrance of the teaching building. As a faint crackle of electricity permeated the air, the screen that had been showcasing the school promotional video suddenly dimmed, only to illuminate once more, revealing the very cover of Xian's phone. Success! The boy in the checkered shirt gestured triumphantly, returning the phone to Xian with utmost reverence, his gaze akin to that of a soldier venerating a triumphant general. Xian received the phone and leisurely raised it, addressing the now fervently buzzing crowd. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every corner. "Dear classmates and onlookers, I understand your impatience. As the saying goes, words alone are insufficient. Seeing is believing. Here lies undeniable evidence of Shun Yahuwah's duplicity. Open it! Open it! Open it!" A voice from the throng ignited a chorus of clamorous shouts, echoing powerfully, as if they were not merely spectators of gossip, but witnesses awaiting a grand judgment. At that moment, Shun Yahuwah's face drained of color. She trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering, her eyes brimming with terror and despair. Yet, she clung to the last vestiges of her sanity, or perhaps her final flicker of hope. "Xian, cease your bluster. You are fabricating this. This is slander." Her voice was hoarse and shrill, yet underlined with a palpable fragility. She refused to believe that Xian possessed any substantial evidence. Those chat records, those transactions, she prided herself on being a master of time management, meticulously erasing all traces. The men, including Xuan Kuei, had been mere pawns in her game, never suspecting a thing. How could Xian, who had nearly severed ties with her after high school, possibly know of these matters? He must be deceiving her. Yes, that must be it. Xian regarded her defiance, even in the face of impending doom, with a flicker of cold mockery in his eyes. He wasted no words. With a slender finger, he gently tapped the screen of his phone. Swish! The display transitioned to the next page. What appeared before them were chat screenshots featuring Shun Yahuwah, Chun Kuei, and two other men, whimsically named Gentle Uncle Who Loves Sports and Little Milk Dog Jr., their conversations seamlessly intertwined within the same time frame. The multitude of dialogue boxes dazzled the onlookers. "Baby, what are you up to? I miss you, kisses," a message sent to Chun Kuei. In the next instant, the same sentiment was expressed under a different guise. "Darling, I really miss you, moi," sent to Little Milk Dog Jr., followed by yet another. "Dearest, are you feeling tired from work? Take care of yourself. I've prepared soup for your return." Directed at Gentle Uncle Who Loves Sports. The timestamps of these three messages differed by mere seconds. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, mingled with hushed exclamations and stifled laughter. Goodness, this must be a copy-paste mass send. A true master of deception. Managing her time to the second. What fortitude must one possess to maintain such composure and heart rate? Xian, unfazed, continued to swipe the screen, unveiling page after page of incriminating chat records. Shun Yahuwah's repeated sweet nothings to three men, those nauseating love declarations, left one feeling a shiver down the spine. Even more shocking were the numerous transaction records. Today, she sought out Chun Kuei for the latest designer handbag. Tomorrow, she hinted to her younger admirer that her cosmetics were depleted, and the day after, she sweetly informed the Gentle Uncle Who Loves Sports that she had her eye on a necklace. The sums ranged from hundreds to thousands. Among them, that gentle uncle, who had a penchant for fitness, clearly indicated through the chat logs and the frequency and amounts of the transfers that he was involved in an unabashed arrangement of financial support. Good heavens! This gentle uncle, noted as Mr. Lee, could he possibly be a company executive? How delightful! A connoisseur of both the young and the old. The climax was yet to come. Xian gently tapped the screen, revealing several blurred yet unmistakably intimate photos of Shun Yahuwah. The backdrop appeared to be a hotel room, where Shun Yahuwah, clad in revealing attire, posed provocatively, evidently for the enjoyment of a select audience. Shortly thereafter, a series of short videos began to play. Boom! The crowd erupted into chaos. My goodness, this is utterly explosive. This woman knows how to have fun, a pure embodiment of scandal. It was simply the grand drama of the year, more riveting than any film. Countless phones were held aloft, flashes illuminating the scene. The sound of cameras clicking incessantly filled the air. This was the headline news of the year at Yen University, nay, a sensational scoop not seen in a decade. In that moment, Xuan Yahui was utterly shattered. Her eyes widened, her pupils dilated, as she stared vacantly at the screen displaying those unsightly images, as if her very soul had been drained. She opened her mouth, wanting to scream, yet no sound emerged. Her throat felt as if it were filled with concrete. How could this be? How on earth did Lu Xian acquire these materials? Those chat records, those photos, those videos, she had definitively deleted them all. Thud! Xuan Yahui's legs buckled, her body collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Meanwhile, Chun Ke, standing beside her, wore a face darker than the bottom of a pot. His visage, marred by excess flesh, contorted in fury, his chest heaving violently, veins protruding on his forehead like coiled worms. He gazed intently at the screen, then at the crumpled Xuan Yahui on the floor, his eyes brimming with disbelief, humiliation, rage, and a profound sense of betrayal. He had genuinely cared for Xuan Yahui, treating her as the future partner he cherished, even beginning to plan their life after graduation. He believed he had found true love, a woman to cherish for a lifetime. Yet, he never anticipated that the pure angel he held in his hands was, in reality, a shameless harlot, available to anyone. Harlot. Chan Kue forced the words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping against wood. He abruptly raised his large hand, summoning every ounce of strength, and delivered a resounding slap across Xuan Yahui's face. Snap! A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the cacophony of the crowd, striking an especially discordant note. Xuan Yahui let out a piercing scream as the force of the blow sent her sprawling, rolling twice upon the ground. Blood immediately trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her cheeks swelled visibly. Xuan Yahui, mine. Chun Kue, resembling a frenzied tiger with bloodshot eyes, pointed at the crumpled Xuan Yahui, unleashing a torrent of curses. I treated you sincerely. I revered you like a deity. How dare you toy with me? You wretched woman. Worthless scum. Today I will end you. Chun Kue roared, advancing on Xuan Yahui, who lay curled on the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Though consumed by rage, he exhibited a modicum of restraint, avoiding critical areas and targeting the softer parts of her body. Stop. Kuike. I was wrong. Truly, I was wrong. Xuan Yahui cried, clutching her head and rolling on the ground, her voice a haunting wail of desperation. Please spare me. I've severed ties with them. From now on, I will be with you alone. I will follow you for a lifetime. We shall marry. We will wed at once. Bah! Chun Kue spat a thick glob of phlegm onto Xuan Yahui's tear-streaked face, his eyes brimming with disdain and disgust. You filthy whore. You think I would marry you? How deluded. I find you repugnant. Return every penny I sent you, every item I bought, and don't forget the emotional damages. I will consult a lawyer. Just you wait. With that, he delivered several more forceful kicks to Xuan Yahui before finally pausing to catch his breath. The surrounding students, far from intervening, erupted in cheers. Well done. Such women deserve punishment. They brought this upon themselves. What a delightful spectacle. This drama is utterly satisfying. After catching his breath and somewhat calming his emotions, Chun Kue turned his gaze toward Lu Xian. He approached Lu Xian. The earlier fierce demeanor softened into a blend of awkwardness and genuine gratitude. He extended his hand, grasping Lu Xian's firmly and shaking it vigorously. Brother, thank you. Truly, I am immensely grateful. If it weren't for you, I would still be deceived by this vile woman, perhaps even foolishly bringing her home. The mere thought of such a possibility sent a shiver down Chun Kue's spine. Lu Xian reciprocated the handshake, maintaining an expression of serene indifference, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. No need for thanks. It was a trivial effort. I, too, cannot abide such a corrupting influence. He cast a glance at the disheveled Xuan Yahui, still groaning on the ground, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. This theatrical performance had reached a perfect conclusion. Chapter 69. Shen Yahui's public humiliation. Lu Xian surveyed the chaotic scene. The crumpled Shen Yahue and the still breathless Chun Kuei, whose expressions still bore traces of fury, but also a hint of relief. He spoke softly. All right, the commotion has subsided. Everyone can disperse now. After a brief pause, his clear voice resonated once more, imbued with earnest intent. Class is about to commence, and it would be unwise to waste time on such trivial matters at the expense of our studies. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something important, intentionally raising his voice and adopting a more serious expression. As for today's matter, everyone should simply observe, but please refrain from posting any videos or photos online, especially on platforms like Douyin, Weibo, or any of those sites. It could adversely affect the school's reputation. Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt in a chorus of ambiguous chuckles and whispered conversations. Classmate Lu Xian is truly kind-hearted. Indeed, even at this juncture, he still considers the school and, her well-being. I see now. Classmate Lu Xian is being sarcastic. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Some students, who had been hesitant or had only taken a few pictures, suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment at Lu Xian's reminder. They promptly retrieved their phones, adjusting their angles to capture the visage of Shen Yahue and the surrounding spectacle, snapping photos with fervor. Some even switched to video mode, eager not to miss a single captivating moment. The tech-savvy boy in a plaid shirt, who had assisted with the screen sharing, gazed at Lu Xian with admiration, his eyes sparkling behind his lenses. Don't worry, I've recorded the entire thing in high definition, ensuring a complete 360-degree view. As for whether to share or not, we understand each other. He winked at Lu Xian, his expression conveying, brother, you could trust me to handle this. Lu Xian smirked inwardly. These individuals thrived on chaos. But this was precisely the outcome he desired. Shen Yahue's social demise today was planned with clarity. Indeed, voices in the crowd soon began to rise in righteous indignation. Classmate Lu Xian, you are too soft-hearted. Such a woman deserves to be utterly disgraced. Exactly. If it weren't for her excessive actions that forced you to reveal this evidence, you would never have done so. We can all see that you were left with no choice. Lu Xian, you are a man of deep emotion and loyalty. We support you. In no time, praises echoed throughout the crowd, and many gazes directed at Lu Xian brimmed with sympathy and admiration, especially among the girls. Maternal instincts surged forth, each filled with righteous anger, wishing they could personally confront Shen Yahue, the infamous seductress. Senior Lu Xian is so handsome. How could someone so dashing possibly deceive? Exactly. It must be that Shen Yahue, with her shamelessness, playing multiple sides and then biting back. I feel for our senior for 3 seconds. Thankfully, he realized in time. Otherwise, he could have been deceived by such a woman for a lifetime. At this moment, Lu Ming finally regained his composure from the shock, hastily approaching Lu Xian with exaggerated flattery plastered across his face. Xiange, you are truly remarkable, masterfully orchestrating events from afar. I was blind just now, nearly falling for that wretched woman's trickery. It is you, Xiange, with your keen insight. He thumbed up at Lu Xian, his demeanor almost proclaiming, I am your most loyal admirer. Lu Xian shot him a glance, choosing to ignore him. He had yet to find the time to deal with him. Let him enjoy a few more days of freedom. He offered a faint smile to his classmates, who were still seething with indignation, revealing a delicate balance of resignation and relief. Thank you all for your understanding and support. In truth, had she not been so relentlessly aggressive, bringing this matter to the school and escalating it to such extremes, I would have preferred to keep these personal affairs private. After all, we once shared an acquaintance. His gracious remarks garnered widespread admiration. Listen, this is the demeanor a true man should possess. Lu Xian, you need not say such things. Your actions are justified. One cannot show mercy to such a person. Indeed, we stand by you. If that woman dares to harass you again, we shall handle her. As the class time approached, Lu Xian gestured for them to disperse. All right, everyone. It's time for class. Please don't linger here. it could create a negative impression. Gradually, the crowd reluctantly began to disperse, casting lingering glances back at Shen Yahweh, who lay sprawled on the ground. Lucian paid her no further attention and walked directly toward the academic building. Dealing with Shen Yahweh was merely a minor episode in his revenge scheme, an effortless task, really. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. As he walked, he retrieved his phone and opened the social media apps. Sure enough, within mere minutes, entries regarding Shen Yahweh began to proliferate like mushrooms after rain, soaring in popularity at an astonishing rate. The current queen of heartbreak at Yanjing Vocational and Technical College, juggling 3 boats? No, just one. Shen Yahweh from Yanjing Academy shatters perceptions. The cheating Shen Yahweh publicly exposed by her ex-boyfriend. Evidence irrefutable. Pity the young man, surnamed Liu, who fell victim to this grand seductress. Each headline was crafted to captivate, and upon delving deeper, one encountered a plethora of videos, photographs, and screenshots of chat logs, accompanied by sensationalized descriptions. Truly a digital revelry. The comments section erupted with profanities and ridicule, mercilessly crucifying Shen Yahweh. Wow, this woman is astonishingly audacious. A master of time management. Disgusting. She looks decent, but her character is appalling. A thorough investigation is warranted. How did such a person gain admission to university? We must prevent her from harming other innocent individuals. Yanjing Vocational and Technical College. Your institution has produced such a talent. Will she not make a public appearance? A cold smile curled at the corners of Lu Xian's mouth. He could easily foresee that it would not be long before Shen Yahweh's college, eager to dissociate itself from the scandal and safeguard its reputation, would swiftly expel her. The death of her social standing was merely the first step. She was about to confront a comprehensive reckoning from her family, society, and the several boyfriends she had manipulated. All of this was meticulously orchestrated within his plan, even exceeding his initial expectations. He put away his phone, took a deep breath, and prepared for the upcoming lecture in classical Chinese literature. He intended to have a serious discussion with Professor Jiang Shui. Chapter 70. The terrifying nature of jealousy. As Lu Xian entered the classroom, he found several students huddled together, whispering in hushed tones about the recent dramatic confrontation they had witnessed. At the heart of the narrative lies the beleaguered Shen Yahweh and the resolute Lu Xian. One cannot help but ponder how Shen Yahweh will continue her existence at school after such upheaval. Remaining there seems an unlikely prospect. Surely the institution must intervene to preserve its reputation. It served her right. Who could blame her for her indiscretions, only to attempt a counterattack? Truly, she has brought this upon herself. Yet, Lu Xian demonstrates remarkable prowess. His evidence was nothing short of a masterstroke. The clarity of his logic and the irrefutability of his proof left Shen Yahweh with no opportunity for rebuttal. Indeed, it struck me then that this gentleman possesses an extraordinary patience to endure such humiliation and bide his time, only to deliver a decisive blow. As Lu Xian appeared at the classroom door, the murmurs ceased abruptly, and a collective gaze of awe and admiration fell upon him. After all, to vanquish an ex-lover so thoroughly, while maintaining composure, speaks volumes of one's character and cunning, qualities not possessed by many. "Luga, you have arrived," called out a boy from the front row, wearing a smile that hinted at flattery. "Lu Xian, you are truly a scourge of evil," another girl chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Xian offered a faint smile in acknowledgement of these compliments, whether genuine or feigned. He was disinterested in basking in the fleeting glow of heroism. Shen Yahweh was merely a small stone in his path of vengeance, easily cast aside. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through, and Zhang Yining, swaying her alluring figure, approached Lu Xian with a voice sweet enough to draw attention. "Lu Xiange, you finally come. We were all so worried about you," she cooed, feigning concern as she scrutinized him, as though fearing Shen Yahweh's wrath might have touched him. Lu Xian barely lifted his eyelids, letting out a dismissive grunt. "Get away." He paused, seemingly recalling something, and added, "During class, please do not sit near me. It distracts my focus." Zhang Yining's smile froze instantly, as if doused with icy water, leaving her chilled to the bone. She had hoped that with Lu Xian having severed ties with Shen Yahui, she could seize the moment to comfort him and perhaps draw closer. Yet, Lu Xian offered her not even a semblance of warmth, his tone colder than when addressing Shen Yahui. Lu Xiange, how could you say that to me? Zhang Yining implored, her lips quivering and her eyes brimming with tears, creating a visage that would evoke sympathy in any other man. Alas, she stood before Lu Xian. He had no interest in casting even a glance her way, making his way to a seat at the back by the window. This spot was serene, with a clear view that allowed him to observe while also providing the opportunity for a little leisure. As for Zhang Yining, Lu Xian harbored a quiet scorn. The only reason he had tolerated her presence before was due to her potential connections. However, with the emergence of more promising avenues with Bai Yinxi, Chen Yubing, and even Luo Xiaoran, Zhang Yining's value had diminished significantly. A woman who is merely a shell, with shallow cunning, is nothing but a nuisance. When the right opportunity presents itself, he wouldn't mind preparing a delightful surprise for Zhang Yining. Not long after Lu Xian settled into his seat, an unexpected silence enveloped the classroom. A striking figure ascended to the podium. It was none other than Jiang Shui, the instructor of this course on classical Chinese literature. Today, she donned a pair of yoga pants that accentuated her figure exquisitely, showcasing the elegant lines of her long legs, while the fitted sports tank top above revealed a flat, toned abdomen and a glimpse of her alabaster waist. Her long hair was casually tied up in a high ponytail, and her face bore a delicate touch of makeup, rendering her youthful and vibrant. Such attire would be unremarkable in a gym or yoga studio. However, its presence in a classroom dedicated to the seemingly austere study of classical Chinese literature was nothing short of audacious. Many male students found themselves captivated, their gazes fixated, as they discreetly swallowed hard. Even some female classmates couldn't help but steal glances, their eyes betraying a mix of admiration and subtle envy. "Classmates, please settle down. We are about to begin." Jiang Shui's voice rang out, melodious and bright, infused with a hint of the soft, endearing quality characteristic of women from Jiangnan, creating a striking contrast with her fiery ensemble. Lu Xian observed Jiang Shui on the podium with keen interest, a playful smile gracing his lips. The classical literature instructor appearing in such attire was certainly intriguing. Jiang Shui adeptly initiated the multimedia presentation, and a green QR code swiftly projected onto the screen. "Classmates, this is my green bubble," she said, shaking her phone with a smile. "Please scan it. I will add all of you who are taking this course into a group chat. It will be more convenient for me to share any announcements or course materials there." "Sure thing, Teacher Jiang. This is a great idea," the students exclaimed, eagerly retrieving their phones to scan the QR code on the screen. Lu Xian also leisurely took out his phone, scanning the code. As he reached the friend request interface, his finger moved subtly, seemingly at random, directing the camera towards Jiang Shui on the podium, and he gently pressed the shutter button. Ding! New analyzable target detected. Scanning photo information. Target, Jiang Shui. A notification echoed in his mind, as anticipated. Moments later, Jiang Shui's detailed information appeared on Lu Xian's virtual screen. Name, Jiang Shui. Attractiveness, 93. Control value, 0. Measurements, 88-61-79. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Target evaluation, extremely envious. Willing to go to any lengths to achieve her goals. Highly concerned with reputation, with status as her utmost priority. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. A score of 93 in attractiveness indeed classified her as a stunning beauty, and her figure was quite remarkable. However, the evaluation indicating an extreme jealousy and a willingness to do anything for her objectives was particularly intriguing. Jealousy is an inherent aspect of human nature. Yet when it is conspicuously marked as exceptionally intense, even to the point of resorting to any means necessary, the seemingly harmless and somewhat unconventional beauty of a teacher may not be as simple as it appears. What did she be envious of? Her colleagues' academic achievements? The youthful beauty and privileged backgrounds of certain students? Or perhaps her ambition to ascend the ranks within the school, regardless of the methods employed? Lu Xian's gaze shifted back to Jiang Shui at the lectern, his eyes deepening with intrigue. Chapter 71. Abandoning Siblings at the Age of 9. Lu Xian maintained a facade of calm, his fingertips delicately tapping the screen. The notification sound of generating black material, "Please wait," resonated like a heavenly melody within his consciousness. He slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze seemingly casual as it swept over Jiang Shui, who was cheerfully explaining the course outline. Yet his heart was filled with a chilling anticipation. What secrets lay within this teacher? The label of being intensely jealous and willing to go to any lengths to achieve her goals was certainly no benign mark. As time ticked away, Jiang Shui had commenced her explanation of the course syllabus, her voice crisp and pleasant, her logic relatively clear. However, Lu Xian's thoughts were evidently not focused on the weathered ancient texts. Finally, generation of black material complete jolted him to attention. Immediately, a new prompt appeared. Exclusive option. 3 copies of black material can be exchanged for a complete black material package. Oh, Lu Xian's brow lifted imperceptibly. It seemed the exchange was no longer monetary. Instead, it involved using backup black material. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Nevertheless, for him, it was no obstacle. The black material he had previously generated was securely backed up, just in case. Exchange, Lu Xian silently commanded. Exchange complete. Almost instantaneously, a torrent of explosive information surged into the depths of his consciousness, swiftly materializing on his phone's interface as a specially encrypted document. When the title of the core black material flashed in his mind, even Lu Xian, who prided himself on being accustomed to the sordid, couldn't help but feel his pupils constrict in shock. Core details of black material. Jiang Shui, a teacher of classical literature at Yenjing University, deliberately abandoned her fraternal twins during her youth. Lu Xian's grip on his phone tightened instinctively, a chill creeping from his feet to the crown of his head. Abandoning her own siblings? And fraternal twins, no less? He took a deep breath, suppressing the tempest of emotions within. Truly, one cannot judge by appearances. The ocean cannot be measured by a mere dipper. Who would have imagined that the radiant, fashionably attired teacher, appearing merely eccentric, had committed such a heartless act? What deep-seated animosity or twisted psychology could drive a young girl to inflict such harm upon her own blood? Lu Xian could hardly contain his eagerness to delve deeper into the specifics of this revelation. Jiang Shui, the subject of this narrative, hails from a prominent business family in Ice City. Her father, Jiang Tianzhong, is the illustrious tycoon of Ice City and the chairman of the Tianzhong Group, while her mother, Li Ranbing, was once a well-known television host in the region. Notably, Jiang Shui is not Jiang Tianzhong's biological daughter, but rather his adopted child. In his earlier years, Jiang Tianzhong was diagnosed with infertility due to health issues. After achieving considerable success, yet failing to find a remedy despite consulting numerous specialists, he and his wife, feeling despondent, decided to adopt 3-year-old Jiang Shui, whom they cherished as their own. However, fate took a surprising turn when, at the age of 6, just 3 years after her adoption, Jiang Tianzhong miraculously regained his fertility. Shortly thereafter, his wife Li Ranbing gave birth to a pair of fraternal twins. The arrival of these siblings cast a profound shadow over young Jiang Shui's heart. As the twins grew, she acutely sensed that the affection of her adoptive parents was no longer solely directed towards her, but rather divided among their biological children, who required more care and attention. This disparity instilled within her a deep sense of imbalance and intense jealousy, which gradually morphed into a pathological paranoia, leading her to believe that the twins would usurp all that she felt was rightfully hers: love, inheritance, and even her place within the family. Thus, at the tender age of 9, a nefarious thought took root in her mind. Seizing upon the negligence of her busy adoptive parents, she meticulously orchestrated a plan to abandon her innocent 3-year-old siblings. Under the guise of affection, she lured the unsuspecting twins away from home on 2 separate occasions, ultimately abandoning them in the bustling streets of unfamiliar neighborhoods. The aftermath left Jiang Tianzhong and his wife devastated, as they exhaustively utilized their resources and connections to search for their lost children. Yet their efforts yielded no results, leaving the case unresolved and becoming an enduring source of anguish for the Jiang family. Xian gasped in horror. 9 years old, at such a tender age, she was capable of devising and executing such a calculated plan of abandonment, not once but twice, targeting 2 innocent 3-year-olds. The malevolence and cunning displayed are truly appalling. All this, driven by a ludicrous jealousy, fearing that her siblings would take away the love she perceived to be in jeopardy. She seemed to have entirely forgotten that all she possessed was a gift from her adoptive parents. Suppressing his discomfort, Xian accessed the encrypted document. To his surprise, the contents were not extensive, merely 2 thin pages accompanied by 2 lengthy video segments. The written portion meticulously detailed the times and locations of Jiang Shui's 2 offenses, as well as how she artfully coaxed the naive twins out of their home, ultimately abandoning them at specific street corners and market alleys. Each detail was vividly clear, as if reliving a haunting memory. The videos were even more chilling, showcasing the powerful nature of the evidence, transcending the limitations of time to capture Jiang Shui's crimes from an observer's perspective in an era before ubiquitous surveillance. In the first video, a small Jiang Shui held the hand of an exquisitely innocent little boy, who clearly trusted her, joyfully skipping along. As she approached a bustling intersection of the market, Jiang Shui cunningly deceived a little boy into standing still, waiting for her to purchase some candy, before swiftly blending into the crowd and disappearing without a backward glance. The boy, initially obediently waiting, soon became bewildered and ultimately burst into helpless tears, his frail sobs seemingly capable of piercing through the screen and striking at the heart. The scene shifted in the second video to a relatively secluded park. This time, it was the same adorable little girl. Jiang Shui employed a similar tactic, leaving the girl alone on a park bench before quietly departing. At the video's conclusion, the girl sat despondently on the bench, gazing blankly at the strangers passing by, her small face etched with fear and helplessness. These 2 videos, devoid of bloodshed, evoked a chill far more profound than any scene of violence. Xian's expression was as inscrutable as still water, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on a phone screen. This Jiang Shui concealed her true self remarkably well, were it not for the scandal. Who could connect this charming and beautiful lecturer with a 9-year-old girl who had once callously pushed her siblings into the abyss? One must not judge by appearances, Xian thought with a cold smirk, raising his gaze once more to the lectern where Jiang Shui spoke with fervor, her eyes deep and unfathomable, harboring a vortex potent enough to consume one whole. This teacher, Jiang, not only delivered her lessons with vividness, but her life story was equally extraordinary. Thus, how might one best exploit this captivating narrative? A chilling and ruthless smile slowly curled at the corners of Xian's lips. Chapter 72, a photograph from 20 years ago midway through the lesson. Jiang Shui was discussing a particular passage from the Book of Documents, her tone steady and soft, attempting to enliven the otherwise dull ancient text. Dressed in yoga pants and a sports tank top, her attire was incongruous with the classroom atmosphere, yet drew considerable attention, particularly from the boys. Seated in the back row, Xian idly twirled a pen, his fingers gently tapping on the interface that displayed Jiang Shui's green bubble. He quietly sent a photograph retrieved from a scandal, rendered somewhat blurry by the system's special processing, yet still recognizable as a childhood image of Jiang Shui's younger sister. While Jiang Shui was engrossed in her lecture, the phone on the lectern suddenly lit up, accompanied by a faint vibration. Ordinarily, she would have ignored it. However, for reasons unknown, she glanced at her phone. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if struck by lightning, freezing in place. The screen displayed a photograph of a little girl, the very face she had spent 20 years trying to erase from her memory, by any means possible. A bone-chilling cold surged through her, as if emerging from the depths of hell, racing up from her soles to her very crown. In an instant, she felt as though she had been cast into a freezing abyss, her blood nearly congealing. A sudden buzz resonated, leaving her mind in a void, as all surrounding sounds faded into oblivion, leaving only that photograph, akin to a venomous dagger, brutally piercing through her gaze and burrowing into the darkest recesses of her soul. Her right hand, clutching the phone, trembled uncontrollably, icy fingertips causing the device to quiver as well. The image of the little girl on the screen, with her innocent and guileless eyes, seemed to fixate upon her, silently interrogating her. 20 years had passed. She believed she had long forgotten, obliterated those memories entirely. She thought that the sins of her past had been thoroughly buried by time, never to resurface. Yet this photograph. She was 9 years old then, while her fraternal twins were merely 3. She vividly recalled how she had lured her brother to the market with a smile, and how she had abandoned her sister alone on a park bench. She remembered the final glances they cast upon her, transitioning from dependence to bewilderment, then to fear and despair. Over the years, she had often awakened from nightmares, haunted by fragmented images, but she had always managed to suppress them, reassuring herself that they were merely illusions of the night. But now, this photograph acted as a key, instantly unlocking Pandora's box. All the memories she had deliberately chosen to forget surged back into her consciousness like a deluge. The tender cries of her siblings, their helpless little hands, and the heart-wrenching sorrow of her adoptive parents. Each scene was as vivid as if it had transpired yesterday. She glanced at the contact, named Xuan, a recently added friend, presumably a student from his classroom. How did he possess this photograph? What were his intentions? Jiang Shui's complexion drained to a ghostly pallor, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her breath quickening. She compelled herself to divert her gaze, her fingers trembling as they danced across the screen in a frantic attempt to delete the photograph. But the tremors caused her to misclick several times. At last, the photograph was obliterated. She fixated on the contact named Xuan, her eyes filled with terror and resentment. No, she must not panic. She absolutely could not lose composure in front of her students. Drawing a deep breath, the frigid air filled her lungs, lending her a modicum of calm. She strained to lift the corners of her mouth, attempting to conjure a semblance of her usual smile, yet appeared more grotesque than sorrow, rigid as a poorly crafted mask. Cough. She cleared her throat, her voice slightly hoarse, laced with an imperceptible tremor. Students, I have an urgent matter to attend to. We shall conclude today's lesson here. Please engage in self-study for the remainder of the class. You may leave once the bell rings. As her words fell, a wave of hushed murmurs rippled through the classroom. What was happening? What was wrong with teacher Jiang today? Yes, she was speaking so well, and then abruptly dismissed the class? Her complexion looks dreadful. Could she be unwell? Jiang Shui had no inclination to heed the students' whispers. She strained to maintain her posture, her gaze swiftly scanning the room, finally settling on the figure at the back, who had remained unervingly calm throughout. Xuan, are you present? She endeavored to keep her voice steady, but a subtle tension was discernible upon closer inspection. Xuan set down his pen, leisurely rising to his feet, his expression tranquil, as if the individual who had just detonated a bombshell was not him at all. Teacher, I am Xuan. Is there something you require? His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the lecture hall. Jiang Shui gazed at Xuan's handsome yet slightly aloof visage, a tempest of emotions surging within her. Who exactly is this student? Where did he acquire those photographs? How much does he truly know? She endeavored to glean some insight from Xuan's demeanor, yet he remained so composed that it unsettled her. Is there something you need, teacher? Xuan inquired again, perceiving her prolonged silence, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Only then did Jiang Shui snap back to reality, hastily steadying herself and forcing a strained smile. It's just a minor matter. I have some important study materials here, supplementary resources regarding our course. I was wondering if you could assist me by taking them to the office, and I'll explain further. The excuse felt so contrived that she felt a flush of embarrassment, but at that moment, she could not conjure a better rationale. Her sole desire was to swiftly extricate Xuan from this setting and ascertain his true intentions. With that, she disregarded the students' reactions, seized her bag from the podium, and stepped out of the lecture hall, her steps somewhat unsteady. Xuan allowed a faint, elusive smile to grace his lips as he followed at a leisurely pace. The two exited in succession, causing an immediate uproar within the classroom. Wow, what is happening? Teacher Jiang is calling Lu Xian to her office alone? One boy whispered, his voice rife with surprise and gossip. You see, Lu Xian's looks are impressive. A beauty like Teacher Jiang remembers him from the very first class and is personally inviting him to the office for, no, not warmth, but to deliver materials. Another boy chimed in, winking suggestively. Come on, I doubt it's just for warmth, a girl scoffed. Did you forget what happened this morning? Lu Xian just exposed his ex-girlfriend, and now he's being summoned by a beautiful teacher? This plot is quite intriguing. Could it be that Teacher Jiang has taken a liking to him? That's a possibility. It's a classic case of a handsome hero revealing a deceitful woman. After all, teachers are women too. I believe that Lu Xian's aura and methods, as evidenced this morning, were quite remarkable. Clear reasoning and irrefutable evidence. It's apparent he is not an ordinary individual. Perhaps Teacher Jiang genuinely needs his assistance with something significant? A bespectacled academic offered, attempting a rational analysis. Spare me. What serious matter necessitates a private discussion in the office, especially right after class? I reckon Lu Xian's luck with romance is unstoppable. Just resolved one issue with Xuan Yahuwei in the morning, and now it's Teacher Jiang in the afternoon. What a spectacle awaits. Isn't it obvious why he is so appealing? Otherwise, how could someone like Xuan Yahuwei be so shameless as to seek him out at school for reconciliation? Although she was ultimately rejected, it only underscores Lu Xian's allure. The chatter in the classroom grew increasingly fervent, overflowing with conjectures, while Lu Xian and Jiang Shui remained blissfully unaware of the ruckus behind them. Chapter 73. Still contemplating rooting out the problem, Jiang Shui almost fled into the so-called teacher's office, which resembled more of a temporary lounge, allowing educators a brief respite between classes or to address unforeseen circumstances. After all, in universities, instructors often vanish after their lectures, seldom adhering to a fixed schedule. At this moment, the lounge was devoid of any presence, so quiet that she could hear the thunderous beating of her own heart. Hud, hud, hud. Leaning against the cold wall, her legs felt weak beneath her. The composure she had managed to muster in the classroom had completely evaporated. Her mind buzzed incessantly, filled with the image of that little girl and the name Lu Xian. How had he come to possess that? Who on earth was he? Jiang Shui rushed to the water dispenser, trembling as she filled a cup with cold water. Heedless of everything, tilting her head back to gulp it down. The icy liquid slid down her throat. Yet it did nothing to extinguish the raging panic that consumed her heart. One cup was insufficient, so she filled another, continuing until the chill slightly subdued the tumult of fear within her chest. Only then did she lean against the table, gasping for breath. 20 years had passed, and she had believed that those memories had long been buried by the sands of time, festering in the deepest recesses of her mind, never to be spoken of again. Yet today, just moments ago, that student named Lu Xian had casually unveiled a corner of her most shameful secret. No, she must not panic. Drawing in deep breaths, she endeavored to steady her breathing. In times such as these, calmness was paramount. Jiang Shui had not ascended from being a foster daughter to her current position solely by fortune. At that moment, footsteps approached at a leisurely pace. Jiang Shui abruptly lifted her gaze, a glimmer of caution flashing in her eyes, but she swiftly molded her features into a gentle, serene smile, as if the distraught person from moments ago was a mere figment of imagination. Lu Xian sauntered in, his gaze flickering over her face before settling on her hand, which had just released the water cup, its fingertips still slightly pale. Lu Xian, Jiang Shui's voice strove to maintain its usual softness, imbued with a hint of well-placed concern. I'm truly sorry to have troubled you with a special trip. She paused, as if weighing her words, her eyes betraying a mixture of surprise and urgency. The photograph you sent me earlier, where did you acquire it? She stepped closer, her tone growing more earnest. That is my sister, whom I have been separated from for many years. Our family has never ceased searching for her. If you could provide any leads, or perhaps you know her. Her name is Jiang Yuzhu, my sister, Jiang Yuzhu. As she uttered the name Jiang Yuzhu, her voice faltered imperceptibly, as though the name itself bore an immense weight, rendering her somewhat breathless. Deep within her, a chilling voice screamed wildly. Jiang Yuzhu, the jade of the Jiang family. The pearl in hand. That wretched girl who had stolen all the attention of her adoptive parents from the moment she was born. Why should she be called Yuzhu? And Jiang Shui would forever remain a mere substitute, a foster daughter who could be discarded at any moment. If those two little bastards were still alive. A flash of ruthless intensity crossed Jiang Shui's eyes, so swift that it was scarcely perceptible. She must first locate them, then eliminate any future threats. Everything belonging to the Jiang family must be hers alone, Jiang Shui's. As Lu Xian observed her heartfelt performance, he could not help but smirk inwardly. This teacher, Jiang, truly possessed remarkable psychological resilience, concocting an elaborate excuse so swiftly while simultaneously crafting an image of a devoted sister searching for her long-lost relatives. A sardonic smile danced at the corners of his lips as he drawled, "Oh, Teacher Jiang's sister? How profoundly moving. After all these years apart, you have continued to cherish her memory." His tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet it caused Jiang Shui's heart to plummet. She sensed that Lu Xian's words bore deeper meaning. Unhurriedly, Lu Xian retrieved his phone, his fingertip lightly tapping the screen as if it were a mere afterthought. "I wonder, does the teacher recognize this individual?" As his words fell, Jiang Shui's phone vibrated subtly once more. A wave of ominous dread coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent. Holding her breath, she trembled as she opened the new message. When another youthful boy's face appeared on the screen, one that bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yuzhu, equally innocent yet belonging to her long-abandoned twin brother. Jiang Cheng. Darkness enveloped her vision. Jiang Cheng. It was Jiang Cheng. How could this be? This was a picture of her brother, Jiang Cheng. How did he come to possess a photo of Jiang Cheng? The phone slipped from her powerless fingers, crashing onto the polished floor with a piercing clatter. It felt as though all her strength had been drained, and she staggered back 2 paces, if not for the cold wall behind her. She might have crumpled to the ground. How could this be? How could he have even a photo of her brother? They had been separated and abandoned in different times and places. What did this Lu Xian truly know? He knew everything. He possessed pictures of these 2 little bastards. They had not gone missing together. How could he possibly have obtained both photographs? Unless he was aware of the truth from that year. An unprecedented terror gripped her heart, rendering her nearly breathless. She fixed her gaze on Lu Xian, her eyes brimming with fear, resentment, and a hint of barely concealed despair. In the face of undeniable evidence, all pretense appeared futile and insipid. Jiang Shui inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as she endeavored to calm the heart that threatened to leap from her chest. Leaning against the cold wall, she forced herself to stand firm. At this juncture, further deception served no purpose. Raising her head, she locked her gaze on Lu Xian, her voice hoarse and rasping like sandpaper. "Who are you? What do you want?" Her expression had transformed. No longer was it the gentle warmth or the feigned vulnerability, but rather a fierce determination akin to a cornered she-wolf. Given the circumstances, any further masquerade was rendered useless. Taking a deep breath, her voice hoarse yet laced with resolute finality, she declared, "Classmate, there is no need for further probing." She fixed her gaze intently on Lu Xian, questioning him with deliberate precision. "Speak. What do you truly know? What is it that you desire?" Chapter 74. Jealousy transforms one's countenance. Jiang Shui's lips moved soundlessly. The names Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yuzhu loomed over her like invisible mountains, weighing heavily upon her heart, nearly suffocating her. Jiang Cheng, the expectation to inherit the family legacy. Jiang Yuzhu, the treasured darling. From these 2 names, one could distinctly perceive the profound love and anticipation her adoptive parents had invested in those twins. Yet, all of this rightfully belonged to her, Jiang Shui. At least in her eyes, it was the emergence of those younger siblings that relegated her from being the unparalleled gem to a stepdaughter compelled to share affection. Thus, they must be eliminated. This notion, planted in her mind at the tender age of 9, now burgeoned uncontrollably before the 2 insouciant photographs of Lu Xian. Regret. Endless regret. Jiang Shui's nails dug deeply into her palm, the sharp pain momentarily rousing her from a reverie. She lamented her youthful naivety and her insufficient cruelty back then, as she merely abandoned them instead of eradicating the threat entirely. Had she been a bit more ruthless and thorough? How could she have found herself in this passive predicament today? She prided herself on her meticulousness, having concealed this secret from everyone, including her doting adoptive parents. For so many years, she had even envisioned countless contingency plans for the eventual exposure of her secret, yet all of them were directed toward her adoptive parents. She could never have fathomed that it would be an unremarkable student, a stranger with a mere green bubble next to his name, who would so casually tear open her most unsightly wound. With a long exhale, Jiang Shui released a breath laden with bitterness. Her face, once contorted with fear, gradually settled into an eerie calm after a tumultuous internal struggle. Rather than tranquility, it was an almost numbing indifference. Given the circumstances, any further pretense or struggle seemed ludicrous. She lifted her head, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes devoid of any softness, replaced instead by a chilling resolve. "Lucian, is it?" Her voice remained hoarse, yet it carried an air of resigned calm. "What do you wish to know? Or rather, what is it that you already know? You may as well lay it all bare." She scrutinized Lu Xian intently, as if attempting to see through him. "What is it that you seek? Whatever I am able to offer, I can acquiesce to." Indeed, she felt no fear, since he chose to approach her in this manner rather than publicly revealing the so-called evidence. It indicated that he must have ulterior motives. Were there motives? There exists room for negotiation. Money? With the backing of the affluent Jiang family, wealth was merely a sequence of numbers to her. Or something else. Her gaze lingered on Lu Xian's youthful, handsome visage. A fleeting pang of humiliation crossed her mind, but it was swiftly eclipsed by a stronger instinct for survival. Beauty? If she could barter this visage she had always taken pride in for the eternal concealment of her secret, she would not object. As long as she can preserve everything she currently possesses, the reputation of the Jiang family and her respectable position at Yanjing University, she is willing to pay any price. Lu Xian observed her resolute demeanor, prepared for an honest discussion, and the faint smile at the corners of his mouth deepened, yet he remained silent. He scrutinized her with a calm gaze, as if he were appraising an intriguing piece of art or evaluating a commodity awaiting the right buyer. His silence was an invisible hammer, relentlessly striking at Jiang Shui's taut nerves. "Are you seeking money?" Jiang Shui, unable to contain her anxiety in the absence of his response, tentatively ventured. "How much? Name your price. I will meet your demands as long as I can afford it." She fixed her gaze on Lu Xian's eyes, attempting to discern even the slightest hint of greed within them. 1 million? Is that sufficient? Lu Xian maintained his nonchalant expression, as if 1 million yuan held no more significance to him than a mere 100. Jiang Shui's heart sank, gritting her teeth. She raised the stakes. What about 5 million? She could not fathom a world devoid of those who covet wealth, especially not a seemingly ordinary college student. 5 million could grant a common person decades of respite from struggle. Yet, Lu Xian remained silent, his profound gaze sending shivers down her spine. 10 million. Jiang Shui nearly forced the words through clenched teeth, her voice laced with tremors. "Lu Xian, 10 million, cash or transfer, your choice. Just ensure that everything you know, along with those matters, remains locked away in secrecy. This 10 million will be yours." She clenched her fists tightly, the pain in her palms keeping her tethered to her last semblance of lucidity. She believed that this offer would entice anyone. At last, Lu Xian responded. He gently shook his head, a playful smile gracing his lips, yet to Jiang Shui, it appeared more fearsome than that of any demon. "Teacher Jiang," he finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unsettling insight. "It seems you have yet to comprehend." He paused, his tone leisurely. "Money, to me, is the most meaningless of all things." Jiang Shui's pupils constricted. Money holds no significance? How could that be possible? What would he possibly desire? A fear more intense than that of having her secrets exposed suddenly seized her heart. If even money could not sway him, what then was his true intention? From all that Jiang Shui had previously done in her past life, it It was clear that her foremost concern was her reputation, and that of the Jiang family. In her previous existence, she had trampled upon others for the sake of fame. Lu Xian's mind raced with the system's evaluation of Jiang Shui and the lengths she would go to for notoriety, even if it meant betraying others. He knew precisely what mattered most to this teacher Jiang. Observing her pale countenance and the beads of sweat forming on her brow, his smile grew increasingly enigmatic. Teacher Jiang, do you think? Lu Xian leisurely took a step forward. His gaze, palpable as substance, settled upon Jiang Shui, imbued with a subtle yet discernible sense of oppression. If I were to recount the poignant tale of how your esteemed parents, Mr. Jiang Tianzheng, the wealthiest man in I-City, and the former television host, Ms. Li Ranbing, tragically lost their precious pair of twins, and how they have searched in vain for 20 years, complemented by those two heartwarming videos, and with a touch of artistic embellishment, made public, he deliberately elongated his tone, watching with satisfaction as Jiang Shui swayed slightly, her complexion paling to that of parchment. Tell me, in that moment, will your reputation as a dutiful adopted daughter and exemplary teacher shine brighter? Or will the notoriety of the Jiang family's lack of proper upbringing and misfortune attract more attention? Alternatively, we could adopt a different approach. A hint of icy mockery graced Lu Xian's smile as he proposed to anonymously send this intriguing information to the leadership of Peking University or various media outlets. Teacher Jiang, how do you suppose they would assess a university educator implicated in deliberate abandonment, potentially causing the death of their own siblings? No, please no. Jiang Shui finally broke down, her scream piercing the air like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You cannot do this. Lu Xian, what do you truly want? Speak. She feared not for her life, but she dreaded the ruin of her reputation, the shame that would befall the Jiang family because of her. That was a punishment more agonizing than death itself. Lu Xian observed her unraveling demeanor, the curve of his lips unwavering, yet his gaze was as frigid as tempered ice. What do I desire? He chuckled softly, shaking his head. Teacher Jiang, your offer price is far too low. He extended a finger, gently shaking it. What I seek, you're unable to provide at this moment. However, he shifted his tone, his smile taking on an enigmatic quality. I can grant you an opportunity, a chance for you to repay gradually. Chapter 75. For the Jiang family, all can be sacrificed. Jiang Shui's brows knitted tightly, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with bloodshot fury, glaring at Lu Xian as if she wished to devour him whole. Unable to provide? What nonsense are you uttering, Lu Xian? Her voice was hoarse, laced with incredulity. What could possibly be beyond the means of Jiang Shui? As long as you refrain from divulging those matters, speak freely. She presumed Lu Xian would demand an astronomical sum or propose conditions that would humiliate yet be feasible for her to meet. However, Lu Xian merely smiled faintly, a grin that to her seemed more terrifying than any grotesque visage. His gaze held a near sardonic scrutiny, as though appraising a prey on the brink of entrapment. Teacher. Lu Xian's voice was soft yet distinctly clear, carrying an unsettling calmness. What if I were to say I desire the entire Jiang family? What? Jiang Shui's complexion drained instantly, as if doused with a bucket of ice water, chilling her to the core. She staggered slightly, grasping the nearby desk to steady herself. The entire Jiang family? Has he lost his mind? What absurdity are you spouting? Jiang Shui's voice rose in pitch, tinged with a tremor of disbelief. The Jiang family belongs to my father. Even if I were to inherit in the future, that would be a matter of many years hence. My father is in the prime of his life, robust and healthy. You are merely indulging in fanciful dreams. She sought some hint of jest in Lu Xian's expression, even if it were a morbid mockery. But there was none. Lu Xian's gaze remained calm and unwavering, imbued with an unfathomable certainty. Thus, dear teacher, Lu Xian raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, his tone as casual as if discussing the pleasantness of today's weather. This condition is something you cannot fulfill at present. He stepped forward, his leisurely stride carrying an imposing weight akin to a mountain. Therefore, you must repay slowly. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth curved into a cold, chilling arc. Reminiscent of a blade drawn from the shadows, the first step is quite simple. Be my obedient dog, the kind that is docile and ever ready to wag its tail in supplication. You wretched scoundrel! Jiang Shui trembled with rage, her chest heaving violently. She had never endured such a profound humiliation in her life. To be called a dog to her face. Lucian paid her furious outburst no mind, continuing with deliberate calmness. The second step is to employ every means at your disposal to rightfully inherit the Jiang family. I trust that with your cunning and skill, Teacher Jiang, this should pose no great challenge. After all, you managed to lose your 3-year-old siblings without anyone the wiser, did you not? This remark struck Jiang Shui like a venomous dagger, plunging deep in her heart and rendering her momentarily speechless, leaving only heavy gasps in its wake. As for the third step, Lucian's smile grew increasingly radiant yet frigid. It is to present the vast Jiang family in its entirety to me on a silver platter. He tilted his head slightly, observing the ashen-faced Jiang Shui, his tone laced with a hint of sympathetic inquiry. Teacher, do you comprehend these 3 straightforward steps? You must be dreaming. I would never consent to your demands. Jiang Shui forced the words through gritted teeth, her eyes brimming with desperate madness. Oh, is that so? Lucian raised an eyebrow, chuckling dismissively. Teacher, you must consider this carefully. Should I become displeased, I could take those amusing videos and documents, make slight alterations, such as pairing them with reports detailing how your adoptive parents desperately sought you, and then anonymously send them to major media outlets, or directly to the leaders of Yinjing University. Tell me, when that time comes, will it be you, the talented and beautiful teacher, who faces ruin? Or will it be the Jiang family, famed for their inability to raise their daughter properly, that bears the brunt of the shame? At that point, whether the Jiang family can retain its status as the foremost family in Ice City is uncertain. How do you think your father, who values reputation above all else, will react to you? Each word struck Jiang Shui's heart like a heavy hammer. Her fear was never for herself, but for the disgrace that could befall the Jiang family, the potential destruction of her adoptive parents' lifelong efforts. The Jiang family was her everything, the singular thing she had strived to hold onto since childhood. No, Jiang Shui's body trembled uncontrollably, her lips quivering, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. Lucian approached her slowly, reaching out to grasp her delicate chin, compelling her to raise her gaze and meet his eyes. His fingers bore a hint of chill, yet they seared against Jiang Shui's skin like a red-hot branding iron, causing her to wince in pain. Rest assured, teacher, Lucian murmured, his voice lowered and laced with a seductive undertone that penetrated her ears. Being my dog is, in truth, a life of comfort and joy. Just consider this. The Jiang family will eventually belong to me, and you, as my dog, will possess a certain claim over it. Will you not? He leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Fear not. As long as you obediently comply, the Jiang family will forever remain your Jiang family, and you will still be the esteemed Miss Jiang, a distinguished university lecturer. However, should I unveil certain matters, not only will you face the brutal scrutiny of public opinion, but the Jiang family's reputation will also be irreparably tarnished, leading to a plunge in stock prices, making their standing in Ice City precarious. Lucian's fingers gently caressed her jawline, the pressure light yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Thus, teacher, it would be wise for you to reflect carefully. As he spoke, his free hand, seemingly casual, glided downwards and rested lightly upon her thigh, clad in snug yoga pants that accentuated her form. Underneath, the cool fabric, warmth and elasticity radiated from her skin. Jiang Shui stiffened, as if struck by an electric current. She gasped sharply, yearning to scream, to push him away. Yet her body felt as though it were anchored, immobile. A tumult of humiliation, anger, and fear churned within her, nearly tearing her apart. She could sense the warmth of Lucian's palm and the subtle pressure, akin to a cold, venomous serpent coiling around her, suffocating her. Ultimately, all her struggles proved futile. She tightly shut her eyes, her long lashes trembling violently from restraint, and silent tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with her hair. Enough is enough. For the sake of the Jiang family, For everything she currently possessed, she had no choice but to yield. She could not afford to lose, nor could she allow the Jiang family to suffer ruin because of her. Observing Jiang Shuyi's resigned demeanor, Lu Xian's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Half an hour later, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The psychological state of target Jiang Shui has undergone a significant transformation. Driven by an intense desire for the Jiang family's future and a strong will to preserve herself, Jiang Shui has chosen to temporarily align herself with the host for future prospects. Current control value, 99100. Note, due to her ambition regarding the Jiang family's future authority and doubts concerning the host's true intentions, Jiang Shui is unable to exhibit complete loyalty and trust, retaining a flicker of potential backlash. Congratulations, host. Achieved near-perfect control over target Jiang Shui. As Lu Xian absorbed the system's prompt, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. 99 points, you say? Quite intriguing. It appears that this teacher Jiang is, at her core, still reluctant. Yet, it is precisely this reluctance that renders her a more entertaining pawn. He leaned closer, whispering into Jiang Shui's ear with a voice only they could hear. Teacher, remember your choice today. From this moment onward, be the good, obedient dog. Jiang Shui's body trembled violently, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Lu Xian straightened up, no longer looking at her, and gracefully exited the lounge, as though everything that had just transpired was nothing more than a trivial game. For Jiang Shui, however, the true torment was just beginning. Chapter 76. Has my cousin's exam results been replaced? Having just emerged from Jiang Shui's so-called temporary resting room, Lu Xian still felt the remnants of the system's notification echoing in his mind. Reward, Black Material Mini Version Update. Version 102. Reward, 400 points. Black Material Version 102. Automatic Exposure Report function can be set. The host may choose Black Material settings. If the host does not log in within 3 days, the black material will be automatically exposed and reported. Lu Xian paused in his steps, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. This functionality seemed tailor-made as a safeguard for him. He had previously harbored some concerns. What if one day he stumbled into misfortune and all the incriminating evidence he had painstakingly gathered was buried alongside him? Now, with the automatic trigger after 3 days of inactivity, it imposed a new layer of constraint on all those he had held in check. Anyone wishing to challenge him would have to carefully weigh whether they could withstand the consequences of mutual destruction. Intriguing, he murmured to himself, feeling a sense of relief from this unexpected assurance. As for the 400 points, they were of little significance, but he would save them for a rainy day when they might prove invaluable. At that moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. Pulling it out, he saw his mother's name flashing on the screen. The icy amusement faded from Lu Xian's face, replaced by a dutiful son's expression as he pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. Xuan. His mother's voice came through, tinged with excitement and joy. The scholarship, it has been disbursed, and it's the highest tier. Can you guess how much? A one-time payment of 10,000 yuan. My goodness, I've never seen so much money deposited into a single account in my life. Listening to his mother's slightly rustic astonishment, laced with barely concealed excitement, Lu Xian couldn't help but smile. 10,000 yuan, to him, was barely a fraction of the hush money Jiang Shui had offered. Yet for his hard-working mother, it was a sum substantial enough to elate her for days. He matched her enthusiasm, raising his voice a notch. Really? That's wonderful, Mom. The school is quite efficient. Isn't it? Now you won't have to work so hard. Indeed, his mother's voice carried a hint of choked emotion, as if she was reminded of something, struggling to suppress her feelings. Mom will send you 2,000 right away for living expenses over the next 2 months. While you're at school, don't skimp on yourself. Buy whatever you want to eat. Don't save money for Mom, understood? Lu Xian could distinctly hear his mother sniffle on the other end, along with the muffled sobs she was trying to stifle. His heart warmed slightly, yet he felt a twinge of helplessness. Mom, what are you doing? I'm not a child anymore. He lightly teased. Besides, your son is doing well now. This 10,000 yuan scholarship will keep me comfortable for quite some time. You needn't worry about me. Keep that 2,000 for yourself, perhaps indulge in some delicious food or buy a new piece of clothing. Silly child, what are you saying? Lu Xian's mother chided, though her tones softened considerably, tinged with a hint of relief. It's my fault for not being able to provide more. I can only manage 1,000 yuan for your living expenses each month. I know that college expenses can be substantial. 3 meals a day can easily cost 30 yuan if you're frugal. You're at an age where you need nourishment. You mustn't go hungry. Listening to his mother's incessant concern, the slight bitterness stemming from his control over Jiang Shi dissipated considerably. Oh, Mom, please don't worry, Lu Xian said with a smile. 1,000 yuan is more than enough. I assure you, the cafeteria offers a variety of delicious and affordable meals. Moreover, the restaurants outside our school, such as Xuan and Belle, have daily discounts. Ordering takeout is even cheaper than eating at the cafeteria. I often go out with my classmates for a nice meal. Life is quite pleasant. Understanding his mother's worries, he deliberately painted a picture of his life as carefree and enjoyable. Is that really true? Lu Xian's mother replied, somewhat skeptical. Of course it is. When have I ever lied to you? Lu Xian continued his fabrications. Just focus on taking care of yourself. That is what truly matters. And as for Dad, he should drink less and smoke less. Understood? When I return home for the holidays, I will be checking up on him. You child. Now you're even looking after your father. Lu Xian's mother chuckled, her earlier melancholy fading away. All right, I know you're filial. By the way, I called for a serious matter to discuss with you. What is it? Lu Xian feigned curiosity. Suddenly, the voice on the other end grew somber, tinged with urgency and concern. Xian, do you remember your cousin Zhu Siyuan? P.S. Your cousin, just like you, who participated in the college entrance examination this year. Zhu Siyuan? Lu Xian searched his memory for the name. His cousin from his second aunt's family was a rather honest and somewhat awkward boy, and he seemed to have always performed well academically. I remember him. What has happened? Something terrible has occurred. Lu Xian's mother's voice shot up, filled with anxiety. His college entrance examination results were replaced. The system can't find his scores at all, and even his application information has vanished. Meanwhile, the university has already started for several days, and other students are happily attending classes, while Siyuan is still stuck at home, utterly disheartened. Replaced? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised. In this information age, how could such a bold act still occur? Even Zhang Yining merely forged scores, which seemed more like a clandestine admission. It had been years since he had heard of such a thing as replacing a candidate. Indeed, El Xian's mother was filled with indignation and helplessness. Your second aunt is nearly going out of her mind. She approached the school, but they claimed to be solely responsible for enrollment, stating that the grades were uniformly entered by the higher authorities. She then contacted the Education Bureau, where they informed her that the system showed no records and advised her to find a solution on her own. What kind of situation is this? Is this not driving people to despair? A rural child who has diligently studied for over a decade hopes to enter a prestigious university and change their fate. Yet what has come of it? Alas! El Xian listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on his phone case. Your second aunt came to me in tears this morning, sobbing uncontrollably, expressing her utter helplessness. Knowing that you have been accepted into Yanjing University, a prestigious institution in the city with vast opportunities, she implored me to inquire if you might possess any connections or means to investigate this troubling matter further. El Xian's mother spoke with a hint of desperation. Xian, I understand this is a challenging situation for you, but the child, Xuan, is also one of our own. It pains me to witness him being bullied so openly. El Xian fell silent for a few seconds. The image of his second aunt's somewhat acerbic face surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, during their family's decline, she had not hesitated to criticize them both openly and covertly, suggesting that his mother had poor judgment in marrying the wrong man, leading to their financial struggles, which consequently brought shame upon their relatives. The insinuation was clear. She resented their poverty, which she deemed a burden. Why should I aid her? A cold smirk curled at the corners of El Xian's lips. He was no saint who repaid malice with kindness. Were it not for his mother's sake, he would have refrained from taking advantage of their past. Expecting him to extend a helping hand was nothing short of a pipe dream. He took a deep breath, his tone calm, yet tinged with detachment. Mother, I'm afraid this matter is beyond our control. As a freshman at Yinjing, I am unfamiliar with the environment and possess no connections. Where should I even begin to inquire about matters within the educational system? You are well aware of our family's circumstances. As ordinary citizens, what can we possibly do to contend with such forces? He paused, his voice devoid of emotion. To speak frankly, if there are indeed manipulations behind this situation, families like ours are left with no recourse but to accept our fate. Accept our fate. On the other end of the line, Xian's mother seemed to be struck by a jolt, her voice suddenly rising, filled with a strong, sobbing tone. Xian, how can you utter such words? That is your cousin. He has toiled for over a decade, hoping to escape the confines of rural life through a good university. And now everything is ruined. How is he supposed to live on from here? Your second aunt is nearly frantic. She came to me this morning, her eyes swollen like rotten peaches, struggling to articulate her thoughts, continuously wiping her tears, claiming that if there is no resolution for Xuan, she doesn't wish to continue living. Xian's brow furrowed ever so slightly. His mother rarely exhibited such a loss of composure. It seemed that his second aunt had truly distressed her this time. Mom, please try to remain calm. He attempted to soothe her. I did not mean it that way. What I meant is that this matter is quite complicated. You mean exactly what I think you mean. Xian's mother disregarded his explanation, her voice laden with desperation and a hint of pleading. Xian, I know you've always been intelligent since childhood, and now you've been accepted into Yinjing University, one of the best in the nation. You are well-informed and quick-witted. Your second aunt is in a dire situation and has turned to me, hoping you could lend a helping hand to Xuan. Just consider your unfortunate cousin and think of a way, will you? Xian remained silent, listening to his mother's suppressed sobs, each sound striking his heart like a tiny hammer. He could vividly imagine her being torn between conflicting emotions, anxious and distressed. Mom, it's not that I am unwilling to help, he sighed, his tone involuntarily softening. You know that such matters are exceedingly intricate. As a mere student, I am utterly powerless. I understand it is difficult for you. His mother's voice suddenly choked with emotion, filled with a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, she swiftly shifted her tone. But that is your second aunt, Xian. Have you forgotten? When you were 4 years old, you had a high fever, delirious from pneumonia, and the doctor said that had we delayed taking you to the hospital any longer, your life would have been at stake. At that time, our family had no money. Your father was frantic, resembling an ant on a hot pan. It was I who cried while calling your second aunt. Without hesitation, she borrowed money from others in the dead of night, gathering the funds, and rushed you to the hospital. If it weren't for her timely help back then, you might have long since faded from existence. This kindness has remained etched in my heart for a lifetime. We must not forget our roots, Xian. The last few words were nearly shouted, imbued with profound grievance and indignation. Xian's hand holding the phone stiffened abruptly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Memories of a 4-year-old battling a fever, the second aunt lending money, fragmented and long buried, suddenly surged forth in his mind as if swept clear by a tempest. He could almost feel the dizziness from the fever and the warmth of anxious hands soothing his forehead. He had always believed that his impression of his second aunt's family was comprised solely of petty grievances and a vague sense of disdain. Little did he realize that behind those unpleasant memories lay a past that could alter the course of his life. Xian, who prided himself on repaying grievances in kind, adhering to the principle of an eye for an eye, also held deep within him the conviction to repay even the slightest kindness with profound gratitude. If what his mother said was indeed true, then this act of kindness transcended the mere realm of reciprocity. It was a genuine act of life-saving. In that moment, the occasional sharpness of his second aunt's words over the years, those condescending reprimands, suddenly seemed far more bearable. Perhaps it was merely the habitual lamentation of a middle-aged woman weighed down by the burdens of life. Or perhaps it was her clumsy, yet earnest way of expressing concern for her loved ones. Xian took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. The slight resentment and discomfort that had arisen from memories of his past life dissipated in an instant before the weighty phrase, a life-saving grace, rendering it trivial, even somewhat laughable. Mother, his voice had calmed considerably. Yet upon closer inspection, one could detect a subtle warmth and a hint of vulnerability. Please do not cry. Tears will not resolve our issues. If tears could restore Xuan's grades, I would weep alongside you. The sobs on the other end of the line noticeably diminished, replaced by a hint of nasal surprise. Xian, I understand now. Lu Xian rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, his tone resolute. Please have Annie send me the examination registration number, ID number, and the details of the school and major that Zhu Xiyuan applied for. I will think of a solution and give it a try. However, I must forewarn you that I cannot guarantee 100% success, as such matters involve numerous complexities. All right, good. His mother immediately transformed her tears into laughter, her voice brimming with relief and indescribable excitement, as if she had clutched the last straw of hope. I always knew. I knew my son was the most filial and capable. If your Annie knew you were willing to help, she would surely leap for joy. Rest assured. Do your best. I won't blame you. Oh dear, I will call her right away for the information. Not a moment to waste. Listening to his mother's relieved and jubilant voice, Lu Xian couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. This old lady changed her emotions faster than one could turn a page. All right, mother, do not get too excited. We have yet to see the first stroke of the characters. He paused, deliberately adopting a light-hearted tone, half-jokingly adding, if you keep crying like this, Annie might think I have mistreated you. With her fiery temper, she might just rush over to Yinjing to scratch my face. You little rascal. How can you joke at a time like this? Lu Xian's mother chuckled, the earlier cloud of gloom lifting significantly, her tone becoming far more relaxed. All right, I won't banter with you any longer. I must attend to serious matters. Xian, thank you so much for this. I know it will require a lot of your effort. Mother, we are family. There's no need for such formalities, Lu Xian replied with a grin. Wait for my news. I will do my utmost. After ending the call, Lu Xian tucked his phone back into his pocket and glanced out the window, letting out a sigh. Chapter 78. Is that your goddess, Zhang Yining? A life-saving grace, Lu Xian murmured softly, his fingertips gently stroking his chin. In his previous life, his impression of Annie's family had not been particularly favorable. Auntie's tongue was sharp, as if coated with poison, capable of silencing anyone with her words. Yet now, his mother's words acted like a key, unlocking the long-sealed corners of his memory. At the tender age of 4, amidst the haze of fever and pneumonia, fragmented memories, laden with pain, now emerged with striking clarity. He could almost feel the small version of himself being cradled, surrounded by anxious calls and suppressed sobs, accompanied by a pair of slightly rough, yet warm hands repeatedly wiping his feverish forehead. Had it not been for his mother's mention, he might have forever forgotten this chapter of his past. With a click of his tongue, Lu Xian reflected that the discontent and grievances stemming from memories of his previous life now seemed somewhat absurd in the face of such a profound debt of gratitude for his salvation. Lu Xian has always been clear about his debts and grievances. Even the slightest kindness deserves a generous response, and a life-saving grace cannot be taken lightly. As for how to repay it, a name immediately flashed in his mind: Zhang Yining. The father of this young lady holds a position of influence within the educational system. Does he not? Although he had previously considered reporting Zhang Yining, it now seems rather prudent to put her to good use. Lu Xian retrieved his phone and scrolled through his contacts to find Zhang Yining's number, dialing it directly. The phone rang 3 times before being cautiously answered on the other end, where Zhang Yining's voice trembled slightly with timidity and eagerness. Hello, Lu, Brother Lu Xian? Yes, it's me. Lu Xian's tone betrayed no emotion. I need your assistance with something. Help. Zhang Yining's voice was tinged with evident anxiety, trembling as she responded. Brother Lu Xian, please feel free to ask. I will do my utmost. I have a cousin who is taking the college entrance examination this year, but it seems his results have been replaced. Lu Xian stated succinctly. Isn't your father in the education bureau? Could you see if he can help investigate what has transpired? Results being replaced? Zhang Yining's pitch rose sharply before she hastily lowered it, panic evident in her tone. Having relied on her father's connections to fabricate her own admission scores to Yinjing University, she was acutely sensitive to such matters. Akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Brother Lu Xian, Zhang Yining's voice wavered, betraying a subtle tremor. This sort of thing isn't really convenient to discuss over the phone, is it? Should we perhaps meet to talk? She feared that Lu Xian might utter something startling that could be overheard. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, but did not decline. That works. You know the UCAF on campus, right? Meet me there in half an hour. Yes, yes. I'll be there right away. Zhang Yining responded, relieved. Hanging up, Lu Xian tucked the car keys into his pocket and strolled to the parking lot. He opened the car door and settled inside, starting the engine and driving towards the CAF. The UCAF is a well-known establishment within Yanjing University, boasting an elegant ambience and relatively affordable prices, making a favored spot for student couples and group discussions alike. Lu Xian parked his car steadily in front of the CAF, drawing the attention of several passing students. After all, a student driving a luxury sport car worth millions is indeed a striking sight on a college campus. Just as he exited the vehicle, two fashionably dressed girls caught sight of him, nudging each other and summoning the courage to approach. "Hello, handsome. Are you a student here?" One girl with cascading waves of hair smiled radiantly, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. "Could you add a green bubble?" she asked. "We're also freshmen, and we could hang out together in the future." The other girl, with short hair, blinked her large eyes, gazing at him expectantly. Lu Xian merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction, his handsome visage betraying no emotion as he strode directly between them and pushed open the CF's glass door. His aloof demeanor, suggesting an air of unapproachability, left the two girls momentarily stunned, feeling a mix of confusion and admiration for the striking young man. Upon entering the CAF, Lu Xian chose a quiet spot by the window and casually ordered 2 cups of cappuccino. It wasn't too long before Zhang Yining burst in like a gust of wind. She had evidently rushed over, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead, her meticulously styled pink hair slightly disheveled, and her chest rising and falling as she caught her breath. Upon spotting Lu Xian, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over to sit opposite him, her voice slightly shaky. "Lu Xian, brother, I'm not late, am I?" Lu Xian lifted his gaze to regard her, his tone nonchalant. "You're on time, fairly punctual." Zhang Yining nervously fidgeted with her fingers, stealing glances around before lowering her voice to inquire, "Lu Xian, brother, what is so important that we needed to meet in person?" Her heart raced with apprehension, fearing he might hold her accountable for something. Lu Xian picked up his coffee cup without taking a sip, instead tapping his fingers lightly against the cup's rim, producing a crisp sound. He raised his eyelids, his expression suddenly turning sharp. "Zhang Yining," his voice was low but carried an undeniable weight. "Have you forgotten your current standing? Is my business any of your concern?" His tone shifted abruptly to coldness, laced with a hint of mockery. "Listen carefully. Once I finish speaking, you will act according to my instructions. As for the unnecessary questions, swallow them back." Zhang Yining was taken aback by his sudden display of authority, her body trembling, her face paling instantly as her previously steady breath became erratic. Soda. "Lu Xian, brother, it was my mistake. I spoke out of turn." A wave of intense fear gripped her, and without a second thought, she raised her hand and slapped her own face. The sharp sound of her palm, striking her cheek, echoed loudly in the quiet CF, drawing the attention of everyone around. Several students at the neighboring table exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of shock and curiosity. "What's going on? Why is that beautiful girl hitting herself? Does she have a quarrel with the guy across from her?" "Seems unlikely. He looks rather composed." In a nearby corner, a bespectacled boy, seemingly scholarly, abruptly lifted his head. Upon realizing that the girl striking herself was none other than the striking Zhang Yining, renowned for her vibrant pink hair and usually high status, he was rendered speechless. "No way. Old you look isn't that the goddess Zhang Yining you always talk about?" His companion nudged his arm, speaking in hushed tones laced with schadenfreude. "What kind of act is she putting on? It looks like she is begging for mercy from that handsome guy. The private life of your goddess is rather sensational." A boy called Lao Zhu felt a rush of blood to his head. His face flushed crimson, and his lips trembled as he murmured, "No, it's impossible. How could she?" He watched in disbelief as the pure and innocent goddess he adored demeaned herself before another boy, even going so far as to slap her own face. Her tearful and pitiful demeanor tugged at his heartstrings, simultaneously igniting a sense of inexplicable humiliation and fury within him. Chapter 79. The goddess pursued for 3 years. Lu Xian observed Zhang Yining's tear-streaked face and her self-inflicted slap, his brows knitting tightly in frustration. What kind of nonsense is this? With so many onlookers, does she crave attention? He despised such loud, emotional imbeciles. Enough. Lu Xian spoke with palpable impatience. Put away your sympathy-seeking theatrics. I have no interest in witnessing them. I have a cousin who is taking the college entrance exam this year, but it seems his scores have been tampered with. ISN to your father, somewhat influential in the education sector. Could you ask him to investigate what transpired? It would be best if it could be resolved. His voice lowered significantly. Scores tampered with? Zhang Yining's pupils dilated sharply, the sting from her recent slap still fresh, while her heart raced with shock, leaving her limbs cold. Lu Xian, Zhang Yining's voice quivered with an undercurrent of tears, and she cautiously glanced around. Fearful of eavesdroppers, discussing this over the phone might not be prudent. Should we? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. You should call him now. Huh? Oh, all right. Zhang Yining, feeling anxious, quickly retrieved her phone, her fingers trembling as she located her father Zhang Jiangwo's number. After a few rings, it connected and a calm, middle-aged voice resonated. Hello, Yining, what is the matter? I'm in a meeting. Dad. Zhang Yining inhaled deeply, striving to maintain composure as she cast a glance at the impassive Lu Xian. My boyfriend has a cousin who seems to have encountered an issue with his exam scores. They might have been replaced. I was hoping you could assist in finding out the situation. In her desperation, she referred to Lu Xian as her boyfriend, thinking it might prompt her father to take the matter more seriously. On the other end, Zhang Jingguo fell silent for a few seconds before his tone turned grave. Scores replaced? Wait a moment. Tell me the name, and I will look into it. By the way, why didn't you inform me about your boyfriend? Zhang Yining's face flushed. Oh, Dad, please check on it. She relayed her cousin's details succinctly. Once the call ended, Zhang Jingguo quickly returned with a call. Yining, you should steer clear of this matter. I cannot intervene. Zhang Yining was on the verge of tears. Dad, you must take care of this. It's my boyfriend's brother. Nonsense. Can such matters be meddled in casually? Who is your so-called boyfriend? Let his family resolve it themselves. Yining, I warn you, stay out of this murky water and do not drag me into it. There are countless eyes on my position. Do you understand? Stay composed and do not bring trouble upon yourself. Upon finishing her words, without waiting for Zhang Yining to respond, the phone was abruptly hung up with a sharp sound. Listening to the busy tone emanating from her phone, Zhang Yining's face turned ashen, even paler than the mark left by her own slap. She looked towards Lu Xian with a pleading gaze, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long while. Lu Xian's expression darkened instantly, his eyes as frigid as a frozen lake in the depths of winter. Zhang Yining, he began slowly, his voice low yet imbued with an unsettling sense of impending storm. You truly do not regard me at all, do you? Rising to his feet, an invisible pressure enveloped Zhang Yining, making it difficult for her to breathe. Come with me, Lu Xian declared, casting aside those 3 words as he headed towards the restroom of the CF. Terrified, Zhang Yining felt her spirit falter, and without a moment's hesitation, she sprang from her seat, trailing behind Lu Xian, forgetting even the exquisite little bag that had fallen to the ground. The other patrons in the CAF watched this scene unfold, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, the beautiful woman had slapped herself, and now she was following that handsome man. What was this performance all about? In a nearby corner, a boy named Lao Zhu, donning black-rimmed glasses, stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. Goodness, Lao Zhu, your goddess is going with that handsome guy. It seems they're headed towards the restroom. A companion nudged his arm, excitement lacing his voice as he relished the unfolding drama. Wow, this plot is getting thrilling. Lao Zhu's face flushed crimson, his lips quivering as he pushed his friend's hand away. Don't be ridiculous. Yining is not that kind of person. Though he spoke defiantly, his heart ached as if it were being clawed by a cat. He had cherished Zhang Yining for a long time, viewing her as a paragon of purity. Yet the recent scene had shaken that belief. Wait for me. I'm going to check it out. Unable to remain still, Lao Zhu hastily stood up after uttering those words. Filled with a mix of confusion and a foreboding sense of dread, he too made his way toward the restroom. The CAF's restroom was located at the end of the corridor, divided into male and female sections. Lao Zhu lingered outside the men's room, not seeing Lu Xian emerge. He then peeked towards the women's restroom, but Zhang Yining was nowhere in sight. Anxiety gnawed at him. Just as he contemplated leaving, he suddenly noticed a separate accessible restroom in between the two, its door closed and an occupied sign hanging on it. His heart raced, compelled by an inexplicable urge. He found a discreet corner nearby to sit, feigning interest in his phone while his eyes frequently darted towards the tightly shut door of the stall. Time ticked by, 10 minutes, then 20. Patrons continued to enter and exit the male and female restrooms, yet the independent stall remained silent. The longer Lao Zhu waited, the more anxious he became, his intuition screaming that something was amiss. What could possibly be happening in there? After nearly half an hour, long enough for Lao Zhu's legs to grow numb, the door of the stall finally clicked open. He shot up, fixated on the sight before him. Zhang Yining was unceremoniously pushed out by Lu Xian, and at that moment, she appeared utterly disheveled. Old Zhu felt a sudden, deafening thud in his head, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Could this truly be the radiant, exalted goddess Zhang Yining he had long revered? Lu Xian turned to glance at the despondent Zhang Yining, his voice icy and piercing. The matter I entrusted to you must be handled flawlessly. Otherwise, he produced his phone, swiftly tapping the screen to reveal a social media account ominously named Exposure Angel of Scandal. In Zhang Yining's presence, he rapidly composed a message, revealing allegations of academic misconduct against a certain Zhang from Yenjing University, concealing the full name. Next time, it won't be so simple as remaining anonymous. A cruel smirk crept across Lu Xian's lips as his finger hovered over the send button. No, please no. She let out a heart-wrenching scream, oblivious to the bustling CAF corridor around them. With a sudden weakness in her knees, she collapsed and knelt before Lu Xian, clinging desperately to his calf. Brother Lu, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I beg you, please delete it. I will plead with my father. I will make sure he helps. Please. Her sobs were agonizing. Completely unaware of old Zhu standing nearby, frozen in shock. At that moment, old Zhu felt as if the world was spinning, struck by a thunderous revelation. The goddess he had cherished and longed for, Zhang Yining, was kneeling humbly before another man. What had transpired in that partitioned space moments ago? Now, she was begging this man. Old Zhu felt his entire worldview shatter in an instant. His youthful, fervent admiration crumbled, falling to the ground in countless fragments. Beneath the goddess's radiant facade lay such a pitiful sight. He felt a wave of nausea rise, his throat burning as if something were about to erupt. Chapter 80. Your goddess? Merely my dog. Old Zhu's sense of reality shattered at that moment. His throat felt choked with burning coals, as if countless steel needles were piercing his heart, causing intense, convulsive pain. He felt the urge to vomit, yet nothing would emerge. Was it the sound of his broken heart? Old Zhu and Zhang Yining were, after all, high school alumni. From the first year, at the opening ceremony, Zhang Yining's confident, radiant smile had illuminated his rather dull adolescence like a brilliant sunbeam. She was the school belle, the center of everyone's attention, beautiful, cheerful, and academically outstanding. Boys vying for her affection formed lines from the school gate to the end of the street. Yet he, Zhu Hongliang, was merely an inconspicuous figure among the masses, wearing thick black-rimmed glasses, introverted, and with average grades. He quietly harbored feelings for Zhang Yining for 3 long years. Over the course of 3 years, his most significant achievement in mustering courage was merely a fleeting moment on the eve of graduation, when he pretended to accidentally bump into her in the corridor. Stammering an apology with a flushed face, Zhang Yining didn't even glance at him, merely nodding politely before laughing with her friends as they walked away. In his everyday life, he couldn't even bear to meet Zhang Yining's gaze, terrified that his humble feelings would be laid bare. To him, she was an ethereal being, a celestial fairy, a pure moonlight so radiant that it left him feeling insignificant in comparison. Upon hearing that Zhang Yining aimed for Yinjing University, Lao Zhu immersed himself in relentless study. For an entire semester, he toiled with unwavering determination, transforming from an average student to one whose college entrance exam scores placed him firmly within the top 10 of the school. He recalled that Zhang Yining was not only the campus beauty, but also consistently excelled academically, ranking among the top 10 in every examination. He had even heard whispers that she arrived late to the English portion of the entrance exam, causing him to worry for her. Later, when the admission results were announced, seeing Zhang Yining's name prominently listed among the accepted students at Yinjing University lifted a heavy weight from his heart. It seemed the rumors of her tardiness were unfounded. Indeed, she was a goddess destined for greatness. Today marked his first serendipitous encounter with Zhang Yining at Yinjing University. However, the scene before him struck like a thunderclap, shattering his perceptions. After a summer apart, Zhang Yining remained the enchanting figure he remembered, yet she no longer appeared to be the untouchable being from his memories. Previously, he had only witnessed boys presenting gifts, humbly kneeling before her in hopes of earning a mere glance. But now, to his astonishment, his goddess was kneeling before another man. Lao Zhu's gaze instinctively shifted toward Lu Xian, whose strikingly handsome yet cold demeanor sent chills down his spine. He barely spared a glance at the kneeling Zhang Yining, treating her with the indifference one might afford an inconsequential object. As Lu Xian brushed past the stunned Lao Zhu without a single acknowledgement, it was as though Lao Zhu were merely an unwelcome breath of air. Lu Xian, don't go. I was wrong. I truly was. Zhang Yining, seeing Lu Xian's intent to leave, disregarded the pain in her knees and hurriedly reached for his pant leg, only to be callously shrugged off. Losing her balance, she fell to the ground with a painful cry. Lao Zhu's instincts kicked in, and he rushed over, crouching down to assist her. Yining, are you all right? His heart tightened as he saw his goddess had fallen. Zhang Yining's tear-streaked face, disheveled hair, and smeared makeup conveyed a pitiful vulnerability that tugged at Lao Zhu's heartstrings. Yet, just as his hand was about to brush her arm, she abruptly lifted her head, her eyes filled with disdain and impatience, forcefully swatting his hand away. Get away, you filthy loser. Don't touch me. Her sharp, piercing voice struck Lao Zhu's heart like a chilling dagger. Filthy loser? Old Zhu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being frozen, the color drained from his face. He could scarcely believe that these three words would emerge from the lips of the goddess he had long admired and directed towards him. At this moment, Zhang Yining had no intention of considering who he was. She merely found him an unwelcome distraction, irritatingly meddlesome. Clumsily, she got her feet, disregarding the dust that clung to her, and staggered towards Lu Xian, who was nearly at the CF's entrance. Yining, old Zhu regained his senses, an indescribable surge of anger and heartache swelling within him. He seized Zhang Yining's wrist, his voice trembling with emotion. Yining, why do you demean yourself in such a way? That man does not cherish you. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the greatest courage of his life, almost shouting, it doesn't matter if he ignores you. You still have me. Zhu Hongliang, I will always be by your side. I will treat you well. This sudden declaration of heartfelt affection halted Zhang Yining in her tracks. Frowning, she regarded the bespectacled boy before her, his face flushed as she searched her memory for recognition. Moments later, she looked at old Zhu as if he were mad, spitting out a retort laced with disdain. Who the hell are you? Are you insane? Why should I care about your opinion? Mind your own business. With that, she forcefully yanked her wrist free from his grasp and rushed towards the door, calling out anxiously, Lu Xian, wait for me. I was wrong. I truly was. Don't go. Lu Xian, bang. The CAF's glass doors slammed shut, severing her from view. In the corridor, old Zhu stood alone, resembling a soulless statue, frozen in place. Who the hell are you? Are you crazy? Loser. Zhang Yining's biting words pierced him like poisoned daggers, inflicting countless wounds upon his already battered heart. Each verbal stab carried a mocking cruelty that felt like an invisible hand constricting his heart, nearly suffocating him. His stomach churned violently, a wave of metallic sweetness rising in his throat. With a sudden lurch, old Zhu bent over, unable to contain the rush of blood that erupted from his mouth, splattering across the polished floor like shattered peach blossoms, a sight that was both jarring and tragic. It turned out that the goddess he had devoted his youth to admiring had reduced him to the status of a mere loser at the moment he mustered the courage to extend his hand. The so-called elite, the embodiment of purity, could, in the presence of another man, be brought low to the dust, even to the point of kneeling. Old Zhu felt utterly despondent as darkness encroached upon his vision. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he leaned against the wall to prevent himself from collapsing. The soft music faintly emanating from the CF now sounded like a mournful elegy for his pitiful, unrequited love. His youth seemed to have come to an end, in a manner both humiliating and tragic, one he had never envisioned. Chapter 81. Publicly kneeling, trending on Hot Search. Lucian stepped out of the CAF. A refreshing autumn breeze swept past, yet could not disperse the chill lingering in his brow. Zhang Yining, this mere pawn, was intended to be discarded once her final vestiges of value had been exhausted. As for her father, Zhang Jingguo, who held a position in the education sector, he could not simply absolve himself with a nonchalant remark of being unable to intervene. What a farce! In Lucian's lexicon, the notion of letting it go did not exist. Since you, Zhang Jingguo, claim to be unable to manage it, I shall ensure that you are compelled to do so. Lucian retrieved his phone, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen, and the browser loaded instantaneously. He typed in the keywords Education Bureau and Zhang Jingguo, and among the search results, a rather corpulent official portrait prominently appeared, that of the deputy director. A cold smirk graced Lucian's lips as he saved the image with casual ease. Opening the familiar dark icon of scandalous material, he adeptly began his editing. Target, Zhang Jingguo. Just as he was about to click upload, hurried footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by Zhang Yining's desperate, tearful cries. Lucian, please, grant me another chance. I can help you. I truly can. Zhang Yining rushed before Lucian like a gust of wind, her hair disheveled, her once immaculate makeup now a mere shadow of its former self, marred by tears. She seemed a far cry from the poised candidate for the campus belle she once was. In that moment, she paid no heed to the gathering crowd or the phones discreetly raised, capturing the unfolding drama as if they were clutching at a lifeline. Lucian, please, do not release my father's name. I will plead with him again. I assure you, I will make him assist you. Please. Her voice was hoarse, imbued with earnest desperation, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Lucian regarded her with an expressionless demeanor, his gaze as frigid as ice. I have already afforded you one opportunity. He paused, his tone devoid of any emotion. It is your own failure, as well as your father's lack of discernment. The murmurs from the surrounding crowd surged like a tide, growing louder and clearer. Isn't that the ruthless Lucian, the one who previously tore apart his cheating girlfriend? What's transpiring today? A bespectacled boy nudged his companion, his voice brimming with excitement. Isn't that Zhang Yining, who almost became our department's belle? Why is she in such distress? Did she get dumped? It appears Zhang Yining is pursuing Lucian. But can you blame her? Just look at how handsome he is, and I saw him driving a BMW 4, which looked like a limited edition. What girl wouldn't be infatuated with such a high-class, wealthy man? A fashionably dressed girl remarked with a hint of envy. Oh, don't bother watching. You won't learn anything from this celestial clash, a nearby boy proclaimed, feigning profundity. In another corner, someone scoffed, exactly, that was our unattainable goddess, and now, in front of a bona fide, rich second-generation heir, she is reduced to a whimpering puppy, wagging her tail in supplication. These piercing remarks felt like needles piercing Zhang Yining's heart. She was acutely aware of her current disgrace, her humiliation. Yet, compared to the potential downfall of her family and the tarnishing of her reputation, what did a little pride matter? She gazed at Lucian's striking yet icy visage, and the last vestige of hope within her shattered completely. This man truly meant what he said. He offered her no leeway whatsoever. Gritting her teeth, she cast aside any semblance of dignity and disregarded the flashing phone cameras. Suddenly, with a dull thud, Zhang Yining sank to her knees upon the unforgiving concrete ground. The moment her knees made contact, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her due to the pain. Yet, her face contorted into an even more abject plea. Xuan, please grant me one more chance. Just this once. I'll even drag my father into this, if necessary. She clung to Xuan's calf desperately, her face smeared with tears and snot, her voice quivering with desperation. Please don't ruin me, don't ruin my family. This act of kneeling was earth-shattering. The surroundings fell into an instant silence, followed by a chorus of gasps and suppressed exclamations. What the hell? She actually knelt down? Oh my god. Zhang Yining is kneeling before Xuan. Who is this Xuan? What kind of celestial being is he? Is he truly that captivating? This is monumental news. Absolutely sensational. Quick, capture this moment. I already have a title in mind. Yanda's Storm. Former goddess desperately kneels in public to seek reconciliation. That title is too lackluster. It should read, shocking. Yanda's male god, Xuan's mysterious charm forces a flower candidate to bend the knee in public. In an instant, numerous smartphones and cameras were aimed at this dramatic spectacle. The sounds of shutter clicks and recording notifications creating a cacophony. Those who had hesitated to post on social media were now invigorated, their fingers flying across screens, fearful of missing out on this year's sensational scoop. The speed at which information spreads across the internet is astonishing. Just moments ago, a post anonymously published by Xuan regarding the alleged forgery of the Yanda goddess's exam results had virally surged to the top of trending lists across major platforms, causing a significant uproar in the educational community and among onlookers. However, the narrative shifted abruptly. Zhang Yining's astonishing kneel, with its explosive visual impact and topicality, instantly overshadowed the previous scandal of academic misconduct. New entries surged onto the trending list with greater velocity and fervor, brazenly dominating the headlines. Yanda goddess Zhang Yining kneels to seek a relationship. Yanda male god Xuan encircled by a love-stricken admirer. Yanda University's annual emotional drama. The goddess's downfall, Xuan, the man who makes goddesses kneel. The previously indignant voices decrying academic corruption had yet to delve into who this individual was before they were momentarily blinded by the sudden shift in trending topics. Flooding into this new arena, captivated by the gossip and revelry, Xuan looked down at Zhang Yining, who was weeping profusely as she clung to his leg. His expression remained tranquil and unruffled, as if this scene, capable of causing an uproar throughout the university and even online, was merely a tedious farce. He gently lifted his foot, signaling for her to release her grip. Upon sensing that undeniable force, despair deepened within her heart. Chapter 82. Xuan has my leverage. Outside the CAF, the air was already thick with chatter. Goodness, am I dreaming? A young man rubbed his eyes vigorously and nudged his companion beside him. Old Wang, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Our department's flower candidate, Zhang Yining, has just knelt before Xuan. The boy, known as Old Wang, gasped in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the meat sandwich in his hand. Who on earth is this Xuan? How had I never realized his remarkable prowess before? Amidst the crowd, numerous boys clutched their chests in despair, their youthful hearts shattering like delicate dumpling fillings. That is Zhang Yining, the goddess who usually holds herself aloof, indifferent to everyone, now appears as humble as dust. It's over, my youth has come to an end. A bespectacled boy lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow. How could my goddess Yining do this? Yet, contrasting opinions emerged. A group of girls huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. I think Zhang Yining is quite brave. One girl with pigtails argued, her eyes shimmering with dreams of romance. She laid down her pride for love. What is wrong with that? Exactly, chimed in another girl. And don't you think Xuan is really handsome? He was so low-key during the school idol selection. If he had stepped forward, no one else would have stood a chance. Zhang Yining has good taste. He may be handsome, but this is all too theatrical. Another girl scoffed quietly, rolling her eyes. It feels like we're watching a TV drama, overly dramatic. Various opinions surged through the crowd, some sympathetic, some bewildered, some disdainful, and many simply reveling in the spectacle. In the midst of this cacophony, Lu Xian stood at the center, seemingly separated by an invisible barrier. He lowered his gaze to Zhang Yining, who was still clinging to his leg, weeping profusely. He furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating her public display of emotion. Does she not realize how humiliating this is? Don't you think you're embarrassing yourself right now? Lu Xian's voice was low, momentarily halting her cries. Zhang Yining looked up through tear-filled eyes, meeting his profound gaze, which offered no trace of pity, only indifference. A chill coursed through her, more piercing than the pain of her knees striking the ground. Get up. Lu Xian's tone remained flat, yet carried an undeniable command. Go back to your father and handle this matter swiftly. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Yining's tear-stained face, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This is your last opportunity. His words, though softly spoken as if between lovers, bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, resonating clearly for only Zhang Yining to hear. Each syllable struck her heart like a hammer. She trembled, as if a faint current of electricity coursed through her. She understood that this was Lu Xian's final ultimatum. The instinct to survive eclipsed all feelings of shame and humiliation. Lu Xian, growing impatient, shook his legs slightly. The gesture, though light, was enough to cause the dazed Zhang Yining to release her grip. Without casting her another glance, he turned to navigate through the crowd, intent on leaving. Lu Xian. Zhang Yining let out a piercing scream, disregarding the excruciating pain in her knee as she clumsily scrambled to her feet. She knew she had to grasp this final opportunity. The crowd around her, witnessing the unfolding drama, erupted in ambiguous jeers and catcalls as one of the protagonists prepared to depart. Wow, Lu Xian is incredibly handsome. Can such a beautiful goddess really just walk away? A true man never looks back at an explosion, nor at the goddess who kneels. A boy shook his head in admiration, declaring, "What a role model. This maneuver is simply unattainable," wiping tears and snot from her face. Zhang Yining abandoned all concern for her appearance. As she listened to the harsh comments surrounding her, a profound sense of humiliation washed over her. Yet she managed to muster a semblance of defiance, turning to the onlookers and shouting, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty pursuing a handsome man?" Without waiting for their stunned reactions, she limped awkwardly in the direction Lu Xian had taken. Laughter and whistles erupted from the crowd, amplifying the absurdity of the scene. What a twist! The goddess becomes a lovesick fool, yet remains defiant. Such character. I admire that. Though she knelt, her spirit is commendable. This farce temporarily drew to a close amidst Lu Xian's indifference and Zhang Yining's desperate pursuit. However, the storm brewing online had only just begun. Zhang Yining, sprinting through the parking lot, finally caught up with Lu Xian. She dared not approach any closer, merely watching from a distance as he opened the door to his eye-catching BMW 4. It was not until the blue sports car disappeared from her view that she leaned against a tree, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Once calmness settled in, an overwhelming wave of fear and regret engulfed her. Trembling, she fumbled through her bag for her phone, the screen still bearing traces of the tears she had shed moments before. Her fingers quivered, misdialing several times before she finally reached her father, Zhang Jingguo. After what felt like an eternity, the call connected, and a weary, impatient voice greeted her. "Hello, Yining? What is it? I'm busy here. Dad." Upon hearing her father's voice, all her pretenses and strength crumbled instantly. Her voice cracked as she implored, "You have to help me. Please. What now? Crying like that. What is wrong with you?" Zhang Jingguo's brow furrowed, his tone turning stern. "Didn't I tell you I can't interfere in that matter? Why are you still, Dad? You must help me this time." Zhang Yining blurted out, nearly beside herself with urgency. "Lu Xian is my boyfriend. I love him. You have to help him." In an effort to strengthen her plea, she invoked the term boyfriend once more, even embellishing it with declarations of love. On the other end, Zhang Jingguo fell silent for a few seconds, evidently taken aback by his daughter's sudden mention of a boyfriend and her fervent affection. Clearing his throat, he maintained a serious demeanor. "This is absurd. Can you just meddle in something as serious as substituting for the college entrance exam? Besides, when did you get a boyfriend? Why wasn't Ti informed? Who is this Lu Xian? What does his family do? Oh, Dad. Zhang Yining anxiously paced back and forth, exclaiming that this was not the time for such discussions. Above all, he is of utmost importance to me. You must assist him in this matter. I implore you, father. Zhang Jingguo sighed, his tone softening slightly, yet still resolute. Yining, it is not that your father is unwilling to help. Such matters are fraught with peril, and the intricacies involved are numerous. If not handled with care, it could easily ignite trouble. Many eyes are upon my position. Do you understand? As for your so-called boyfriend, let him find a solution within his own family. Do not meddle further, nor drag your father into this mess. Upon hearing her father's steadfast refusal, Zhang Yining felt her heart plummet. Taking a deep breath, she realized that further pleas would yield no results. Her voice suddenly steadied, laced with a tremor of despair. Father, what if I told you that Lu Xian is fully aware of my situation regarding the college entrance examination? What? Zhang Jiangwo's voice rose sharply. Akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his previously composed tone transforming into one of piercing intensity. What did you say? What does he know? Zhang Yining shut her eyes, tears streaming down her face once more. He knows my examination results are fabricated. Father, he knows everything. He possesses detailed evidence. And if you choose not to assist him this time, he will expose my situation. At that point, it will not only be my downfall, but yours as well, father. You foolish girl. Zhang Jiangwo's voice quivered with rage, nearly erupting in a roar. My foolish daughter. How could you divulge such information to him? No matter how much you love him, you cannot hand over such leverage to another. You are digging your own grave. Do you wish to take me down with you? He could scarcely believe his ears. After laboriously ascending to his current position, cautiously maneuvering to avoid any misstep, he now faced ruin at the hands of his unworthy daughter. No, father. I did not tell him. Zhang Yining sobbed uncontrollably, breathless. I do not even know how he found out. He knows every detail, every aspect, every figure, with absolute clarity. He has it, father. This is no ist. If it truly comes to light, our family will be finished. All your life's work will have been in vain. Listening to his daughter's terrified and desperate lament, Zhang Jingguo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Evidence? Who exactly is this Lu Xian to possess such clandestine and intricate information? A chill coursed from his toes to the crown of his head. For the first time, he felt an uncontrollable tremor in his hand, gripping the phone. He realized that this time, he was truly embroiled in a serious predicament. Chapter 83. 1,353 Instances of Interests Exchanged. The BMW came to a steady halt in a secluded corner near Yanjing University. Lu Xian turned off the engine, resting one hand on the steering wheel while absent-mindedly tapping with his fingertips. With the other hand, he retrieved his phone. The screen illuminated, and he opened the familiar black icon of sensitive information. Zhang Yining's father, Zhang Jingguo. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk graced Lu Xian's lips. Moments ago, the image of Zhang Yining, kneeling in despair with tears streaming down her face at the CEF entrance, lingers vividly in my mind. The source of all this turmoil points directly to the esteemed Deputy Director of the Education Bureau. Allow me to ascertain just how pristine you truly are, dear Deputy Director. Lu Xian murmured softly to himself, selecting the rather portly official portrait of Zhang Jingguo that he had casually saved in his album and uploading it. A flicker of deep blue light glimmered on the phone screen. Ding! New analyzable target detected. Analyzing target information. Please hold on the interface. Zhang Jingguo's bureaucratic smile in the identification photo was suddenly enveloped by a multitude of fine, pale blue data streams, akin to an intricate atomic-level scan and analysis in progress. The data streams converged and dispersed intermittently, accompanied by a faint electric sound, exuding a palpable sense of technology. Lu Xian leaned back in his seat, waiting patiently. He was already well-versed in this procedure. A few seconds, perhaps a dozen, passed before the data streams stabilized abruptly, then retreated like a tide, revealing clear text on the screen. Name, Zhang Jingguo. Gender, male. Age, 52. Occupation, Deputy Director of the Education Bureau of Dongting City, a series of basic information unfolded, which Lu Xian merely skimmed over. These details were not the crux of the matter. He patiently awaited the subsequent revelations, for that was where the true spectacle lay. As anticipated, the text on the screen shifted once more, generating incriminating information. Please hold on. The progress bar advanced at a visibly rapid pace, almost a flash. Incriminating information generation complete. Next came the familiar redemption options. Option 1. 1,000 points to exchange for complete incriminating information package. Option 2. Incriminating information voucher 1 to exchange for complete incriminating information package. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, just about to choose between points and vouchers, for surely. The blackmail material concerning a figure of Zhang Jingguo's stature would not be inexpensive. However, the next moment, a prompt that appeared on the screen caused him to pause slightly. Detected that the incriminating information concerning the target involves numerous individuals and has a wide-ranging impact. To maintain system data balance, this incriminating information will be provided free of charge. Lu Xian's fingers froze, a playful smile gracing his face. Free of charge? The sun must have risen in the west today. This stingy system has surprisingly turned generous. He stroked his chin, sensing that matters might not be as straightforward as they appeared. A free lunch often has the most peculiar flavor. Maintaining system data balance, you say? Such grandiose rhetoric. I suspect you fear that this scandal is too substantial, the data too copious? Lu Xian chuckled softly, voicing his thoughts into the air. Nonetheless, one should never refuse a complimentary offering of incriminating information. In the next moment, the core blackmail material concerning Zhang Jingguo detonated before Lu Xian like a heavy bomb. Core details of incriminating information. Zhang Jingguo, Deputy Director of the Education Bureau of Dongting City, has been involved in various acts of illicit exchanges a staggering 353 times throughout his 25-year career in the education system. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lu Xian. Even he, accustomed as he was to various scandals, could not help but gasp in astonishment. 1,353 times. He swiftly calculated in his mind. 25 years, averaging over 50 instances each year. This implied that nearly every week, Deputy Director Zhang was engaged in a transaction involving power and money or personal favors. Astonishing. Lu Xian could not help but mutter under his breath, a glimmer of horror flashing in his eyes. Was Zhang Jingguo treating the Education Bureau as his own private garden and power as an ATM? The depths of corruption within the educational sector were far more profound than he had imagined. He had initially thought that Zhang Jingguo had merely manipulated his daughter's college entrance examination, coupled with some routine acts of bribery. Yet, he had not anticipated the startlingly extensive web of corruption hidden beneath the surface. The information on the screen continued to refresh, revealing more detailed descriptions. Specific description: target individual Zhang Jingguo, hailing from a humble farming family, achieved entry into university through his own efforts and upon graduation, became a civil servant. He began as a grassroots town clerk, steadily establishing his footing within the education system, ultimately rising to the position of Deputy Director of the Dongting City Education Bureau. His story of perseverance is often hailed as inspirational. However, beneath this polished exterior lies a man who, over a span of more than 20 years, has exploited his position to manipulate numerous aspects, including, but not limited to, the allocation of elementary school admission quotas, adjustments in key middle school classes, high school enrollment indicators, recommendations for special university admissions, teacher title evaluations, misappropriation of educational funds, and kickbacks on textbook procurement, culminating in a staggering 353 exchanges of interests. An inspirational model? Lu Xian scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. This was hardly inspirational. Rather, it was a lamentable tale of a once promising youth's descent into depravity, a chronicle of the making of an educational parasite. He could almost envision the countless families' helpless sighs behind those 353 transactions, the fates of numerous students altered, and the eager eyes thirsting for knowledge that were deceived. A veritable parasite. Lu Xian's gaze turned icy. What shocked him further was the sheer scale of the incriminating evidence generated by the system. This dossier has been automatically organized into a format totaling 14,888 pages, comprising detailed written records, photocopies of relevant receipts, screenshots of bank statements, summaries of recorded calls, a relational map of key individuals, and segments of visual materials. 14,888 pages. Lu Xian stared at this number, feeling his temples throb. This was no mere report. It was practically an encyclopedia chronicling Zhang Jiangwo's nefarious career. On average, each instance of interest exchange was supported by nearly 10 pages of corroborative material. The level of detail was unimaginable. System, you have truly invested heavily this time. Lu Xian scrolled through the thumbnails, rapidly flipping through several pages. Images, tables, dense text. Each page exuded irrefutable evidence. He noted a detail. In those records pertaining to specific transactions, the names, photographs, and video footage of the other parties involved in the exchanges with Zhang Jingguo were heavily obscured, leaving only Zhang Jingguo as a clearly defined target. Oh, you even know how to redact? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications. Are you afraid that I might unravel the entire network of relationships within the education sector of Dongting City in one fell swoop, and that your server cannot withstand it? He pondered for a moment and suspected that the system might have ulterior motives. System prompt: to avoid triggering widespread societal panic and uncontrollable chain reactions. This free blackmail material is exclusively directed at the core target, Zhang Jingguo. Information regarding other involved parties has been obscured. Should the host wish to acquire complete blackmail material on specific associated individuals, the standard exchange process must be followed. This system is committed to precise strikes, opposing indiscriminate collateral damage. Precise strikes and opposing collateral damage. Lu Xian found himself amused by the system's cunning maneuver, realizing it was merely concerned about the potential loss of benefits from my excessive exploitation. Truly a crafty merchant system that waits for the rabbit to appear before unleashing the eagle. Nevertheless, he understood that even this single piece of blackmail material on Zhang Jingguo was already monumental. Lu Xian took a deep breath and turned off the screen of his phone. The car was once again enveloped in silence, yet his heart was tumultuous. The evidence of 353 instances of benefit exchanges and over 14,000 pages of incriminating documents against Zhang Jingguo, the deputy director of the Education Bureau. He had initially sought Zhang Jiangwo's assistance with a trivial matter concerning his cousin's college entrance examination score being replaced. Now it seemed that Deputy Director Zhang himself was in peril. He merely intended to draw a little blood, yet Zhang insisted on putting on airs. Leaning back in his seat, Lu Xian closed his eyes, the cold curve of his lips becoming increasingly pronounced. Now, he wondered whether Deputy Director Zhang could withstand this grand gift. He could already envision the transformation of that bureaucratic smile into something spectacular when a portion of this lavish gift was quietly presented before Zhang Jingguo. Chapter 84. Underestimating Lu Xian's Strength. Lu Xian delicately tapped on his phone screen, meticulously selecting a page from the lengthy document comprising 14,888 pages, and took a screenshot. The content was minimal, featuring a somewhat blurry surveillance image alongside a few lines of text. Documenting Deputy Director Zhang Jingguo of the Dongting City Education Bureau engaging in a cordial conversation with a friend in a private room of an upscale tea house half a month ago, ultimately assisting the friend's child in securing a spot in a prestigious primary school. Compared to the shocking 353 instances of benefit exchanges, this matter was trivial. Lu Xian opted for a recent incident to jolt Zhang Jiangwo's memory. Otherwise, he worried that Zhang might forget the past, given the multitude of matters he had handled over the years. He sent the screenshot via social media to Zhang Yining, accompanied by a brief message. Let your father take a look at this scene. Does it seem familiar to him? My patience is limited, and I hope to see satisfactory results regarding my cousin's situation by tomorrow. You know how I am. I dislike waiting. The message was successfully dispatched. Meanwhile, Zhang Yining had just begun to recover from the nightmare of publicly kneeling and was hiding in the restroom of her dormitory, splashing cold water on her tear-streaked face. The phone chimed softly, startling her and nearly causing her to drop it into the sink. Upon seeing that the sender was Lu Xian, Her heart instantly leaped in her throat, trembling as she opened the message. As Zhang Yining gazed at the screenshot and the accompanying text, darkness enveloped her vision. Her legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath her. The middle-aged man in the photograph, grinning with a multitude of creases etched upon his face, was none other than her father. Zhang Jingguo. Her lips trembled, her complexion as pale as parchment. How could Lu Xian possess such incriminating evidence? Who exactly was he? Fear gripped her like an invisible hand, constricting her throat. In that moment, she cast aside all notions of decorum and dignity. Seizing her phone and rushing out of the restroom, oblivious to the bewildered glances of her roommates. Stumbling onto the balcony, she dialed Zhang Jiangguo's number. The phone rang for an eternity before finally connecting. His voice, tinged with the remnants of alcohol, permeated the line, as though he were amidst a social gathering. Hello? Yining? It's quite late. What's the matter? I'm rather busy here. His tone bore a hint of annoyance at the interruption. Dad! Zhang Yining's voice quivered, laced with the tremors of impending tears, nearly erupting into a scream. Something has happened. Something grave. What is the panic? Is the sky falling? Zhang Jingguo, perturbed by his daughter's distraught tone, reprimanded her in a hushed voice. Speak properly. Why are you crying like that? Dad, Lu Xian, he has your photograph. Zhang Yining stammered, her words tumbling forth as she recounted the screenshot and its content in a breathless rush. On the other end, Zhang Jingguo, initially still under the influence of alcohol, became suddenly alert. As he listened to his daughter's account, particularly the mention of assisting a friend's child in securing a coveted primary school spot, the previously steady ground beneath him felt as if it had crumbled. Photograph? What photograph? The remnants of intoxication vanished from his voice, replaced by an undercurrent of anxiety. He quickly recalled an incident from 2 weeks prior at the tea house, where he had indeed facilitated a primary school admission for a friend's acquaintance, a mere trifling task he had performed countless times before. He also mentioned whether you found it familiar. Zhang Yining sobbed, reiterating Lu Xian's words. Holding the phone, Zhang Jingguo felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead, a chill creeping down his spine. How could Lu Xian have obtained such evidence? Was it mere coincidence, or something more sinister? Striving to maintain his composure, he spoke into the phone. Yining, do not panic. It's just a photograph. What could it possibly signify? Is your boyfriend trying to intimidate me? Dad, he is not trying to scare me. Don't forget he knows about my college entrance exam. The critical revelation tumbled forth from Zhang Yining's lips, her voice steeped in despair. Ah yes, how could I have been so foolish? This admission struck Zhang Jingguo like a bolt from the blue, his head buzzing as if he might crush the phone in his grip. He had meticulously orchestrated his daughter's college entrance affairs, believing he had left no trace. How could Lu Xian possibly know? He claims to have detailed evidence. Zhang Yining's voice dwindled, thick with trepidation. At that moment, Zhang Jingguo was engulfed by a tempest of shock and fury, yet beneath it all simmered an unsettling chill of being observed by an unseen force. He fell silent for several seconds, his mind racing. This Lu Xian was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Yining, please provide me with his contact information. No, tell him I wish to meet him. I will book a flight immediately and rush to Yanjing tonight. I am eager to discover what sort of formidable figure he truly is. Zhang Jingguo's voice became ominously grave, laden with the weight of his long-standing authority. He pondered within. What could a mere university student, even if possessing some leverage, truly accomplish? Having navigated the political arena for decades, he had encountered every conceivable scenario. This was likely just a naive youth, unaware of the vast world, attempting to extort some advantage. His daughter, Zhang Yining, who was not easily intimidated, attempted to voice her concerns but was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Jingguo. Enough. Do not concern yourself with that. Send me your location. I will come directly to your school upon arrival, and you will take me to meet him. His tone left no room for dissent. A mere brat like him? I will handle it. Rest assured, with your father here, I shall ensure he keeps those so-called secrets buried deep within. Upon ending the call, Zhang Jingguo promptly instructed his secretary to book the next flight to Yanjing. Simultaneously, he leveraged his connections within the educational system to retrieve Lu Xian's academic records. Mere minutes later, a comprehensive dossier detailing Lu Xian arrived on his mobile device. Lu Xian, male, 19 years old, a freshman in the computer science department at Yenjing University. Zhang Jingguo scrutinized the information, his brow furrowing with increasing intensity. When he reached the section detailing the family background, noting that Lu Xian's parents were ordinary farmers, struggling to make ends meet and only recently having escaped poverty, his tightly knit brows suddenly relaxed, and a faint smirk emerged at the corners of his mouth. I was led to believe he possessed an impressive background. It turns out he is merely a destitute student. The weight that had hung over Zhang Jingguo's heart lightened significantly. In his eyes, this powerless youth would be an easy adversary. With a bit of money for silence or a touch of pressure, he would undoubtedly comply. How audacious for a recently impoverished youth to attempt to outmaneuver me. Unaware of his own folly, Zhang Jingguo scoffed disdainfully, a flicker of contempt and ruthlessness glimmering in his gaze. He had already devised several strategies to ensure Lu Xian's compliance. As for what his daughter mentioned regarding detailed evidence, he hardly took it to heart. Most likely, the boy had overheard something from dubious sources, embellishing it in an attempt at extortion. Helping a friend's child secure a primary school spot was a trivial matter. Even if it were to be exposed, what would come of it? At worst, it would be deemed an improper maneuver, easily suppressed through influence. He remained blissfully unaware that what Lu Xian had sent him was merely the tip of the iceberg, a mere appetizer. The main course, comprising over 14,000 pages, had the potential to obliterate his entire career and condemn the latter half of his life. Zhang Yining, still enveloped in profound fear, had failed to convey to her father the true terror that Lu Xian embodied, nor had she articulated his almost monstrous capabilities and ruthless disposition. In her perception, her father, as a deputy director, wielded significant power and could resolve any issue. Chapter 85. Meeting in Yenjing tonight, Zhang Yining clutched her phone, her palms slick with cold sweat, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure of her grip. She took several deep breaths before summoning the courage to dial Lu Xian's number. With each ring, her heart felt as though it was being struck by a heavy hammer. "Hello," came Lu Xian's cool voice on the other end, devoid of any emotion. Zhang Yining's voice trembled uncontrollably, tinged with a hint of the hoarseness that followed tears. My father, he wants to see you. He said he would arrive in Yenjing tonight." "Oh, quite prompt," Lu Xian replied with an unruffled tone, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. "Fine, I understand. You decide the location and let me know once it's arranged." This extraordinary calmness deepened the fear within Zhang Yining. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a moment, but an inexplicable impulse compelled her to lower her voice to a near whisper. "Lu Xian, there's something else. My father. It seems he wants to deal with you. You should probably prepare yourself." After uttering those words, Zhang Yining felt as if all her strength had been drained away. Her heart raced, and her hands and feet turned icy. She could not comprehend why she felt the need to warn Lu Xian, considering that man was her father. The other end fell silent for a few seconds before Lu Xian let out an almost inaudible chuckle, laced with amusement. "Deal with me? Huh. It seems your father is still unwilling to relent, seeking to resolve the issue at its root." He paused, his tone now tinged with mockery. "However, you did quite well this time, understanding who truly holds sway over you." Zhang Yining's cheeks flushed crimson at his words, which struck her like a jolt of electricity, instilling both shame and an unexpected thrill of recognition deep within her. Lu Xian actually praised her. He said she did well. This feeling momentarily made her forget the impending wrath of her father and her own precarious situation. "That's all," Lu Xian said lightly before hanging up. Zhang Yining clutched her buzzing phone, her heart racing wildly, her cheeks burning. His compliment lingered like honey, sweetening the turmoil in her heart. It seemed that gaining Lu Xian's approval made everything else worthwhile. She remained blissfully unaware that she had inadvertently revealed her father's intentions. Poor Zhang Jingguo was still aboard a flight to Yenjing, eagerly anticipating how he would deal with that audacious student, oblivious to the fact that his own daughter had switched sides and become a messenger for the opposing camp. As night fell, The autumn wind in Yinjing grew particularly desolate. Zhang Jingguo hurriedly arrived near his daughter's school and took a seat in a private room at a restaurant that Zhang Yining had reserved in advance. Inside the room, Zhang Yining sat alone, her head bowed, fidgeting restlessly. Where's he? That boy Lu Xian hasn't arrived yet? Zhang Jingguo glanced at his watch, his brow furrowed in displeasure. How presumptuous! Making an elder wait for him? He huffed heavily, took a sip of tea, but the warm liquid did little to extinguish the fire in his heart. Dad, please don't be angry. Lu Xian, you might be held up by something. Zhang Yining softly defended Lu Xian, her voice as delicate as a whisper. Zhang Jingguo abruptly raised his head, his piercing gaze slicing across his daughter's face like a knife. Foolish girl, at such a time, you still choose to speak for him? Has your mind been struck by a donkey? He holds our family's secrets and is threatening us. Do you understand? His anger intensified as he pointed a finger at Zhang Yining's nose. I tell you, when he arrives, you are not to utter a single word. Watch how I deal with this reckless brat. He will learn that the king of horses has many eyes. Zhang Yining bowed her head under her father's reprimand, daunted into silence. Yet her heart was a tumultuous sea of worry and hope, fearing her father might truly act against Lu Xian while secretly yearning for Lu Xian to, as before, effortlessly diffuse the situation. At that moment, the door to the private room creaked open, unceremoniously pushed aside without so much as a knock. Zhang Jingguo, brimming with suppressed fury, turned sharply, ready to assert his authority and intimidate the newcomer. A tall young man stood at the threshold, clad in simple casual attire, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, displaying an air of indifference, his gaze as tranquil and unfathomable as a deep ancient pond. It was Lu Xian. Zhang Jingguo scrutinized Lu Xian, reluctantly acknowledging that the young man was indeed handsome, with striking brows and bright eyes, a high nose, and a demeanor that surpassed his peers. In terms of appearance, standing alongside his daughter, they truly seemed a match made in heaven. Yet, alas, he threatened me. Then he must not blame me for being ruthless. The flames of Zhang Jingguo's anger surged within him. The more impressive Lu Xian appeared, the more irksome he found him. Lu Xian, you're here, Zhang Yining exclaimed, rising hastily, approaching him like a startled rabbit, instinctively reaching out to grasp Lu Xian's arm, seeking a semblance of security. However, Lu Xian subtly sidestepped her touch, his gaze bypassing her to land directly on Zhang Jingguo, whose face was ashen. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corners of his lips as he said, Deputy Director Zhang, I presume? A pleasure to meet you. This audacity. Zhang Jingguo was infuriated by Lu Xian's blatant disregard. What does he mean by a pleasure? Does he not understand the rudiments of courtesy? Lu Xian seemed entirely oblivious to Zhang Jingguo's fiery glare, proceeding to the table with an air of nonchalance, casually pulling out the chair beside Zhang Yining and sitting down with an ease that suggested he was the master of the room. Uncle, Lu Xian. He leaned slightly back in his chair, his tone as unremarkable as if conversing with a stranger. Time is precious, so let us not beat around the bush. I shall be direct. This declaration further ignited Zhang Jingguo's ire, his anger nearing a boiling point. This young man was insufferably arrogant, so lacking in manners. He treated the deputy director as if he were air. Just as he was about to explode, he saw Lu Xian leisurely pull out his phone from his pocket, carelessly slapping it onto the old wooden round table in the private room, where it slid a short distance, coming to a halt right before Zhang Jingguo. Uncle, perhaps you should first examine the contents within. Lu Xian leisurely crossed his legs, withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it nonchalantly, drawing in a deep breath before exhaling a delicate smoke ring towards Zhang Jingguo, his gaze laced with a hint of barely concealed disdain. After you have perused it, it would not be too late to unleash your wrath. Zhang Jingguo was momentarily taken aback by Lu Xian's fluid motions. The admonitions he had prepared were abruptly stifled. He regarded the black mobile phone on the table, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within him, and the once lofty demeanor he had so confidently projected began to wane. Taking a deep breath to suppress his simmering anger and that unsettling apprehension, he extended his hand, stiffly grasping the phone resting on the table. Chapter 86. A fish dies and the net breaks? Those unfettered by footwear fear not. Zhang Zhuo exhaled, despite the air conditioning being set to a chill. A thin sheen of sweat formed at his temple. For reasons unknown, facing the young Lu Xian, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. This lad was unnervingly composed, far too calm for a newly minted university student. As he reached out, his fingertips hesitated briefly upon making contact with a cold screen. Illuminated before him was the very document he had previously scoffed at. The first page displayed a photograph taken 2 weeks prior at Jingxin Tea House, accompanied by several lines of text detailing the time, location, box number, and his efforts in securing a coveted primary school admission for a friend's child, even specifying the brand and approximate market value of the purple clay teapot gifted in gratitude. Zhang Zhengwo's pupils constricted sharply, his heartbeat faltering for an instant. How could this be possible? He feigned calmness, his fingers stiffly sliding to the right. Each subsequent page revealed a blemish from his over 2-decade career, a transaction. Time, place, individuals, the other party's identity obscured, events, amounts, or items involved, some even accompanied by snippets of bank statements or key excerpt from recorded conversations. Those memories he had painstakingly buried, believing them to be forgotten, now materialized as cold text and images laid bare before him. He glimpsed a photograph from 5 years prior, where he was in a lavishly decorated private room, embracing the shoulder of an educational equipment supplier, his face aglow with mirth, thick envelopes strewn across the table. He also encountered a document from 10 years ago, emblazoned with his flamboyant signature, detailing the embezzlement of a special education fund, an ordeal he had orchestrated through numerous connections. Exerting tremendous effort to suppress, convinced he had evaded detection, the color drained from Zhang Zhengwo's face. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, splattering onto the dark tablecloth, creating a small, damp stain. His hand, clutching the phone, began to tremble uncontrollably. This was no mere document. It was a ledger chronicling his transgressions, a death warrant capable of sealing his fate. Page after page, as he turned them, his heart sank further, and with each turn, his hand trembled ever more violently. The horrifying number of 14,888 lingered in his mind, suffocating him to the brink of breathlessness. Who on earth was this young man? How could he possibly possess such an abundance of intricate knowledge? At that moment, he came to a stark realization of how gravely mistaken he had been. He had entirely underestimated Lu Xian's capabilities while overestimating his own influence. As he flipped to a particular page, his gaze fell upon a hazy photograph of himself, eyes glazed and supported by a young woman, entering a luxurious hotel. Zhang Jingguo could no longer contain himself and nearly hurled his phone across the room. Panting heavily, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and coughed several times, attempting to mask his discomposure. The air in the private room felt as if it had solidified, leaving only the sound of his increasingly frantic breaths. Finally, trembling, he set down his phone, slowly lifted his head, and regarded Lu Xian. The face that was typically authoritative contorted into a smile that was more painful than tears, his voice laced with a barely perceptible rasp and obsequiousness. Lu Xian, haha. Look at the commotion this has caused. In truth, we are all family, so why must we create such a rift? He endeavored to soften his tone, even infusing it with a hint of paternal affection. I had suspected something between you and Yining for quite some time. That child, Yining, has been spoiled by me since childhood. Her temper may be less than ideal, but her heart is kind. For you to like her is a blessing for both her and our family. Zhang Yining, standing nearby, was left in a state of shock, her small face flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. She had never anticipated such a dramatic shift in her usually stern father's demeanor. "Dad, what are you saying?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Yet her heart raced like a trapped rabbit. Lu Xian and I. Zhang Jingguo, witnessing his daughter's reaction, internally cursed her naivety. Yet his outward demeanor grew even more affable. Yining, look at you blushing. With someone as exceptional as Lu Xian, you must seize the opportunity. Your mother and I fully support you. With that, he turned to Lu Xian, his smile radiating warmth. as if the previous intimidating deputy director had been merely a figment of imagination. Xuan, you young people in love, we elders should not interfere too much. However, since your feelings are so strong, have you considered when to formalize your union? I understand that your family may be facing some challenges at the moment. No matter, we will take care of the car and the house. He gestured grandly, exuding a spirit of generosity, as long as you two are happy together. That is what matters most. His laughter, bright and beaming, narrowed his eyes into slits, as if Xuan were already his son-in-law. Zhang Yining, her cheeks flushed to the point of embarrassment, kept her head lowered, though the corners of her mouth betrayed a slight smile. Her father was actually in favor of their relationship, and even intended to provide for them. This foolish girl was completely lost in her unrealistic fantasies, utterly oblivious to the strange and tense atmosphere enveloping the room. A soft, derisive chuckle shattered the tender illusion that Zhang Jingguo had crafted. Xuan casually swung his crossed leg, the smoke from the cigarette curling between his fingers. With a smile that was neither here nor there, he regarded Zhang Jingguo, his gaze rife with unabashed disdain and mockery. Deputy Director Zhang, he drawled, each word striking like a slap across Zhang Jingguo's face. What time is it? And you've already begun to babble nonsense? Or perhaps you've had a drink or two before the drinks have even started. Zhang Jingguo's smile instantly froze, his muscles twitching involuntarily. Your precious daughter. Xuan's gaze shifted to the blushing Zhang Yining, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. If I direct her to the east, would she dare to venture west? If I command her to kneel, would she dare to stand? Based on this, you wish to discuss marriage with me? Deputy Director Zhang, do you not find this utterly ludicrous? At these words, the flush on Zhang Yining's face vanished, leaving her pallid, a mix of shame, anger, and an inexplicable sense of grievance swelling within her, her eyes welling with tears. Zhang Jingguo's facial muscles twitched even more violently, his complexion alternating between shades of blue and white, the veins at his temples throbbing. Suppressing his fury and humiliation, he spoke with a dry voice. Young friend Xuan, why not to leave some room for future encounters? You are still young, and the road ahead is long. There is no need to make matters so final, is there? Oh, Xuan raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that you wish to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with me? You, Zhang Jingguo, suddenly leaped to his feet, nearly toppling the chair behind him in his haste. His face flushed crimson, eyes wide with rage as he pointed at Xuan, his voice trembling with anger. Xuan, do not overstep your bounds. I, Zhang Jingguo, have been in Dongting City for decades. I am not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. If you push me too far, we shall all perish together. He attempted to reclaim a semblance of dignity and control with this desperate ultimatum. However, Xuan merely regarded him with an indifferent gaze, as calm as one would observe a mere buffoon. In the next moment, Xuan suddenly reached for the cup of tea Zhang Jingguo had just filled. With a resounding splat, the scalding tea splashed directly onto Zhang Jingguo's face, contorted with rage. The tea leaves and droplets cascaded down his astonished cheeks, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Ah! Zhang Yining screamed in fright, covering her mouth. Zhang Jingguo was momentarily stunned by the unexpected assault of hot tea, his mind blank, acutely aware of the stinging heat on his face. Damn it! You think you can act with impunity? Xuan's voice turned icy, laced with a chilling menace. You dare to threaten me with a fight to the end? He surged to his feet, slamming the empty cup onto the table with a resounding thud. Come on, I am barefoot. What do I have to fear from someone in shoes? Xuan stepped closer, his eyes sharp as blades, piercing into Zhang Jingguo's very soul. I could disseminate this information online right now. I'll ensure that you, Deputy Director Zhang, find yourself trending on the hot search list. Do you believe that before you can even step out of this door, the Discipline Inspection Commission will come to fetch you for tea? Chapter 87. The despair of the Zhang family. Zhang Jingguo watched helplessly as Xuan's slender fingers glided leisurely across the phone screen, pressing 3 digits before pausing ominously at the dial button, as if about to press it at any moment. A buzzing sound filled his head, and in an instant, all his authority, schemes, and rage were swept away by a tide of fear. At that moment, The cold phone screen appeared to him more terrifying than a death warrant. Please. No, no, no. Zhang Jingguo almost tumbled out of his chair, his knee colliding painfully with the edge of the table. Yet he paid no heed to the pain. He hurried over to Lu Xian in a flurry, wearing a smile more grotesque than tears, grasping Lu Xian's wrist just before he could press the call button. Lu Xian, my dear son-in-law. Oh, my good son-in-law. Zhang Jingguo's voice quivered with a hint of desperation, though he was careful not to grip too tightly, lest he provoke this young man into misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Just a joke. Uncle was merely trying to lighten the mood. Look at you, dear child. Why take it so seriously? With trembling hands, he fumbled in his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, not bothering to check the brand as he awkwardly extracted one and presented it to Lu Xian, bending almost at a right angle. Come, come, dear son-in-law, have a smoke. Ease your temper. We are family, after all, and family doesn't speak in the language of strangers. His obsequious demeanor bore no trace of the authority befitting a deputy director. He resembled a servile shopkeeper instead. Zhang Yining, watching from the side, was utterly dumbfounded. How had she ever witnessed her once mighty father in such a state? For a moment, she forgot her fear, simply staring in disbelief. Lu Xian did not even bother to lift his eyelids, allowing Zhang Jingguo to clutch his wrist, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Family? Deputy Director Zhang, I hardly feel worthy of such a title. Oh my, dear son-in-law, you speak as if we were strangers. Cold sweat poured down Zhang Jingguo's forehead, soaking through his shirt. Your cousin's matter is simply a matter of a few words. Uncle will handle it meticulously for you. It's just that there's a small misunderstanding here. Please, let me explain. He swallowed hard, cautiously choosing his words. Dear son-in-law, it's not that I am unwilling to help you. It's just that this situation is somewhat delicate. I have looked into it discreetly, and indeed, your cousin's grades were tampered with and have vanished without a trace. However, they were so thorough that no evidence remains. I suspect the individuals behind this possess considerable influence. This is a deep pool we are navigating. Thus, I hesitated to act rashly, fearing to alert the snake and ruin everything. Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, Zhang Jingguo discreetly gauged Lu Xian's expression. Seeing little reaction, he felt slightly reassured and continued his lament. Consider this, if it were not for the formidable connections of the other party, how could they execute such a flawless operation? I only wish to protect you, to safeguard our Yining. Should we anger the wrong people, the consequences he left the thought unfinished. But the implication was clear. He sought to shift the blame onto an imaginary formidable adversary. Lu Xian finally showed some reaction, slowly lifting his gaze, his eyes sharp like two icy blades, piercing straight into Zhang Jingguo's heart. Oh, is that so? The corners of Lu Xian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Are you suggesting that you cannot handle matters concerning my cousin? No, no, no. It can be done. Certainly. Zhang Jingguo, feeling the chill of Lu Xian's stare, hastily waved his hands. It merely requires a little time, a bit of maneuvering. Rest assured, my dear son-in-law, I will do everything in my power to make it happen. Lu Xian, impatient, abruptly interrupted him with a swift flick of his hand, causing Zhang Jingguo's grip on his wrist to loosen as if electrocuted. The cigarette, which Zhang Jingguo had cherished for so long, fell with a soft thud to the ground. Did you waste my time for half an hour just to spew nonsense? Lu Xian's voice turned frigid, devoid of warmth. Zhang Jingguo was taken aback by this sudden reprimand, his smile instantly frozen, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed. After all, he was a deputy director, a figure whose mere presence could rattle the very ground in daunting city. When had he ever endured such humiliation, bowing and scraping? He had tried to appease, yet this young man had the audacity to push him further. A surge of wrath erupted from the depths of Zhang Jingguo's being, instantly obliterating any semblance of rationality. Bang! Zhang Jingguo slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups and plates to rattle. Lu Xian, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck, he pointed a finger at Lu Xian and roared, "Do not test my patience. I am the father of Yining, your elder. What is this attitude?" Zhang Yining trembled at her father's sudden outburst, tears welling up as she anxiously glanced between Lu Xian and her father, utterly at a loss. Elder? Lu Xian scoffed, his gaze dripping with disdain as if looking at a mere buffoon. He leisurely retrieved his phone from his pocket, unlocking the screen before Zhang Jiangwo's eyes, his fingers deftly tapping away. Bah! Lu Xian spat on the ground, his voice low yet laced with profound insult. With your character, you dare to claim the title of elder? Take your grievances to the disciplinary committee. As his words fell, the screen of his phone displayed the rapid progress of several files uploading. Zhang Yining, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lu Xian's gaze shifted to the tearful Zhang Yining, his tone frigid. If you must assign blame, direct it at your oblivious father, who courted disaster. What have you done? Zhang Jingguo looked at the glaring progress bar on Lu Xian's phone, a wave of ominous dread washing over him, and he screamed in horror. Nothing much, Lu Xian replied nonchalantly, as if merely performing a trivial task. I've bundled your illustrious 888-page achievements along with your beloved daughter's fabricated accomplishments and sent them online for the whole nation to admire. Deputy Director Zhang, tell me, who will ignite the fire first? You or your daughter? No. Zhang Jingguo felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in horror as blood vessels rapidly filled his eyes. He finally comprehended the gravity of Lu Xian's actions. If that evidence were to be exposed, I will fight you to the end. Zhang Jingguo, resembling a frenzied tiger, roared as he lunged towards Lu Xian, intent on seizing his phone. In that moment, a singular thought consumed him, to obliterate that device at any cost. Regret gnawed at him. He truly wished he had smashed the phone earlier, disregarding any evidence it contained. Little did he know, Lu Xian's use of the phone was merely to amplify the impact of their despair. Even if the phone shattered into pieces, the incriminating information would still permeate every corner of the internet. You bastard! How dare you destroy our Zhang family? I'll kill you. Zhang Jiangwo's visage twisted with rage, his eyes aflame like a beast cornered. Lu Xian's gaze turned icy. He faced the oncoming Zhang Jingguo without flinching, casually raising a leg. With a resounding thud, Zhang Jiangwo's somewhat corpulent form flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the wall of the private room before tumbling to the ground. Writhing in agony, clutching his abdomen, he resembled a boiled shrimp, rolling on the floor in pain, unable to even utter a cry. Dad! Zhang Yining screamed, rushing forward in desperation. Lu Xian's cold eyes turned towards her, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed throughout the room. 5 clear fingerprints instantly appeared on Zhang Yining's fair cheek, causing her to stumble and fall, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The overwhelming shock and humiliation left her mind blank, tears streaming down her face like scattered pearls, her sorrow palpable. Lu Xian, why are you doing this to me? Why are you harming me? Zhang Yining covered her stinging cheek, her voice trembling, filled with confusion, resentment, and despair. She could not comprehend why Lu Xian, who had been nothing but gentle moments ago, had transformed into such a cold-hearted figure. Lu Xian approached her, towering over the crumpled figure of Zhang Yining, his gaze devoid of compassion. He reached out, roughly gripping her delicate chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. Why? Lu Xian's lips curled into a cruel smile, his voice as frigid as ice. That is a question you should pose to yourself, and to your self-satisfied father. With that, he flung her aside. Zhang Yining collapsed once more, lost and desolate, her tear-filled eyes watching Lu Xian's resolute silhouette retreat. Lu Xian adjusted his collar, as if merely brushing off dust, then turned his back and exited the room, leaving chaos in his wake and 2 souls ensnared in endless despair. Chapter 88. Zhang Jingguo taken for investigation. Zhang Jingguo felt as though he had collided head-on with a speeding truck, his insides twisted and dislocated. After what felt like an eternity, the excruciating pain began to subside slightly. Bracing himself against the cold wall, he staggered to his feet, each movement sending jolts of agony through his ribs as if they were on the verge of breaking. Beside her, Zhang Yining's cries had transformed from piercing screams into intermittent sobs. Her hair was disheveled, and her face bore clear handprints. Her once exquisite makeup, now a disarray, washed away by tears, pitifully curled up in a corner. "Father, how are you?" she asked, her voice trembling with desperation as she saw Zhang Jingguo rise. "It's all over. The internet is rampant with accusations of you being a corrupt official, saying that my academic achievements are fabricated. I'm trending. We're both trending." She held up her phone, the screen displaying the trending lists across various social media platforms. Each headline more shocking than the last. Unbelievable scandal. The fall of Zhang Jingguo, deputy director of the Dongting Education Bureau. Yanda goddess Zhang Yining caught in exam cheating scandal. Father and daughter in collusion, transaction chain exposed. Zhang Jingguo merely glanced at it, and darkness enveloped his vision. His temples throbbed. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, and hoarsely reassured, "Don't panic, Yining. Your father will make a call." Trembling, he fished his phone from his pocket, the screen smeared with recently spilled tea. Wiping it carelessly, he dialed a number he knew by heart. Song Lao, his most steadfast ally after years of operation within the system. The phone rang for an eternity before it was answered, a frail yet calm voice on the other end, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Hello? Song Lao, it's me, Zhang Jingguo." He struggled to keep his voice steady, even attempting to inject a hint of ingratiation. "I've encountered a bit of a situation and would like to request your assistance." Zhang Jingguo. Song Lao interrupted, his tone flat with a barely perceptible sigh. "I am already aware of your predicament. I have seen the things circulating online." A weight crashed down on Zhang Jingguo's heart, plunging him into an icy abyss. "You, Zhang Jingguo," Song Lao continued, his voice steady yet imbued with an unmistakable chill, "have been exceedingly careless. How could you leave behind so many incriminating pieces of evidence, only for them to be revealed all at once? Foolishness." "Song Lao, I wish to explain, to plead for leniency," Zhang Jingguo stammered. "Enough." Song Lao's voice sharpened with impatience. "What is done is done. Further discussion is futile. You must bear the consequences of your actions. Think of your wife and children. Be proactive and clarify everything that needs addressing. Perhaps those above will take into account your past contributions." The call was abruptly severed with a finality that resonated in Zhang Jingguo's ears. He held the phone limply, his arm dropping weakly at his side, his gaze vacant, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, dampening his sparse hair, which clung miserably to his scalp. It was over. Even Song Lao had turned his back on him. Desperation clawed at him as he thought of another, a former colleague, old Zhou, to whom he had once extended great favors. Clutching at the last vestige of hope, he hastily dialed old Zhou's number. "Hello, old Zhou. It's me, Zhang Jingguo. You must help me. I'm in serious trouble." His voice quivered with desperation, a plea wrapped in despair. Silence hung on the line for a few seconds before old Zhou's voice broke through, tinged with alarm. "Old Zhang, where are you? You mustn't act recklessly. I'm telling you, anyone associated with your affairs will be cursed. You need to take care of yourself. Do not implicate us innocent souls. Consider your family." With a sharp click, the phone was abruptly disconnected, even more swiftly and resolutely than Song Lao could manage. Zhang Jingguo collapsed entirely, sliding down the wall like a puddle of mud onto the cold floor. He realized that his fate was irrevocably sealed. Those once considered brothers, companions who shared cups and camaraderie, fled faster than anyone when confronted with true peril. The evidence was irrefutable, the proof as solid as a mountain. Who would dare extend a helping hand at this juncture? Merely refraining from adding insult to injury could be deemed a generous act. Countless thoughts flickered through his mind, eventually coalescing into a pallid despair. For the sake of his wife and daughter, he resolved to shoulder all the blame, insisting that he alone was responsible. Perhaps this would afford them a sliver of hope. As for Yining's imminent expulsion, that was a certainty. Whether he could avert incarceration hinged solely on his actions. With a hoarse voice, Zhang Jingguo reached for his daughter's icy hand, offering a feeble reassurance. "Do not fear, for your father is here. I shall ensure your safety." Zhang Yining, already in tears, clutched her father's hand tightly, as if it were her only lifeline. "Dad, am I going to be arrested? I do not wish to go to prison. You will be fine. Yining, I promise you will not come a harm." Zhang Jingguo's eyes dimmed as he continued to offer assurances he himself did not believe. However, It was evident that she would not be able to continue her studies and would face expulsion. Before he could complete his sentence, the door to the private room was suddenly thrust open. Several middle-aged men in dark suits, their expressions grave, entered the room. The leader, with a piercing gaze, scanned the surroundings until it settled upon Zhang Jingguo. "May I ask, are you Comrade Zhang Jingguo?" He displayed a red work ID, his tone devoid of emotion. "We are from a Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. You are suspected of serious violations of discipline and law, using your position to obtain improper benefits for yourself and others. We request that you accompany us for an investigation." Zhang Jingguo hung his head, appearing to age a decade in an instant. Stripped of the authority and grandeur he usually possessed as a deputy director, he silently nodded, resembling a soulless husk. Slowly he rose, each step feeling as though he were burdened by immense weights, following the inspectors out of the room. "Dad! Dad!" Zhang Yining cried out, pursuing him, only to be intercepted by a member of the commission. Zhang Jingguo did not look back. He merely hunched his shoulders and vanished down the corridor, ultimately being escorted into a black sedan parked at the hotel entrance, which swiftly departed. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this upheaval, Lu Xian, strolled leisurely along the tree-lined path of Yenjin University. Host successfully reported the special figure Zhang Jingguo's misconduct. With the report updated to version 103, version 103, unlock exposure rewards. Rewards 1,000 points. Reward, elite combat skills. Reward, physical strength 80-82. These unexpected rewards brought Lu Xian immense joy. The autumn night breeze carried a hint of chill, causing his garments to flutter gently. He pulled out his phone and casually browsed several mainstream social media platforms. The trending topics are dominated without exception by keywords such as Zhang Jingguo, Zhang Yining, and the Yanda scandal. The comments section has erupted. Goodness, this is a real-life portrayal of corruption in government. This news is ripe for the taking. A staggering 888 pages? How much has been embezzled? The comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission should take this as evidence. The goddess of Yanda? I see her as a joke. How could such a person be admitted to our Yanda? A thorough investigation is necessary. We must investigate rigorously. Let's catch every parasite within the education system. My heart aches for the innocent candidate who lost their spot because of her. Where is the fairness in this? Chapter 89. Zhang Yining's mother. Lin Jieling, she gazed at the empty doorway, replaying the scene of the stern-faced men taking her father away, as if in slow motion in her mind. "Dad?" she murmured, tears flooding once more. A chilling dread seized her heart, constricting it as if numerous tiny hands were clutching it, rendering her breathless. It's over. Everything is over. She slumped to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably, her gaze fixed vacantly on the direction from which Zhang Jingguo had been taken. What should she do? What could she do? From her childhood, she had always been a cherished princess, and Zhang Jingguo was her sky, shielding her from storms and smoothing over all troubles. But now the sky had collapsed. She hastily wiped her tears and fumbled through her bag for her phone. The screen displayed those glaring, trending headlines, continuously refreshing, each word piercing her heart like a sharp knife. Wait, her mother. She still had her mother. Grasping at this final lifeline, her fingers trembling, she finally dialed her mother Lin Jieling's number. The phone rang several times before it was answered, in a slightly languid yet still sweet and delicate voice, laced with elegance, came through. "Hello, Ningning, why are you calling so late?" This voice, usually pleasant to hear, now felt as though it belonged to another world, starkly contrasting with her current despair. "Mom, Dad has been taken away." Zhang Yining burst into tears upon hearing her mother's voice, all her strength crumbling in an instant. Lin Jieling on the other end was momentarily taken aback, her voice rising a few octaves, losing some sweetness and gaining a sharp edge. "What? He has been taken away? What happened? Who took him?" "It was the Discipline Inspection Commission," Zhang Yining sobbed, struggling for breath. "The Discipline Inspection Commission?" Lin Jieling's tone turned cold. "Ningning, don't cry. Speak slowly. What exactly happened?" Though her voice feigned calmness, a slight tremor betrayed her inner turmoil. Zhang Yining, through her sobs, recounted the events from when Lu Xian presented the documents to the moment her father was taken away, deliberately omitting the details of how she had betrayed her father by informing Lu Xian. There was a pause on the other end, and Lin Jiling's voice emerged again, laced with suspicion and gravity. How could Lu Xian have so detailed, incriminating evidence against your father? Who is he, really? Could it be that he is a child of some powerful figure? Zhang Yining sobbed, I don't know. My father investigated before and said his family is just ordinary farmers, with no significant background. Ordinary farmers? Lin Jiling scoffed, her tone laced with disdain and contempt for Zhang Jiangwo's ineptitude in handling matters. Your father is utterly useless. He can't even manage this trivial issue. All those so-called friendships he has painstakingly cultivated over the years are of no help in critical moments. She paused, her voice resolute and commanding. Ningning, do not panic or be afraid. I will book a flight to Yanjing tonight. Since your father is unreliable, I must return and seek the intervention of your grandfather. The mention of her grandfather infused Lin Jiling's voice with an uncharacteristic confidence. You must return to your dormitory immediately. Do not dwell on anything. Just get a good night's sleep until I arrive. With an impatient admonition, she hastily ended the call, as if further words would only squander precious time. Zhang Yining clutched her buzzing phone, feeling disoriented as she stood up. Her mother intended to seek out her grandfather. Her recollection of him was vague, merely a sense that he possessed considerable influence. Yet her mother had not been in contact with him for many years. Wandering aimlessly out of the restaurant, the night breeze caressed her face, sharp and chilling. Upon returning to her dormitory and pushing open the door, she was met with an eerie silence. Her roommates, previously engaged in their activities, abruptly ceased their motions, turning to her in unison. Their gazes were a complex tapestry of surprise, disdain, schadenfreude, and a hint of muted pity. Clearly, they had all seen the trending topic online. Zhang Yining's cheeks burned with embarrassment, wishing for a fissure in the earth to swallow her whole. She lowered her head, wordlessly making her way to her bed, swiftly drawing the curtain to shield herself from their scrutinizing eyes. She collapsed on her bed, burying her head deep beneath the covers, muffled sobs escaping from the confines of her blanket. She could not comprehend how events had spiraled into this chaos. Lu Xian. She retrieved her phone, stubbornly dialing Lu Xian's number once more, only to be met with the same monotonous message indicating that the line was busy. She realized she had been blocked. Undeterred, she opened the green bubble and found their friendship still intact. She hurriedly clicked into the chat box, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she sent a flurry of messages. Lu Xian, why are you treating me this way? What have I done wrong? You promised me that as long as I obeyed. Her messages sank into the abyss, receiving no response. Zhang Yining gazed at the familiar profile picture on her screen, that side profile she had drawn countless times in secret, her heart aching. She had cherished him so deeply, even revealing her father's plans in hopes of earning his approval. But what had he done? He had callously cast her and her family into despair. Tomorrow, no. Perhaps even tonight, the school would summon her for a discussion, soon followed by expulsion. Her father had been taken away. She dared not contemplate what lay ahead. Weeping and cursing, Zhang Yining finally succumbed to a deep slumber amidst humiliation, fury, and endless fatigue. Meanwhile, Lin Jiling, after hanging up the phone, bore a complexion that had lost its earlier sweetness, replaced instead by an icy demeanor. Lin Jiling, a once celebrated pop diva a decade ago, had captivated audiences across the land with her pure image and melodious voice. Yet, just as her career was soaring, she abruptly announced her permanent withdrawal from the music scene, vanishing from the limelight and leaving countless fans lamenting her departure. Little did anyone know that her sacrifice was made for love, for the dashing Zhang Jingguo, nearly a decade her senior, who at the time was merely a junior clerk, yet possessed both charm and eloquence. Zhang Jingguo was indeed a striking figure, a man of grace. Otherwise, how could he have fathered such an extraordinary daughter as Zhang Yining? With sweet-talking and relentless pursuit, he managed to ensnare the heart of the once revered Lin Jiling, who, despite the vehement opposition of her family, was determined to marry him. Lin Jiling's father, the venerable patriarch of the Lin family, was a figure of considerable stature and certainly opposed the union 100-fold. In his eyes, Zhang Jingguo, possessing little beyond good looks and a silver tongue, was utterly unworthy of his beloved daughter. A fierce conflict ensued between father and daughter, yet in the end, Lin Jieling remained resolute, following Zhang Jingguo into a distant land, severing ties with her family over the years. At this moment, gazing into the mirror at her well-preserved visage, a flicker of determination crossed her eyes. Zhang Jingguo, that incompetent man, a failure in all endeavors. It seemed she had no choice but to swallow her pride and seek her father's favor once more. However, she wondered if, after all these years, her father would still recognize her as his daughter. Chapter 90. Where is your mother? Lin Jieling ended the call, her meticulously maintained face, which still bore traces of her once stunning beauty, now devoid of the usual grace and composure, replaced by a cloud of gloom. She inhaled deeply, her chest heaving, her nails nearly embedding into her palm. Zhang Jingguo, that utter failure. How had she been so blind in her youth? Lin Jieling, once a beloved pop star adored by many, had throngs of admirers lining from the east to the west of the city. Yet, she had allowed herself to be beguiled by Zhang Jingguo's honeyed words and somewhat appealing facade, disregarding her family's vehement objections, and resolutely exited the entertainment industry to marry him, who was merely a junior clerk at the time in Daunting City. What a prestigious lineage the Lin family hailed from, in the entirety of Chu South Province. Their name commanded respect. Lin Shantian, the patriarch, had once been the foremost figure in the province, with numerous disciples and associates. Incensed, he nearly severed their father-daughter bond, believing that a man like Zhang Jingguo, possessing nothing but flattery, was wholly unworthy of his daughter. Over the years, Lin Jieling maintained a facade of independence, claiming she did not rely on her family. Yet, deep down, she knew that if not for the illustrious Lin family name and the subtle support from her father, Zhang Jingguo would have never ascended so swiftly. Lin Jieling had always turned a blind eye to Zhang Jingguo's activities, considering it a favor for her daughter, allowing her to live comfortably in her marital home. However, Zhang Jingguo, this incompetent man, had escalated matters to such an extent that the evidence was irrefutable, and it had been exposed online for all to see. Approaching the vanity, Lin Jieling gazed into the mirror at her still stunning reflection, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing her eyes. It seemed she truly had to swallow her pride and return home to seek her father's aid. Yet, she wondered if the years had softened her father's lingering resentment. Without delay, she seized her phone and began arranging for a flight, determined to hasten back to Changli City in Xuan Province. At the Lin family residence in Changli City, the study was filled with the scent of sandalwood. Lin Shantian, dressed in a simple Tang suit, was diligently practicing calligraphy by the window, his strokes commanding and steady. Approaching his 70s, his hair had turned gray, yet his spirit remained vigorous, his eyes sharp and piercing, exuding an unspoken authority. The butler entered quietly, murmuring, "Sir, the eldest young lady has returned and is waiting in the living room." Lin Shantian paused momentarily, his brush halting, ink spreading on the rice paper. With an impassive acknowledgement, he set down the brush and said, "Let her in." As Lin Jieling stepped into the study, her heart raced. Observing her father's upright posture, tears welled in her eyes, and her voice trembled. "Dad?" Lin Shantian slowly turned to face her, his gaze landing on his daughter. Though she had aged well over the years, the sorrow and weariness etched on her brow were unmistakable. He sighed inwardly, yet his expression remained stern. "So, you didn't come back?" "Dad, I was wrong," Lin Jieling implored, kneeling and letting her tears flow freely, lamenting her neglect over the years. As she wept, Lin Shuntian's rigid facade softened slightly. He sighed, "Get up. You're not a child anymore. Crying like this is unbecoming." After all, she was his flesh and blood. How could he not feel the pain? Over the years, he had discreetly watched over her small family. Seeing her father's tone soften, Lin Jieling felt a semblance of relief. She stood up, still sobbing, and recounted the events regarding Zhang Jingguo and Zhang Yining, cleverly omitting the details of Zhang Yining's betrayal and claiming that a young man named Lu Xian had somehow obtained the evidence and sought revenge. Lin Shuntian listened quietly, his frown deepening. Upon hearing the mention of the 888 pages, his gaze sharpened. Dad, though Jiang Wo is foolish, he does not deserve such a fate. And Yining, she is still so young. If expelled from school, her life would be ruined. You must save them, Lin Jilin pleaded, gripping her father's sleeve desperately. Lin Shuntian remained silent for a moment before speaking, his voice low and authoritative. Jilin, you are mistaken. The evidence against Zhang Jingguo is irrefutable and has been made public online. We are at a time when strict measures are being enforced. Who would dare to protect him? He has brought this upon himself and must face the consequences to quell public outrage. Lin Jiling's heart sank as her father stated that there was no way out. It was indeed a dire situation. However, Lin Shuntian swiftly shifted his tone, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. That young man named Lu Xian was rather intriguing. A mere university student, yet capable of acquiring such resources and manipulating a seasoned bureaucrat like Zhang Jingguo with ease. He was no ordinary individual. The root of this matter lay with him. Unless he was dealt with, the ire in my heart would not subside, and it would reflect poorly on the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiling's eyes rekindled with a glimmer of hope. Father, do you mean? Let us put an end to Zhang Jiangwo's affairs here. He has broken the law and must face the consequences, Lin Shuntian declared resolutely. As for Yining, I shall make arrangements to handle the situation discreetly in Yanjing. Ensuring her withdrawal or transfer is executed with minimal impact. After all, she is my granddaughter. We cannot allow her to be left in such dire straits. Lin Shuntian, known for his decisive actions, immediately made several phone calls, his tone calm, yet infused with an undeniable authority as he orchestrated the arrangements. Lin Jiling observed her father's strategic demeanor, feeling a sense of reassurance. She understood that as long as her father intervened, Yining's dignity would at least be preserved. Depart for Yanjing at once and reassure Yining. I will handle the subsequent matters, Lin Shuntian commanded with a wave of his hand. Grateful. Lin Jiling exchanged brief pleasantries with her family before hastily booking the next flight to Yanjing, embarking on her journey that very night. Meanwhile, Lu Xian remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events within the Lin family of Chunan. Having just enjoyed a leisurely dinner, he ambled back to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a strong aroma of instant noodles mingled with the scent of sweat. Chun Min and Zhao Qin were engrossed in a video game, the sound of clattering keyboards echoing in the air. Ah, old six, you got me again. Hold the line. The point is about to explode. Hearing the door creak open, Chun Min and Zhao Qin instinctively recoiled,